The crimson-maned serpent lay coiled in the sun-drenched courtyard, its shimmering scales catching the light as its tail swept a slow arc across the stone. It prowled forward, an undulating length of muscle and sinew, multiple legs carrying the leonine head steadily toward the solitary boy. With a cavernous yawn, the creature revealed a jagged fence of yellowed fangs framing a thick, fleshy tongue. "What is the trouble?" the dragon inquired, its tone edged with playful mockery. "Go on, speak, move." Large, flaring nostrils drew near the boy's face, inhaling his scent. The adjacent maw looked easily capable of swallowing him whole, or at least shearing off the upper half of his body in one bite. Seth commanded himself to lean back, to raise an arm, to whisper a response. His body betrayed him, refusing every directive. He could not twitch a finger. He could not avert his gaze. Dragon fear held him in absolute petrifying thrall. "Nothing at all," the dragon pressed.
"You are in no real peril. I know," Seth screamed internally. "You work for me." Marat typically remained in human guise, but he had agreed to this exception after Seth begged for a chance to practice overcoming dragon terror. If his sister Kendra could manage it, there had to be a method. "Come now, Seth," piped a tiny voice from his pocket. Calvin, hero of the Nipsies, could keep his wits about him in a dragon's presence, and he stood barely 2 inches tall. "Try grinning." "When I was young, my father could smile his way out of any tight spot." Seth heard Calvin clearly but couldn't turn to look at him. He could draw breath. He could feel the frantic drum of his own heart. Yet his lips would not shape words. His muscles remained locked, unwilling to even curl into the faintest smile. He had faced dragons before while holding Kendra's hand and felt brave. Now, alone, he was mute and rigid. It felt brutally unfair. Kendra could stand firm before a dragon solo, even in the company of Celebrant, the Dragon King himself. Adding salt to the wound, this whole encounter was a sham. Seth knew this dragon was an ally who wished him no injury. There was no logical cause for dread. Why couldn't his reasoning mind overrule his primal instincts? Was he truly that weak-willed, the elongated form contracted, the dragon shrinking down into the figure of a gentle Asian man adorned in ornate silken robes? The oppressive climate of fear dissipated instantly, and Seth could move again. "I wasn't scared," Seth blurted out defensively. "Very few can withstand dragon terror," Marat replied calmly. "Okay, fine, I was frozen," Seth conceded. "But I wasn't actually afraid. Your thoughts remained your own?" Marat questioned. "That is noteworthy still. I could have ended you quite easily at my convenience. Maybe I'm just not desperate enough." Seth wondered aloud, a flicker of frustration crossing his face as he glanced down at his now trembling hands. "People turned to stone are a regular meal for dragons," Marat stated flatly. "They stay frozen the whole time. Believe me, every single one of them is utterly desperate." "What changed for Kendra?" Seth pressed. "She is fairy kind," Marat answered. "She discovered a method to apply her unique strength. As a shadow charmer, you may eventually learn to do the same. Any advice?" Seth asked urgently. "I have to figure this out. The dragons are more furious than before, particularly with me since we took the scepter." "I am not a shadow charmer," Marat reminded him. "And dragon terror does not affect me. You require a different instructor. Have you consulted your sister?" "Absolutely not," Seth said, shaking his head. "Her power isn't like mine. What could she possibly show me how to make friends with sprites?" "Kendra could instruct anyone on a great number of subjects," Marat observed. "Maybe your hesitation is because she is your sibling." "Obviously it is," Seth exclaimed. "Who wants their older sister teaching them anything?" "My sister taught me long division," Calvin's voice chirped from Seth's pocket. "So what?" Seth countered. "That's just numbers. Kendra can have a private conversation with a dragon. I can't even get close." "Your Nipsey companion might have some thoughts," Marat suggested. I am not certain I can be of much assistance, Calvin admitted. I don't have tricks like counting backwards or closing my eyes. My only suggestion is to avoid feeling fear. You don't feel fear around dragons? Seth asked, incredulous. Not in a way that paralyzes me, Calvin clarified. I can't really explain it, except that I seldom feel genuine fear of anything. Is that true? Seth questioned.
I understand dragons could end me, Calvin said plainly. I have no desire to die or be injured. The threat makes me cautious, not frightened. Marat, I need to attempt this again, Seth declared, a new determination in his voice. This wasn't about courage anymore. It was about sheer, stubborn will. Get ready for some focused caution. Might you consider a brief intermission from your training? A familiar voice inquired from behind Seth. He spun around to see Agad stepping through a courtyard door. The wizard, clad in practical travel attire and a weathered cloak, was accompanied by Newell, Doran, and Tanu. The sudden appearance was so unexpected that Seth's gaze darted between them, finally landing on Tanu, whom he hadn't seen in the longest time. The Samoan potion master carried a large backpack with numerous small bags hanging from his belt. He was still powerfully built, but seemed slightly leaner than Seth remembered.
"Tanu!" Seth shouted. "Have you been dieting?" "Not by choice," he replied with a weary grin. "I've been navigating some very turbulent seas. The situation out there is chaotic." "We're here as well," Newell announced, with a theatrical wave. "Keeping our strength up," Doran added, giving his own stomach a satisfied pat. Seth had seen both satyrs only a few days prior when he'd used the teleportation barrel to return to Fablehaven. "What are you all doing here?" "Things became entirely too boring without you causing trouble," Newell said. "We prefer to be where the excitement is," Doran chimed in. "Since when?" Seth challenged. "You two flee from anything remotely dangerous." Newell narrowed one eye thoughtfully. "We prefer to be in the general neighborhood of the excitement. We don't necessarily need to participate directly." "Or risk any limbs," Doran added. "Life is best observed from a safe, comfortable seat," Newell explained. "Bringing the satyrs was my notion," Agad interjected. "Seth, I believed you would benefit from their company during these difficult days." "You mentioned endless fields of snacks," Doran accused the wizard. "The pantries below this fortress are precisely what I described," Agad muttered. "Recall our journey to visit the Singing Sisters?" Newell asked Seth, his eyes lighting up. "You showed us the wonder of drive-thrus and gas station snacks. Any authorized trip outside our home woods is a grand adventure. Especially when the food is excellent," Doran said, "and the company is tolerable." "Any word about Bracken?" Seth asked, the mood shifting. Agad shared a look with Tanu. "No joyful news," the wizard said gravely. "He was taken prisoner, and we located his holding place, but he had already been removed by the time we got there. We have no leads on who has him now." Seth felt a knot form in his stomach at the news of Bracken being missing again, knowing it would crush his sister. "Do you believe he's still alive?" "I have reason to think so," Agad said. "A swift examination of the piece of horn he entrusted to Kendra should verify it." Seth moved closer to Tanu. "Did you have any luck locating him?" "I helped locate his empty cell," Tanu replied. "We were searching. Soaring cliffs has become a nightmare of wild dragons. We were fortunate to escape with our lives." "Sounds like the sort of excitement best enjoyed from a safe distance," Doran remarked. "That's a polite way to describe it," Tanu said. "Everything is in chaos. I hear things have been lively here, too." "The dragons tested our walls," Seth explained. "For a moment it seemed dire. Kendra and I managed to retrieve a scepter that reinforced the keep's defenses. And in doing so, you earned Celebrant's lasting hatred," Marat added. "The Dragon King's hostility was unavoidable," Agad stated. "We are confronting a rebellion on a global scale." "Hold on," Newell interrupted. "You mentioned unrest. You didn't say anything about a worldwide revolt." "Unrest here," Agad clarified,
But a global rebellion is already in motion. We are working to contain it. The uprising is far from over. You can tell because we're still breathing, Tanu noted dryly. But Blackwell Keep is safe, right? Doran verified. And the supply rooms? Sealed and secure, Agad assured them. A long, low note from a horn echoed through the air, its mournful sound deepening before it vanished. What was that? Doran asked. The start of the satyr hunt, Tanu said with a smirk. The proud horn, Marat said, his eyes lifting to the sky. An unannounced dragon is approaching. You know, I just remembered a very important striped scarf I left back at Fablehaven, Newell said, inching toward the doorway.
I'll help you look for it, Doran offered quickly. The dragon cannot touch us here, Agad said calmly. I told you, the keep is protected. What dragon? Seth asked. Let's go see, Marat suggested. When the Proudhorn's call sounded, Kendra was seated on the keep's outer wall, her back against the stone, facing a half-circle of 9 fairies. 8 had delicate dragonfly wings, while the 9th was sturdier, with wings like a beetle's shell. They all seemed tougher than the fairies at Fablehaven, still graceful, but more muscular and visibly cautious. Most took to the air at the horn's blast, their wings humming. The others rose, poised to move. Kendra stood and looked out to see a shimmering dragon, smaller than average, gliding toward the perch, a tower at the keep's edge meant for speaking with dragons. It's only Raxtus, one fairy chirped. He's been acting odd recently, another observed. Almost like a real dragon. A third giggled, making the others laugh. I should go, Kendra said. He probably needs to talk. I thought we were talking, one fairy complained. It might be urgent, Kendra replied. Thank you for coming. We'll meet again tomorrow. Remember your tasks. Tell the other fairies I need reports on any unusual dragon behavior. Kendra turned and hurried toward the perch. Behind her, she caught whispers about her being too demanding, but chose to ignore them. Fairies were difficult to direct, but they could travel Wormroost freely and were tiny enough to go unnoticed by most dragons because of Kendra's fairy-kind nature. They had to follow her orders, making them ideal scouts. The dragon situation had reached a breaking point. Kendra had openly challenged Celebrant, and it was only a question of when the Dragon King would retaliate. Predicting where or how the dragons would strike felt impossible, but Kendra feared the response would be devastating when it arrived. The fairies' grumbling didn't matter, so long as they helped watch the dragons. Henrik, the Altitor Wimroast's gamekeeper, came loping along the wall-top toward her. He had the shaggy body of a moose, but from where the neck should be rose the powerful torso of a man with broad shoulders and a serious face. Kendra had learned to trust Henrik after he aided her and Seth in recovering the scepter and returning it to Blackwell Keep. As she moved, a sudden cold breeze swept across the wall, carrying the distant scent of pine and a faint metallic tang that made her pause. A subtle reminder that even within protected walls, the wildness of Wimroost was never far away. Henrik bent and lifted Kendra, settling her onto his back. "Is this the dragon you mentioned?" he inquired. "Raxtus, that's right," Kendra confirmed. Under normal circumstances, spotting her old friend would have filled her with joy, but their last exchange had left a sour note. He'd shown a troubling inclination to support his father, Celebrant, regarding the dragon uprising. "I'm curious what news he brings." Wind whipped past Kendra as Henrik sped along the wall, his hooves clattering to a stop at the perch, just as Raxtus began his descent. The original structure had been recently destroyed by Celebrant, but Seth had managed to erect a replacement, using a mobile tower borrowed from the giant Thronis. Kendra slipped down from the Altitor. With a hushed, elegant sweep, Raxtus touched down. Kendra knew from experience that the dragon was a master of the skies. Uncommonly petite for his kind, his body was roughly the size of a sturdy horse, though his expansive wings,
lengthy neck and tail added to his presence. His shimmering armor of silver-white scales cast a rainbow-like gleam, a testament to his unique beginnings. Raxtus had been hatched by fairies. "Hello, Kendra," Raxtus greeted, his usual cheer absent, his voice a chorus resembling several teenage boys speaking as one. "Could the moose man leave? I'd prefer to talk privately." "Might be a trap," Henrik cautioned, his hand drifting toward his bow. "I'll take that chance," Kendra stated. "Could you give us some room?"
What good is an arrow, anyway?
"I doubt any dragon has scales tougher than Raxtus's." Henrik grunted and stomped away. Raxtus drew his head close to Kendra, the sleek surface shining brighter than polished metal.
I appreciate the kind words, but my father's scales are harder, and I believe a few others.
"Enough modesty," Kendra cut in. "Are you holding up okay?" Raxtus asked. "I'm not injured," Kendra replied. "Dragons everywhere are rising up. Bracken vanished when Soaring Cliffs was taken." She balled her hands into fists at Bracken's name, fighting back the tears and the sudden tightness in her chest. "I'm sorry to hear that," Raxtus said softly. "I did try to warn you." "I remember," Kendra said. "You could still leave," Raxtus urged. "This is only the beginning. It's going to get much worse." "Which is exactly why someone has to put an end to it," Kendra asserted, a new defiant edge sharpening her tone. "That's my responsibility now. I'm the caretaker of Wimroost." "Find someone else," Raxtus suggested. Kendra let out a weary sigh. "Do you honestly think they'd be using kids as caretakers if there were other options?" "What they're doing is reckless," Raxtus argued. "Humans were never meant to oversee these vast sanctuaries. Especially not young ones. Aren't there rules about putting children in danger?" "Most likely," Kendra conceded. "But in a crisis, people do what they have to. We can't let dragons conquer the world. There would be no return from that." "It's already too late," Raxtus insisted. "Soaring Cliffs set things in motion. More sanctuaries will fall. The dragons have waited centuries for this moment. They won't back down. Humanity had its time ruling the planet. A change is coming." "People allowed dragons to live peacefully within the sanctuaries," Kendra countered. "Will dragons offer people the same courtesy? No one knows what dragons will do," Raxtus said. "They've been confined in these enormous cages you call sanctuaries for far too long." "Dragons once flew free," Kendra pressed. "What did they do back then?" Raxtus averted his gaze, his tone turning sullen. "They killed almost everyone they encountered." "And then what?" Kendra asked. "Dragons battled to dominate the world," Raxtus admitted. "But that was after people began hunting them. People hunted dragons because dragons were already hunting people," Kendra pointed out. Raxtus dipped his head. "That's true. Dragons can't be set loose," Kendra stated firmly. "There's a reason they were placed inside sanctuaries." Raxtus brought his head near once more. "Perhaps dragons wouldn't make the best stewards of the world," he whispered, a rare admission. "But do we deserve to spend our entire lives locked away like captives? And more importantly, it's too late to stop us now." Kendra's eyes narrowed. "Then why is Celebrant still here at the sanctuary?" "It's only a matter of time," Raxtus insisted, his voice low. "We will be free. You're already free because we trusted you." Kendra countered, frustration edging her tone. "The other dragons are the prisoners here, not you." Raxtus drew himself up, his slender frame looking almost regal in the fading light. "My father has asked me to stand with him and our kind. He's mustering everyone who will answer the call." "I know," Kendra said softly. "He assigned you to his personal guard." "The timing is interesting, isn't it?" "I knew you would say that," Raxtus replied, sounding wounded. He looked away for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. "This is a crucial time, but it's also because I did well at Zizix. I finally proved myself to him. And now you're scared to risk what you've just gained," Kendra observed, not unkindly. "Sure, we're friends, but am I asking you to turn against your family, your people?
What would you say if our roles were reversed?
A bitter laugh escaped her. Did my family start including me for the first time just a couple of months ago? Raxtus stretched his wings, the membranes catching the last of the sun. He shook his head. I know it might not be real. I'm starved for acceptance, Kendra, but I'm not stupid. I know Father sent me today because he thinks my presence will help convince you. Convince me of what? Kendra asked, her curiosity piqued. I have a message, Raxtus said, turning his head. Only then did Kendra notice the small, ornate cylinder attached to a slender silver chain at the base of his neck. You'll need to unclasp the chain. Kendra stepped forward. Her fingers finding the delicate clasp, she unhooked it and held the cool cylinder in her palm, already trying to twist it open. Don't bother, Raxtus said. You can read it later. It's an invitation to the Feast of Welcome. What? Where? Skyhold, my father's castle, not his private lair at Moonfang Peak. This is where he holds court, where he interacts with the other dragons. Where he rules, Kendra laughed, a sharp sound of disbelief. I can't possibly go there. I agree, Raxtus said, his voice urgent. And you can't turn down the invitation? So you should leave now. I can't leave, Kendra said, her resolve hardening. Seth and I are the caretakers. We have to hold back the dragon uprising. And why can't we just refuse? Because no caretaker ever has, Raxtus explained, a note of ancient protocol in his voice. The dragons have the right to hold a feast once each year for the leaders of Wyrmroost. To refuse would be an enormous, deliberate insult. It was a bigger insult when Celebrant tore down the perch and attacked this keep. Kendra shot back, her hands on her hips. Father can be a bit extreme, Raxtus muttered, almost to himself. That seems like reason enough to revoke his privileges as caretaker, Kendra asserted. Keep dreaming, Raxtus said, but a flicker of a smile touched his reptilian features. You're brave, Kendra. I watched you strike down the Demon King, and you stood up to my father. Your defiance did more than enrage and embarrass him. It hurt his credibility. Already he has been challenged twice for his crown. By other dragons? Kendra asked, her anger momentarily replaced by shock. Raxtus gave a slow nod. For the first time in hundreds of years. What happened? Raxtus snorted, a puff of warm air escaping his nostrils. They were destroyed. It wasn't even close. They are resting in pieces, scattered across their own territories. Can any dragon actually take him? Probably not for hundreds of years more. He is still in his prime. The dragons that tried were ambitious, but they weren't the strongest. Father has been the undisputed king for so long for a reason.
You shook that foundation now. He wants you in pieces, too. Hey, Raxtus, Seth's voice called out as he ran up to the perch, his caretaker's medallion bouncing against his chest. Hi, Seth, the dragon replied, his tone warming slightly. Seth leaped over the low parapet with practiced ease, landing lightly on the stone. At least you're one dragon that doesn't freeze me with fear just by looking at me. Raxtus gave a soft, rumbling chuckle.
Most dragons can amplify that fear effect with willpower. When I try, people tend to relax. Really? Seth's eyes lit up with mischief. Do it. Raxtus glanced around, then spread his wings wide, fixing Seth with an intense gaze. The surfaces of his pearlescent scales began to shimmer, casting soft rainbow-like reflections instead of dread. Kendra felt a wave of profound calm. She took a deep, refreshing breath, feeling the day's tension ease from her shoulders. She had the sudden, pleasant urge to sit down in the sun. Seth slumped a little, his eyes growing heavy and drowsy. Raxtus folded his wings back, resuming his normal posture. The shimmering ceased. Not bad, Seth mumbled, blinking slowly. Perfect for nap time. And just another way I don't quite fit in, Raxtus said, a hint of his old melancholy returning. Not all dragons are the same. Kendra reminded him gently, placing a hand briefly on his foreleg. And not all friendships are tested the same way either. Glomis possessed the formidable strength required to protect the Dragon Temple, his breath capable of lulling entire crowds into a deep slumber. He was enormous, Raxtus confirmed. He'd put whole armies and mighty beasts to sleep just to make a meal of them. But I understand what you're implying, thank you. Are you still working for the wrong side? Seth questioned. Kendra mentioned you were aligning with the dragons last time. Raxtus let out an uneasy chuckle. I genuinely want you both to be safe. I truly do. I'm just not convinced the dragons can be defeated. You're going to help us, though, Seth insisted. The most useful thing I can offer is counsel, Raxtus replied. Avoid this fight, get away from Wormroost, disappear for a while. You've really been taken in by them, Seth accused. They are my people, Raxtus said, his voice dropping. Celebrant is my father. The Dragon King has just invited us to a banquet, Kendra informed Seth, showing him the cylindrical message. Are we the main course or the after-dinner mint? Seth quipped. You would be honored guests, Raxtus assured them. Your safety is promised by the dragon who wants us gone? Seth shot back. Promised by the ancient laws of hospitality that bind this preserve and all magical beings, Raxtus explained. Dragons included. It's obviously a trap, Seth argued. He has no intention of honoring us. All of Wormroost is a trap, Raxtus sighed, a flicker of genuine worry crossing his reptilian features. You should just go. I'm telling you this because I care. Do you get a fancy new title if you manage to scare us away? Seth pressed, not letting up. Raxtus shuffled his forelegs awkwardly, his tail giving an agitated swish. I am helping you in the only way I know how. We're trying to help your father, Kendra interjected, her tone softening from confrontation to earnest appeal. And all the dragons, we didn't come here to cause harm or disrespect. We came to be their caretakers. Celebrant attacked us first. His role is to be a guardian. He's supposed to assist us, not scheme against us. Dragons aren't designed to lounge in cages like some worn-out, declawed circus attraction, Raxtus retorted, a hint of defiant pride in his voice. You can't hand a Dragon King a trivial job and expect him to behave like an obedient human. So you believe he's incapable of being a true caretaker? Kendra asked. His responsibility is to safeguard this sanctuary and look after every creature within it. Is he unqualified for that? You're twisting what I'm saying, Raxtus protested. You're defending the aggressors, Kendra stated plainly. Is the lion in the cage the aggressor? Raxtus challenged. Or is it the prisoner? Perhaps not the lion, Kendra conceded. But the convict is an aggressor. A convict is imprisoned for a reason. The dragons were placed here because they tried to lay waste to the world. They were the original aggressors. They live in comfort here. And now they want to start the war all over again. Actually, right now, they want you to come to a feast, Raxtus said, steering the conversation back. You have the invitation. The wizard Agad has attended before. You can ask him. Refusing would be a profound insult. My father would use that against you. Your safety is guaranteed, and if you think nothing about this place is safe, you're absolutely correct. I should leave. Yeah, Seth muttered. Before I get sick. You used to be our friend. I care about you too, Raxtus said, his words carrying a strange mix of sincerity and sorrow. I'm still trying to help. Just leave Wormroost. With a powerful spring, Raxtus launched into the air, his great wings beating down and sending a gust over Kendra and Seth. Catching the sunlight, the dragon ascended rapidly until he was a distant, glittering speck. Nox peered from behind the thick hedge of blooming flowers, observing the cloud of butterflies, dragonflies, and plump bumblebees that seemed perpetually drawn to his sister, Tess. She sat on the grass with her legs crossed, her toy fairy wings strapped on and a plastic wand in her hand, smiling serenely at her insect audience. He pulled back, a wave of self-disgust washing over him. Was this really what his summer had come to? Spying on his utterly mundane little sister? It was about as exciting as watching paint dry. Who even cared? And yet the sheer number of bugs buzzing around her was unusual. It never happened near anyone else. Was it her shampoo? The glitter on those silly wings? Nothing about this old house or their situation made any logical sense. His parents had left him and Tess with their grandparents to go on some extended road trip through New England with his aunt and uncle. For a short while, his cousins Kendra and Seth had been here too, until they suddenly went off to camp. Right before Seth left, they'd all been terrorized by a deranged bear that was finally driven off by what could only be described as a freak. Miniature tornado, the strangest experience of his life, had unfolded just days before. Seth had shown up out of nowhere, convincing him to crawl into an old barrel in the living room. The next thing Knox knew, he was standing in the courtyard of a stone fortress, high in some misty, unfamiliar mountains. After navigating bizarre, shifting storms, he'd managed to grab a jeweled scepter from just beyond the castle gates. Almost as soon as he had it, he was tumbling back through the same barrel, landing right back at his grandparents' house. Seth had tried to sell him some story about an ultra-advanced virtual reality system, something that hijacked all his senses. Knox knew that was impossible, but for a minute he'd almost bought it, because the alternative, a barrel that physically teleported you across the world, sounded even crazier. But the longer he sat with it, the more certain he became that the VR explanation was a cover for something else. He'd been desperate to get another look at that barrel, but Grandpa Larson and his friend Dale had already hauled it down to the basement. When he'd tried to follow, he found the heavy iron door at the top of the stairs locked tight. His grandfather was definitely keeping secrets. Knox peered from behind the hedge once more. A large, delicate butterfly was perched perfectly on Tess's outstretched finger. Its wings slowly opening and closing, a shimmering dragonfly sat calmly on her shoulder like a tiny guardian. Tess was chattering away to them, completely engrossed. She'd always had a wild imagination, hosting elaborate tea parties for her stuffed animals, covering every surface with bright crayon drawings, and insisting that fairies lived at the bottom of the garden. Even though she was 10, she often seemed much younger, her interests bouncing from one thing to the next in a matter of minutes. He'd never seen her focus on anything with this kind of single-minded dedication. She'd spend entire afternoons out here with these insects. Was it just the novelty of them flocking to her? How long could that possibly last? And since when did bugs behave like a trained audience? He stepped out from his hiding spot and walked over. "Having a nice chat with your fairy friends?" he asked, unable to keep the skepticism from his voice. "They saw you hiding behind the bush," Tess replied, matter-of-factly, not looking up from the butterfly. "Is that a fairy on your finger? Her name is Nora." "Tell her to fly a loop around your head," Knox challenged. "She doesn't want to," Tess said simply, "because she's just a butterfly." Tess let out a light giggle. "She has butterfly wings." "Exactly, because she is a butterfly. They used to look just like butterflies to me, too, at first," Tess said patiently. "You have to look harder." This was ridiculous, but a nagging feeling told him it wasn't. Knox sighed, dropped to his knees in the grass, and leaned in close to study the insect on her finger. Its wings were a soft violet with intricate dark patterns, seeming almost sheer in the sunlight. He could clearly see the slender antennae, the bulbous compound eyes, the coiled proboscis. It was unquestionably a butterfly. "Not a fairy," he declared. "They told me the milk would help me see them properly," Tess offered. "What milk?" "At first, I could only sort of see and hear them," Tess explained. "They still mostly looked like bugs, but I'd hear whispers sometimes. They were trying to help me. They told me about the milk in the little pans scattered around the yard." "You drank it?" Knox asked, horrified. Tess scrunched her face in disgust. It was sitting outside, and it was warm. I only like cold milk from the refrigerator, but you started seeing them better anyway, Knox guessed. All the time now, she said with a serene smile. It got easy. But you're just pretending, Knox insisted. Tess just giggled again. Right? He pressed. No, she said, her eyes twinkling. It's funny because they're so obvious, and you still think they're just bugs, because they are just bugs. Tess glanced at the collection of insects now dotting the grass around them, and let out another soft laugh. He can't see you at all, she said, apparently to them. Knox felt a flash of irritation. Something was off here. First, a frantic chase from a bear through the woods with a herd of panicked goats. Then, a trip to an impossible castle, and now this. The bugs were unnaturally still, clustered peacefully around them as if listening. He waved a hand abruptly, and a few took to the air, but they merely fluttered nearby, refusing to leave. Don't make them angry, Tess warned quietly. They have magic. Knox bit back his instinct to laugh. Where is this milk? I don't know exactly, Tess said, around the yard. Her eyes followed a dragonfly that zipped closer. Then she looked back at her brother. The closest one is under that bush over there. She pointed toward a thick azalea. Where exactly? Knox asked, getting to his feet. Tess stood up and began to follow the hovering dragonfly. The rest of the insects rose with her, forming a loose living cloud that drifted along in her wake. The dragonfly guided them to a perfectly manicured shrub, tucked beneath its leaves. Knox discovered a shallow tin dish filled with milk. A few butterflies and dragonflies were skimming its surface. It's for the fairies, Tess explained. Knox wrinkled his nose. I'm not drinking milk that bugs have been swimming in. They're not bugs, Tess insisted, though she added with a smirk. But yeah, it's pretty gross. Warm milk under a bush. Just look harder. They're all around us. Knox scanned the garden again, feeling foolish. They were just insects. Yet one had just led them directly to this saucer. Nothing about this summer had been normal. What if this was the key? Was it insane to consider tasting it, or was it more insane to walk away? He crouched, carefully sliding the dish into the open. The insects scattered, and the milk swayed without spilling. He leaned in for a cautious sniff. It smelled fresh. You're not actually going to drink it, are you? Tess prodded. Is that a challenge? Knox shot back. Maybe, she shrugged. Knox brought his face to the pan, his lips barely touching the creamy liquid as he took a small sip. A bit of it caught in his throat, making him cough, but he swallowed. Instantly, the garden transformed. Suddenly, the air was alive with fairies, delicate, graceful figures with shimmering wings, some like stained glass, others like gossamer lace, danced around him. A few waved enthusiastically. He heard high, musical voices chiming. He can see! He finally sees! They're actually real! Knox breathed, frozen in place by the spectacle. A chorus of bell-like laughter filled the air. Aren't they amazing? Tess asked. Incredible, Knox admitted, his voice full of wonder. Their wings glowed with colours more vivid than any butterflies, casting a soft light even in the dappled shadows. Now you can join the fun, Tess said. Knox tore his gaze from the fairies to look at his sister.
This can't be happening. Fairies are just stories. It's not just fairies, Tess reminded him. There are little people in the walls, that big man made of clay, the goat-legged guys. Knox recalled Seth's probing questions about believing in fairies or monsters. He'd dismissed it all as nonsense. It was nonsense, except for the dozens of magical beings now fluttering before his eyes. He slowly extended a hand. Would one of you come here? Land on my hand, please. None of the fairies moved.
They don't take orders, Tess whispered. Knox tried a different approach, laying on the charm. Please, I just think you're all so beautiful. I'd love a closer look. Instantly, 3 fairies zipped toward his palm, A radiant silver fairy with a chic haircut and a sparkling mini-dress won the spot, her delicate feet cool against his skin. Gently, he reached over and touched the edge of her wing. She let out a shy, tinkling giggle. She was undeniably real, every minute detail perfect.
Fairies existed, and he was holding one. "Do you all like my sister?" he asked.
"Most don't talk a lot," Tess said. "I'm not sure they all know our language, but I hear you chatting with them," Knox pressed. "Some are more chatty than others," Tess conceded. "We are all quite fond of your sister." A fairy declared from near Knox's shoulder, hovering with her arms crossed, "and we have all found you rather amusing." The garden erupted with fairy laughter. The one on his hand launched into the air, and Knox's grab closed on empty space. "Now he understands," several fairies sang out. "Now you know," Tess echoed. "Why were they laughing at me?" Knox asked, his pride slightly wounded. "Because you were so stubborn about not believing," Tess said simply. "Okay, fine," Knox conceded. "It did seem impossible, but I believe now. So what else is out here?" "I already told you," Tess sighed. "The goat guys, the dirt man, the little people inside." "Do you communicate with them?" Knox asked. "Not really," Tess admitted. A thought struck Knox, remembering his strange hike with Seth. "Do these goat guys usually just look like regular goats?" "How would I know?" Tess replied. "To me they look like men with the legs and horns of a goat." "Thanks, Tess," Knox said, his mind racing. "See you all later. I need to get some real answers." He took off running toward the farmhouse. Grandma and Grandpa Larson had to know the truth. Seth definitely did. Even Tess had a piece of it. He burst into the kitchen to find Grandpa Larson at the counter, carefully assembling a sandwich. He glanced up as Knox skidded to a halt, breathless. Knox hesitated, his eyes scanning the kitchen for any trace of magic. There was none. What if Grandpa Larson was completely unaware? He'd feel like an idiot, but he had proof. He knew where the milk was hidden. "You have fairies," Knox finally said, the words tumbling out. Grandpa Larson wiped mayonnaise onto a paper towel and set the butter knife aside. "I was starting to wonder if you'd ever notice. Some people never do, after your time at Blackwell Keep. I expected you'd be bursting with questions." "You know about that?" Knox asked, surprised. "Stan gave me the rundown." Grandpa Larson replied. "Tess knows," Knox said quickly. "She plays with them constantly." Grandpa Larson acknowledged. "I wasn't certain how much was her imagination and how much was real." "She doesn't need the milk to see them," Knox insisted. Grandpa Larson's eyebrows shot up. "Are you positive? She's never even tried it," Knox explained. "She sees them, talks to them. She's the one who showed me where the milk was." "Remarkable," Grandpa Larson murmured. "Truly unprecedented. What is happening here?" Knox pressed, his confusion mounting. "Take a seat, son," Grandpa Larson said, pulling out a chair. "Let me show you a world far bigger and stranger than you ever imagined." Grandpa Sorensen took off his glasses and stared at the invitation. "A feast at Skyhold? You cannot be serious." "This is no laughing matter," Agad replied firmly. "The repercussions of ignoring the dragons could be severe." Seth stood beside Kendra in Marat's secluded study. The room was crowded with Agad, both grandparents, Tanu, and Marat himself. Grandpa had deemed Newell and Doran too light-hearted for such a serious discussion. Calvin stayed tucked in Seth's pocket. The air carried the scent of aged paper, melted candle wax and wood polish, with a subtle hint of singed hair. Seth's gaze wandered over the strange objects cluttering the desks and shelves, intricately carved wooden boxes, an ancient abacus, and an assortment of animal teeth. He found himself fixated on a large hourglass filled with blue sand. Would it truly measure an hour if flipped? And why blue was it enchanted? More serious than our caretakers being captured by our enemies, Grandma Sorensen questioned. Possibly, Marat answered. Unless we present a valid excuse and promptly propose a new date, Celebrant could declare that Kendra and Seth have neglected their duties as caretakers. Celebrant was furious the last time I saw him, Kendra recalled. I'm sure he wants payback for us thwarting his attack. You and Seth would be shielded by the laws of hospitality, Agad assured them. Those protections aren't just about honor. If Celebrant broke them, he would lose his caretaker status, face magical consequences, and his reputation in the magical world would be destroyed. No dragon, especially one of Celebrant's standing, would ever breach hospitality code. It's beneath their dignity, Marat added. But Raxtus said it wasn't safe, Seth pointed out. Of course it isn't safe, Agad said quickly. The dragons will exploit every possible angle during this gathering. Other leaders from Wyrmroost will likely be there. Celebrant will aim to make you appear foolish and weak. He'll test your resolve and try to intimidate you, and his deeper motives remain a mystery. But they won't eat us, Kendra said, seeking reassurance. Not at the feast, Marat confirmed. You won't face physical harm there. Should I go by myself? Kendra asked. Both caretakers were invited, Grandpa said. The two of you should attend at the very least. I'll go too, Calvin piped up from Seth's pocket. Who else can come with us? Kendra wondered. Only those who can withstand dragon fear, Grandpa stated. What about Marat? Seth asked. No dragon who has turned against their kind should enter Skyhold, Marat explained. Without a direct invitation, we would be seen as traitors, not guests. That applies to me and all true wizards as well, Agad said. Because you were all dragons once, Kendra mused. I could likely concoct a potion to temporarily resist dragon fear, Tanu offered. A courage potion? Seth asked. A very specialized kind, Tanu clarified, tuned for dragons. Think it would work on me? Seth wondered. Could be worth a shot, Tanu offered. I'd prefer not to hold hands all night, Seth remarked. It would make dinner tricky, Kendra added. And pretty much every other moment, Seth said. Is there room for anyone else to join us? Kendra asked. Skyhold sits high in the Ragged Mountains, Agad explained. The only practical way to reach it is by griffin, and none could carry Henrik. No one else present can endure dragon fear, Marat stated. There is a road, Grandpa pointed out. The road to Skyhold is long and winding, Agad countered. I doubt Henrik could make it by tomorrow. With Tanu there, they will have responsible oversight, Grandma said. I'll help supervise, Calvin chimed in. I'm uncertain whether our attendance numbers at the feast will significantly impact their safety, Marat observed. They won't face direct physical harm. A potential concern is Celebrant attempting to broker deals or change the official relationship he maintains with you. That must be avoided. This all assumes Kendra and Seth will decide to go, Agad noted.
Sounds like we probably should, Seth said. Celebrant is plotting something, Kendra whispered. I know, Seth replied, but Agad already told us Celebrant can't attack us there. Don't you trust Agad? Absolutely, Kendra affirmed. We'll just have to be especially clever. She gave her brother a look. I'm always clever, Seth declared. He's cleverer with me around, Calvin insisted. All right, I'm in, Kendra said. We can't neglect our responsibility.
With all the turmoil, we need to reinforce our standing as caretakers, not undermine it. What can we actually do there to help our side? Seth asked. Spy. Keep your eyes and ears wide open, Agad advised. Most importantly, you must go and return without weakening your position. Right now, with the scepter in our possession, the dragons cannot invade Blackwell Keep, regardless of their numbers. We must ensure it stays that way. Enter into no agreements with Celebrant, no matter how tempting they appear. Simply coming home will be a triumph. How many of these feasts can they possibly host? Kendra asked. If you attend this one, we should be safe for at least a year, Marat estimated. Other leaders from the various factions at Wyrmroost will be there, Agad added. Like who? Seth inquired. The leaders of the protected territories, Agad said. Lord Dalgarel of Terabel, Raj Faranar of the Zawali Protectorate, Grand Imperator Karzal of Gundatun, Amulan of the Herdlands, and lowly Vatka of the Sludgeholes. I know Dalgarel, Seth said, not the others. The Zawali Protectorate is the talking animals, Kendra recalled. What was their leader's name again? Raj Faranar is a powerful tiger, Marat said. His territory has long been allied with the caretakers. They send you the mute Luvians, Kendra noted.
Correct. Very good, Agad said. It's fascinating to watch those horses read. I find it quite soothing. Gundaton is the known kingdom ruled by Karzal. The Grand Impersonator, Seth said. Imperator. Grandpa corrected gently. You'll want to get that word right. Gnomes can be touchy. Amelon governs the Taurans here, Marat explained. That includes the Alcitors like Henrik, the Servitors, who are half deer, the Rumitars, who are half elk, and some centaurs. What type is Amelon? Seth asked. Rumitar, Agad answered, with an impressive rack of antlers projecting from his head.
A human head with antlers?
Seth verified. Yes, Agad confirmed. Awesome, Seth said, holding his hands up to his forehead with fingers spread. What about the last one? Lowly Vatka might be the least likely to attend, Marat said. She represents the inhabitants of a marshy area called the Sludgeholes. She has the best name, Seth commented. Vatka is a rather formidable hag, Agad said. Her philosophy is that a leader should be the servant of all, hence the lowly title. She has successfully united several races under her influence. Will it be beneficial for us to meet these leaders? Kendra asked. The dragons will be working tirelessly against us, Marat replied, the weight of the coming political dance settling in the room. A sudden sharp memory flashed in Kendra's mind. A previous tense encounter with a dragon where words had been just as dangerous as claws. It steeled her resolve. This wouldn't be a social call. It was the opening move in a very quiet war. We need every friend we can find, Agad stated. No leader of the Free Territories truly wants the dragons to conquer Wyrmroost, but some may see it as unavoidable and shift their loyalty. Our goal is to convince as many as possible that you can maintain control here. Building alliances will only strengthen our position. Aren't the fair folk supposed to stay neutral? Seth questioned. In principle, yes, Marat replied. Yet they often offer discreet support to whichever side benefits them. Every free territory possesses magical safeguards that would endure even if the sanctuary fell, but naturally all would prefer it remains standing. If Wyrmroost is lost, they forfeit their primary buffer, Agad explained. They would also lack caretakers to guard their interests. Should the preserve fall and the dragons wish it, those territories would not survive for long. Precisely why some may be tempted to side with Celebrant, Marat added. The dragons alone are a formidable threat. We cannot afford to have the entire preserve become our enemy. Isn't there a festival night approaching soon? Tanu inquired. The summer solstice? That presents another challenge, Grandpa admitted with a weary sigh. I expect a festival night here is particularly chaotic, Grandma observed. Agad and Marat shared a concerned look. We do not interfere during the festival nights, Marat said. It is utter bedlam from sunset to sunrise, Agad confirmed. We secure ourselves behind our defences and wait for daylight. Seth recalled the festival nights at Fablehaven, when the usual rules dissolved and the magical residents revelled freely. His first experience was unforgettable. He had accidentally made the house vulnerable by opening a window, nearly costing his grandparents their lives. Wyrmroost was vastly larger than Fablehaven. He could scarcely imagine the chaos of Midsummer Eve with dragons in the mix. The feast is tomorrow, Kendra reminded everyone. Let's focus on getting through that first. The solstice arrives 3 days later, Grandma noted. You would leave early tomorrow evening, Agad said, and return by the same night. Can I bring Tempest? Seth asked. Her unpredictable spirit helped you evade dragons before, Marat acknowledged. But for this occasion, reliable, seasoned griffins are the prudent choice. You want the evening to proceed without incident. Kendra, Seth, Grandpa said, turning to them.
If you, along with Calvin and Tanu, are committed to this, we have arrangements to make. Are you both certain about attending? Kendra gave a firm nod. An entire castle filled with dragons, Seth said, his voice hushed with awe. I wouldn't dream of missing it. After the gathering concluded, Kendra meandered into the churchyard, stepping carefully among the gravestones until she located the marker for her ancestor, Patton Burgess. Many of the surrounding stones were cracked or leaning, their inscriptions faded by time, but Patton's remained solid and clear. Patton Burgess. Word to the wise. Tread lightly among dragons. She knew the grave was empty, the headstone a decoy to satisfy dragons who had held a grudge against Patton. She also knew it concealed a hidden message deep underground, one that had guided her to a key for Zidzix, the demon prison. Yet, seeing his name carved there, still made her feel connected to him. This was a tribute to someone she had known and admired, someone who had aided her in moments of crisis. Though he had died long before her birth, Kendra had met him through the chronometer, a device that bent time. She desperately wished he were here. Now there seemed to be no predicament he couldn't navigate. Everyone is counting on me, Kendra whispered. I fear this dragon feast is just the start. One sanctuary has already fallen. Bracken is gone. Everything is unraveling. And I'm supposed to keep it all together. The headstone offered no response. Maybe you're the fortunate one, Kendra murmured. Your life is already lived. How did you endure for so long, facing so many dangers? A sudden cool breeze rustled the grass around the grave, carrying the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming flowers, a small, unexpected comfort in the gathering dusk. The pressure sometimes felt like it could shatter her completely. Kendra pictured Patton, steady, self-assured. What would he have told her? Take it step by step. Handle each emergency as it comes. Just do what needs doing. Maybe rely on a little hope. Or simply remember to take care of herself. Her own thoughts felt inadequate. She gazed at the massive stronghold surrounding her. It was enormous for a crew of about 20, a ragtag patchwork team of humans and magical beings. Blackwell Keep could have comfortably held hundreds. Most of its walls and towers appeared empty and forgotten. She didn't feel like a fortress commander. She felt like a caretaker for a crumbling relic. Would even 100 defenders make a difference against a dragon? Couldn't a single blast of fire incinerate 100 soldiers as easily as a handful? The true safety came from the ancient treaty that established Wyrmroost and the enchanted protections warding off enemies. Not even Celebrant could simply blow his way past the unseen barriers guarding the keep. And if the Dragon King ever did smash through those walls with his followers, well, nobody inside would last long. This dinner invitation was clearly a piece of Celebrant's revenge. He might not be able to touch her or Seth directly at the feast, but it was undoubtedly part of some bigger scheme. If she stayed sharp, maybe she could use the gathering to get a read on what the dragons were plotting. Kendra pulled out the horn Bracken had left with her. Unicorns shed their first 2 horns before the third and final one. This was from his first shedding. Clutching it tightly, she tried to push her thoughts toward Bracken, asking if he was safe, pleading for a response. Sometimes she could sense his voice in her mind. Not now. Where was he? Hurt, isolated, needing help? The idea of him being in danger somewhere was almost unbearable. She felt utterly powerless. A remarkably athletic fairy with ashen skin, a simple green dress and shimmering dragonfly wings hovered before Kendra, before perching lightly on Patton's headstone. She stared up at Kendra, waiting. "Hi," Kendra said. "Do you have something to report?" The fairy stamped a tiny foot and spread her arms wide. I don't seek out humans for amusement. Nothing says fun like a graveyard, Kendra replied dryly. What's going on? A dragon decided to pick a fight with a group of hill giants, the fairy stated. Does that happen a lot around here? Kendra asked. Hill giants will brawl with practically anything, the fairy said. That kind of ugly isn't worried about a few scrapes. Most of them improve their looks after losing a fight or two. Thanks for the update, Kendra prompted. I haven't gotten to the important bit yet. The fairy chided, stomping both feet. Continue.
The scuffle was near Wolfbane Reservoir, the fairy said. They smashed the dam. Is it going to flood the keep? Kendra asked, glancing toward the outer wall. No, the water rushed down Thirsty Gulch, the fairy replied. So the dragons destroyed a dam, Kendra clarified. The giants fighting the dragon broke the dam, the fairy corrected, a hint of impatience in her tone. And the flood wiped out the bridge at Thirsty Gulch. Which bridge? Kendra asked.
Where the high road goes over Thirsty Gulch, the fairy said. That's my news. She zipped away without another word. Thank you, Kendra called after her. Keep me informed about any strange dragon movements. The fairy didn't look back. Kendra leaned against Patton's gravestone and crossed her arms. A dragon and some giants had a brawl and managed to cause major damage. Was this a one-time thing? Did these kinds of fights happen often? Or was it a sign of bigger troubles brewing?
Midsummer Eve hadn't even arrived. How much worse was this going to get? The whole situation felt deliberately, miserably stingy with answers. We're grabbing supplies, Newell asked, crunching into an apple as he ambled down the hallway next to Seth. So he can dine with dragons, Doran added from the other side, fiddling with a tangled yo-yo string as he walked. You ought to soak in a good marinade, Newell suggested. Something with curry, maybe, Doran wondered. Do dragons even like curry? They're more into spicy stuff, Seth played along, a wry grin forming. I'll make a jalapeno necklace. Go for ghost peppers, Doran recommended with a chuckle. Maybe some Carolina Reapers too, Seth added with a grin. Newell leaned in, curious. What sort of gear are you after? From the storerooms, Seth explained. Doran chimed in. Agad gave us a key to some of them. That's for the food storage, Seth clarified. Hams, sausages, jerky, flour, oats, barley, honey, molasses, jams, cheeses, and so on. Doran listed off as if reading from a menu. Enough to feed an army for a solid year. Or 2 satyrs for about a month, Newell joked. These are different storerooms, Seth said. Gripper the Ridge Troll is in charge. He can be a bit difficult from what I hear. Henrik actually offered to come along and help. Who needs a moose man when you've got goatmen? Newell asked, puffing out his chest. He has more legs, Doran pointed out practically. With 2 of us, it's a tie, Newell countered. Besides, those Taurans look a bit silly. 6 limbs is just showing off. They barely look like people at all. He's quite muscular, though, Doran conceded. Probably holds his own in a scrap. Are we planning to fight the troll? Newell asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe just argue a little, Seth admitted. He's notoriously stingy with the equipment. You're the caretaker. Newell exclaimed. It's technically your gear. That's exactly why I didn't want Henrik coming, Seth said, a flicker of stubborn pride in his voice. I can make my own arguments. I don't need to look like I'm hiding behind someone else. Nobody would ever call you weak, Doran said reassuringly. A touch gangly, perhaps, but that's just your age. I'll just stay quiet, Calvin's tiny voice piped up from Seth's pocket. Not everyone at the keep knows about me yet, and I'd like to keep it that way. Not many would notice you either way, Newell said with a chuckle. He took a final loud bite of his apple and gave Seth's arm a friendly swat. So seriously, what kind of gear are you looking for? Just some magical items in case things turn ugly, Seth said, his hand instinctively going to the worn satchel that served as his survival kit. They have items that can protect you from a castle full of dragons? Doran asked, skepticism clear in his tone. Not weapons to slay them, Seth clarified. Just protective gear. It's good to be prepared. Besides, we'll have Tanu with us. Ah, Tanu means potions, Doran said, nodding. And his special courage potion works against dragons, Seth confirmed. We tested it facing Marat last night. Both Tanu and I could still walk and talk afterward. It would be pretty embarrassing to freeze up right in the middle of the feast, Newell mused. Kendra could always hold my hand, Seth said, then immediately grimaced. But that's almost as embarrassing. They arrived at a sturdy door that was split into top and bottom halves. This should be the place, Seth said, raising his hand to knock. 1 minute, called a muffled, slightly accented voice from within. Seth paused, then knocked again, a little firmer. I'm coming, the voice assured him. Now, clearer. The top half of the door swung open with a creak. Gripper peered out. His head was reptilian, covered in small, tight-fitting blue scales with black markings and adorned with 3 distinct fins. Bony spikes protruded from his joints. He had narrow, orange eyes with vertical slit pupils and a wide mouth full of sharp, pointed teeth. Ah, the young caretaker. Gripper greeted his tone smooth and overly polite. His gaze flicked to Newell and Doran. And a pair of satyrs. His eyes snapped back to Seth. Should I summon help? Are you a hostage? What is the ransom, flutes? Not all satyrs play the pipes, Doran said. A hint of defensiveness in his voice. How about you two? Gripper pressed, his orange eyes glinting. Newell shifted his weight uncomfortably. Well, sure, on occasion. I've never heard you play a flute, Seth said, surprised. We're not showboaters, Doran stated. It just lends itself to unfortunate stereotypes. I've also played a little accordion, Doran added, almost as an afterthought. The troll slapped his scaled hands down on the lower half of the door. How may I be of service? I need some gear, Seth said directly. Gripper stared, unblinking. A rather vague request. I'm going to a feast at Skyhold, Seth elaborated. I need some equipment to help me stay safe. You will be protected by the ancient rites of hospitality, Gripper stated, as if reciting a rule. And the dragons there want to kill us, Seth countered flatly. So I want to be prepared. Henrik mentioned you have an amazing knowledge of the items stored here. I am deaf to flattery, Gripper said, though a slight puff of his chest suggested otherwise. The reason we possess items of value in our stores is because my predecessors and I have protected them with great diligence. If we never use them, they serve no purpose at all, Seth argued. If we use them indiscriminately, they will not be here when they are most desperately needed, Gripper retorted. What exactly do you want? See if he has an accordion, Doran whispered, a mischievous glint in his eye. Seth stifled a laugh. Do you have a weapon or a protective item that could come in handy if a dragon gets, say, particularly grumpy? Fresh out of accordions, Gripper said dryly, not missing a beat. Maybe the brownies could put something together for you, Seth suggested. I was hoping for a weapon, Seth clarified. Gripper raised an eyebrow. I thought an accordion might count. We do have some pipes available. Newell perked up. I'll take a set of bagpipes. And a schedule of when you all go to sleep? We have 2 sets of bagpipes, Gripper stated flatly, and a long list of rules forbidding anyone from playing them. I seriously need a proper weapon, Seth insisted. You have to have something I can use. Gripper sighed, the sound like gravel shifting. We oversee more than 20,000 weapons here. About a third of them would be too cumbersome for someone your size to wield properly. Then give me the finest one that would work, Seth pressed. The finest, Gripper echoed, disbelief colouring his tone. The finest, you ask, what makes you worthy of our finest weapon? Why haul it to a banquet? How would you even judge what finest means? The most unique, the most expensive, the most destructive? The most destructive one I could actually manage, Seth specified. Gripper leaned closer, his horn-like nails yellowed with age, tapping the lower half of the door. Destructive in what sense? able to eliminate the most foes, the quickest, most effective against a dragon, capable of reducing a fortress to rubble. All three of those sound perfect, Seth said. Gripper rubbed his temples with one hand. You can't have any of those, much less all of them. Why not? Seth challenged. I'm the caretaker here. And I'm the property master, Gripper countered. I'm technically in charge of you, Seth reminded him. He went there, Newell whispered. Sure did, Doran whispered back. A slow grin spread across Gripper's face. Is that how you see it? You're going to try to intimidate me? My duty is to safeguard the armaments and significant property of this garrison. I decide what leaves and what stays. What if I dismiss you and just take what I need? Seth asked. Newell and Doran took a subtle step back. The grin vanished from Gripper's face. Have you ever had dealings with a troll before? A few times, Seth said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Gripper drummed his thick fingers. I'll make an allowance, because you're young. You're in way over your head, and you'll likely be dead before long. Trolls do not respond well to threats. We have long memories. We do not give something for nothing. Trolls negotiate. And you work for me, Seth repeated. Doran made a strangled noise that might have been a suppressed laugh. Newell gave him a firm thump on the back. I was not hired by you, Gripper corrected. I operate under a contract. It has been in my clan for generations. I suppose there are procedures you could initiate to remove me, forms to complete, agreements to nullify, security deposits to forfeit. Are you certain you could replace me? Do you know the locations of the hidden chambers and how to enter them? Are you acquainted with the hundreds of concealed caches that hold the most prized items? Do you possess the knowledge to tell a phantom knife from a dagger of despair? You lost me at forms, Seth admitted. Is a phantom knife useful? Does it cut through ghosts? The blade of a phantom knife can pass through solid objects, Gripper explained, but the point can be made solid at will. It is chiefly used by expert assassins to kill without leaving an entry wound. So, a couple of those, Seth said. What does the dagger do? Gripper clenched his hands into fists. We possess one phantom knife. It would be virtually irreplaceable, and it would be almost useless against dragons. What would be the most practical tool for where I'm headed? Seth asked, shifting tactics. What would you bring? Am I to understand my employment is secure? Gripper inquired. If you provide me with some decent equipment, Seth bargained. That's another threat, Doran chimed in helpfully. Could I have a quick word with our friend here? Newell asked, draping an arm around Seth's shoulders. What are you, his lawyer? Gripper grumbled. Lawyer is such a harsh term, Newell said. How about advisor? This will just take a second, Doran assured him. Newell guided Seth a few paces down the corridor and leaned in, his voice low. Trolls are hoarders. This character doesn't want to part with a single piece of gear. He doesn't even want you to know what he's got in his mind. It all belongs to him. Seth felt certain that Henrik, Marat, or Agad could pressure the troll into cooperating, but handling it himself would do more for his standing. I'm working on it, Seth insisted. Newell chimed in. Trolls appreciate a solid deal. Why should I have to bargain? Seth grumbled. He's supposed to work for me. From Seth's pocket, Calvin's voice was a soft murmur, and he can just as easily work against you. Exactly, Newell agreed. Look, bargaining with someone on your payroll might seem like a sign of weakness, but sometimes it's the smart play. Do you want quality equipment or not? I do, Seth admitted. Then be shrewd, Newell advised. Trolls are famously self-interested. If he sees a clear benefit in outfitting you well, his cooperation will come much easier. Seth gave a nod of understanding. After a reassuring pat on the back from Newell, he stepped back to the doorway. The troll, Gripper, watched him with a smug expression. My apologies, Seth began. The pressure's been intense, and I acted too quickly. A typical mistake of the young, Gripper remarked. Though it can be an asset in a foot race, Seth added. earning the faintest chuckle from the troll. "You've heard about soaring cliffs?" Seth asked. "The dragon sanctuary fell?" "Everyone has," Gripper replied. "Dragons are rising up everywhere," Seth continued. "Celebrant has made threats." Kendra and I might not be the ideal caretakers. Everyone's aware we're too inexperienced, but we're what you have for now, at least for the next year. Celebrant can block any replacement candidates for 12 months. The troll recited mechanically. "And he will," Seth confirmed. "He knows we're green. He believes appointing us was a mistake. Maybe it was." The troll merely shrugged. "You secured the scepter. That demonstrated grit and command." "But we are genuinely young," Seth pressed. "We could fail. We might end up being the final caretakers Wormroost ever sees." Gripper squinted, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "You two holding off the dragons for a year? Even with the natural protections of this keep, I'd bet on the dragons at least 3-1, and that's assuming you have better advisors than these fawns." "What would the odds be if we were the advisors?" Doran piped up. "I'd start packing," Gripper said flatly, his eyes locking back on Seth. "What's your angle?" "Trying to frighten me into helping." "I do have good advisors," Seth said. "I intend to withstand the dragons. You need me to survive. If you and your sister perish, or if you abandon the sanctuary, Celebrant becomes the sole caretaker," Gripper stated. "The dragons rule Wormroost. Yes, I prefer you alive. If we die, you lose all of this," Seth said, gesturing around. "No Blackwell Keep, nothing left for you to guard." "I hear you," Gripper acknowledged. He paused, cracking his neck loudly. "I don't want to lose anything I might lend you. Seth has handled magical items before," Newell interjected. "Quiet, bagpipes," Gripper snapped, his gaze fixed on Seth. "Have you? I once wielded Vasilis," Seth said. The troll's eyes widened. "One of the 5 legendary swords?" They had been speaking in English. With a conscious effort, Seth switched to Duggish, the troll tongue. "I used it to slay growlers and Nagi Luna. Later, my sister used it to defeat the Demon King." "I suppose I knew that," Gripper conceded, sounding impressed. "You speak Duggish like you were born to it." "It comes with being a shadow charmer," Seth replied. "Where is that legendary blade now?" Gripper asked, leaning forward slightly. "Perhaps I could safeguard it for you," Seth allowed a small smile. "That's a secret I have to keep, but I have experience with powerful artifacts, including the Sands of Sanctity and the chronometer. As we build trust, I may consider storing items with you." The troll rubbed his large hands together. "You'll need gear for the feast, in case things turn sour." "What would you suggest?" Seth asked. "You'll treat these items with respect?" Gripper questioned. "I will," Seth vowed, "and I won't let Blackwell Keep fall." "Fair enough," Gripper said, relenting. "You'll want a weapon." "Agreed," Seth said. "I have the sword of Tregane, former prince of Stormguard Castle," Gripper announced. "It's a short sword. He used it as a youth. But no blade in my collection is more durable or sharper. Master Smiths forged it with aid from the wizard Agar. When drawn, it has a tendency to deflect attention from itself, an effect that grows stronger against larger foes. In moments of dire necessity, the blade can be sacrificed by uttering the command, 'Sharpness begone,' transforming it into a single devastating bolt of lightning. This act, however, will leave you holding nothing but the hilt. I strongly recommend reserving this for only the most extreme circumstances, as the sword's inherent sharpness and its distracting qualities are far more practical assets." "And you actually possess this item?" Seth inquired, working to keep his expression neutral. "It's securely stored, but yes, I have it," Gripper confirmed. Seth fought to maintain his composure, knowing he had to keep a perfect poker face. Could such a lightning strike actually kill a dragon? "That depends," Gripper replied thoughtfully. "In most situations, likely not, but it would certainly get a dragon's full and furious attention. For nearly any other creature, it would mean certain doom." "The sword will suffice," Seth decided. What else do you have? Gripper studied him for a long moment. I have a set of fleet boots. For sailing, fleet as in swift, Gripper clarified. They enhance any movement you make. It feels odd initially, but they assist with every stride. While wearing them, your maximum speed increases, and you can sustain a rapid pace far longer than normal. They also operate with remarkable silence. All right, Seth said, battling a grin. Anything more? I'm reluctant, Gripper admitted. The final item I'd propose is dangerous to everyone involved. Under normal conditions, using it would be sheer madness. But if you're ever desperately trapped, you might be grateful it's in your possession. What is it?
The vial of horrors, Gripper stated. It functions only once. Remove the stopper, and every creature present will experience their deepest fears manifesting before them, yourself included. The effects are purely illusory, but terrifyingly vivid. It lasts merely a few minutes. Yet, that could be enough time to flee a deadly situation, provided you keep your head. Sounds promising, Seth remarked. If I were venturing into dragon territory, I would want it, Gripper said pointedly.
What about something for my sister? Seth asked. I anticipated you'd ask, Gripper said with a nod. She might value our rare and remarkable bow of plenty. Describe it, Seth pressed. Notch a normal arrow and it behaves as an ordinary bow, Gripper explained. But draw the string back without an arrow and one will materialize. It can produce up to 300 per day. Impressive, Seth said. That's not all, Gripper continued, a sly grin spreading.
Once the arrow has formed, simply speak aloud any number of arrows remaining for the day, and that many will fire simultaneously in a single shot. 100 at once, Seth asked, his excitement breaking through. Up to 300 in one volley, Gripper confirmed. If you wish to expend them that way. Do they spread out? Seth asked. When you shoot a multitude together? Yes, Gripper affirmed, and they have a tendency to seek out targets.
Maybe I should take that too, Seth mused. Gripper shook his head. The choice is yours, of course, but that would leave Kendra without a formidable weapon. Our resources are not infinite. I understand the need to defend the keep. I am offering the items that would serve you most effectively. Fine, Seth conceded. Is there anything else for Kendra? Gripper let out a weary sigh. I am hesitant. Why? It can be remarkably effective against dragons, given the right conditions.
That sounds exactly like what we require. It would be prudent to keep it in our arsenal for emergencies, Gripper said cautiously, his tone shifting to one of dry sarcasm. After all, who doesn't enjoy the option of a magical dragon inconveniencing novelty in their back pocket? Just the thing for when polite conversation fails. We'll do our best to return everything intact, Seth promised. Gripper merely shrugged. It would not deter dragons indefinitely.
Now I'm truly curious, Seth said. A sack of gales, Gripper revealed. A bag of wind? Seth asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Are we revisiting the bagpipe discussion? To open the drawstring is to unleash a tremendous gale, Gripper explained. Against a grounded dragon, the sack would achieve little, but it could create significant difficulties for any dragon attempting to fly. How powerful is the wind? Seth asked.
When fully charged, it produces a fierce gale for at least a full minute, Gripper said. Is it currently full? At present, yes. How long does it take to refill? It varies, Gripper answered. The sack is replenished from a distance by wind collectors positioned in several strategic global locations. Under perfect conditions, it can refill in a matter of hours. Sometimes it may take days. Seth furrowed his brow. If the sack can blow a dragon off its path, wouldn't the person holding it be sent flying too? The bag is magically stabilized, Gripper assured him. Otherwise, the holder would be tossed about like a balloon in a storm. It sounds incredibly useful, Seth concluded, a new sense of determination solidifying within him as he considered the coming confrontation. What else is there? You have a stubborn streak, Gripper observed. I've presented the most logical choices.
Should the feast proceed smoothly, You won't require any of them. My experience has taught me that plans have a way of unraveling, Seth replied. I prefer to be prepared. I can't argue with that logic, Gripper conceded. Adequate preparation can often stop trouble before it begins. Let's hope so. Shall I retrieve the items? Gripper inquired. Please, Seth said. With a slight bow, Gripper departed. Newell edged closer. What was all that about?
Sounded like you were choking on gravel, Doran chimed in. Seth had nearly forgotten he'd been speaking Dougish. We came to an understanding. He's gathering some enchanted gear for Kendra and me. Any word on those bagpipes? Newell asked, trying to sound nonchalant. I think we should quit while we're ahead, Seth stated. Kendra sat stiffly in the griffin's saddle as Didger the dwarf secured the leg straps. The great beast shifted under her, the leather creaking, its feathered neck ruffling. She patted the powerful, feathery shoulders, feeling the solid muscle beneath. Didger moved to the griffin's head and took the reins. Easy, Sheba. The lass is jumpy enough as it is. He passed the reins up to Kendra. Was telling her that a good idea? Kendra asked. She can scent your fear better than I can see it. Didger said, luckily, with Sheba, your nerves make her more careful. She's our eldest griffin, and the most attentive to her rider. There's a reason I paired you with her. Kendra glanced over at Tanu and Seth, already mounted on their own griffins. What about them? Sage for Seth, Didger explained. She's quicker and more agile than most, but still biddable. He asked for Tempest, but her spirit is too fiery for a diplomatic mission where she'll be handed off to strangers. Tanu has Titan, our strongest, for obvious reasons. Tanu noticed Kendra's look and offered a cheerful wave. She managed to smile in return, then, adjusting her grip on the reins, looked down at Didger. How do I guide her? Keep a light hold, Didger instructed. The griffins know the route. When you depart the feast, Tanu will help you mount. Simply tell Sheba home. She'll handle everything else.
All right, Kendra said. Straps feel tight, Didger checked. You can't slip your legs free, can you?
Kendra wriggled, but she was firmly locked in place. I'm not going anywhere. Excellent, the dwarf said, his grin revealing a missing tooth or two. When it's time to get down, remember the release, pull down to the right, and away just as I demonstrated. Understood, Kendra said. A hand patted her leg, and she turned to find Grandpa and Grandma Sorensen standing beside her. You look after yourself and keep an eye on your brother, Grandma said. I will, Kendra promised. Mind your manners and don't make any promises to Celebrant, Grandpa reminded her. But don't you stand for any of his nonsense either, Grandma added firmly. I'll do my best, Kendra vowed. You come back to us safely, Grandpa said. Stick close to Tanu. I will, Kendra assured him. Her grandparents moved on to Seth, who was just finishing a potion. Kendra knew the liquid courage would allow Seth and Tanu to face dragons for roughly 8 hours. They each carried 2 backup vials, just in case. Once those were gone, that was it. Tanu was missing some rare components needed to brew more. Come along, Mendigo, Kendra called. It's time to meet the dragons. The featureless wooden puppet, with its hook-jointed limbs, remained motionless, which was strange. He always obeyed direct commands. Kendra had brought the animated limberjack to Wimroost after the wizard Agad had returned him to her, and he had served as her silent guardian ever since. Mendigo, come here, Kendra repeated. The wooden figure raised both hands and shook its head slowly. Agad, Kendra called out. Can Mendigo feel fear? The wizard approached the unmoving puppet. What seems to be the trouble? He asked. Mendigo refuses to come with me, Kendra said.
That shouldn't be possible, Agad mused, stroking his beard. He is an automaton. He is built to follow orders. Mendigo, you should travel to Skyhold with Kendra. The wooden puppet shook its head once more. Kendra observed. I've never seen him frightened before. When Seth and I battled Siletta, her venom almost erased him completely. Only his hooks were left behind.
Do you believe he recalls that? On some level he might, Agad replied. The magic that brings objects to life is a strange art. When you grant enough awareness to obey orders and make basic decisions, you sometimes grant a sliver of personality as well. Mendigo was first animated by the witch Muriel, and later the wizard Vernaz assisted me in restoring him from what little remained. "Won't you come and guard me, Kendra?" asked the puppet. Mendigo only shrugged and declined again. Agad suggested there may be lingering distress from his past destruction. He could be forming a small, independent will of his own. Something similar happened with Hugo after the fairies brought him back, Kendra noted. He began showing free will, though I think that came from their kind of magic. This recent stubbornness wasn't intentional, Agad said, but a dread of dragons appears to have settled in him. It's probably wise to leave him behind for this journey. Keep an eye on Grandma and Grandpa, Kendra instructed. The lumberjack promptly moved toward her grandparents and stationed himself close by. Clearly, he hadn't given up on following commands entirely. Even though the sun had just dipped below the horizon, Kendra felt overly warm in her thick coat and gloves. Didger had cautioned that temperatures would drop as they climbed higher with a snap of his fingers. Didger summoned Sheba to the courtyard center where Agad joined them. As the other griffins approached, the wizard lifted his hands, speaking to all three riders. "Regrettably, I will have departed by the time you return. Other urgent matters demand my attention. Will you keep searching for Bracken?" Kendra asked, her grip tightening on the reins, a knot of sorrow forming in her throat. "He lives," Agad assured her. "The horn you carry confirms it." Kendra reached down and touched the horn secured at her side in a sheath, much like a knife. "You can take it if it helps you locate him." "Unfortunately, I already attempted that," Agad admitted. "I could sense he is alive, but I couldn't discern where he is held. I doubt that will change. He intended for you to keep it. If by some chance he finds a way to reach out, he may try to connect his mind to yours through the horn. It should remain with you." "All right," Kendra said. "Good fortune at the feast," Agad offered. "You are performing remarkably here. Tanyu, I will miss your companionship." "Until we meet again," the potion master replied. "Seth, avoid trouble," Agad added, "and steer clear of the Blackwell." "I will," Seth promised. Kendra was aware of the deep chasm beneath the keep, filled with restless undead. Agad had warned Seth repeatedly to stay away, concerned her brother might attempt to converse with those spectral inhabitants and accidentally set them loose. "We'll see you later tonight," Marat said. "Fly safely." "Griffins away!" Didger shouted, waving his arms enthusiastically. "Griffins away!" two other dwarfs echoed. With powerful downward sweeps of her wings, Sheba launched into the sky. The griffin climbed steadily, each wing beat lifting them higher as Kendra swayed in the groaning saddle. Seth ascended to her right, Tanu to her left. The three griffins rose together, shrinking Blackwell, keep into a miniature replica behind them. As they climbed, the sunset seemed to reverse itself until Kendra was squinting against direct sunlight. "It's still daytime up here," Seth yelled. Kendra waved to show she heard him, but quickly returned her hand to the saddle. Releasing her hold made her feel precarious. Seth, meanwhile, had both arms up as if riding a thrilling coaster. Kendra tried to savor the crisp air against her face and the breathtaking vista. But when she glanced down at the forest, now resembling a patch of tiny moss, a cold tremor ran through her at the thought of the immense drop. She knew she was fastened securely to the saddle. But what if a strap frayed? How ancient was this saddle anyway, and just how skilled were the dwarfs who had tightened it? What if it slipped entirely? Didger had mentioned that Sheba was the oldest of the griffins, which did little to settle her nerves. For a fleeting moment, she imagined Mendigo's steady, silent presence beside her, and wondered if his newfound fear was perhaps the wiser instinct after all the griffin's powerful wings beat steadily as they climbed higher into the thin, cold air. Kendra pushed away a sudden, irrational worry. What if the creature had a heart attack mid-flight? She forced herself to breathe evenly. This was going to be fine. Dwelling on absurd worst-case scenarios was pointless. She would arrive safely. The formal invitation had explicitly promised safe passage through the skies for griffin riders, a guarantee against dragon attacks. Still, a sliver of doubt nagged at her. Could a dragon break its word, or might some other, less honorable creature ignore the truce? Her hand drifted to the sleek bow strapped to the saddle, a gift from Seth. If anything did attack, she could fill it with arrows. The sack of wind tucked beside it might also prove useful. Henrik's approval of Seth's acquisitions from the storerooms reassured her of their quality. The temperature plummeted as they soared above the snow-dusted peaks, and Kendra was profoundly thankful for the thick coat and gloves. She tucked her chin, letting the hood shield her face from the biting wind. The landscape unfolding below was a breathtaking tapestry of jagged ridges and deep valleys, driving home the immense hidden scale of Wimroost. It was staggering to think such a vast territory could be concealed from the modern world by magical means. For a long while she simply hunched forward, cheeks growing numb, watching the stark mountains scroll past. Then, after navigating a high pass between two colossal peaks, she saw it. An entire mountaintop had been sculpted into a monstrous castle. Forgetting the cold, Kendra gaped at Skyhold. Dragons, looking like distant, graceful kites, circled its rugged spires. As they drew nearer, the architecture's true purpose became clear. This was a fortress built for dragons, not people. Enormous openings served as doors, terraces were vast ledges open to the sky, and one dragon lounged in a wide, shallow pool. The entire structure appeared carved from the living rock of the mountain itself, as if the builders had simply shaved away everything that wasn't a castle. A brilliant crimson dragon glided toward them, then banked smoothly to escort them the final distance. Kendra watched the last sliver of sunlight vanish from the highest tower. Sheba descended toward a massive opening about halfway up the mountainside, landing smoothly on a broad stone shelf. Goblins in immaculate livery and absurdly formal powdered wigs scurried forward, their efficient hands unbuckling her harness before she could even fumble with the straps. Almost before her boots touched the ground, they were leading the griffin away. "Wait!" Kendra called, hurrying after them. The goblins halted. "I need my bow," she said, quickly loosening a strap to retrieve the weapon and the small, misleading quiver of 8 arrows. "This place is enormous," Seth remarked, appearing at her side. He seemed oddly energized by the chill air. "It has to be," Tanu said, joining them. "Consider the size of our castles, and they only hold humans. Those goblins with the wigs are killing me," Seth chuckled, nodding toward the retreating attendants. "Shh," Kendra hissed. "We can't afford to insult anyone. Aren't we protected?" Seth asked, with a mischievous grin. "Might be entertaining to stir up a little trouble." "These are dragons, Seth, not barnyard poultry," Kendra reminded him sharply, a sudden flare of irritation cutting through her awe. The majestic, terrifying scale of their surroundings made his levity feel dangerously foolish. Tanu leaned in, his voice low and serious. "Remember the potion's effect. It shields you from their fear aura, but it can also cloud your judgment, make you reckless. Tonight of all nights, think before you speak and act." Seth gave a non-committal shrug. "I can be the soul of boring caution if that's what's required." Kendra turned her gaze back to the retreating griffin, a new worry surfacing. "Where are they taking Sheba?" Tanu pointed toward the far side of the landing area. "I spotted some stables over there when we were coming down." Before anyone could respond, a large, dark raven dove toward them, its wings beating the air before it settled onto the ground and began to transform. The bird swelled and reshaped into a gaunt, elderly woman. Moss clung to her matted hair, and her skin was slick with a thin layer of slime. Prominent blue veins stood out on her thin arms like twisted vines. Her clothes hung loosely on her bony frame, as limp as forgotten laundry. Her lips were so thin they were nearly invisible, and her small, darting eyes never quite settled on Kendra or Seth as she spoke.
"The new caretakers," she stated flatly, like helpless puppies tossed into a burlap sack. "Pardon?" Kendra asked, taken aback.
"Thrown into a raging river," the old woman croaked. "You never stood a chance." Seth took a step forward. "Are you Vatka?" "Lowly Vatka." "At your service," she said, giving a slight mocking bow. "You saw the crow. I have other shapes when the need arises." She let out a dry, rattling sigh. It's a pity to see such naivety wasted, amusing in a grim way. The sludge folk send their regards. Not that good wishes will do you any good. Do you know something we don't? Kendra pressed. The woman began shuffling away, then let out a sudden, sharp cackle. Her voice shifted to a high, mocking whine. "Yelp! Yelp! We're sinking! Help! Help! Help!" She ended the performance with a choked little howl that melted into wheezing laughter before she vanished into the shadows. Tanu shook his head. She's completely unhinged. Note to self, never accept a promotion to ruler of the sludge holes. She believes we're finished, Seth said quietly. Then maybe she's the only sane one here, Kendra replied, a new hardness entering her voice. The old woman's theatrics, instead of frightening her, had ignited a spark of defiant anger. They hadn't come this far to be mocked by a swamp hag. "Let's go." She led them toward the enormous breach in the castle's outer wall. No gate or door sealed the massive opening. A goblin sentry wearing a shaggy fur cap moved to block their path and grunted a single demand: "Invitations."
Tanu presented the scroll. The guard examined it meticulously, then reached out to tap the sword at Seth's hip and run a finger along the curve of Kendra's bow. Seth muttered something in a guttural tongue, and after a brief exchange, the guard stepped aside, waving them through. Passing the threshold, Kendra entered a hall of staggering proportions.
The cavern had been hollowed out of the mountain itself, a single chamber so vast it made her feel instantly microscopic, like a beetle wandering onto an empty football field. The walls and soaring ceiling sparkled with embedded gold dust, casting a pale metallic glow throughout the space. Intricate channels were carved into the stone surfaces, perhaps mere decoration or maybe a complex draconic script. The tremendous floor was utterly empty, save for two long banquet tables arranged near the center, sized for human guests and meticulously set for a meal. Goblin waiters stood at attention beside them, wearing powdered white wigs and crisp white gloves, their brass buttons gleaming. Dozens of guests were already seated in the high-backed chairs, but it was the dragons that commanded the room. Kendra's eyes swept over them, a slick, purple-scaled beast with a face writhing with tiny tentacles, a heavily armored dragon with bull-like horns and a massive clubbed tail, an elegant white dragon with eyes like clear blue ice, a two-headed creature the color of storm clouds, a golden-brown monster whose back, neck, and tail were crowned with long, sharp quills. She counted 16 in all, a number that spoke less to a crowded party and more to the sheer, unbelievable size of the hall. At the room's far end, on a raised dais, waited Celebrant. When Kendra had spoken with him on the perch, only his head and neck had been visible. Now she saw him in his full, terrifying majesty. He was clad in seamless, gleaming platinum scales from the tips of his majestic horns to his deadly scythe-like claws. The Dragon King was a vision of both breathtaking beauty and brutal power. Circling his head at the base of his horns was a radiant crown, forged from a metal brighter than silver and set with deep red gems. A goblin with unusually puffy cheeks stepped forward and raised a bugle. The instrument's brassy call echoed through the silent hall. "Kendra and Seth Sorensen have arrived," he proclaimed, accompanied by their attendant. Also present, lowly Vatka of the Sludgeholes. Celebrant lifted his great head. "The honored guests," he announced, his voice rich and unified like a choir. "Welcome, fellow stewards. Please circulate among the other attendees and enjoy the refreshments. We will proceed to the evening's formalities once everyone is comfortably settled." "Does the hired help get a plate?" Tanu muttered with a slight grin. A sudden gust announced Raxtus's arrival beside them. "Seth, Kendra, good to see you. We'll catch up properly later. For now, just go with the flow." He darted off before Kendra could respond, weaving toward the edge of the hall. A stout, round-faced goblin with deep-set features escorted them to the table and held out a chair for Kendra. Lord Dalgarel of the Fair Folk stood to welcome her, looking impossibly dashing in his formal attire, adorned with a sash, shoulder ornaments, and an array of gleaming medals. "Kendra Sorensen." "A pleasure," Dalgarel said. "And Seth, naturally." "Are those awards for staying out of trouble?" Seth asked. "Ever, the charmer," Dalgarel replied with a thin smile. "Not all significant acts happen in conflict, though some of mine did in ages past. You recall my daughter Eve." Kendra saw Seth's eyes lock onto Eve, who wore an elegant, understated dress. She was around his age, and as radiant as any of the fair folk. To Kendra's disbelief, Seth strode over, took Eve's hand, and brushed it with a kiss. She shot a look at Tanu, whose eyes were wide with surprise. It had to be that bravery elixir at work. "How did you manage to come along?" Seth asked. Eve gestured around the grand hall. "I've dreamed of seeing dragons. Father wanted company, and Mother despises long trips." "It's incredible," Seth said. "I've only seen a bigger gathering a few times, and never this close up. Some of them look downright bizarre." "The one that looks like a spiky ball," she whispered excitedly. "And the one with a head like a hammerhead shark," Seth added. "The fear doesn't get to you?" "Father made sure I was ready," Eve said. "I aced the test. Courage runs in the family. Perhaps we should be seated," Dalgarel suggested, gently steering Seth toward the chair on Kendra's other side. Seth complied, though with clear reluctance, and Tanu took the seat beside him. Kendra settled next to Dalgarel and arranged the smooth napkin across her lap. Opposite her was a small man with a round nose and a grey beard tracing his jawline. "Well met, steward," he said in a reedy voice. "The Grand Imperator Karzal," Dalgarel introduced. "A pleasure," Kendra replied in fluent Gnomish. Karzal's eyes widened, his eyebrows lifting. "Many seasons have passed since a steward took the time to learn our language," he responded in kind. "The honor is mine," Kendra said. Inwardly pleased by the positive reaction, she reached for a nearby goblet of water. "Hold a moment," thundered a voice so deep it made the glassware tremble. It came from the massive bull-horned dragon. "Before we all grow too content, I formally challenge Celebrant the Just for the throne." A profound silence fell across the immense chamber of Skyhold. Every gaze shifted to Celebrant. Seth couldn't help but grin. Was he really this fortunate? "Madrigus, my loyal guard," the Dragon King said smoothly, a thread of menace in his tone. "This is an ill-chosen moment for crude theatrics." "Nonsense," Madrigus retorted, stamping his heavy feet and rustling his wings. "I am no clown. Ready yourself to relinquish your crown." Celebrant shook his head. "You are a captain of my own guard, second in command. This borders on betrayal, and it is a dragon matter. We do not air such disputes before outsiders. If you must challenge, do so after our guests have departed, fearful of being humbled before your fellow stewards." Madrigus goaded. Join me on the proving grounds now, or face your tiny guests as a craven. Celebrant's eyes narrowed, his stare sharpening. So be it.
But for this affront, I will scatter your remains without dignity. You must earn that right, little king, Madrigus growled. Seth pumped his fist. Yes, dragon fight. Beside him, Kendra looked horrified. Most of the assembly seemed stunned, the air now crackling with tension as the two colossal beings prepared to clash. Lord Dalgarel's jaw went slack. Seth glanced down the long table toward Eve and finally saw his own excitement mirrored in her expression.
Pulling on a pair of pristine white gloves, Dalgarel rose to his feet. This is a truly uncommon event. Just how uncommon? Seth inquired. I have lived for many centuries, Dalgarel stated. I've never witnessed it, nor have I encountered anyone who claims to have. Will it be safe for us? Kendra wanted to know. Two of the mightiest dragons in existence are preparing for a duel to the finish, Dalgarel explained. We are guests here and are not to be targeted. However, I will not be requesting a front row view. There are front row seats, Seth asked. Just then, Raxtus approached them. My apologies for the interruption. You are under no obligation to observe. I wouldn't dream of skipping it, Seth declared. Where is this happening? Right here within the fortress, Raxtus answered. It's essentially a massive courtyard. My father has instructed me to escort you and ensure your protection. How did he tell you that? Seth wondered. He can communicate directly into my thoughts, Raxtus said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Imagine living with that, a rather excessive level of parental oversight, if you ask me. Follow me. Raxtus guided them up a broad, gently curving passageway. Tanu positioned himself between Seth and Kendra. Seth noted the complete absence of conventional doors or narrow halls in this castle. Every space was designed for beings of immense size. Does Madrigus stand any chance against your father? Kendra ventured. Madrigus is formidable, Raxtus admitted. He's ended more than a few dragons in his time. His scales are incredibly dense and resilient, almost as if he were engineered specifically to tear through dragonhide. His entire form functions like a specialized tool for that very purpose. But no dragon has ever so much as marred my father's hide. Not a single scale has ever been compromised. What would it change if there were a new Dragon King? Seth asked. Raxtus gave a soft laugh. That is not going to occur. We've arrived at the royal viewing platform. They stepped out onto a lofty balcony overlooking a vast open-air arena. Dragons were assembling on all sides below to witness the confrontation. The elegant white dragon with crystalline blue eyes was already settled on the balcony, her gaze fixed on the scene beneath them. Mother, Raxtus said, these are Kendra, Seth, and Tanu, accompanied by Lord Dalgarel and his daughter Eve. I am Rhaena, the dragon said, her voice captivating. I regret that Madrigus disrupted your meal, a terrible waste of a capable dragon in the arena below. Celebrant entered from one side, Madrigus from the opposite. The last hues of sunset were vanishing, replaced by the sudden flare of enchanted orbs that cast a stark white illumination over the entire space. Seth scrutinized the challenger. Madrigus possessed a stout, muscular neck that supported a massive head adorned with broad horns. Enormous plate-like scales armored his body like a fortress, and spikes of every description, straight, barbed, and cruelly hooked, protruded from his form. The swollen mass at the tip of his tail was studded with points like some monstrous fruit. In recognition of your long service, I grant you one final opportunity to submit, Celebrant announced, his voice echoing. Choose exile and retain your life. I extend the same courtesy to you, Madrigus retorted. Relinquish the crown and depart into banishment. Madrigus is finished, Raxtus whispered, almost to himself. He probably thinks challenging father in front of visitors and being insolent will throw him off. It's a miscalculation. He's only fueling his anger. This behavior is beneath a member of my personal guard.
Celebrant stated coldly. I revoke all your rank and privileges.
You will die as an outlaw and a betrayer. The honor of your guard was tarnished the day you included your son, Madrigus shot back. You cast out Obregon for Raxtus. Serving in your guard was once a distinguished honor. Your favoritism has made it a joke. Seth stole a look at Raxtus, who remained motionless as carved stone, his eyes locked on the arena below. It is not your place to question your king, Celebrant said, his tone growing dangerously quiet. My decisions are reasoned. Obregon can take the position you have so foolishly vacated. 2 other dragons have dared to challenge me recently. How many of our kind must be lost? They were inadequate, Madrigus scoffed. No dragon alive can best me, but they possessed even less potential than most, Celebrant countered. A new, sharper edge entered his voice. Now that I reflect upon it, both of them were acquainted with you, Podenholm and Rondette. Did you encourage their idiocy? I may have guided those fools toward their own destruction, Madrigus confessed, a grim pride in his words. I helped stoke the fires of their poor judgment. You were using them to probe my strengths, Celebrant concluded. The realization hanging in the charged air. Madrigus had been observing him, all to get ready for this moment. A roar erupted from the dragon, so deep and powerful it seemed to shake the very ground. Seth covered his ears, watching as the creature's jaws opened wide, revealing layer upon layer of serrated teeth. Very well. Celebrant answered once the sound faded. With a sudden burst of speed, Madrigus charged, horns lowered. Celebrant shifted aside at the last possible second, avoiding a swing of the heavy tail as they swapped positions on the arena floor. Predictable, Celebrant commented. Do you plan to spend the whole fight dodging? Madrigus shot back. For the first time, a low growl rumbled from Celebrant's throat. They rushed toward each other, meeting with a deafening crash, like 2 freight trains colliding. The impact was followed by a chaotic tangle of rolling, snapping, and slashing, the air filled with the screech of claws scraping against nearly unbreakable scales. When the frenzy ended, the 2 dragons broke apart, circling each other warily. Celebrant was longer from head to tail, but Madrigus carried more sheer mass. Seth could see no visible injuries on either one. He glanced toward Eve, who was completely absorbed, while Kendra had turned her head slightly away. Raxtus watched, tense and focused. Celebrant darted forward, feinting low before rising high, his claws scraping across Madrigus's face before his teeth clamped near the base of the other dragon's neck. Madrigus jerked his head back like a turtle retreating into its shell and slammed his clubbed tail into Celebrant's side. The blow landed with the force of a demolition ball. Again they separated. Celebrant showed no mark from the strike, but on Madrigus's shoulder a section of his armored plating had been torn loose. Nobody finds the weak points like my father, Raxtus murmured under his breath. Madrigus drew himself up and took a deep, deliberate breath. Celebrant actually laughed, puffing out his chest defiantly. What's he doing? Raxtus whispered, confused. No breath weapon can harm my father. Then Madrigus exhaled, not fire, but a concentrated jet of pure darkness. Celebrant twisted away, but not quickly enough. The inky stream struck the side of his chest and he was thrown to the ground. Platinum scales scattered through the air like glittering coins. What? Raxtus cried out, stunned. Now it was Madrigus who laughed. How? Celebrant demanded, rising. No dragon has wielded the seething night since Grugnar in ancient times. He was my ancestor, Madrigus boasted. Raxtus's voice was tight with worry. He kept that technique secret. No wonder he thought he could win. Seething night corrodes anything it touches. Madrigus charged again. This time, Celebrant turned, presenting his back to his opponent. The collision sent Celebrant sprawling onto his belly, and Madrigus began raking and stabbing at the exposed back. Father has to protect his chest now, Raxtus muttered, almost to himself. He's never been wounded before. His other scales won't hold forever. Not against Madrigus. Seth's mind raced. What would happen if Celebrant died? Would Madrigus become both king and caretaker? Or would the role simply vanish? Part of him felt for Raxtus, but another part wondered if losing the Dragon King might actually work in their favor. Before Celebrant could fully rise, he arched his head back and sank his teeth into the exposed flesh beneath Madrigus's damaged plating. Madrigus roared in pain, tearing free as dark blood sprayed into the air. Celebrant tried to get up, but Madrigus was already charging back, using his horns like shovels in an attempt to flip the Dragon King and expose his injured chest. In a flash, Celebrant spun around, his outstretched claws ripping deeper into the wound at Madrigus's neck, tearing away more scales. Madrigus lunged for Celebrant's chest, but the Dragon King vaulted over the attack, putting distance between them once more. As Madrigus squared up and began to inhale again, Celebrant struck first. A blinding bolt of white lightning shot from his jaws, hitting Madrigus squarely in the snout. Staggered, Madrigus stumbled back, shaking his head, but already he was drawing another breath. Celebrant surged ahead, his claws slicing deep into the open maw of Madrigus, shearing off a portion of the dragon's tongue. Father won't allow another attempt at seething night, Raxtus observed quietly. The effort takes Madrigus far too long to gather. Persisting was a mistake. Now the damage is severe. With agile precision, Celebrant began weaving rapid circles around his staggering foe, deftly evading each clumsy retaliation while delivering sharp, calculated strikes. Dark, viscous fluid spilled from Madrigus's mouth with every ragged cough, and a torrent of gore flowed from the grievous wound near his neck. Though a patch on Celebrant's chest shone bare and scorched, where scales had been seared away, it did little to slow his assault. "He's fading fast," Raxtus murmured. "This is finished." In a motion as swift and sudden as a viper's strike, Celebrant darted forward, his jaws clamping shut on the upper part of Madrigus's throat, just beneath the skull. Seth flinched at the audible crunch of bone and scale. Holding firm, Celebrant drew a deep, rumbling breath, then expelled a torrent of searing force. White-hot flames burst forth from the eyes, nostrils, mouth, ear canals, and the neck wound of Madrigus. Only then did Celebrant release his grip, letting the other dragon crumple to the stone, smoke curling from his charred skull. "Wow," Raxtus whispered. "Father is not pleased." Celebrant turned his blazing gaze upon the gathered dragons. "That was an inefficient use of my time. But now my blood is up," he marked me. "Who wishes to be next?" A heavy quiet followed his challenge as his eyes scanned the silent assembly. "Who is your king?" Celebrant roared. "Celebrant the Just," came the unified reply. He gave a sharp, approving nod. "I keep my promises. We will dispose of the remains after the feast. His bones will be strewn across the reaches of Wimroost." Spreading his wings wide in a final dominant display, Celebrant folded them against his body and stalked back toward the castle. The floating globes of light began to dim, and the other dragons slowly followed their king inside. Rayna retreated from the overlook, and Raxtus started shepherding the group back toward the ongoing feast. Seth noticed Tanu had not moved, his gaze fixed downward on the proving grounds, locked on the lifeless form of Madrigus. Seth moved closer. "Useful components?" he whispered. Tanu gave a faint, almost imperceptible nod, his eyes glistening. "An absolute windfall. You could brew incredible things," Seth said. "Celebrant intends to desecrate the body." Tanu replied, his voice thick. "Kill this fresh blood glands, every tissue and organ, a prime male specimen, all of it wasted.
Some of it must be pretty well done after that blast of fire, Seth pointed out. The eyes are certainly cooked, Tanu conceded. Much of the head and neck tissue is probably ruined, but there is so much remaining. Dragons are remarkably resilient. Besides, you never know, a roasted dragon tonsil might possess unique qualities. The light globes dimmed further, deepening the shadows. Should I try to get down there? Seth whispered. Tanu shot him a stern look. Don't you dare consider it. Just hand me something to carry a sample in, Seth insisted. I could at least gather some blood. Remember, I can shadow walk. In this darkness, I'm nearly a ghost. And these boots are made for silence. Tanu hesitated, drawing a couple of steadying breaths. And if you're discovered, our already strained relations with the dragons will shatter completely. They may even claim justification to attack you. They plan to scatter the bones to the winds, Seth argued. Is there any possibility Celebrant would grant you permission? Tanu shook his head firmly. None. He understands exactly what a potion master could create from those materials, and we are not his allies. Could Celebrant use Madrigus for potions himself? Seth asked. I doubt it, Tanu said. I've never known dragons to practice potion making. Most concoctions are effective only on mortal beings. The last of the light globes winked out. The final glow of sunset clung to the distant mountain peaks, and profound darkness swallowed the proving grounds. It's deserted, Seth urged. They've all returned to the feast. Let me make a quick trip down. You'll be noticed missing, Tanu countered. Let me go, a tiny voice chirped. Seth had almost forgotten about Calvin. I'm small, the Nipsey said. No one will see me. It's also a tremendous distance for you, Tanu said gently, and you couldn't carry more than a drop. Distance has never stopped me, Calvin declared with stubborn pride, and a little is better than nothing at all. I would prefer you remain with Seth, Tanu said firmly. Go on, Seth lingered near the entrance, watching Tanu. You're planning to take something, aren't you, Seth? Murmured. Only a fool would attempt such a thing here, Tanu replied softly, leaning in so his words were for Seth alone. But if your humble servant is discovered in an indiscretion, you must promise to deny any knowledge of my actions. Maybe this isn't the best idea, Seth started. Tanu cut him off, his voice a hushed, urgent whisper. An opportunity like this won't come again. With tensions rising, who knows when we'll next be inside these halls? I'll only linger a moment, perhaps, pay my respects more closely. You are expected at the table. Best not to wonder what your servant is up to. Just don't get caught, Seth whispered back. I need your word, Tanu insisted. Swear you will disavow me, or I cannot proceed. What exactly are you planning to do? Seth asked. Tanu gave a faint, approving smile. Good lad. Let me accompany him. Calvin's small voice piped up from Seth's pocket. I might be able to reach places he cannot. Tanu hesitated, but Seth was already carefully handing the tiny Nipsey over. Take him. The potion master accepted Calvin and turned away, melting into the shadowy periphery of the hall as Seth hurried back to his seat. Kendra glanced over as Seth settled beside her. What kept you? He gave a casual shrug, though his heart was still racing. Didn't want the night to end. Now I can die content. Where's Tanu? Kendra asked, scanning the room. Probably looking for the restroom, Seth said, keeping his tone light. At the front of the gathering, Celebrant rose once more. The stark, dark injury on his chest now marred his otherwise flawless platinum scales. My apologies for the earlier interruption, the dragon declared, his voice carrying through the hall. Please resume your meal. Seth couldn't help himself. He cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, You okay? I am perfectly well, Celebrant assured him, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. Do not let my minor discomfort distract you. The wound is unsightly, but superficial. Shaking her head at her brother, Kendra finally turned her attention to the spread before her. She hadn't known what to anticipate from a dragon's banquet,
but was relieved to find recognizable dishes, roasted beef and chicken, seasoned potatoes, a sharp cheese, warm bread, squash, and a thick, creamy soup. The meats were heavily spiced, but flavorful. The bread was wonderfully soft, and the cheese had a potent bite. The soup, however, tasted like a peculiar glutinous ordeal. She was just taking a bite of bread when a trumpet sounded. Kreia the eagle, representing Raj Farana of the Zowali Protectorate. The goblin announcer proclaimed. A magnificent golden eagle swept into the hall, landing gracefully on the back of Lord Dalgarell's chair. "Greetings, Dalgarell," the eagle said in a clear feminine voice. "Raj sends his best wishes." Her keen gaze dropped to Kendra. "You must be the new caretaker." "I'm Kendra. This is my brother, Seth. You wear the medallion, Kendra," Kreia observed. "My turn today," Kendra explained.
We alternate. "She is a true caretaker," Karzal remarked from across the table, a note of pride in his voice. "She speaks Gnomish. Did I miss anything of importance?" Kreia asked. Dalgarell let out a low chuckle. "Take a look at our host." Kreia's eagle eyes fixed on Celebrant. "Good heavens! What happened to him?" "Madrigus," Dalgarell said. "No, he's one of their elite, part of Celebrant's own guard. He issued a challenge tonight," Dalgarell continued. "Right here, in front of everyone." "I missed it," Kreia exclaimed, her feathers ruffling slightly. "These gatherings are usually so tedious." "Not to an observer who reads the room," Dalgarell countered. "The political undercurrents are always shifting. Tonight offered some rather unexpected excitement. Someone actually wounded Celebrant," Kreia mused. "It marks the beginning of his decline," Dalgarell stated matter-of-factly. "Truly?" Kendra asked, surprised. "Not immediately, of course," Dalgarell clarified. "But he has now been challenged by a legitimate rival, and he has been physically marked. The scales will heal, but the memory and the precedent is permanent. Kendra here set it all in motion by confronting him. Power, you see, is often more fragile than it appears." "Have you been introduced to the other leaders of the protected territories?" Kreia asked Kendra. "All except Amulon," Kendra replied. "He is seated at the far end of the table," Dalgarell said, gesturing with a tilt of his head. "I believe he arrived during the challenge." Kendra observed the Rumitor standing near the table, his large antlers branching into numerous points as he chewed on a thick slice of cheese. His light brown skin closely resembled the hide of his powerful elk lower body. Seated on a wide, low stool beside him was a massive figure dressed in a simple tunic, with wild hair and a single prominent eye centered above his nose. "Are there other types of cyclopes here?" Kendra inquired. Dalgarell clarified. "Not at Wyrmroost, specifically. There are distinct breeds, Eastern, Western, and Mediterranean varieties, and Himalayan," Eve added promptly. "I was referring to the primary classifications," Dalgarell replied. Eve continued. "The Himalayan cyclopes are truly remarkable. Their single eye functions as a third eye, you see. They are physically sightless," Dalgarell noted, "or so the legends claim. They perceive the world through their minds," Eve explained. Kreia leaned in, suggesting, "You should introduce yourself to Amulon. Gathering allies is crucial right now." Kendra glanced toward Seth, who was engrossed in conversation with Karzal. Disturbing her brother felt unwise. In his present state, he might accidentally offend the entire Rumitor delegation. She stood and made her way along the table until she reached Amulon. The Rumitor towered as tall as Henrik, his impressive antlers adding to his formidable presence. His neck and shoulders were thick with muscle. "Pardon me," Kendra began. "I'm Kendra Sorensen." The Rumitor looked down at her. "The juvenile caretaker," he remarked, his tone dripping with mild amusement. "An unusual circumstance." Bag-Zoo shifted on his stool to peer at her. If he rose, Kendra guessed he would stand double her height. He patted his expansive stomach.
"I've swallowed morsels tonight larger than you," he rumbled, in a voice so deep the words vibrated. Kendra felt a flash of irritation at their patronizing manner, but kept her voice steady. "I don't mind being overlooked. Celebrant made that mistake, and now he's short a few scales." "The dragon shattered those scales," Bagzu stated, his enormous hand resting on his knee. Kendra noticed his surprisingly small fingernails, the edges uneven, as if bitten. "If you say so," she replied. Amulon interjected. "The girl has a point." She confronted Celebrant on the walls of Blackwell Keep, diminished his authority. Bagzu blinked. Or was it a wink? "I could crush her on a whim." "Not this evening." A new voice cut in smoothly. "You would perish before your hand could descend." Kendra turned to find a striking young man behind her, perhaps a year or two older. He had thick, dark hair, piercing dark eyes, and a strong jaw. His elegant black robe of an Eastern-inspired design fit him well, adorned with subtle embroidery at the neck, cuffs, and along the ornate fastenings. Was he one of the fair folk? He lacked their eerie perfection. His nose held a slight crook, as if broken in the past, and a faint scar traced through one eyebrow. These slight imperfections only enhanced his appeal. "And who will prevent me?" Bagzu challenged. "You, dragons," he answered plainly. "Kendra is under dragon guardianship tonight. Moreover, she administers this sanctuary. A little respect is warranted. It was courteous of her to approach you. Kendra, I am Amulon," the Rumator said, offering a curt nod. "May fortune favor you in your duties." The Cyclops began to turn back to the table. "Bagzu," the young man called, his tone light but firm. "Where are your manners? You're being discourteous." The Cyclops turned his single eye. "Should I recognize you? You should recognize Kendra," the young man replied with a confident grin. "She holds authority over all beings here." The Cyclops rolled his eye dramatically. "Celebrant leads the dragons because he defeats any challenger. I lead my tribe through combat triumphs. Kendra is a child appointed by a wizard."
"She could teach you a thing or two," the young man retorted, his grin widening, starting with depth perception. Kendra barely suppressed a laugh. The Cyclops rose to his full intimidating height, looming over her. "Are you also hiding behind dragon protection, little man?" "I am not," the young man said, his smile unwavering. "Would you care to settle this outside?" "You read my thoughts, Bag," Zu growled. Amulon quickly extended a restraining hand against the Cyclops' chest.
"Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Bagzu shot a look at Amulon. "Is that important?" "How many humans are staying at Wormroost?" Amulon inquired. "Hardly any," Bagzu replied. "When did this one get here?" Amulon pressed. "I didn't see him arrive," Bagzu admitted. Amulon's voice dropped. "Some dragons can wear a human form, you know." The Cyclops went pale. "An introduction seems in order," the young man interjected smoothly. "I am Bagzu of the Western Cyclopses," Bagzu announced, puffing out his chest. "Keep off our territory, or we'll crush you into pulp." "How uncivilized," the young man remarked with a faint smile. "But then you are a Cyclops. I suppose manners are too much to ask. Shall we try a joke? What does a Cyclops call an eye patch?" "What?" Bagzu grunted. "A blindfold." "I'm here to eat," Bagzu declared, turning back to the table and attempting to sit. Just as his backside was about to meet the stool, the young man deftly whisked it aside, sending the Cyclops sprawling onto the floor. The brute sat up, his massive fists clenched, his face flushing a deep crimson. "You're testing my limits?" The young man leaned in and gave his nose a light tap. "Manners!" The Cyclops gritted his teeth. "I have protection here tonight, from dragons." "Who says I'm a dragon?" the young man asked. "Amulon does," the Cyclops retorted.
"Care to step outside and settle it?"
the young man offered. The Cyclops took a slow, deep breath, his enormous chest heaving. Get lost, you nuisance! I can smell the meat! He grabbed his stool, held it firmly, and sat down, keeping one hand on it. The young man gave a slight nod to Amulon and guided Kendra back toward her seat. "Are you a dragon?" Kendra whispered, her voice tight with anxiety. "Of course not," the young man said dismissively. "Don't be ridiculous. Then who are you?" He stopped walking. I demanded introductions and failed to give my own. He executed a graceful bow. "I am Ronodin, known to some as the Dark Unicorn." Kendra stared at him, stunned. Bracken had been searching for Ronodin. "You look surprised," Ronodin observed. "You've heard of me?" "A little," Kendra said cautiously, not wanting to reveal too much. Was he like Bracken? Could he read her thoughts? "I know a great deal about you," he said. "I'm the one who captured your boyfriend." Shock quickly turned to anger. "Where is he?" "There's some spirit in you," Ronodin noted, his tone shifting to something almost appreciative. "Yes, I can see it now. Bracken is alive and well. Where is he? It would be terribly inelegant to just tell you," Ronodin said. "He is my prisoner, and you naturally wish to rescue him. Where's the fun in spoiling the game? Why are you here? We all have our secrets, our reasons. And let's be honest, most of us have earlobes. Are you trying to be funny?" "No," Ronodin said flatly. "I am succeeding. I'm disappointed," Kendra admitted. "You were decent back there. You were almost chivalrous." Ronodin shrugged. "I was aiming for rude. Cyclopses are utterly insufferable. I thought you were defending me." "I suppose I was, in a way. No point in denying it. And you took Bracken. I do as I please." "You sound like a spoiled child," Kendra said. "I am gloriously unshackled. What do you want from me?" "He was right about you," Ronodin said, his voice softening slightly. "You have a certain radiance. I've never possessed a light as bright as yours." "Some people say that. I don't really see it. How endearing. You have his first horn." "What? Is there anything more tiresome than feigned ignorance? You have it with you at this very moment. I'm not guessing. Will you hand it over?" "Are you serious?" Kendra asked. "I'd offer a great deal for it," Ronodin said. "Give me Bracken," Kendra demanded. "No, I require Bracken, but I would give almost anything for that horn. I wouldn't trade it to you for anything in the world. Don't decide so quickly. I may not appear impressive, but my offerings are substantial. I can, for instance, transform into a horse with a horn." He then made a face of mock horror. "Oh dear, what? One horn? Does that mean I share a tragic flaw with Cyclopses? Did I mention they are the absolute worst?" "I'm pretty sure you're the worst," Kendra shot back. Ronodin smiled, a genuine spark of amusement in his eyes. "In certain respects, perhaps. Yes, in some ways I'm worse than any Cyclops could ever imagine. I'll accept your insult as a high compliment." "It wasn't a compliment," Kendra stated firmly. "Looking at me now," Ronodin mused, his tone turning reflective and almost wistful. "Doesn't it seem utterly absurd that I can become a horse? Not just any horse, a unicorn. Preposterous, really. But when I'm in that form, the idea of taking this human shape seems equally absurd. No, more so, tottering around on these two spindly legs." "Why are you here?" Kendra asked again, her frustration mounting. "Just to annoy me. Your presence is incidental to my purpose," Ronodin replied with a dismissive wave. "Annoying you is merely a pleasant bonus. Life offers little gifts now and then. But remember, living comes with a cost, and that cost is pain." "It's the same steep price you pay for love. You don't actually live at Wimroost?" Kendra pressed. Ronodin's expression twisted into one of pure distaste. "Not a chance," I answer to no one. "I roam where I please, and do as I wish." "Then what are you doing here? Since you're so insistently curious, I'll extend a courtesy," he said, leaning in slightly. "I shared with Celebrant the precise method to defeat you." A cold dread settled in Kendra's stomach. "How?" "No!" Ronodin cut her off sharply. That topic is closed. Ask 1,000 times, the answer remains the same, unless, of course, you decide to hand over the horn. The horn stays with me, Kendra stated firmly. Then my secrets stay with me? Renaudin countered with a smirk. You should return to your seat. It appears Celebrant has a significant announcement to deliver. Kendra held his gaze for a long moment, frustrated by how unfairly attractive he was. It felt like a deliberate contradiction. She finally turned and walked back to where Seth was sitting. "Who was that?" Seth whispered, glancing past her. "He's still staring. Now he's looking at me." "That's Ronadin, the dark unicorn," Kendra explained quietly. "How does the whole dark sparkles thing even work?" Seth asked, only half joking. "It's not a game," Kendra stressed, her voice low. "He has Bracken. Should we try to take him down?" Seth suggested. "Maybe," Kendra murmured, scanning the room. "Where's Tanu?" "How should I know?" Seth shrugged. "My honored guests." Celebrant's voice boomed as he rose to his full height on the platform. "I trust you found the meal satisfactory. We now move to the more serious matters of this gathering. As you are aware, I serve as a co-caretaker of Wyrmroost alongside Kendra and Seth Sorensen. We have reached a fundamental disagreement regarding the joint stewardship of this sanctuary. Therefore, as the king of all dragons and as a co-caretaker of Wyrmroost, I find my human counterparts to be in violation of our shared duty. I hereby formally declare war upon them and upon all who align with their cause." A ripple of hushed conversation spread along the table. Kendra caught Seth's eye, seeing her own alarm and anxiety reflected in his face. She looked back toward Ronadin, who offered a smug smile and a nod before gesturing pointedly at Celebrant. "This conflict has been brewing for centuries." Celebrant continued, his voice resonating with conviction. "Magical creatures have endured repression and mistreatment at the hands of humanity for far too long. The time has come for us to claim our own destiny. Every creature within Wyrmroost is called to unite under our banner. Those who join us will be richly rewarded. Those who defy us will be obliterated. We extend to our human overseers the option to depart in peace and leave us to self-govern. Should they refuse, they will be eradicated." Kendra's eyes darted to Dalgarel, who was frowning deeply, his gaze fixed on Celebrant. Would his long-held policy of neutrality compel him to remain on the sidelines now? "I grant the citizens of Wyrmroost 2 days to determine their loyalties," Celebrant proclaimed. "I grant our adversaries the same 2 days to prepare. After that, open war will commence until a victor is decided. Do not doubt the outcome. The dragons will triumph. Soaring Cliffs has already fallen to our might, and I received word earlier this evening that Crescent Lagoon, the island sanctuary, has been taken as well." Another wave of murmurs swept through the assembly as the news sank in. Kendra became acutely aware of the dragons scattered around the hall watching her, and Seth with predatory interest, like famished felines observing trapped prey. "Thank you for your attention," Celebrant concluded. "You are free to leave. Regrettably, a band of hill giants breached our stables during tonight's festivities. Several mounts were slain, including the griffins from Blackwell Keep. The giants have paid for their audacity with their lives. I apologize for any disruption their mindless assault has caused. Naturally, the road remains open for all who need to journey home." The journey back felt suddenly daunting. Seth left his seat and approached Dalgarel. "What does this war actually mean?" he asked urgently. "What are they going to do?" "It is uncharted territory for Wyrmroost," Dalgarel replied, his tone grave. "The protective barriers should in theory remain intact. I suspect Celebrant is using this to legitimize rallying your enemies against you and attacking any opposition." "The griffins," Kendra whispered, her heart aching. "Sheba, sage, titan, calculating and ruthless." Dalgarel said softly, "Your mounts were under the dragon's care, yet not under their direct protection.
The dragons were obligated to protect you from adversaries, but they only had to exercise basic caution with your transportation. They can pin the killings on the hill giants.
Celebrant orchestrated this, Seth stated. Without a doubt, Dalgorel confirmed. Kendra looked worried. Can we return safely? Do the shielded pathways extend the entire distance? Shielded pathways exist, Dalgorel replied. It's a possibility. Seth's gaze drifted to the shadowy unicorn observing them from afar. Why is Renodin here? He questioned. Kendra answered. He reportedly informed Celebrant how to overcome us. The gnome Karzal clambered onto the table with his short legs and offered a hand to Kendra, which she shook. Many dragons view gnomes as a sweet treat. They consume us like confections. What is the stance of the fair folk? Seth inquired. Dalgorel responded, You are aware of our principles, Seth. Neutrality in all external affairs. True neutrality is an illusion, Seth countered. In functional terms, we approximate it closely, Dalgorel explained. Choosing neutrality carries its own perils. A significant hazard is finding ourselves isolated without allies. That is the consequence we accept. Kendra turned to the eagle. And the animals, Kreia replied. I cannot speak for Raj. However, the Zawali Protectorate has historically supported the caretakers of Blackwell Keep. The territories will not oppose you openly, Dalgorel added. Amulon will likely remain unaligned unless driven by dire need, and Vatka's intentions are difficult to discern. Noticing Ronodin's persistent stare, Seth excused himself and approached the dark figure who watched him with folded arms and a faint, smug smile. Was this ambush your doing? Seth demanded. Ronodin feigned innocence. The hill giants slaughtering your griffins to strand you. No, the dragons manage their own strategies. I merely provided Celebrant with a crucial insight to secure his victory. Can he be stopped? Seth pressed. You could attempt it, if you possessed sufficient knowledge. Ronodin said, his eyes glinting. Observe your own shadowed nature, nearly as profound as your sister's radiance. It's akin to conversing with the Sphinx himself. You know him? From when he was still intriguing, he became dull, doesn't everyone, eventually? What must we understand to halt Celebrant? Seth asked. Ronodin sighed theatrically. You see, you're already losing my interest. I was once brilliantly luminous, you understand, but the shadows complement me better. They suit you as well. I am not wicked, Seth insisted. Patience, Ronodin murmured. Darkness need not equate to evil, Seth argued. Ronodin chuckled. Evil is often a matter of perspective. Do you harbor any malevolent relatives? There's a cousin I frequently find irritating, Seth admitted. Why is that? He possesses an unbearable arrogance. Ronodin's smile widened. We are fated to be companions. I too have such a cousin. I recently took him captive. Bracken, indeed, a piece of unsolicited counsel. Seize your cousin. It provides clarity. Where is he? Ronodin's eyelids grew heavy, his head lolling forward as he mimicked a snore. Have I dulled your interest once more? His eyes snapped open. You're learning. What if I inquired how to infiltrate Blackwell Keep and eliminate everyone within? I'd likely say nothing, Seth confessed. Thus, I spare you the tedium of asking, Ronodin said. Seth countered. I could also deliberately mislead you. Which would diminish my regard for you, Ronodin stated. I am not easily deceived. I rarely utter falsehoods. The truth, when skillfully presented, is typically sufficient. Am I merely squandering my time in this dialogue? Seth asked. That depends on your objectives, Ronodin replied. I could assist you in cultivating your abilities. You acquired the gift but misplaced the instructions. Your potential exceeds your current comprehension. I have no desire for you as an instructor, Seth declared. Ronodin's tone turned almost wistful. We share common ground. I was once radiant, had a luminous sister, an exasperating cousin. We could form a remarkable duo. I do not extend guidance frequently or without consideration. I'm pursuing independent study, Seth said. Ronodin leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Here is my proposal. Retrieve that unicorn horn from your sister, deliver it to me, and I will not only reveal how to defeat Celebrant, but I will also ensure your safe passage back to Blackwell Keep. I possess a map, Seth replied. We could take the road back to Blackwell Keep, Seth suggested, though the idea felt heavy in the air. In theory, Ronodin replied, his tone dismissive. What's the real problem here? Seth pressed. No more cryptic clues. What would happen if you told me how to beat Celebrant? Ronodin gave a careless shrug. My loyalty isn't for sale to anyone. Then why are you helping a dragon? Seth asked, frustration edging his voice. I have my own purposes, a secret dragon fanatic. Fine, I'll confess, they are impressive, but not when they're planning to wipe everyone out. Enjoy the stroll back, Ronodin said, turning on his heel and walking off without another glance. Seth rejoined Kendra, who was still in conversation with the hag, Lowly Vatka. But will you stand with us? Kendra was asking. You might as well pose your question to the marsh reeds or the rainwater. The hag croaked. A servant cannot answer for the master. Come along, Dalgarel interjected. Eve and I arrived on griffins. I need to check on them. If one is fit, Kendra, you and Seth could use it to fly back to Blackwell Keep. The other could carry Eve and me home. Seth fell into step beside his sister as they followed Dalgorel across the great hall, past tables where guests were already beginning to leave. What was your take on Ronodin? Kendra whispered. I think you should consider having 100 archers aim for him, Seth muttered darkly. No fighting here, Dalgorel warned without turning around. Start any trouble with anyone present, and you invite them to strike back. The dragons would relish an excuse to swoop down on both of you. They might just capture us instead of killing us, Seth argued. To prevent another mortal caretaker from taking your place, Dalgorel asked. Maybe. But if Celebrant became the sole caretaker, he could block any replacements for a good while. I doubt the Dragon King would shed a tear if something happened to you.
Look, there's Tanu, Seth said, feeling a wave of relief. He hoped Calvin was with him. The potion master was walking purposefully toward Ronodin. Do you think he knows who he's approaching? Kendra asked. Seems like it, Seth replied. King Celebrant, Dalgarel called out as they neared the raised platform. Thank you for the fine feast. I must ask after the griffins from Terabel. One lived, one died, Celebrant stated flatly.
Fortunately, I believe the surviving griffin can carry you and your daughter. I trust your judgment, Dalgarel said. Am I to understand your lands will stay neutral in the coming conflict? Celebrant inquired. Yes, Dalgarel confirmed, as per our long-standing policy. You didn't protect our griffins, Kendra said, directing her words to the Dragon King. You should make that right. Regrettably, that was not our agreement, Celebrant replied, a flicker of amusement in his gaze. And I doubt you'd have much success complaining to the hill giants? You're welcome to try, of course. That's not fair, Seth cut in. If you wish for a chance to settle your grievance with me, challenge me to a duel? Celebrant offered, his voice a low rumble. Seth's eyes went to the darkened, scarred patch on the dragon's chest. His hand drifted to the hilt of his sword. What would a lightning strike do to that weakened scale? Don't you dare even consider it, Kendra hissed through gritted teeth. Seth honestly had no clue how powerful the sword's bolt might be, and he wasn't sure even a direct hit would be enough to finish off a dragon of Celebrant's size, vulnerable spot or not. No, thank you, Seth said, forcing a casual tone. You've had a difficult enough evening. You are welcome to linger here, Celebrant said, or the road awaits. Choose carefully. In 2 days' time, your entire experience at Wyrmroost will be transformed. You've already attacked us, Seth accused. Is that what you believe we did? Celebrant asked, a sly, knowing smile playing on his features. An attack. Just wait until you witness what is truly coming. Let's go, Seth, Kendra urged. We're not scared of you, Seth declared, holding the dragon's unblinking stare. Kendra grabbed his elbow and pulled. Following her lead, Seth walked away from the platform with Dalgarel. I regret that I cannot assist you on your journey home, Dalgarel said. The road will be long and dull, but it should offer safe passage. The enchantments guarding the main routes are dependable. At that moment, Raxtus glided over to join them from the side of the hall. I'm sorry about the griffins, he offered. Kendra's voice trembled as she replied. Sheba was kind and brave. They were all innocent.
Your people are killers. You're no different.
Raxtus shifted uncomfortably. It was the giants, he insisted. Kendra halted, turning to face him. Do you get many giant raids in a dragon fortress? Not typically, no, Raxtus admitted. So your dragons can't even protect their own stables within their own walls. Kendra pressed, her tone sharpening. Seth cut in. Don't act innocent. You wanted a fight. Raxtus retreated into the shadows. Seth, Kendra, and Dalgarel moved toward the exit. There was another problem with hill giants, Kendra mentioned, recalling the earlier chaos. They battled a dragon and destroyed a bridge. Correct, Dalgarel confirmed. At Thirsty Gulch. Kendra sighed, a sense of dread settling in. I suppose that's on our path back. Dalgarel gave a grim nod. It is part of the shortest route. Without that bridge, you'd have to leave the main road for a significant distance to skirt the gulch or take the much longer detour around it. Tanu approached, adding, That detour would triple the journey, likely a week of walking, and it passes dangerously close to Stormguard Castle. You've encountered Ronodin? Kendra asked. Tanu's expression darkened. Once, arrogant, through and through. Losing the griffins is a heavy blow. The hill giants were just tools, Seth muttered. Dalgarel replied, Most beings are when dragons are involved. We must send word to Blackwell Keep for aid. How? Seth questioned. Tanu scanned the courtyard. Perhaps Kreia. Kreia! The golden eagle descended, landing gracefully nearby. I was preparing to leave. How can I assist? Can you fly to Blackwell Keep and tell them about our griffins? Kendra asked. Inform them we're travelling the road back. It would be my honour, Kreia said. Is there more? We'll likely attempt the longer route, Tanu added. Leaving the road now would be reckless. Tell them war is coming, Seth stated. The eagle dipped its head. Understood. I am away. She soared ahead and out through the doorway. Eve returned to her father's side, and Seth found himself smiling as he watched her, momentarily forgetting the tension. He had never felt so drawn to anyone. What of our griffins? Eve asked. One was lost, Dalgarel said softly. The other lives Eve's face fell. Cursed dragons. Well, I'm walking to Terabel. You will do no such thing, Dalgarel stated firmly. Conflict is at our doorstep. The bridge at Thirsty Gulch is gone. You will return with me on the surviving griffin. It will be Lady, Eve said with certainty. Starfire would have charged the giants. He would have protected her. Whoever remains, we ride together, Dalgarel insisted. I refuse, Eve countered. Dalgarel glanced at the others. A moment, please. He led his daughter aside. Seth watched their animated discussion. Someone's in for it, Seth whispered. We all are, Kendra said quietly. We're a long way from safety, Seth shrugged, trying to sound confident. We'll be on a guarded road. It's fine. Maybe we'll get to see more of the sanctuary. The dragons won't just let us go, Kendra warned. We should create some distance from this castle before we plan further, Tanu suggested. Should we wait for Eve? Seth asked, looking back. Kendra shook her head. I doubt her father would approve. We need to move, Tanu agreed. Let's depart. Seth eyed Tanu's pouches and whispered, "How did it go?" Tanu fixed him with a stern look. "Not now, Seth. Is the tiny hero okay?" Seth pressed. Tanu gave a quick thumbs up. Kendra took one of Seth's arms, Tanu the other, and together they marched from the castle, located the road's start, and began their descent down the cold mountainside. Barrel Knox pushed the door open, allowing a sliver of hallway light to cut into the gloom of Dale's chamber. The slender man lay on his side, head buried in his pillow, breathing softly in sleep. The room carried his scent, a familiar presence lingering in the air. Ever since learning the secrets of Fablehaven, Knox had grown even more obsessed with the mysterious barrel that had whisked him away to Wimroost. The problem was the basement door stayed stubbornly locked, keeping him from another look. That morning, he'd spotted Dale using a key from his ring to get down there. So Knox waited up in bed, listening as the old house settled into silence, punctuated only by Dale's steady snoring. Now was his chance. He had to find that key without rousing the handyman. Creeping into the room, Knox eased the door almost shut. He moved with painstaking care, each step measured, his breathing shallow. Getting caught snooping around would be a disaster. A floorboard groaned under his weight. The sound seemed deafening to him, like a trap springing, but Dale's snoring never hitched. In the dim light, Knox scanned the walls for a hook, then checked the nightstand. Nothing. His eyes landed on a pair of brown corduroys slung over a chair. Those had to be today's pants. Tiptoeing closer, he slid a hand into one front pocket. Empty. But as he withdrew it, a faint jingle came from the other pocket. There was the key ring. He carefully pulled it free, but several keys clinked together. Dale snorted and sat up. Knox dove to the foot of the bed, flattening himself against the floor, his heart pounding wildly. He heard Dale smack his lips. "Someone there?" The handyman mumbled, his voice thick with sleep, pressing his cheek to the cool wood. Knox held his breath. What would they do if they caught him? Did Fablehaven have a special jail for rule breakers? At the very least, the humiliation would be unbearable. After a moment, he heard Dale flop back onto his pillow, rustling the covers before his breathing evened out again. Knox waited, clutching the 7 or 8 keys tightly to prevent any further noise. He counted silently to 100, fighting the urge to bolt. Only when the snoring resumed did he finally slip out, gently closing the door behind him. As he moved down the hallway, the fear of discovery melted away, replaced by a giddy thrill, now to reach the basement and find that barrel. He descended the stairs to the main floor, where the familiar furniture was reduced to strange, hulking shapes in the deep shadows. A soft glow from the kitchen drew his attention. He approached cautiously, worried someone might be raiding the fridge. Peering around the corner, he saw not a person, but a bustling crew of tiny figures darting across the countertop. Some were rolling dough, others cutting it into intricate shapes, and a few were arranging the pieces on baking sheets. Grandma Larson had mentioned she'd sometimes leave out ingredients for the brownies to turn into treats. Even after all the fairies he'd seen outside, encountering magical creatures indoors still caught him off guard. He watched, mesmerized by their silent efficiency. Suddenly, fingers brushed his hand. Knox jerked back, barely stifling a yelp. It was Tess, looking up at him with wide, excited eyes, dressed in an oversized T-shirt and shorts. She pointed eagerly toward the kitchen. He took her elbow and guided her out of sight. "What are you doing up?" he whispered. "I try to catch the brownies," Tess confessed. "I've only seen them one other time. You get up in the middle of the night just to look for them." "Sometimes," she said. "They never want to talk, though. They zoom away the second I try." Knox peeked back into the kitchen. The counter was now empty. "They're gone. Grandma says they have super hearing and get scared really easy," Tess explained.
They're super shy.
"Fast, too." The cookies they were working on are still sitting there. They'll come back and finish, Tess said. Then she tilted her head. Where are you going anyway?
What do you mean?
Knox replied, trying to sound casual. Tess noticed the keys in his hand. You have keys, she observed. Knox glanced down at them. I found them. No idea what they unlock. Let's try some doors, Tess suggested eagerly. No, Knox said firmly. You should be asleep. Too much excitement for sleeping, Tess countered. Go back to bed, Knox insisted. I have stuff to take care of. I'll help you with it. Knox crossed his arms, the keys jingling softly. You're going to get us both caught. So are you. You can't tell anyone you saw me, Knox warned. Of course I can, Tess replied with a shrug. It has to be a secret, Knox pressed. Tess met his gaze steadily. Make me part of the secret, and I'll keep it. What's that supposed to mean?
Let me do whatever you're doing. And my lips are sealed, she said, dramatically miming, locking her mouth and throwing away the key. You won't enjoy it, Knox argued. I'm heading down to the basement. We have a basement, Tess whispered, her eyes widening with delight. I'm coming too. It's probably going to be creepy, Knox tried. Why would a basement be creepy? It could be full of cobwebs and who knows what else. Big deal, Tess said. There might be monsters down there.
Maybe friendly ones. Go to bed, or you're going to be in serious trouble, Knox repeated. Let me come, or I'm telling, Tess bargained. Knox grimaced. You really don't want to come. I'm going somewhere dangerous called Wormroost. Why do you want to look at worms? It's not for worms, Knox explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. It's a place like this one, only way more incredible. What makes it so incredible? It's all classified, Knox said.
How do you know it's better? I've been there once. What's it like? Risky. There's a castle and dragons. Tess stared at him, utterly amazed. A real castle. I have to see that. It's not some sparkly princess castle, Knox clarified. It's more like a fortress. Forts are awesome, and dragons are too. I want to meet one. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Grandpa didn't give many details, but they sound pretty fierce. Grandpa told you about Worm Place, Tess asked.
Wormroost, Knox corrected. I asked him about it after I saw the fairies and figured out what's really happening here. When I went before, I hadn't tried the magical milk yet. Grandpa only told me a little. He doesn't like talking about it. How did you get there? Tess pressed. I've already said too much. The more you tell me, the less I tell Grandma. You're turning into a real negotiator. I want to see the castle, Tess insisted. I went through a barrel, Knox admitted.
Do I look that gullible? I'm serious, Knox said. A magical barrel. Grandpa keeps it in the basement. Now, I definitely have to come. I need to see this. If you come, you'll be in massive trouble. You could even get seriously hurt. Then why do you want to go? Knox looked at his sister, because I think Kendra and Seth might be there, and it's a sanctuary like Fablehaven, but the real version, I think we're stuck at the beginner level. Wimroost is the advanced league. I have to see it, Tess said, her voice softening. I miss our cousins. It felt like we barely got to know them before they left. No reason they should get to experience the amazing stuff and not us, Knox agreed. Right, Tess said. Us. I'm coming. You'll probably be annoying, though. I won't. I think it's unavoidable. Annoying is basically your default setting. It's in your blood. It'll be less fun by yourself, Tess pointed out. Plus, I can see the magical creatures without drinking the milk. You might need my help. Fine, come on then, before I rethink this.
Knox relented.
We're looking for the magic barrel, Tess asked.
If we can find it, Knox said. He led the way through the quiet kitchen to the basement door. Just like during his last exploration, the door at the top of the stairs was unlocked, but the heavy iron door at the bottom wouldn't move when Knox pushed against it. With only the faint light from the kitchen spilling down, the space was shadowy. I don't see a light switch, Tess whispered. We don't want it too bright. Someone might see. If we had a light, we could close the door to the kitchen, Tess reasoned. That might actually hide us better. Good point, Knox conceded. Should I go look for a flashlight? Tess offered. Maybe in a bit. Knox narrowed his eyes, scanning the key ring for one that matched the heavy iron door. The first two were close, but wouldn't fit the lock. The third slid in smoothly, turning with a soft click. He pulled the door open to reveal a passageway stretching into blackness. A chill draught whispered past, suggesting it ran deep. It's pitch black in there, Tess observed, peering over his shoulder. Find a light. A series of bare bulbs flickered to life along the corridor's length. The transport barrel sat just a short walk ahead. But between them and the barrel, perched on a tiny three-legged stool, was a wiry greenish figure with pointed bat-like ears. It leaped up, shaking a fist. Who ordered the lights? It snarled. Is there a crisis? Knox quickly killed the lights, his heart hammering. What was that thing? Some sort of nightmare. A match scratched and flared, and soon a lantern's glow pushed back the dark. The scowling creature stomped forward, lantern in one hand, the other planted on its hip. Tess ducked behind Knox. State your purpose, it demanded. For a wild second, Knox considered running. The iron door suddenly made a lot of sense, but the creature, while alarming, wasn't particularly large, and its expression seemed more one of profound annoyance than murderous intent. A guardian, perhaps? Probably watching over the barrel. If they were going to use it, the moment was now. We're headed for Wormroost, Knox managed. The creature halted a couple of steps away, thrusting the lantern toward his face. Human children? Not the usual pair, though. You all blend together after a while. Why is the small one cowering? I'm not cowering, Tess said, peeking out. You're just unexpectedly intense. The creature puffed out its narrow chest. Damn right I am. It gave a wet snort. First sensible thing I've heard in hours. Nothing strikes fear like a goblin in his prime. What's your name? Tess ventured. You've never heard of Slago, the goblin retorted. Must be fresh off the farm. We're just transiting through to Wormroost, Knox explained. Nobody informed me, Slago stated flatly. My orders are to guard this barrel. Only the Sorensons come out. Nobody goes in without direct word from Hank or Gloria. Hank and Gloria are our grandparents, Knox said. Who do you think gave us the keys? We're supposed to meet up with Seth and Kendra. I require confirmation from Hank, Slago insisted. He's asleep, Knox replied. Had a long day? Gloria too. Everyone's asleep. It's the middle of the night. Then why are you two awake and poking around? Slago asked, his lantern swaying. Because this is our scheduled departure time for Wormroost, Knox said, trying to sound official. To see the castle, Tess added helpfully. Slago rubbed his bony jaw. Well, I suppose if you don't belong, they won't let you through on the other end. Can't imagine what trouble a couple of pups could cause. I'll need to keep those keys, however. Can't have them wandering off to another preserve. Fine, Knox said, handing over the key ring. Can we go now? I suppose, Slago grumbled, stepping aside. I despise speaking English, tangles my tongue something awful. You're very good at it, Tess offered. Of course I am, Slago said. Years of practice. A waste of effort, really. Dreadful language. Get on with it. Knox's main worry now was the reception on the other side. With any luck, the guards there would remember him from his last trip. I should go first, Knox said. Suit yourself. Slago waved a dismissive hand. I'll be glad to snuff this lantern. Hurts my eyes. How will you see? Tess asked. Goblins see finest in the dark, Slago explained. Other light levels are negotiable. It's overrated. I need it, Tess said. Knox climbed into the barrel. Tess, once I vanish, climb in and crouch down, he demonstrated. squatting low. "Whim roost," he announced, just as he had when travelling with Seth. Immediately a strong, hairy hand gripped his shoulder and hauled him upright. He was in a different chamber, the same arrival point as before. A new goblin, taller, bulkier, and more ape-like in build, glared down at him. "You again?" it grunted. "I haven't been told to expect any visitors," the goblin stated. Knox held his ground. "I'm here to meet the Sorensens, just doing what I was told." The creature assisted him out of the barrel, its grip surprisingly firm. Getting that scepter was something else. We'd all be cinders without it. "My sister's with me," Knox added. The goblin peered into the container. "So I see." He carefully lifted Tess out. She gaped at him, utterly speechless. "Appreciate it," Knox said. "I have to notify someone of your arrival," the goblin insisted, a note of anxiety creeping into his voice. "My head's on the chopping block if this turns out to be trouble." "Understood," Knox replied. At least he had arrived, and now he could see the goblin clearly for what it was, a stark contrast to his last visit, when every resident of the castle had worn a human disguise. That magical milk changed everything. "Brunwyn!" the goblin shouted suddenly. "We've got company!" Travelling the winding dirt path away from Skyhold, Kendra kept her eyes on the dragons circling far overhead, their silhouettes edged in silver moonlight. Tanu carried a flashlight, but insisted the moon was guide enough. He remained quiet, focused, so they moved swiftly, using the descending slope to maintain a hurried pace. The night air had a bite, but between her coat and the effort of walking, she stayed warm. More than anything, she craved distance from those dragons. The declaration of war was out in the open now. No more subtle games. How were she and Seth, with their small band of allies, supposed to stand against dragons? All Kendra wanted was the safety of Blackwell Keep's walls, but was hiding behind magical barriers, a strategy for victory. It beat, standing in the open, she supposed. The feeling of exposure was intense. This road felt like a threadbare blanket against a dragon's fury. A sudden clatter from behind made her heart lurch, and she almost stumbled off the path. She, Seth, and Tanu quickly moved aside as the gnome leader, Karzal, rattled up in his small chariot, drawn by 5 powerful wolf-like dogs. "Whoa there," Karzal called, pulling the reins to halt the panting animals. "Sweet ride," Seth remarked. "Gets the job done." Karzal conceded in clear English. "My condolences about your griffins. Dealing with dragons is a filthy business. How far is your kingdom?" Kendra asked. "A decent trek," Karzal said, his gaze scanning the dark horizon. "Reaching Skyhold requires significant preparation. I departed the moment my invitation arrived, just to be punctual." "Why not fly?" Seth inquired. Karzal shuddered visibly. "Gnomes and the open sky are not a harmonious mix. We belong close to the soil. Pity this cart won't accommodate your size, or I'd offer you a lift." "Something tells me the dragons overhead wouldn't approve," Kendra said, looking up nervously. "Why should I care?" Karzal retorted with a dry chuckle. "Dragons only grin at gnomes when they're thinking of dinner." "Do gnomes use these roads often?" Kendra asked. "From time to time," Karzal said. "They offer crucial protection for residents of the 5 territories, especially when travel beyond our borders is necessary." "So we're safe here on the road," Kendra said, more a hopeful statement than a question. "Until Midsummer Eve," Karzal corrected. "On the festival night, the road's protections drop. Only the defences around the territories and the keep itself hold, and in an emergency, the odd roadside inn with just 2 days left. You'll want to make haste." "Sadly, we can't take the direct route to the keep," Kendra admitted. "The bridge at Thirsty Gulch is gone." "Is that so?" Karzal mused. "Then you're going my way. Be cautious when the road skirts Stormguard Castle. I make it a point to race past that place at top speed, and only in full daylight." "Why?" Seth pressed. You haven't heard the legend of the cursed castle? Karzal asked, raising a bushy eyebrow. No, Seth said, glancing at Tanu. You? The potion master gave a non-committal shrug. Only rumors. Nobody knows the full tale, Karzal said, his voice dropping. And nobody's likely to. It's not every day a bustling fortress falls completely silent overnight. Those who go poking around either learn nothing useful or don't come back at all. This longer route goes past it? Kendra asked, a knot forming in her stomach. Naturally it does, Karzal confirmed. It was once the very centre of Wyrmroost. The castle is older than the sanctuary itself, Karzal explained. Seth wondered if the dragons had placed a curse upon it. It's difficult to say with certainty, Karzal admitted, but probably not. There's no sign of fire or battle damage. No clear assault. The place simply went quiet. Kendra asked how long ago this had happened. Centuries, Karzal replied, long before my time. He glanced back up the mountain trail. I should go. You should too. Aim for the closest roadhouse by tonight. They're placed at regular intervals. You'll at least have proper beds. Good luck to you. I must report these new developments to my people. The gnomes stand with you. With a shake of the reins and a shout, his dog-drawn chariot sped away, quickly vanishing from sight. As Kendra, Seth and Tanu resumed their trek, Kendra questioned how much aid the gnomes could truly offer. Maybe if the dragons get peckish, Seth suggested. Appetizers can be a useful diversion. The conversation turned to the looming deadline of Midsummer Eve. If we're still traveling when it arrives, we're finished, Kendra said anxiously. We must trust that Kriya delivered our message and that Blackwell Keep sends help, Tanu stated. Otherwise, these roadhouses may function like protected shelters. Both Seth and Tanu confirmed they had maps to consult when light permitted. Kendra worried about dragons blocking their path to safety. We'll just fight through them, Seth declared, hand on his sword hilt. Maybe don't get overconfident, Kendra cautioned. That's the potion influencing you, Tanu reminded them. Seth sighed, wishing for the speed of the gnomes' dog carts. Griffins would be even faster, Kendra mused. Soon hoofbeats echoed from behind. They moved aside as Amilon the Rumator thundered past without a glance. Too bad Antler Boy won't offer a ride, Seth remarked. He's incredibly fast. Kendra noted he didn't seem fond of them. Of course not, Seth said. He's not much taller than my waist. We need taller allies. A tiny voice of protest came from Seth's pocket. We'll work with what we have, Seth corrected. For now, let's keep moving down the mountain, Tanu urged. Seth asked about the raid on Madrigus. Tanu preferred to put more distance between them and Skyhold first, but he lowered his voice and described it. It was breathtaking. My only regret was how little I could carry. I emptied my pack completely, but picture it. The wealthiest treasure vault in the world, mountains of gold, piles of jewels, and only your 2 hands and 1 bag to take it.
One chance.
He shook his head, a wistful smile touching his lips. So much remained behind. A tiny fist tapped Seth's side. Not that preserved tear duct, Calvin piped up. Sometimes smaller allies have their perks. Tanu agreed, grateful for their tiny companion who accessed spaces he couldn't reach under such time pressure. Seth asked if he'd secured good materials. What I left behind might torment me forever, Tanu confessed. Ingredients a potion master dreams of for a lifetime. But I acquired so much. My pack is overflowing with rare components I never thought I'd possess. It's been generations since anyone brewed with jellied dragon pancreas. Kendra asked if he could use it now. A bit, perhaps. Tanu said, far more if I had a proper lab. I'd give anything to get some of this haul on ice. They picked up their pace, with Kendra in the lead. Her mind raced with thoughts of the coming war and the preparations they lacked time to complete. The night grew marginally warmer as they descended, though the air stayed crisp. Above, the silhouettes of moonlit dragons circled against a starry sky. Eventually, the road leveled and met a crossroads. Which way? Kendra asked. This is the outer road, Tanu identified, one of the 5 primary routes, Seth added. Turning right is the faster route back to the keep, Tanu said. But with the bridge destroyed, I believe we must go left. You look like you could use assistance. A voice called softly from the darkness behind them. Kendra turned to see Eve stepping into view, her approach nearly silent. "What are you doing here?" Kendra asked. "I slipped away from my father," Eve replied. "I heard enough of his lecture for one night. Eve pretended to go along with everything, then slipped away while her father was busy getting things ready at the stable. Lord Dalgarel is going to be absolutely furious," Tanu remarked. Seth looked at Eve. "Isn't he searching for you right now?" With a small smile, Eve glanced upward. "He keeps circling up there. I just step off the path whenever he gets too close." "That's a risky move, leaving the main road," Tanu cautioned. "I've never had a proper adventure," Eve confessed, her eyes bright. "I've read about hundreds. I've always wanted one of my own. We are in serious trouble," Kendra pointed out, her voice tense. "Exactly," Eve said, her excitement undimmed. "This isn't about swiping tarts from the pantry or poking around in some dusty old mill. This is genuine peril." "I get that feeling," Seth said, nodding. Kendra gave her brother a light shove on the arm. "You are not helping the situation." A cheerful greeting came from Seth's pocket as Calvin popped his head out, one tiny arm waving. "Good to see you all. Is that Calvin?" Eve asked, leaning in with curiosity. "How are you holding up?" "A bit damp with dragon remains, but managing," Calvin replied. "Are you certain running off is the right choice?" "I can be useful," Eve insisted. "You're all newcomers here. You're really heading left, past Stormguard Castle?" "Only until we can get assistance from Blackwell Keep," Tanu explained. Eve clasped her hands together. "How absolutely exciting! What have you heard about the place?" Seth inquired. "The rumours are endless," Eve said. "Was the castle here before Wormroost was established?" Kendra asked. "Long before," Eve confirmed. "It began as a hidden realm of the fair folk. That's why so many of my kin still live in this territory. Good King Weldon, who rules the fair folk in these lands, permitted the founders of Wormroost to build the sanctuary around his ancient home. The region of Terabel was set aside for the fair folk who aren't connected to the castle itself." "But the castle fell under a curse," Kendra stated. "King Hollerix was the final ruler of Stormguard Castle," Eve explained. "He had 3 sons, Tregane, Heath and Lochland. For a time there was regular trade and friendship between the people of Terabel and the castle. Then one day all contact stopped. The castle fell completely silent. We don't know what occurred. We only know that no one ever came out again, and not a single soul who has dared to enter has ever come back." "Maybe we could just ring the doorbell and sprint away," Seth joked. Kendra felt the familiar urge to elbow him for his constant levity. "I wouldn't chance it," Eve said seriously. "Those who even approach the castle too closely tend to vanish. Sometimes smaller individuals can move in and out of places without being seen," Calvin offered from his pocket. "Not a terrible thought," Eve murmured. "Are there any theories about what happened?" Kendra pressed. "Nothing that fully makes sense," Eve admitted. "There was no outward sign of a struggle or attack. The entire fortress just went quiet overnight." Could it have been a sickness, Seth wondered. If it was, it acts with a speed that prevents anyone from escaping to tell the tale, Eve said. "I know of no illness that works that swiftly," Tanu added. "Some form of powerful enchantment or curse is a far more likely explanation, which is precisely why we should give it a very wide berth." "How do you even fight a curse?" Seth asked. "That depends entirely on the curse," Tanu said. "A curse potent enough to paralyze or obliterate an entire castle. You don't ask how to fight it. You learn how to steer clear of it. We have plenty of our own problems without going looking for a cursed castle," Kendra said firmly. This road, however, will lead us right past Stormguard Castle, Eve reminded them. We'll be closer than is likely wise. A sudden rush of air announced a griffin soaring past, barely 10 feet above them. Eve went perfectly still, pressing a finger to her lips as the majestic creature followed the road ahead and then disappeared from sight. "Your father?" Seth whispered. Eve gave a single nod. "How did he not see us?" Seth asked, bewildered. "He should know by now he won't spot me if I don't wish it," Eve said simply. "Is he blind?" Seth pressed. "And the griffin too?" "I have a certain talent," Eve said, her voice soft. "What do you mean?" Kendra asked. "All of the fair folk possess a gift," Eve explained. "At least one. A magical affinity." "You can make people go blind," Seth blurted. Eve let out a quiet laugh. "Not quite, though. It can seem that way sometimes. I can influence what others see. I can encourage them to see what I would like them to see. So what did you make your father see just now?" Seth asked.
"I wasn't focusing on him specifically," Eve said. "I was gently shading us, helping us blend into the road and the scenery for any watching eyes. It worked on both my father and his griffin." "You never actually hid in the bushes to avoid him," Seth realized aloud. "No," Eve said, a faint, proud smile touching her lips. "I didn't need to. Griffins move with a speed and silence that makes them nearly impossible to detect. How could I have anticipated his arrival?" Kendra turned to Eve.
"How long can you keep us hidden?" she asked. "For a time," Eve admitted, her voice carrying a note of strain. "It's exhausting, like running a marathon. The longer I maintain the illusion, the more drained I become. Trying to alter multiple appearances at once only speeds up the fatigue." Seth's eyes lit up with a mischievous idea. "Could you make me look like a bear?" "I could," Eve said, a faint smile touching her lips, but only until someone took a really good look. "My magic works best when the changes are subtle. Things you only half see out of the corner of your eye. A bear tends to draw attention, and focused attention is what breaks the spell. So if they stare right at it, the illusion falls apart," Kendra concluded. "Precisely," Eve nodded. "I usually avoid explaining how this works. The less people know about my abilities, the more effective they are."
"But since we're travelling together now, and since we already caught you in the act," Seth cut in with a grin, "what did we look like to your father back there?"
"I blended us with the color and texture of the road itself," Eve explained. "Like chameleons. I'm still maintaining it because he will return. He knows you couldn't have gotten far from the feast grounds on foot. When he finds no trace of you on the road, he'll guess I'm involved. He won't give up." Tanu's expression grew serious. "Is it wise for you to accompany us? We risk being caught on the road when Midsummer Eve arrives." "If it comes to that, we'll seek shelter in a roadhouse," Eve stated. "Will a simple roadhouse hold against a festival night?" Tanu pressed. "It should if travelers are inside," Eve assured him. "The road's protections may fail, but the roadhouses themselves are designed to remain safe havens." "Against dragons?" Kendra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "In theory, yes," Eve said, though her tone lacked absolute certainty. "Let us hope we find aid before such a test," Tanu murmured. Seth piped up again. "How often do we come across these roadhouses?" "About a day's walk apart," Eve replied. They continued their march in a heavy silence. Kendra watched the moon dip toward the jagged mountain peaks. High above, the spectral shapes of dragons drifted lazily, so distant they almost seemed like part of the scenery. The quiet was shattered when the griffin came streaking back up the road, flying low, not 15 feet above the ground. The group froze as it shot past overhead, the rush of air ruffling their hair, before it vanished once more into the night. "Your father is certainly determined," Seth remarked. "So am I," Eve replied flatly. "I can vouch for that," Calvin added with a chuckle. "Back in Terabel, she was like a dog with a bone until I finally agreed to wade through that vat of pudding." From the impenetrable darkness flanking the road came unsettling noises, the rustle of leaves, the sharp crack of a branch, punctuated by low growls and unidentifiable mournful cries. Kendra kept walking, trying to place her faith in the invisible barrier that separated the road from the wilds of Wimroost. In the distance, a chorus of howls escalated into frantic shrieks and manic cackling. What was that? Kendra whispered, her skin crawling. Best not to dwell on it, Tanu advised, his own posture tense. What was it? Seth insisted. Never one to let a mystery lie. Tanu sighed. I know that sound. Werewolves. People who turn into wolves, Seth asked. Many lose their humanity altogether, Tanu explained. The human form becomes a fleeting costume, and even in it they are nothing but savage beasts. It's a particular problem here in Wyrmroost, Eve added. Especially in the remote regions you'll find wereboas, werelynxes, and werewolves. Sounded like they made a kill, Seth observed. It did? Tanu agreed grimly. Notice how the noise has stopped. A new, more disturbing thought occurred to Seth. Are they eating now? The ensuing quiet felt heavier and more threatening than the noise had been. Can we please talk about something else? Kendra pleaded, wrapping her arms around herself. Of course, sorry, Tanu said, his eyes lifting to the sky in a deliberate shift. The stars are particularly beautiful tonight. It's hard to look up without seeing dragons gliding among them, Kendra said, following his gaze. A practical worry surfaced. Can they see us right now, even with the camouflage? If they've had you under constant surveillance since Skyhold, then my deceptions are useless, Eve admitted. But if their attention lapses, it might be tricky for them to pick up our trail again. I'll do everything I can. Seth leaned in close to Kendra, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You have to admit, having her around could be really useful. Kendra glanced at Eve, then back at her brother, her voice low with concern. We also don't want to make enemies of the entire Fairfolk. It's obvious they don't want her mixed up with our group, someone remarked.
Relax, Seth replied with an optimistic tone. They're known for staying out of things by the time the roadhouse appeared on the horizon. The moon had disappeared behind the mountain peaks. The structure was a low, sturdy building crafted from interlocking stones, topped with a slate roof that sloped down from a solitary chimney. It was little more than a cozy cabin. Even though this wasn't their end goal, Kendra felt a wave of comfort upon seeing it.
The heavy front door was unlatched, and once Tanu lit a small lamp, the interior's neatness took her by surprise. The wooden floor was swept clean, if not shiny. The windows with their glass panes were dressed with curtains, and a stocked wood box sat ready beside the hearth. She noticed no spiderwebs or dust, and she tallied 6 simple beds, a pair of rocking chairs, and a table surrounded by 4 chairs. Should we get a fire going? Tanu wondered aloud. I doubt our arrival is much of a secret anymore. Certainly not from my father, Eve stated, lifting a note from the table and giving it a wave. What's it say? Seth inquired. That he'll come for me at dawn, Eve answered. My guess is he headed to Terabel to deliver a message. He'll return. Tanu began arranging logs in the fireplace. We should try to rest. We have a great deal of distance to travel over the next few days.
I'm not abandoning you, Eve declared firmly, placing the paper down. Seth collapsed onto one of the cots. Can he just haul you onto a griffin against your will? I suppose we'll discover that tomorrow, Eve said, sliding the door bolt shut. Should I take the first watch? We ought to be secure enough here, Tanu responded. Let's all get some sleep. He sprinkled a bit of powder over the logs, struck a match, and the cheerful fire sprang to life.
Kendra removed her shoes, pulled back the blankets, and settled onto a cot. The battle against the dragons would begin in the morning. What would that even look like? The night after next was Midsummer Eve, that promised utter chaos, a complete disaster. The dragons were said to have a method to secure victory. Kendra and her companions had a tremendous puzzle to solve. Was it foolish to hope that someone else might stumble upon the answer? So many questions hung in the air, and it was very late. Kendra was utterly drained now that she was still. She felt herself dissolving into the mattress. Her weariness swallowed her whole, pulling her into a deep, dreamless slumber elsewhere as Brunwyn guided Knox and Tess through the corridors of Blackwell Keep. Knox swiveled his head, trying to take in everything at once. He saw dwarves, a serpentine woman with 6 arms, flickering torches and oil lamps in place of electric bulbs, towers and fortified walls. And of course he was trailing behind a large, hairy minotaur. "Are there truly dragons in this place?" Tess asked, her voice full of awe. "You really don't want to encounter any of them," Brunwyn warned. "They'd chill you to your core." "You're Brunwyn, right?" Knox said. "The same one who helped me out of that barrel before?" "That's me," the Minotaur confirmed. "You look way more impressive now," Knox remarked. "I appeared human to you previously?" Brunwyn questioned. "Yeah," Knox admitted. "Well, then naturally I look better now," Brunwyn said with a dignified sniff. "I've never met a cowman before," Tess chimed in. Knox couldn't quite hold back a snort of laughter. "Bullman," Brunwyn corrected, sounding slightly offended. "Minotaur is the preferred term. The females might be considered cowwomen, I suppose, but I'd avoid phrasing it that way." Knox followed Brunwyn down a hallway and into a chamber where they found Stan and Ruth Sorensen in conversation with an elderly Asian gentleman. A large bird of prey was perched on the headboard of the room's bed. Stan turned toward Knox, his expression one of pure shock. "Am I seeing things? What are you doing here? And Tess?" "We came to see the dragons," Tess announced.
"And how did you know to come here?" Ruth asked. "She can see the fairies," Knox explained. "Without needing the milk. She can see everything. I finally tried some myself." "Drinking milk doesn't transport you to Wyrmrest," Stan pointed out. "It takes a special barrel," Knox said. "You know I've been here before. Does your Grandma Larson have any idea you're here?" Ruth pressed. "No one knows," Knox answered. "Where are Seth and Kendra?"
That was precisely what we were discussing. The large bird stated. "This is Kreia the eagle," Ruth introduced. "And this is Marat, the former caretaker of Wyrmrest." Marat offered a slight bow. "The eagle can talk," Tess observed. Her eyes wide, Ruth introduced Kreia as an envoy from a land where animals speak. Stan acknowledged that Kendra and Seth had faced peril previously, but emphasized the unique threat of their current situation, a dragon sanctuary on the brink of chaos. Tess, with youthful curiosity, asked why they couldn't simply return home. Stan explained it wasn't that straightforward. After their audience with the dragons, their means of transport had been destroyed. The roads offered a temporary shield from dragon attacks, but that protection would vanish at sunset on Midsummer Eve, less than 2 days away. Marat suggested the roadhouses could serve as shelters. Stan crossed his arms, visibly uneasy. "I don't like it," he stated firmly. "We must bring them home before the solstice." Marat proposed sending griffins, but doubted the dragons would allow them safe passage. He offered an alternative, deploying some of the Luvians along the road. At Tess's puzzled look, Ruth clarified that Luvians were exceptionally intelligent horses, renowned for their speed and strength. Stan wondered if the griffins could fly low, skimming the road for cover. Marat shook his head. "The protection is absolute only for those physically on the road. If dragons decided to pursue, the griffins would be forced to land and run to the children. Over a great distance, they'd likely be outpaced by the Luvians." Knox, remembering his previous immunity, volunteered to help. Stan reminded him sharply that drinking the milk had ended his state of ignorant protection. "It was your complete obliviousness that shielded you then," Stan said. When Knox asked if dragons were truly real, Stan met his gaze with sober intensity. "You have no idea?" Ruth then gestured to Marat, revealing, "He's a dragon," Marat added. "It was merely his human form, Tess, thrilled, clapped and begged for a transformation. Enough! Stan roared, his voice louder than Knox had ever heard. This isn't a game. Kendra and Seth might not survive. The dragons have declared war. A heavy silence fell over the room. Tess moved closer and took Knox's hand. Stan, refocusing, ordered the Luvians that had carried Kendra and Seth before to be set running, plus 2 additional ones. Marat asked if Henrik should also be dispatched. Tell him to use his best judgment, Stan replied. As Marat left, Stan turned a stern gaze to Knox. How did you children get here unnoticed? I thought Hank secured that barrel in the dungeon. I might have borrowed Dale's key, Knox admitted. Stan paled. Did anyone see you go down? How did you relock the door?
A knot of dread tightened in Knox's stomach. I left the key with Slago. Stan closed his eyes, wrestling with visible anger. Goblins are never given keys. They are not trustworthy. We need to reach that barrel immediately. Ruth urged, her voice edged with alarm. Yes, we should, Stan agreed, hurrying out the door. Ruth instructed the Minotaur, Brunwyn, who was waiting outside to accompany them. Knox and Tess trailed Brunwyn through the winding halls and down staircases until they arrived at the storage room. Stan and Ruth froze in disbelief. The barrel was missing. An ape-like goblin lay motionless on the floor in a spreading pool of dark blood. Tess let out a sharp cry, and Ruth quickly guided her out, speaking in hushed, calming tones. Brunwyn knelt, his bovine nostrils flaring as he examined the body. Dead, he confirmed. Stan trembled, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his hands clenched into fists. He looked at Knox, who blurted out an apology and asked what had happened. It's hard to be certain, Stan said through gritted teeth. Brunwyn, we must find that barrel. Until we do, our entire security is breached. Wielding a massive axe, the Minotaur charged away. Knox, feeling a sickening guilt, asked if Slago was responsible. Almost certainly not Slago alone, Stan said. He wouldn't have been a match for this goblin. But Slago had Dale's keys and access to a dungeon full of possibilities. Many dangerous things could have come through. I'm sorry, Knox repeated, the weight of his mistake settling in. You didn't know, Stan replied, his tone softening slightly. I'm sure no one fully explained the stakes to you. We're fighting a war against the dragons. If they win, it could mean the end of everything we know. Not everything, Knox argued. We have our own weapons. Guns, tanks, missiles. Humanity would fight back, sure, Stan conceded. But dragons have magic on their side. Should we really risk it? Absolutely not, Knox replied firmly. Stan nodded, his expression grim. There are forces out there who want these sanctuaries to fail, he explained. Creatures and people who would love to see this fortress torn down, and now they might just have found a way inside. What am I supposed to do? Knox asked, struggling to keep the tremor from his voice. A part of him almost wished Stan would just yell at him or give him some tangible punishment. It would have matched the chaotic storm of guilt and fear churning in his gut. You can't return to Fablehaven, Stan stated. Not until we locate that barrel and confirm the other end is still secure. So I'm trapped here? For the time being, we'll need to find a way to get a message to your Grandma and Grandpa Larson. They'll be sick with worry. Right now, we have to put the entire keep on high alert. Follow me. Knox trailed Stan into the hallway, where they found Ruth holding a quiet Tess. Stan gave the little girl's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. She peered up at him. Who hurt the monster? She whispered. That's what we need to discover, Stan said. Most likely, something came through that barrel and the goblin guard was foolish enough to get too close. Ruth, please take the children to the satyrs' quarters. After that, I need your help sounding the alarm, the satyrs. Ruth echoed, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Do you have a better suggestion? Stan countered. We know Newell and Doran are loyal. They're clever,
They can smell trouble a mile off, and they usually have the good sense to avoid it. Ruth gave a reluctant nod. I suppose you're right, mostly because I can't think of a single better option at the moment. Stan patted her arm. Stay vigilant. Watch for anything out of place. With that, Stan hurried off. Ruth led Knox and Tess out a side door and across a shadowy courtyard. They entered another building, and Ruth knocked on a wooden door. It was opened by a satyr, horns curling from his forehead, a vest hanging open over his chest, his lower body supported by a pair of sturdy goat legs. Ruth, good evening. And Knox, what's he doing here?
Are you one of the goats that was with us in the woods? Knox blurted out. The satyr grinned. So you finally drank the milk? I'm Newell. My partner in crime, Doran, was the other goat. Doran appeared in the doorway beside him. Hello there. We've got a serious situation, Ruth said without preamble. We heard about Kendra and Seth, Newell said. We were down at the stables when Marat came for the Luvians. That was just a little while ago, Ruth noted. You came straight back here?
We wanted to grab our gear, Doran explained. See if there was a way we could pitch in. Did either of you notice anyone suspicious? Ruth pressed. Anyone near a barrel? Did something happen to the barrel? Newell asked, his playful demeanour vanishing. It's missing, Ruth confirmed. The goblin who was watching it is. I already know, Tess said with a full body shiver. He looked really, really dead. This is bad, Newell stated. It's catastrophic, Ruth corrected. If someone has opened a path into the keep, we're all in grave danger. To make matters worse, the dragons have formally declared war. What can we do? Doran asked, his voice steady. Watch over the children, Ruth instructed. Keep them safe, and be on the lookout for anyone or anything that doesn't belong here. Newell snapped a crisp, if somewhat comical, salute. Consider it done. You two behave, Ruth told the kids. Then she was gone, her footsteps echoing down the hall. Tess stared at the satyrs with wide-eyed curiosity. So you're actually part goat? Only the very best parts, Doran assured her with a wink. You know what GUAT stands for, right? Newell asked, puffing out his chest. Greatest of all time. Can I, pet you? Tess asked hesitantly. Normally we have a strict no-petting policy, Doran said solemnly. Then he smiled. But for you, I'll make an exception. He extended one furry leg, and Tess gently ruffled the hair on his thigh. It's not very soft, she observed. We're part goat, not part luxury throw pillow, Newell retorted. Knox couldn't help but crack a smile at that. So you looked like this the whole time we were travelling to find the bear? Knox asked. Yep, Newell said. Full goat guy mode, and that bear was actually an ogre. Welcome to a world that's significantly weirder than the one you left behind. Weird doesn't even begin to cover it. Knox muttered. He glanced around the cosy, cluttered room.
So what happens now?
Come on in, Newell said, stepping back from the doorway. We can rustle up some provisions.
Knox entered, Tess close behind him. Newell shut the door. Care for some cheese fondue? Doran offered. I whipped up a batch. It's surprisingly decent. Melted cheese sounds amazing right now. Knox admitted, his stomach growling. Fair warning, we don't have a television, Newell said, gesturing to the quiet room.
We did unearth a few books, but they're the dense, philosophical kind. We haven't reached that level of desperation just yet. A silence fell, and Knox's thoughts inevitably turned to his cousins. Do you think Kendra and Seth are going to be okay? They've navigated their fair share of tight spots before, Doran said, his tone thoughtful. They're tougher than they look. He busied himself at a small stove, the familiar, comforting smell of melting cheese beginning to fill the room, a stark contrast to the peril lurking outside their door. This one might be a real challenge, Newell remarked. Doran and I were just brainstorming ways to lend a hand. We were about to head out to meet with someone. You go ahead, Doran offered. I'll stay with the kids. I'll keep them busy with plenty of cheese. Tess let out a yawn. I'm tired.
You can get some rest, Doran told her. Use my bed. Cheese first, Tess insisted. She knows what's important, Newell said with a chuckle. Be back soon. He left the room, shutting the door. Doran walked over and turned the lock. Better safe than sorry, he explained. Is someone going to try to hurt us? Tess asked. Most likely not, Doran replied, though his smile seemed a little strained. It's just a good practice to have. He gave Knox a wink. Knox did not feel particularly reassured. Seth opened his eyes to discover a small mouse energetically doing push-ups on the floor next to his cot. Reaching for the tube of enchanted walrus butter he kept nearby, Seth squeezed out a dab and tasted it. The mouse transformed into a miniature person. Seth observed as Calvin popped up, scurried across the floor to tap one of Seth's shoes, then bolted to the other shoe, gave it a slap, and hurried back to a spot between the two to drop down for more exercises. "You're an early riser," Seth whispered. Calvin jumped to his feet and snapped a salute. "You're the late one. The others just went outside." Seth scanned the room. The other beds were neatly made, and the roadhouse was deserted. Smouldering logs hissed in the fireplace.
"Did Lord Dalgorell ever arrive?" Seth inquired. "No," Calvin answered. Eve seemed a bit concerned. Seth hesitated at the mention of Eve's name. He had acted a little foolish the night before. Had he really kissed her hand? What was he thinking? They were just kids. That kind of silly behavior was for embarrassingly sentimental grown-ups. It must have been the influence of that potion. He could only hope she assumed he was just kidding around. Shifting his focus back to Calvin, he asked, "Do you work out every single morning?" "You don't earn champion status by taking it easy," Calvin stated. "I spent most of yesterday stuck in pockets." "My bad," Seth said. "That must get pretty boring. Are you serious? I visited a dragon fortress. I witnessed dragons in combat. Always good to appreciate the bright side," Seth replied. He climbed out of bed and pulled on his shoes. "We've got a lot of ground to cover today." "Think you can keep pace on your own 2 feet?" "I'm pretty sure I could," Calvin said. "I've got speed, but I'd prefer to stick close to you." Seth tucked him into a pocket and stepped outside. Tanu, Kendra, and Eve were gathered together, munching on cookies. "Who brought cookies?" Seth called out. They turned toward him. "The roadhouse had a hidden supply," Tanu explained. "Trying to eat them all before I got any?" Seth teased. "There are more than enough," Kendra assured him. "They're probably not what you're imagining, though." "What does that mean?" Seth asked. "They have a wholesome taste," Eve said. Seth groaned. "Let me try one." Kendra handed him a cookie, and he examined it. The baked good looked suspiciously natural, dotted with tiny seeds and nuts. "Are there actual weeds in this? Just taste it," Kendra urged. Seth took a bite. It was bland and crumbly. He chewed obediently. "Yuck! I need water." Tanu handed him a canteen. Seth took a long drink. "It's like dense, compressed oatmeal," Seth complained. "I can feel it swelling in my stomach. May I have a taste?" Calvin asked from the pocket. "You can have the whole thing," Seth said, slipping the remainder of the cookie into his pocket. "You need to eat," Tanu advised. "We have a long journey ahead. All I have left are raw dragon pieces. I got rid of everything else I could." Seth glanced at the pack, noticing damp spots seeping through the fabric in several places. "How are the parts holding together?" "Getting soft," Tanu said. "Dragon organs decay slowly. Still, I'd give anything to get them on ice right now." "Not terrible," Calvin commented, nibbling on the cookie. "Nutritious, with a faint trace of honey." "A trace so faint only you could detect it," Seth said. "It's practical sustenance," Calvin asserted. "It will provide the energy we need to keep going. Who wants to keep going if living tastes like this?" Seth grumbled. "Sounds like someone who's never been truly hungry," Tanu remarked. He gave Seth another cookie. "Finish that one. Then hand me more water," Seth said. I won't have any moisture left in my mouth after 2 bites. I managed to save some food from the feast last night, Eve confessed. Once I heard what was going on, I decided I was coming with you. Seth accepted the sandwich from Eve with a polite nod.
We should keep moving while we eat. Now that Seth is up, Tanu suggested, already taking a bite of his own. Seth chewed thoughtfully before asking, "Is there any way we can reach Blackwell Keep by Midsummer Eve if we're walking the whole way?" Tanu's expression darkened. "Not at this pace. I might be able to concoct a potion for speed. But it's a long shot." He gestured vaguely toward the distant mountains.
I'd have to improvise with the ingredients we have, and without my proper tools, it could take the entire day. Even then, I can't promise it would work.
"We're running out of time," Kendra reminded them, her voice tight with worry. "We have less than 2 days. Then let's focus on reaching the next roadhouse," Tanu decided. "I want more distance between us and Skyhold." Seth glanced over his shoulder.
The fortress was still visible against the mountain, and several dark shapes circled high in the sky above it. "Eve, can you hide us?" he asked. "I can try," she replied. "If we go back inside and then come out already under a glamour, it might give us a better chance to disappear." They stepped back into the quiet roadhouse for a moment. "Seth, you didn't make your bed," Kendra noted, frowning at the rumpled cot. "I'm just doing my part for job security around here," Seth said with a shrug. "You really think this place has brownies?" Kendra asked, looking around the suspiciously neat room. "Probably a part-time crew at the very least," Tanu mused. "It's too far out in the middle of nowhere to stay this clean on its own. Ready?" Eve asked, leading them back outside. Seth squinted at his companions. "I don't look any different. I'm not wasting energy making us invisible to each other," Eve explained patiently, "just to anyone else who might be watching. Now let's go." The morning was bright and clear, the sun now fully above the jagged peaks to the east. The road traced a path along the base of the formidable mountains. Several large dragonflies, their slender bodies shimmering with metallic greens and blues, hovered and zipped near the path. "Think you could hitch a ride on one of those, tiny hero?" Seth asked Calvin. "I might be a bit too heavy for them," Calvin admitted from his perch. "But I could possibly use one to glide from a high point to a lower one, in theory." "Oh, I bet the big ones could carry you anywhere," Seth said, his tone shifting to a playful sarcasm. "Just point and go, the ultimate fairy taxi service." "Dragonflies are notoriously difficult to catch and aren't known for their intellect," Calvin replied dryly. "I tend to have better luck with creatures that have more conventional animal brains." Kendra turned to Eve. "Still no sign of your father." "I'm really worried," Eve confessed, her gaze scanning the horizon. "The dragons probably don't want anyone getting close to us," Tanu reasoned. "That might also be why we haven't seen any griffins from Blackwell Keep scouting for us." "Someone needs to send Tempest," Seth insisted. "She could get through." "Maybe they will," Kendra said hopefully. "Maybe they already have," Tanu added. "But we have to operate under the assumption that no one is coming."
We might have to pull this off on our own. At least there aren't any dragons directly overhead right now, Kendra observed, looking up at the empty sky.
"That's not an accident," Eve said firmly. "I'll maintain the disguise as long as my strength holds." As the sun rose higher, the day grew warm. Seth tied the sleeves of his coat around his waist. The boots gripper the troll had suggested made walking feel effortless. His feet were perfectly comfortable even as Tanu began to breathe a little harder beside him. Seth found himself idly wondering just how fast he could run in them and for how long. "We have company," Tanu announced quietly. Seth looked to his right and saw 3 massive two-headed wolves loping from the tree line toward the road. He jerked back instinctively as one of the creatures slammed into the invisible barrier marking the road's edge. After a series of frustrated barks and snarls, the wolves settled for running parallel to the group, sometimes surging ahead or falling behind. They were enormous, their heads level with Seth's chest. Soon 2 more joined the pack. "Dreadwolves," Tanu identified, his voice low. "Stay toward the middle of the road and be thankful for the magical protection." Those 2 heads work together perfectly. One distracts while the other goes in for the kill. I've even seen some with 3 heads. Seth could hear their constant low growls and the snap of their jaws as they paced the travellers. Every so often one would snarl, baring rows of sharp teeth. "I guess our disguises don't fool them," Kendra said. "They do not," Eve confirmed, her voice steady but weary. "It's always a challenge to fool predators who rely on scent," I admitted, feeling the strain of maintaining our illusions. Tanu pointed upward, his expression tense. "Dragons are circling above us again. The Dreadwolves must have led them right to our trail." "I'm letting the disguises fall," Eve declared, her voice edged with exhaustion. "I'm stretched too thin already. I need to save my strength for a real crisis." As the morning wore on, the sun rose higher, and the Dreadwolves finally ceased their pursuit. Seth scanned the forest, uneasy, questioning how far the creatures had truly retreated. When the sun reached its peak, Tanu halted, shading his eyes as he looked skyward. "Noon," he announced quietly. "Somewhere the battle has started. I believe this conflict began long before today," Kendra observed. "Celebrant merely made it official." "It certainly felt like war at soaring cliffs," Tanu replied. Seth glanced toward Eve. "It won't be a war for the fair folk, though. War is always war," Eve countered, her tone solemn. "We simply engage with it differently. That doesn't make us safe from its destruction. Then why not join the fight?" Seth pressed. "I don't make those decisions," Eve said. "But if you did," Seth asked, "would I send my entire people into battle?" Eve mused aloud. "That's a monumental choice. I would need to know every side of the story, every consequence. Would I go to war myself? I'm here, aren't I? I'm not even supposed to be." "Could this cause trouble for your people?" Kendra inquired. "My father warned he might have to renounce me if I aided you," Eve confessed. "I can accept that." "Can you truly?" Tanu asked gently. "They are your family, your home. They inhabit a single secluded territory within a closed sanctuary," Eve said, a defiant spark in her eyes. "If exile means I get to see the wider world, then bring on the exile. Sometimes you have to leave the familiar behind to find where you truly belong." "You're courageous," Seth remarked. "Are you only just realizing that?" Eve replied with a wry smile. Calvin nodded thoughtfully. "Bravery often means venturing into the unknown." "You're brave too, Calvin," Seth added warmly. "Are there other fair folk elsewhere?" Kendra wondered. "A few scattered populations exist around the world," Eve shared. "Our community here at Wimroost isn't the largest." "Where are they?" Seth asked eagerly. "That isn't my secret to reveal," Eve stated firmly. They travelled the dusty path for another hour until, rounding a bend, they encountered a formidable blockade. Several Rumitors stood waiting, led by Amilon, his majestic antlers towering overhead. Most of the other Rumitors were hornless, including a couple of females. A group of Alcitors was also present, reminding Seth poignantly of Hendrik, alongside some smaller servitors and a centaur. At least 20 Taurans stood in ranks, completely barring the road, all armed with an array of weapons, spears, bows, clubs, axes, and bearing large shields. Amulon himself gripped a massive mace. "Greetings, caretakers," Amulon's voice boomed. "This road leads to the Herdlands and is now closed to you. You will leave the path immediately." "We're nowhere near the Herdlands," Eve protested. "Nevertheless, you are forbidden from using this road," Amulon stated coldly. "Do not force us to act." At his signal, an Alcitor led several Taurans off the road. They moved swiftly past Seth and the others, forming a line behind them, cutting off any retreat. "You've sided with the dragons," Kendra accused. "I have sided against human interference on our preserve," Amulan corrected. Being overseen by inexperienced children was the final insult. "Friend," Tanu began, attempting a diplomatic smile, "if you drive us from this road, we will be killed." "Dragon sanctuaries are dangerous places," Amulan said grimly. "Those who cannot survive here should not visit, let alone presume to lead." "You're sentencing us to death," Kendra said, her voice trembling with outrage. "I am merely closing the road to you," Amulan replied, unmoved. "What happens beyond that is not my concern. I wish you luck. What did the dragons promise you?" Eve demanded. "Does it matter?" Amulan retorted. "I made an agreement with the caretaker I respect most. My father will not be pleased about this," Eve warned. "Who fears the displeasure of Dalgarel the Undecided?" Amulan scoffed. "It is time for this sanctuary to serve beings wise enough to endure here. You were foolish to ever leave home, daughter of Dalgarel." Another spoiled kid with a serious superiority complex. "This is an act of war," Tanu declared. Amulan shot back. "We're already at war." "A war between you and the Guardians," Tanu pressed. "You're going to lose everything you hold. It's a war between the Taurans and the human Guardians," Amulan corrected, his voice firm. "My loyalty is with Celebrant and the dragons." "Then get off our path," Kendra demanded. Amulan didn't budge. "We have every right to be here. By ancient custom, by our connection to the Herdlands, and by Celebrant's own decree." Seth quietly unsheathed his blade. But nobody paid him any mind. He found himself calculating, what would a lightning strike do to Amulan? Would it chain to the other Taurans? The rest would definitely swarm them. "Off the path," Amulan commanded, advancing with his shield raised. Seth whispered to Kendra, "What's our play? Fight the Taurans or abandon the road?" In the rear, Taurans notched arrows to their bows. "What about your bow?" Seth asked urgently. "They have bows too," Kendra replied, her voice tight. "And those massive shields they have us surrounded, and we're completely unprotected." "Forward!" Amulan shouted, quickening his stride and swinging his mace. The thunder of hooves echoed from both directions. Almost on instinct, Seth scrambled off the road, pulling away from the charge. The others followed. Seth scanned the dense undergrowth. What if dreadwolves were lurking? Or more dragons? Kendra's face was pale with panic, and honestly, who could blame her? They were out in the open, totally exposed. Amulan and his Taurans formed a line along the road's edge. "You are forbidden from this road. We will defend it with our lives. Find another route." He lifted his mace high. "Fire warning shots." As the mace fell, arrows whistled through the air, slamming into the dirt just before Seth and the others. One embedded itself a mere step from Seth's boot. "Be gone," Amulan ordered. "They're all facing one way now," Kendra noted, swinging her bow around and drawing the empty string. Seth glanced from her bow to the Tauran line. Did she really have the nerve to shoot? Was this even smart? 100, Kendra whispered, releasing the string. A sudden volley of arrows sliced through the air, scattering as Taurans ducked behind their shields. Dozens of shafts thudded against the barriers. Amulan's shield now bristling like a pincushion. One Rumitor and a Servitor stumbled, arrows piercing their legs, while an Outsitor took one in his burly shoulder. And then Seth froze. He could see and think, but his body refused to obey. A vast shadow fell over him as an enormous green dragon landed heavily behind, crushing shrubs and saplings under its weight. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't move a muscle from his peripheral vision. He saw the dragon's head snap forward, its massive jaws closing around Kendra and swallowing her whole. Seth tried to scream. He tried to lunge for his sister. The dragon's paralyzing fear held him in a vice grip. Then he felt himself tipping, being dragged. He was aware of hands supporting him, but couldn't lift a finger to help. The green dragon surged upward, taking flight, its powerful wing beats stirring the trees. 2 more dragons, one black with a spiked neck, and the tentacle-faced one from the feast, plummeted from the sky, landing nearby with ground-shaking force. Seth couldn't even blink. He couldn't bend his knees or his back. Eve was hauling him, stiff as a plank, away from the road and into the cover of thick bushes. She dropped him onto his back and frantically searched his satchel. A flask touched his lips, and she poured liquid into his mouth. For a terrifying second, Seth feared he would choke, but then he could swallow, and he gulped the rest down. The courage potion, feeling rushed back into his limbs. He sat up, rage boiling inside him. "That dragon took Kendra," he said, staring at the green shape climbing higher. What was the range of his lightning sword? "Not here!" Eve hissed, yanking him to his feet. Her eyes were wide, a new desperation in her voice she hadn't shown before. "Not now! Run!" The other 2 dragons were snapping at something in the brush. Tanu, maybe? There was no moment to hesitate. Seth raced after Eve, her movements feeling sluggish in comparison. The enchanted boots propelled him forward with a speed that left his mind reeling, still haunted by the image of Kendra, swallowed whole before she could even cry out. Now, Tanu might be facing the same brutal end, but dwelling on it was a luxury he couldn't afford. Survival was the only goal, for the sake of the sanctuary and for the chance of someday making things right. Could he really outrun dragons? Part of him wanted to spin around and face them, to go down fighting in a blaze of glory. Dragons are expert predators. Eve gasped, her words strained. "My cloaking won't last. Right now we look like panicked prey. You need to find cover." "We should stay together," Seth insisted. "That just doubles the risk," she shot back. "Do this for me. Do it for yourself." He knew he could move quicker on his own, but was raw speed any match for a dragon's power? Was her illusion magic their real advantage? A dark thought crossed his mind. Was she planning to use him as a distraction? If that was her play, he'd accept it and take both beasts down alone if he had to. "Where should I head?" he asked. "Aim for that opening in the hillside," she urged, pointing. "It might be overlooked, or it could tunnel deep. There's a chance." He spotted the shadowy gap in the rocky slope. It might only be a shallow recess, but the entrance was far too small for a dragon to squeeze through. At the very least, it offered temporary shelter. "Do it," Calvin whispered from his pocket. "Separating is the wise move." Seth veered away from Eve, pushing into a full sprint. The ground blurred beneath him. He had never moved with such terrifying velocity. Behind him, dragon roars shook the air. As he ducked into the narrow cave, a final glance back revealed the tentacled dragon lifting into the sky. Seth plunged deeper into the passage. It extended farther than he'd hoped, but after 20 feet it pinched shut into a solid wall of stone. At least the space was empty. He froze, barely breathing.
"Come out!"
A wet, slithering voice echoed like multiple whispers overlapping, each one dripping with saliva. "I saw you enter, little caretaker. Give yourself up." Seth pressed himself against the cold rock at the back of the cave. He could only hope Eve was getting away while the dragon was focused on him. Of course, there had been 2. What did he have to work with? The sword in his grip could unleash a lightning strike. Then there was the vial of nightmares. Was being trapped in a cave the right moment to test it? Against one dragon? Who would be more terrified? Would the courage potion even shield him? A head crammed into the tunnel, nearly blocking it entirely, a squirming mass of tentacles stretching toward him. Fear spiked, but it didn't paralyze him. He swung the sword in a fierce arc, slicing clean through 4 of the grasping limbs. Ichor sprayed, and the head jerked back. "Nice hit," Calvin murmured. "For Kendra," Seth whispered through gritted teeth. "You'll regret that," the dragon hissed. "Come out now, or I'll cook you in there." "Too frightened to meet me properly?" Seth shouted, a reckless defiance taking hold. He couldn't help but add, "I always heard Wormface was the biggest coward in the dragon ranks. Only picks fights with kids from a safe distance. Forget orders, you die now," the dragon snarled. The head thrust back into the cave, and Seth raised his sword, bracing for the attack. But then the head simply slumped to the floor, tentacles going limp and lifeless, the severed ends still leaking fluid. Seth stared, suspicious of a trick. The dragon had sounded so enraged, why was it suddenly so still? "Hurry, lad, come quickly," a resonant voice boomed from outside. "Who's there?" Seth called back. "Your dragon slayer," the voice answered. Now Seth placed it, the somber night. Stepping over the spongy, oozing tentacles, he scrambled past the bulky head and the narrower neck until he emerged from the cave. The knight stood imposingly, at least 10 feet tall, beside the severed section of the dragon's scaly neck. The massive body of the beast lay motionless on the ground. The knight gripped a sword whose blade stretched longer than Seth was tall. "Eve!" Seth called out, his eyes darting around anxiously. "We have to help her," the somber knight stated firmly. "And your sister as well?" "A dragon swallowed Kendra," Seth replied, a little stunned he could even voice such a terrible thing. "No," the somber knight corrected. "Your sister is alive, imprisoned, trapped in a wet, stifling cavity. Kendra found herself perched on a slick, powerful tongue, walls of dense muscle pressing in all around. The faint outlines of jagged teeth and glistening membranes were just visible in the absolute darkness. Strange, acrid vapors and low liquid rumbles echoed from the contracting passage behind her. The entire space swayed and dipped rhythmically, proof they were airborne, but also that her captor was deliberately trying to keep her steady. Pinching her nose shut, Kendra fought to ignore the unsettling undulations beneath her. She avoided letting the saliva touch her skin wherever possible. It stung and prickled like a mild acid. What was the plan for her? If the dragon intended to eat her, why the delay? It was clearly transporting her somewhere specific. A horrifying thought struck. Perhaps she was being taken as food for hatchlings. The mental picture was sickeningly clear. Or maybe she would be flung from a great height, or subjected to some drawn-out torment. She still had her possessions. The sack containing the gales was a possibility, but unleashing a windstorm inside a dragon's mouth while flying seemed like a spectacularly bad idea. Anything that might force the dragon to expel her would undoubtedly end in a fatal fall. So she remained as motionless as she could in the oppressive, foul-smelling heat, desperately trying not to spiral into panic about what came next. She focused on the subtle pulls of acceleration during turns, speed changes and descents. Abruptly, Kendra felt a stomach-dropping plunge, as if in a falling elevator, followed by a surge of forward momentum. Then, everything stopped. A moment later, her prison tilted forward and gaped open, depositing her unceremoniously onto a stone floor. Her hair fell across her face, blocking her view with her knees and elbows throbbing from the rough landing. Kendra shoved her hair back and glared up at Celebrant. He loomed on his raised platform in the enormous cavern hall. She lay sprawled on the ground like something a colossal beast had hacked up. "That was efficiently done," the Dragon King remarked, sounding pleased. Scarcely an hour past noon, having seen only the interior of the mouth during the trip, Kendra twisted to look at the dragon behind her. It was a creature of shimmering emerald scales, nearly as massive as Celebrant himself. "She caused no difficulty," announced a voice that resonated like a chorus of women speaking as one. A set of fins just behind its head flared briefly before settling. "Well done, Jaleesa," Celebrant said. "And the brother?" "Numrum and Chiro were close behind me," Jaleesa replied. "And the servant who defiled Madrigas's remains?" Celebrant inquired. He was with the boy, Jalisa confirmed. They had no opportunity to flee. Were Numrum and Chiro following you directly here? Celebrant pressed. Not that I observed, Jalisa answered. Berzog, Luria, go and see what has delayed them, Celebrant commanded. A dragon bristling with quills and another the colour of amber took wing and left the vast chamber.
Jalisa, you have my thanks for delivering the girl intact, Celebrant said. You may go. The green dragon withdrew. Kendra pushed herself to her feet, her clothes slick and sticky with dragon saliva. Don't harm Tanu, Kendra demanded. Your servant is already dead, Celebrant stated flatly. I desire your brother alive for the present. You won't succeed in this, Kendra retorted. The Dragon King's expression shifted to one of profound, mocking amusement.
Oh, I will achieve far more than this, you naive child, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This is merely the opening move. You can make this simpler for yourself, for your brother, and for every one of your friends back at Blackwell Keep. How, Kendra asked. By surrendering completely, Celebrant declared. Relinquish the caretaker's medallion. Name me the sole caretaker of Wimroost.
In exchange, I swear to see you safely escorted to the sanctuary's borders, where you may leave with any allies who choose to accompany you. Kendra's hand closed tightly around the medallion. You are no caretaker. You care only for your own power and perhaps for other dragons. This sanctuary belongs to everyone who calls it home, and it exists to shield the world from someone like you. I will not surrender it.
You are a trivial kill to be taken whenever I wish, Celebrant replied, his tone almost bored. I suppose that's true, Kendra said. Do not be an idiot, Celebrant warned. Do not test my patience. Was this Ronodin's idea? Kendra pressed. Celebrant's gaze sharpened. What exactly did he share with you? He gave you the key to winning this war, Kendra stated. The Dark Unicorn did provide certain intelligence that serves our purposes, Celebrant admitted, but I set my own snares. Capturing you required less exertion than a sigh. What did he tell you? Kendra demanded. All will be revealed in time, Celebrant said. Provided you survive to witness it, I will grant you a period for reflection. Perhaps once I have your brother in my grasp, you will become more agreeable. Don't bet on it. Kendra shot back, though inwardly she feared she might sacrifice anything to keep Seth safe. She's really alive? Seth asked. You're certain? The somber knight gave a single grave nod. First, there is another dragon to deal with. He gestured, and a massive bull, its form seemingly moulded from thick tar with stone horns, lumbered to his side. The towering knight reached up to give the creature's neck a firm pat. Then, with a seemingly impossible display of strength for one in such heavy plate, he hauled himself onto the bull's back with one powerful pull. The beast wheeled and charged toward the spiked black dragon still in the distance. Chiro! The somber knight's voice thundered. Face your judgment. The black dragon, which had been moving away, presumably still searching for Eve, now turned. Her eyes flashed with malice. Chiro launched herself into the air, gliding low and swift toward the knight. Butcher! Her voice rang out, a chorus of feminine fury. Your reign of brutality ends here. Seth thought about darting back into the cave for cover, in case of fire or some other attack. Instead he watched, mesmerized, as the somber knight rose to stand upon the charging bull's back. He began to whirl a chain tipped with a heavy grapnel. As Chiro's jaws gaped wide, the knight hurled the hook. It bit deep into the dragon's lower jaw. Chiro tried to veer away, but the somber knight was already leaping from the bull, the chain snapping taut in one hand, his sword in the other. His momentum became a pendulum, his weight yanking the dragon's head downward as he swung in a fierce arc. He crashed into Chiro's flank, driving his blade to the hilt. With a piercing shriek, the dragon lost control, ploughing into the earth in a tumult of torn soil and thrashing limbs. The knight wrenched his sword free during the violent landing, rolled to his feet, and immediately began hacking at a wing as he sprinted along her body. Meanwhile, the tar bull wheeled, lowered its stone horns, and rammed the dragon's opposite side. As the sombre knight closed on the base of her neck, Chiro twisted her head and spewed a torrent of bubbling dark blue liquid over him. The fluid hissed where it struck the ground, releasing pungent fumes, but the drenched knight never slowed. He charged through the corrosive spray and delivered a deep slash to her neck. Chiro snapped at him, but he battered her head aside with his shield and drove his sword into her eye. As the dragon recoiled, tail lashing and wings shuddering, the knight finished the job with one final mighty stroke that opened her neck wide. Fizzing dark fluid gushed forth as Chiro collapsed, twitching but defeated. The sombre knight strode over and severed her head with a decisive chop. "You did it," Seth said, stepping closer, awe in his voice. "Keep your distance, boy," the sombre knight cautioned, prying the grapnel from the dragon's jaw and coiling his chain. "That corrosive bile would dissolve your boots in a heartbeat." "It didn't seem to hurt your armor," Seth observed. "Little can harm this armor," the knight said, walking back to him. The entire plain seemed quieter now, the only sound the faint sizzle from the dragon's remains. "That was incredible," Seth breathed. "You've killed 2 dragons." "It is my duty," the sombre knight replied, his tone matter-of-fact. "You made the first one straightforward. Dreadwolves often den in that cave. You were fortunate it was vacant. The second required more exertion. You cut off her head," Seth said, the finality of it hanging in the air. "The surest method," the sombre knight replied. "Dragons possess a stubborn vitality." He gave a sharp whistle, and his bull lumbered near. "Is it formed from tar?" Seth inquired.
In essence, the knight confirmed, Umbro has carried me into countless conflicts. He's a Dullian, similar to a golem, swift and never weary. Seth recalled, "I faced a Dullian once, shaped like a giant man. They assume many forms," the knight said. "No true life animates them, no individual will. Umbro simply obeys, which often makes him more reliable than plenty of people I've known." "How did you locate me?" Seth asked. "Lord Dalgarel provided information," the sombre knight answered. "I felt the moment the dragons initiated their war. My awareness is linked to the treaties and borders of Wimroost. As I made ready to leave, Dalgarel arrived and revealed the intended path for you, Kendra, Eve, and your attendant." "We must find Eve," Seth insisted. "Right here," she announced, materializing beside him as if coalescing from tendrils of mist. "You stayed hidden," Seth observed. "Caution is wise," Eve replied. "Well done, Ryland." The knight seemed almost surprised. "Few remember my name." "I appreciate the old tales," Eve said simply. "What of Tanu?" Seth pressed. "I observed your manservant over there," Ryland indicated. Seth squinted and saw a distinct man-shaped cloud of vapor. "He used a gaseous potion," Seth explained. Eve cut in. "Where do we go now?" "More dragons will come," Ryland warned. "Not all will be as reckless and unskilled as Chiro, or as negligent as Numrum. Our priority is to return to the road." Seth's voice turned bitter.
What about the Taurans?
"Amilon and his band forced us from the path. They practically delivered us to the dragons."
"I arrived too late to see that," Ryland said. "Yet your words ring true. Amilon has betrayed his duty." "He isn't acting alone," Seth added. "Amilon," Ryland's shout echoed with the force of a dragon's roar. "Face your judgment." The sombre knight swung onto Umbro, then offered a gauntleted hand to Eve, pulling her up before hauling Seth aboard. The bull's back was so broad that Seth and Eve had to kneel behind Ryland, struggling to keep their balance as the creature moved with a jarring, uneven gait. Soon they were back on the road, confronting Amilon and roughly 20 other Taurans clustered together. Weapons poised, their expressions a mix of suspicion and rage. "Amilon," Ryland said, his tone more solemn than Seth had ever heard. You compelled the acting caretakers of Wyrmroost from the road and into mortal danger. How do you plead? For the first time since Seth had known him, the Rumitor seemed unsure. Celebrant is also a caretaker. I followed his orders. Celebrant was a subordinate caretaker who has now declared war on the rightful guardians of this sanctuary. Ryland stated, Do you align with the dragons in this conflict? Amilon drew himself up. We do, and you admit to forcing the caretakers from the road? Ryland asked. Amilon pushed his chest out defiantly. I take pride in it. Then I find you guilty of treason, Ryland declared. Since no lives have yet been lost due to your actions, Seth may choose your fate, death or exile. Wait, I decide? Seth asked, taken aback. Yes, Ryland confirmed. Shall I take his head or cast him out? Seth hesitated, a new thought striking him. Is Kendra safe? For the present, she lives, Ryland assured him. I require no mercy from a child, Amulon sneered. If you want my head, you clanking relic of a forgotten age, then try to claim it. I await your command, Ryland said to Seth. Exile, Seth decided. It isn't right to kill him if we all survived. As you wish, Ryland said, lifting his sword, High Amulon, son of Warrow. Since you act as the voice for the Taurens and a full 20 of your kind assisted in this offence, I now strip you of all rights to your former lands.
You are also denied passage on any roadway maintained for the allies of Blackwell Keep. Celebrant will restore what you have lost, Amilon insisted, his voice tight. Ryland continued as if he had not spoken. Your new domain shall be the Barrow Fields, the withered grove and the surrounding grasslands. That is a realm of ghosts and forgotten things, Amilon spat with contempt. And now it is also the realm of the Tarans, Ryland stated flatly. Rest uneasily. You will proceed there without delay. Set foot anywhere else upon this sanctuary, and you will be considered trespassers with extreme prejudice. He swept his blade through the air before them twice in a sharp, dismissive arc. This is impossible, Amulon protested, a note of genuine alarm creeping into his tone. Anywhere else they wander, they become prey for every creature, Eve added coolly. Fair game, those Taurens who remain in the herdlands are trespassing as well, Ryland announced. Deliver the warning if you are able. Should they tarry beyond a single day, their lives are forfeit. Once they have left, return is forbidden, and you will lose the protection of this road the instant my sword meets the earth. Amilon and his followers scrambled to the left side of the path, all save for one Rumitor, who stood his ground, glowering defiantly until Ryland's blade point touched the soil. A surge of radiant energy wrapped around the stubborn creature, flinging him from the road to land heavily on his side, his fur smoking and charred. A servitor loosed an arrow toward the somber night, but it sparked against an unseen barrier at the road's edge and fell uselessly. Begone, Taurens, Ryland commanded. I will interpret any further delay as a challenge. Remember well I am counted among the hunters who may pursue you beyond the barrows. All this over some bothered children? Amulon wailed. This is for aligning with dragons against the stewards of this place, Ryland declared, his voice ringing with finality. Let it serve as a warning to all. The Tarans fled into the gloom. You wield serious authority here, Seth observed. In this matter, my authority flows from the treaty they broke, Ryland explained. The dragons broke the treaty as well, Seth pointed out. Which permitted me to move against them, Ryland acknowledged. But the territories are bound by direct covenants with the caretakers. I could exile the Taurans for their treason. No such provision exists for the dragons, save one. I can revoke Celebrant's standing as a caretaker. You can do that, Seth asked. He has declared war, Ryland said simply. I can and I will strip him of that title. I will approach in my role as a herald. And I will strive to recover your sister. In all likelihood, I will not survive the attempt.
Seth felt a cold knot form in his stomach. He did not want this knight to die. How could the man discuss his own potential end with such detached calm? Could he even die and still manage to save Kendra? Does Celebrant have her? Seth pressed. I believe it to be so, Ryland confirmed. But how is she alive? Seth persisted, confusion warring with hope. I watched the dragon swallow her. You watched Jalisa snatch her up, Ryland corrected. I witnessed it as well from afar. The dragon did not consume her. It carried her off towards Skyhold. Had your sister been slain, I would feel the violation resonate through me. A crime of that magnitude would echo across every pact that binds Wyrmroost. You don't believe you can make it out alive after rescuing Kendra? Seth asked. If I go as a herald during wartime, the dragons cannot assault me, Ryland said, but revoking Celebrant stewardship is an act of aggression, and that invites a lethal response. A herald delivers a message. Dispensing justice alters the purpose of my visit, yet the Dragon King's status must be dissolved. Diminishing him will weaken the Dragon Rebellion and limit their strategies. The dragons will kill me for it. I see no path to escape. So I will do everything in my power to secure your sister before my end comes. I'll come with you, Seth offered. No, Ryland refused firmly. Your safety cannot be risked. Wyrmroost faces peril enough without surrendering both of its caretakers to the dragons. Then what am I supposed to do? Seth asked, frustration mounting. Stay alive, Ryland said. Seek shelter in a roadhouse for the festival night if you must. Then make your way back to Blackwell, keep alive, and stand against the dragons. We'll have to pass by Stormguard Castle, Seth noted, the name alone conjuring images of towering, lightning-scarred ramparts. You're not familiar with the history, are you? Ryland remarked. Stormguard Castle was never part of my responsibilities. It's older than Wyrmroost itself, built on ancient potent magic. I'd advise you to keep your distance, unless absolutely necessary. The hazy, ethereal form of Tanyu floated onto the path. Hey, Tanyu, Seth called out. There are more fallen dragons over there. Tanyu pressed his hands over his ears, shaking his head with a ghostly grimace. I suppose you'd love to collect their insides, Seth added. Though you probably can't haul much more anyway, especially in your smoky state. Tanyu sagged dramatically. Kendra's alive, Seth told him. The somber knight is planning to attempt a rescue. At that, Tanyu perked up, offering a faint thumbs up. I will almost certainly fail, Ryland stated flatly. Should I fall, I will command Umbro to seek you out, Seth, and aid your return. If I survive, I will come to assist you personally. Realistically, you should expect no help whatsoever.
The dragons are likely to end us both. You're not exactly a ray of sunshine, Eve observed. I am certain we will all die eventually, Ryland replied. The only variable is the timing, and by all reasonable predictions, that will be very soon. He's not called the cheerful knight for a reason, Seth quipped. The somber knight glanced upward. Berzog and Luria are circling above, keeping their distance while we remain on the road, I assume. Wait, what is that?
Seth spotted a griffin in the distance, flying low with 3 dragons in hot pursuit. It dove sharply, vanishing into a thicket, then emerged, flying a different course. That's Tempest, Seth exclaimed. He waved his arms and shouted, Come on, Tempest! You can do it! Tempest climbed slightly, then plunged directly towards Seth and the road. The 2 circling dragons moved to cut her off, but they were too slow, and the 3 pursuers lagged too far behind. All the dragons broke away as Tempest landed on the road. Seth ran to the griffin and threw his arms around her neck. Her feathers were damp with sweat, and flecks of foam dotted her fur. We might have a quicker way home now, Seth said. You want to risk the dragons? Ryland questioned. She made it here, didn't she? Seth retorted. She won't be as agile with riders, Ryland cautioned. What if one of the riders could conceal her? Eve suggested innocently. The somber knight tapped his helmet twice and pointed at her. That idea has merit. Indeed, it does. Rescuers? I have bad news, and I have worse news, Doran declared the day after Knox and Tess reached Blackwell Keep, plus a sliver of decent news and some completely random updates. Knox, Tess, and Doran stood in the courtyard nearest the satyr's quarters. Several dragons circled high overhead in the distance. "You're already confusing me," Knox said. "What's the bad news?" "The griffins we've been sending to rescue Seth and Kendra aren't just being turned back anymore," Doran explained. "They're being killed by dragons. We've lost 2 already." "What's the decent news?" Tess asked. "I've finally figured out how to make my yo-yo sleep," Doran said proudly. "You know when it spins at the end of the string, it just hangs there, but a little flick brings it back. It's all in the wrist. I think I've mastered it." "What's the worst news?" Knox pressed. "Still no trace of the barrel or the person who, well, harmed the goblin," Doran admitted. "The entire keep is on high alert, and there are no clues," he offered Tess a hesitant smile. "But I'm sure we can all sleep soundly and have pleasant dreams. I know the goblin is gone," Tess said quietly. "This place is frightening. What's the random news?" "I stole a pie from the kitchen and ate the whole thing myself," Doran confessed. "It could have been good news, but I didn't save any to share. I have my selfish moments. Peach pie. Never trust me around peaches. I'm tired of waiting," Knox said impatiently. "What can we actually do? We really haven't been waiting long at all," Doran pointed out. "You only got here last night." "I want to help Seth and Kendra," Knox insisted. "They're in real trouble, and I wouldn't mind seeing some dragons up close." Doran's eyes grew wide. Doran pointed toward the distant specks circling high above. "Those dragons are positioned just right. For most folks, a close encounter with a dragon is a one-time event. It tends to be brief, but the magical barriers will hold them back," Knox argued. "Can't you tempt one closer? Leave out some bait, like a carcass." Rubbing his temples, Doran sighed. "And where exactly? Are we supposed to find a deer besides? Why would a creature like that settle for our meager offering? They're the top of the food chain. They hunt what they please whenever the mood strikes." "It would be incredible to see one up close," Tess admitted. "Just not if it decides we're the main course." "You've watched them soar all day," Doran replied. "Very few who get a good look at a dragon survive to describe it." "But they're just dots in the sky," Knox persisted. "They look more like distant toys than monsters. And what about the fairies?" Tess wondered aloud. "I thought this was supposed to be a land bursting with magic." "Anything with half a brain is lying low," Doran said flatly. "The dragons started a war. Seems like a pretty dull war," Knox remarked with a bored exhale. Doran spread his hands. "Those are the wars you hope for. Take my word for it, you've been in one," Knox challenged. Crossing his arms, Doran replied, "I've watched my share on television, and I once helped fend off a demon incursion. Not a pleasant afternoon, let me tell you." Newell jogged up, looking triumphant with a folded iridescent cloth tucked under his arm. "How'd it go?" Knox asked. "He finally caved," Newell announced. "Not the bagpipes?" Tess inquired. "Gripper is acting like he never brought up bagpipes," Newell said, rolling his eyes. "I've been nagging him to let us salvage his investment by aiding Kendra and Seth. That troll is as stubborn as a mule. I was about as productive as a gardener in a salt flat." But he finally handed over this. With a dramatic flick, he unfolded the fabric to reveal a hooded cape. "Behold, the cloak of innocence." "Sounds underwhelming," Knox commented. "Proves how little you know," Newell retorted, slightly offended. "If someone is new to a sanctuary, has done no wrong, and means no harm, it weaves a potent shield around them and their companions, even if those companions are a bunch of rogues." "How strong is the shield?" Knox pressed. "It renders you untouchable," Newell declared. "The wizards who first established these sanctuaries crafted it to offer absolute safety to peaceful visitors. It taps into the foundational treaty of the preserve itself. The entire refuge would have to collapse for the cloak's power to break. There's always a condition, Doran interjected. These magical items never come free and clear. I was getting to that, Newell said, annoyed. If anyone under the cloak's protection harms a living creature or takes something that isn't theirs, the protection shatters for everyone. So the companions really shouldn't be scoundrels, Knox concluded. Or get near a fresh peach pie, Tess added, with a mischievous grin, recalling a recent secret kitchen raid that had left Doran with a guilty, sticky chin. "Why peach pie?" Newell asked, his eyes widening. "I adore peach pie."
"Kids," Doran said with a dismissive wave of his hand, though he unconsciously brushed his fingers over his lips. "You can't predict what random thing they'll fixate on."
Newell looked genuinely wounded. "You all ate peach pie without me? Who shares pie?" Doran asked, his tone a little too innocent. "The cloak." Knox redirected, eager to move on. "Right the cloak," Newell said, giving it a little shake. "This might give you the same freedom you had last time, Knox."
We can use your clean slate to reach Kendra and Seth. I want to help, Knox said, his voice firm. I still feel awful about tripping the security when I came through that barrel. Would this cloak work against dragons? It should, Newell affirmed. How will we know it's active? Knox asked. It'll have a soft glow, Newell explained, draping the cloak over Knox's shoulders. Immediately the entire garment turned a deep, void-like black. "Oh my," Doran murmured. "What have you been doing?"
Newell demanded. "Nothing," Knox insisted. "I've been right here with you all." Newell smacked his own forehead with his palm. "The scepter. After you brought it here, that must have registered as theft." "Am I innocent?" Tess asked quietly. Everyone slowly turned to look at her. "She doesn't even finish her milk," Doran muttered under his breath. "No," Newell said, his voice softening. "We couldn't risk it. She's so small." "I am not small," Tess stated, standing up straighter.
"I'm 10 years old. That's double digits." "Same as most folks," Knox replied. "Most humans," Newell corrected with a smirk. "Worth a shot," Knox said, shrugging off the cloak and draping it over his little sister's shoulders. The fabric shimmered, shrinking to fit her frame perfectly and shifting to a brilliant white with subtle rainbow highlights. "Seems we've found our champion," Doran observed. "Take it off," Newell insisted, quickly removing the garment.
It faded back to its usual shimmering grey. "You'll stand out like a beacon? But I have magic?" Tess declared, her eyes wide. "I always knew I was truly a fairy." Knox couldn't help but roll his eyes, earning a sharp look from Newell. "There's a certain undeniable magic in innocence," Doran mused softly. "Why don't you practice with my yo-yo for a bit?" He offered her the toy. Tess took it, her expression skeptical. "This is tricky. It just knots up." "Flick your wrist on the way down," Doran instructed. "It takes patience. Try it near the wall. The air is calmer there." "You just want to talk without me listening," Tess said knowingly, but she skipped over to the wall anyway. "Can we truly exploit an innocent child?" Newell questioned, his voice low. "You exploited me," Knox pointed out, "with that bear that turned out to be a troll." "An ogre," Newell corrected. "And with the dragons," Knox added. "That was largely Seth's doing," Newell argued. "Though we were certainly willing participants," Doran admitted. "Same difference," Knox said. "She'll be protected." "Were you protected?" Newell pressed. "I managed," Knox replied. "Mostly, likely less than mostly," Doran said. "But you're still here. What would Stan and Ruth do to us if we even hinted at this plan?" Newell wondered aloud. "Stan and Ruth aren't our grandparents," Knox stated firmly. "The Larsons are—" "Seth and Kendra are my family." "That doesn't mean you're expendable," Doran said. "How safe are we really staying here?" Knox countered. "There's a killer on the loose. They claimed the road is warded. We might be safer if we leave, and we might actually be able to help." Newell stroked his chin thoughtfully. You make a fair point. Let's be honest. The girl will be safe with the cloak, and Kendra and Seth need allies.
I'm tired of being cooped up in this dull fortress with a murderer, Knox said, a sudden fierce determination in his voice. It was no longer about just waiting, it was about taking action. I need to do something. This could all end disastrously, Doran cautioned. We could be eaten, and by we, I mean you and your sister. Newell and I have a talent for slipping away, especially when we're with someone slower who can act as a distraction, Newell added with a grin.
Doran nudged him with an elbow. The principle is, as long as we don't steal or harm anyone under the cloak's protection, it shields us all, Doran summarized. But it turned black for me, Knox reminded them. Under Tess's protection, we all get a clean slate, Newell explained. But if one of us breaks that trust, the protection fails for everyone, Doran warned. Then we simply don't break it, Knox said. We'll all be fine. Simple, Newell winced. Never call any plan simple, no matter how confident you feel. Is this your first day alive? Avoid phrases like nothing can go wrong, our troubles are over, and this ship is unsinkable. Basic wisdom, Doran agreed, even for the least superstitious among us. I'm not superstitious, Knox argued. Whether I think something is simple or difficult doesn't change what will actually happen. This one might turn into a philosopher, Doran remarked. Newell placed his fists on his woolly hips. A profoundly unlucky philosopher. We have what we need, Knox said, his mind made up. Let's move. I doubt we'll get official permission, Newell said, and we can't just stroll down the main road, we'd be seen. I've done some reconnaissance, Doran revealed. There's a hidden exit from the fort, a gap beneath a section of wall with no guards. Could we reach cover? Newell asked. About 30 yards to the tree line, Doran estimated. From there we can stay under the forest canopy until we meet the road out of sight. Why use the road if we have the cloak? Knox asked. We want every layer of safety we can get, Newell explained. With Tess wearing the cloak, we can leave the road if we have to. I'm eager to explore this territory, Doran said, a spark of adventure in his eyes. Dragon preserves are the stuff of legends, Newell concurred. And of course, we aim to find Seth and Kendra. Stan and Ruth will be furious when they find we're gone, Knox said. I'll leave a note in our room, Doran offered. I'll tell them we're concerned about Kendra and Seth, and that a fortress with a killer on the loose isn't a suitable place for kids. Newell nodded, calling it a responsible approach. Doran scoffed, wondering who in their right mind would ever trust satyrs to watch children. Only the profoundly inattentive Newell joked. When Knox asked how they'd discovered the hidden door, Doran admitted he sometimes trailed people when boredom struck. He'd seen a certain minotaur from the dungeon use the passage a couple of times, thinking he was alone. That's suspicious, Newell remarked, suggesting he could be the murderer. Doran doubted it, explaining he'd investigated and found the minotaur merely slipped away to relieve himself or stroll briefly in the woods, even stopping to smell flowers. He just needed an occasional break from the dungeon. Good detective work, Newell said, then took charge. Knox should get his sister Doran would write the note, and he would gather their supplies. Tess wandered back over, holding up a hopelessly knotted mess of string attached to a yo-yo. See, she said, I told you it always gets tangled. Traitor. Kendra sat on the floor in the grand hall where the dragons had feasted, her back against the cold stone wall. A heavy chain ran from an iron shackle around her ankle to a spike driven solidly into the floor. She had anticipated a dungeon, but instead she remained in this vast chamber with Celebrant and several other dragons. After the goblins secured her, they had ignored her completely. Seth was still nowhere to be seen, a fact she clung to as a hopeful sign. Celebrant had stated his intention to capture her brother alive. Perhaps his absence meant Seth had managed to evade them. She refused to let her mind linger on darker possibilities. Observing the dragons was a surreal experience. They were immense, utterly alien, and radiated raw power. She watched the slow stretch of a leathery neck, the deliberate flex of a vast wing, the rhythmic billow of scaled sides with each breath, and the grating scrape of claws on stone. It felt like being in an exotic zoo, except she was the one in the cage. Even gathered in this enormous room, the dragons interacted little. Most were curled in slumber, while a few paced restlessly. They struck her as inherently solitary creatures, merely tolerating the company. "Want a drink?" a voice asked. Kendra looked up to find Runadine had approached. "You're still here?" she said. "You're back," he replied, settling beside her and offering a cup. "Just water, nothing strange. I brought some berries too." He placed a wooden bowl between them. "Plenty of good leftovers from the feast remain." "Why are you being nice to me?" Kendra asked. "What do you want?" "I believe in courtesy," Runadine said. "We're advocating for a civilized world. Are you after Bracken's horn?" she pressed. "Always," he admitted. "Not that anyone could take it from you if they tried. They didn't even bother to confiscate your things. Careless. Never underestimate an enemy." "You think I can cause trouble while chained up?" Kendra asked. "Many of our worst mistakes come from overconfidence," Ronodin observed. "You seem pretty confident yourself," Kendra noted. Ronodin smiled. "I'm in touch with reality, so confidence comes naturally. But overconfidence is just sloppy. Try a berry. I picked only the ripest." Kendra eyed the bowl warily, considering poison or some trick. "If I wanted to harm you, there are far simpler methods," Ronadine said. "I'm not supposed to underestimate an enemy," Kendra countered. "I captured Bracken and aided the dragons." Ronodine acknowledged. "I suppose that looks rather bad. The berries are fine." Kendra took out Bracken's horn and used it to stir the berries gently. "You're teasing me," Ronadine said. "I'm purifying your offering," Kendra replied. She put the horn away and tried a raspberry. It was, as he'd said, perfect. "Thanks, festival night is tomorrow," Ronodin mentioned. "That will likely be the night you lose the war." "Feels like I've already lost," Kendra said. Ronodin gave a light laugh. "You personally may have already lost, but this is only the beginning. Your entire side will likely fall tomorrow. The dragons will claim victory." "Is this the result of your guidance?" Kendra inquired. "It's poor form to boast," Ronodin replied. "You shouldn't feel proud," Kendra pressed. "What exactly did you tell them?" He tossed a berry into his mouth. "I'm almost inclined to share. Look at you, bound and powerless. If we're headed for a war, a true enthusiast wants it to be compelling. Do you enjoy sports?" "Usually, yes," Kendra said. "Consider basketball," Ronodin continued. "At this moment, the dragons are leading the children by at least 70 points. Their players are experienced professionals, incredible athletes, most standing over 7 feet tall. The children are a team of young beginners still learning to dribble, and none have reached 5 feet. How entertaining is it to watch such a one-sided match? It's fun if you support the dragons," Kendra remarked. Ronadin made a pained expression. "Is it? Even if you worship the dragons, you want them to face a little challenge. A true fan hopes for some suspense. A moment for skill to shine. An opportunity for real heroism." "What can you tell me?" Kendra asked. "Nothing," Ronodin said. "I'm fully Team Dragons. I was merely explaining why offering you a clue is tempting." "I think it's almost amusing that you're afraid to give me a hint," Kendra said, shaking her leg to rattle the chain. "Not afraid, just prudent," Ronodin corrected. "No need to take pointless risks, especially without getting anything in return." He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. Kendra tried to disregard the earnest intensity in his gaze. How absurd was it that she found anything about him appealing under these circumstances? "Now, if you hand over Bracken's horn, I will reveal the secret and free you from here tonight." Kendra hesitated. What value did the horn hold if the dragons won? What would become of it if the dragons killed her? Could Ronodin simply take it by force? "I'm sorry," Kendra finally said. The children wish to win through their own efforts. You paused? Ronodin noted. It's a fair offer. Why do you want the horn? Kendra asked. Too many questions, Ronodin sighed. It's spoiling the mood. He stood up. You prefer a certain defeat over a possibility. An interesting choice. I'll leave you to it. Enjoy the berries. He walked away. Kendra pulled at the chain. It was firmly fastened. She needed a strategy, but what could she possibly do? They hadn't taken her bow, but if she fired any arrows, they undoubtedly would. And what use were arrows against dragons? She could use her sack to create wind, but again, they would simply confiscate it once its power was spent. She was chained, she was trapped, and Ronodin was gone. If he returned, should she consider his proposal, not if it might leave Bracken exposed to him? It wasn't worth the risk. She would rather perish. Bracken had entrusted her with the horn. She had to remain faithful to that. A goblin sounded a trumpet. Announcing the somber night, the goblin proclaimed. Kendra stood, her chain clinking. The somber knight strode into the chamber, a formidable figure completely encased in armor that revealed no skin. He carried a massive sword with a smaller one strapped across his back, a thin chain coiled at his hip, and several knives in various sheaths. He appeared to have seen recent combat. His armor was scratched and smeared, with clumps of grass and dirt clinging to it in places. A large bull fashioned from tar lumbered behind him. "You are not welcome here, Sir Knight," Celebrant declared from his dais at the opposite end of the great hall. "If I were welcome here, I would be failing in my duty," the somber knight replied, continuing his advance. "You recently killed 2 of my subjects," Celebrant stated. "You recently declared war," the somber knight answered. "I am a caretaker," Celebrant said. "You serve me. I am here to correct that," the somber knight said, coming to a halt. "The dragons I eliminated were assaulting a caretaker," he gestured toward Kendra. "You have the other caretaker imprisoned here, and you have declared war." "Watch your words," Celebrant warned. "I will soon be the only guardian of Wyrmroost," Celebrant declared, his voice echoing in the cavernous hall. The somber knight lifted his blade, its edge catching the dim light. "That will not happen. As the appointed dragon slayer of this sanctuary and enforcer of the ancient treaty, I judge you to have broken your sworn oath as caretaker." "Ridiculous," Celebrant scoffed, a flicker of irritation in his golden eyes. The other guardians had already abandoned their duties. "You were never more than their subordinate," the knight stated flatly.
"By my authority, I strip you of that title and all its associated rights within Wyrmroost." He drove the point of his sword into the stone floor. A tremor, sharp and clear as shattering crystal, pulsed outward. Kendra felt a surge of hope. This was a crucial first blow against Celebrant's plans. "So be it," the Dragon King snarled, the pretense of calm vanishing. "Who needs the hollow title of caretaker when the crown is mine? This is an act of war. Your protective immunity is now forfeit."
"The next move is yours?" the somber knight replied, his stance unwavering. "Attack!" Celebrant roared, "Tear him apart." A wave of scaled bodies surged from the shadows, engulfing the knight. Kendra's breath caught. His massive bull companion lunged, slamming into a dragon from behind. Remembering her sack, she aimed its open end toward the fray and yanked the cord loose. A deafening hurricane scream erupted, and a torrent of wind blasted forth. Dragons in flight were thrown into chaotic spirals, 3 crashing violently against the distant wall. Only those grounded could hunker down against the gale. The knight himself stood firm within the storm, his sword already biting deep into the shoulder of a fiery orange dragon. A sudden gust from her side announced Raxtus's arrival. She hadn't seen the glittering dragon since her capture. Was he friend or foe? Before she could decide, his jaws snapped the chain at her ankle, leaving only the manacle. "Now," he urged, seizing her with careful claws and launching skyward. Kendra hastily secured the sack. "Raxtus!" Celebrant's bellow shook the air. "Do not betray your blood, traitor! Stop him!" Raxtus darted for the exit, a shimmering streak evading slashing talons and snapping jaws. A great black dragon barred the main doorway, but Raxtus veered sharply upward, shooting through a high aperture in the rock wall. The acceleration stole Kendra's breath as they sliced through the late day sky. Enraged bellows echoed as the pursuit mobilized. Kendra noticed Raxtus was glowing with an intense pearlescent light. Her touch was known to empower certain magical beings, and he was one of them. "The somber knight," she managed. "He chose his path." Raxtus called back, banking steeply. "His odds are slim. He's made many enemies here over the centuries." Below, a host of winged shapes gave chase. "Where are we going?" Kendra asked as they climbed. "Away from here. To Blackwell Keep, if we can make it. I just needed the right moment to act." The night's confrontation provided the perfect chaos. They plunged into a thick cloud. Kendra squeezed her eyes shut against the biting mist. Raxtus pulled her closer, shielding her with his body, but the high-speed flight through saturated air left her soaked. They exploded from the cloud's top into blinding sun, emerging into a serene, pillowy landscape of white, with no pursuers in sight, held securely. Kendra felt safer than she had in the griffin's saddle. She trusted him completely. "What about you?" she asked. "My father will cast me out," Raxtus said, his voice tight. "I'll be branded a traitor to my entire kind." "Is that a death sentence? The most dishonorable kind. My remains would be scattered to the winds." "I thought you were going to stand with him," Kendra said softly. "I was," Raxtus admitted, a bitter edge entering his tone. "I spent so long trying to earn his approval, to be the dragon he wanted. I wanted to make him proud, even when it was clear he saw me only as a useful tool. But some lines you just can't cross." The admission hung in the thin air, a quiet rebellion against a lifetime of expectation. I was certain I could catch him off guard. Shock them all, step up when it mattered most. Dragons started to break through the cloud cover above. Raxtus folded his wings and dropped into a steep dive. A rush of cool, damp air washed over Kendra as they sliced through the mist. Her stomach lurched with each sudden plunge and sharp turn. The roars of pursuing dragons echoed around them. As the ground came back into view, Kendra realized it wasn't just the dragons behind them. Others were converging from all directions, drawing a tightening net. They couldn't outrun this forever. "So now we're the prey," Kendra said. "From the moment I saw you taken prisoner, I knew I had to act," Raxtus replied, his voice strained with effort. "I've fought in battles, I've hunted, but killing a captive, a friend, never. If I had stood by and let them hurt you, something essential inside me would have been destroyed. Permanently. That was the line. I could feel it. I wanted my father's approval. I wanted to belong among my own kind, but not if it meant betraying who I am. For a while, I fooled myself into thinking I could have both, stay true to myself and still earn his respect. Maybe even help the dragons see reason. Change things from within." He let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "What a joke! I barely nudged their thinking, but they were reshaping me every day. In the end, the choice was simple. Be the dragon my father wanted, or be the friend I knew I was. I chose friendship, I chose loyalty." "Thank you, Raxtus," Kendra whispered, her eyes stinging. "You know what," Raxtus said, and for the first time his voice sounded light, almost free. "This feels right. I'd rather go out like this on my own terms than spend another day living a lie. This is the most alive I've felt in years." Raxtus started weaving through the sky, his path becoming unpredictable. He'd surge upward, only to drop suddenly. The dragons behind them matched each move, slowly closing the gaps. "They're blocking the route to Blackwell Keep," Raxtus observed. That's their main goal, keeping us from there. Their second is to wall us off from the sanctuary's border. They don't want us escaping Wormroost. What options does that leave us? Kendra asked, gazing down at the patchwork of forests and winding rivers far below. I think our safest bet is the Zawali Protectorate, Raxtus said. I could maybe reach the sludge holes, but the Protectorate is where your strongest allies are. Okay, Kendra agreed. The wind, cutting through her damp clothes, was bitterly cold. She clenched her jaw to keep her teeth from chattering, focusing on the thrill of their speed and the sharp fear of capture to push the chill aside.
I'm trying not to make it obvious, but they're figuring out where I'm headed, Raxtus reported. They're shifting to cut us off while still guarding the approach to Blackwell Keep. I think we can reach the Protectorate. Your father has something planned for Midsummer Eve, Kendra said. I've heard the whispers, Raxtus answered. No details, just that it's supposed to turn the tide of the war for the dragons. Is there anything you know that could help us stop it? Kendra pressed.
Even as part of his guard, I was mostly kept in the dark, Raxtus admitted. I don't think he ever truly trusted me. Then again, I doubt he ever imagined I'd openly defy him like this. Kendra looked around, her heart sinking as she counted the shapes in the sky. Dozens, possibly 100. The ones behind us aren't catching up, she noted. I'm small, but I'm quick, Raxtus said. We're almost at the border of the Zawali Protectorate. I can't go in with you. Why not? The protective barrier will reject me, he explained. But I'm the caretaker, Kendra argued, and the magical creatures maintain their own defenses, Raxtus countered. It would take a lot of debate and time for any dragon to gain entry. I'm not sure they'd allow it, even with your word, and by the time they decided, the other dragons would be on me. I won't abandon you, Kendra insisted. You don't have a choice, Raxtus said firmly. Don't worry, without my passenger, I'm faster and can use my camouflage fully. I'll slip away. Please be careful, Kendra said. Careful isn't the plan, Raxtus replied, a hint of a smirk in his tone. Fast and unseen, that's the goal. All around them, ahead, behind, to every side, the circle of dragons was drawing tight. Raxtus swooped low, the tall grass brushing against Kendra's feet as they flew. A creek is just ahead, he called out. That's the boundary here. I'll set you down and you make a run for it. They're right on top of us, Kendra warned, watching the water approach fast. Once I'm off, stay down and keep hidden. No reply was possible. They reached the creek just as dragons closed in from every side. Raxtus dropped Kendra gently at the water's edge before flattening himself against the ground. With enemies diving toward her, Kendra yanked open the sack of gales. A howling torrent of wind erupted, and she swept it across the approaching dragons. The blast sent them spiraling wildly, some thrown backward, others folding their wings and plummeting to the earth. Kendra retreated into the creek, icy water climbing to her calves, the bag still pouring out its furious gale. The air is clear, she shouted, finally cinching the sack shut. Raxtus launched upward, wings beating hard as he vanished from sight. Thank you, he called, his voice already fading.
Find Seth and Tanu. Help them if you can, Kendra cried out. On it, the invisible dragon replied from somewhere above. She reached the opposite bank and climbed out, her shoes barely wetter than her damp clothes. On the far side, dragons were charging toward the creek, wings tucked, bodies low, blasts of fire, acid, frost, and lightning shot toward her, only to slam against an invisible barrier hovering above the creek's center.
Snarling with rage, the creatures lined the bank, but not one could cross the modest stream. Kendra turned and walked away, finally free. They're all leaving, Seth said, watching the sky. This is our shot. You think it's a trap? Eve asked. What would make every dragon just take off like that? Seth had been traveling down the road with Eve, Tanu, and Tempest, heading for the next way station and waiting for the right moment. Despite her fierce reputation, Tempest had stayed remarkably calm since joining them. Dragons had circled overhead the whole walk, but now they were all speeding off in the same direction. Has to be the somber night's doing, Seth guessed. They're not heading toward Skyhold, Calvin noted. Whatever the reason, while they're distracted, Eve can hide us, Seth said. I doubt we'll get another opening like this. Tanu's misty form gestured for them to move. Seth helped Eve into the saddle, and with anxious looks at the empty sky, hurriedly fastened her straps. Then he climbed on in front, leaving himself unsecured. Still clear. Can you cover us? Already done, Eve said. Let's move. Home, Tempest, Seth said, giving the reins a flick. The griffin leaped into the air. Seth clamped his legs tight, holding on for dear life. Without being strapped in, one wrong move could send him tumbling. Every dragon in sight was flying away from them.
"Oh, no," Eve whispered. "We've got company." Seth glanced back and saw a massive green dragon rising from a copse of trees near the road. It looked like the same beast that had taken Kendra, and it was coming straight for them. "Dragon, Tempest!" Seth yelled. The griffin veered sharply. Seth clung on with everything he had. The dragon stayed on their tail. "It must have been lying in wait," Eve said. "We need to break its line of sight." "Head into the woods," Seth urged.
Tempest dove into a thick stand of tall pines. Seth ducked low as branches whipped past his face. While the griffin wove between trunks, banking and swerving, Seth gripped the saddle, trying to move with his mount's rhythm. They burst into a sunlit clearing where a large herd of winged deer grazed peacefully. "Scatter the peritons," Eve said quickly. "They'll give us cover." With a piercing cry, Tempest shot toward the deer. The herd erupted into noisy flight, wings beating frantically. Tempest climbed right along with them. "Now we'll look like just another periton in the flock," Eve said. Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, the dragon dropped lower, skimming the treetops and peering down, then gradually moved away. Seth held his breath as they rose higher into the clear blue sky, a fleeting moment of relief washing over him before the next challenge surely awaited. The herd of dragons ceased their upward climb, leaving Tempest to circle higher as she scanned the treetops below. Seth attempted to soak in the warm afternoon sun and the sprawling vista, but his attention was caught by distant shapes. Many dragons were now disappearing into a thick bank of clouds. "I believe we've shaken the green one," Eve observed. Seth gave the griffin an affectionate pat. "You were incredible, Tempest." "Hey," Eve protested lightly. "You as well," Seth added with a grin. They flew on undisturbed for some time, Seth watching their elongated shadow glide over patchwork fields and dense woodlands. The sky was eerily quiet. A peace shattered when the formidable outline of Blackwell Keep appeared on the horizon. A swarm of dragons circled the fortress like vigilant sentinels. Whatever had lured the others away had not distracted this garrison. "Do you think we can slip past them?" Seth wondered aloud. "I'll do my best to conceal us," Eve replied. But as they drew nearer, a pair of dragons bellowed and veered toward them, with several more following suit. "I'm sorry," Eve said, her voice tight. "They've seen us." The keep was still frustratingly far off. "What's our move, Seth?" asked urgently. "We could make for Terabel," Eve suggested. "We'll find sanctuary there from the dragons, and I don't see any in that direction." "To Terabel," Seth commanded. Tempest banked into a sweeping turn, setting a new course. The pursuing dragons broke off, their duty evidently bound to the keep. Terabel soon unfolded below them, a verdant valley sprinkled with farmsteads and the slow-turning sails of windmills. Tempest descended toward the walled city at the valley's heart, clustered around an elegant castle, its ancient structures well kept and orderly. As they neared, Eve guided Tempest to a landing in a cobbled courtyard. "It's Eve!" several guards exclaimed. "Alert, Lord Dalgorel!" Seth swung down and helped Eve dismount, then stroked Tempest's neck. Well done, girl. You got us out of that. A concerned guard hurried over. Are you unharmed? I'm fine, Eve assured him. Thanks to my friend Seth here. He was here not long ago. The guard noted. Yes, Eve confirmed. Lord Dalgarel soon rushed into the courtyard, trailed by attendants and guards. Seth was struck, not for the first time, by the imposing stature and grace of the fair folk. Dalgarel swept Eve into a relieved hug, spinning her once before setting her down. I am profoundly glad you're safe, he said, his tone shifting to sternness. Running off like that was dangerously reckless. I thought you would come back for me, Eve said quietly. I saw your note, Dalgarel replied. I did try to return after you slipped away, and I couldn't locate you. I came back to Terabel to warn them of the coming conflict. When I attempted to fly back towards Skyhold, dragons blocked the path. I barely made it back here alive. You're truly unhurt? I'm well, Eve said. I was with Seth. We tried for Blackwell Keep first, Seth explained. There were too many dragons guarding it. Lord Dalgarel rested a hand on Seth's shoulder. Thank you for bringing my daughter home safely. You're welcome, Seth said. Dalgarel's expression grew solemn. However, you have placed me in a difficult position. The dragons have declared war upon you, and our stance is one of neutrality. Harboring you here could give the dragons valid cause for grievance. Are you asking me to leave? Seth asked. Dalgarel offered a faint smile. I have a preferable alternative. Caretaker or not, you are now under arrest for trespassing. When the guards escorted Seth to his cell, they didn't bother closing the door. Cell was hardly the right word for it. The room was brightly lit by several lamps, furnished with 2 plush sofas, a cushioned rocking chair, a writing desk, a full bookshelf, layered rugs, wall paintings, and a large 4-poster bed. The fair folk really need to work on their punishments, Calvin remarked dryly. This place is fantastic. Dalgarel is grateful, Seth said. I suspect he'll release us whenever we ask. You might as well rest while you have the chance, Calvin advised. I'm too keyed up, Seth admitted, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. I can't stop worrying about Kendra and the somber night. Same here, Calvin said. Eve had promised to visit soon, but for now it was just the two of them. Seth sank into the rocking chair and, pushing off with his feet, tipped it back until he felt a thrilling, precarious balance, as if the chair might at any moment tip over completely. The chair refused to cooperate. He rocked back with more force, feeling it teeter precariously before settling forward once more. With a final, determined shove, Seth threw his weight backward, sending the chair toppling over in a clumsy backward roll that landed him on the floor. I never fully appreciated the hazards of rocking furniture, observed a voice from the doorway. Seth quickly got to his feet. Leaning against the frame was a tall, slender man with sharp features, a neatly tailored outfit, and a carefully sculpted goatee. Just fooling around, Seth admitted. Might I enter? The stranger inquired. Who are you? The man offered a quick, formal nod. A cellmate. I am Lomo, son of Targon, an exile from the fair folk. I know who you are, Seth replied. You're practically the only other permanent resident. You're the one who rejected the neutrality agreement and fought anyway. There is one other long-term occupant, a giant called Pugwig, Lomo corrected. He is poor company. We also host a werbore for a few nights each moon, still struggling against his animal nature. I heard you could walk free if you promised to stay neutral, Seth said. Correct, Lomo acknowledged. My only offense is breaking our neutrality decree. A vow to obey it would grant me a supervised release. So why stay? Seth pressed. Neutrality is a coward's choice, Lomo stated firmly. It is a rejection of life itself. In a time of true peril, no sin is greater than standing aside. I agree with you, Seth said. Then you are part of a very exclusive society here in Terabel, Lomo replied. In truth, if you voiced that support openly, you would be utterly alone. The others who think like you stay silent, Seth asked. Muted whispers. Nothing more, Lomo said. I trust our leaders mean well. They wish to safeguard our traditions and protect our people. Yet they have fallen prey to the creeping poison of inaction. To exist in this world, we must engage with it. Otherwise, we are already ghosts. Celebrant has started a war, Seth said. The news reached me, Lomo answered. Such tidings travel swiftly. I expected it, and still our rulers cling to their neutrality. Could the fair folk actually battle dragons? Seth wondered. We have in forgotten eras, Lomo said. Could the people of Terabel defeat the dragons of Wimroost in a straightforward clash? Unlikely. We would be annihilated, but you do not confront dragons directly. You outthink them, or you die. Presently, we do neither. We allow children to wage our wars for us. The somber night has killed dragons, Seth pointed out. He is your finest asset in this conflict, Lomo agreed. Seth added he went to Skyhold alone to strip Celebrant of his caretaker status. Lomo's expression darkened. He may not come back from that errand. The dragons have my sister, Seth said quietly. My condolences, young caretaker, Lomo said. By setting foot on Wimroost, you inherited a world of trouble, and yet see what you do. Tumble out of a chair. You stand and resist, while an entire nation of seasoned adults hides behind a policy of surrender. Ronodin is here, Seth revealed. Lomo's hand went to the hilt of his sword, but stopped short of drawing it. The shadow unicorn?
You have a sword, Seth asked, incredulous. What kind of prison is this? The most accommodating dungeon you will ever know, Lomo said dryly. Wherever Ronodin wanders, calamity is his shadow. He told us he taught the dragons a guaranteed path to victory, Seth said. I am surprised he was so forthcoming, Lomo mused. Do not dismiss his words. I have never known him to issue idle warnings. You've met him, Seth asked. I have had the distinct misfortune, Lomo confirmed.
Ronodin is an agent of Bedlam, officially pledged to no one, yet consistently lingering at the edges of the magical world's greatest catastrophes. Did he hint at what he told the dragons? Not a clue, Seth said. He wanted Bracken's first horn from Kendra. Bracken gave his horn to your sister, Lomo asked, a note of respect in his voice. She must be a remarkable young woman. I suppose, Seth said with a shrug, she destroyed the Demon King. Lomo thoughtfully stroked the whiskers along his jawline, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his features before he composed himself. Then she has already faced a darkness most cannot fathom. It changes a person, carving resolve where there was once only fear. That day marked the true beginning of our troubles with the dragons, the very moment the demons faltered. You were present then, and you are here now. Maybe there is still hope left for us. We intend to try, Seth replied. Did you journey here by yourself? Lomo inquired. I flew here with Eve on a griffin called Tempest, Seth explained. Kendra was taken by the dragons. My companion Tanu transformed into a gaseous form to survive a dragon's assault. He's a potion master, but in that state we had to leave him behind on the road. I also have my secret companion with me. Secret companion, Calvin the Nipsey. I was wondering if you would allow me to speak, Calvin chimed in. Sometimes he prefers to keep me hidden. I appreciate your perspective on neutrality, Lomo. Well done for following your conscience. May I see him? Lomo asked, stepping nearer. Of course, Seth said. Calvin climbed from Seth's pocket onto Lomo's open hand. Greetings, Calvin called out. Remarkable, Lomo murmured. So tiny and perfectly formed. A flawless little person. I have only ever seen one other of your kind. He would have been even smaller, Calvin noted. I am under an enchantment that made me a giant. Well, a giant compared to my own people. The other I met was female, Lomo recalled, and she was about your size. Do you remember her name? Calvin asked eagerly. I think it was Serena, Lomo said. Calvin glanced up at Seth. That's her, my true love. You know Serena? Lomo questioned. I adore her, Calvin declared. I would cross oceans for her, climb mountains, traverse deserts. Where did you see her? When was this? Approximately 5 years ago, Lomo answered. I belong to a group committed to opposing the Society of the Evening Star. The Knights of the Dawn, Seth added. Yes, I nearly forgot you are connected, Lomo said. Old habits make me mention it cautiously. Do you know where Serena went? Calvin pressed. She was with a human-sized woman, Lomo recalled. I never learned her name, if I remember correctly. They were looking into demonic curses. That aligns, Calvin said. I believe they were heading for the Titan Valley Sanctuary, Lomo offered. My assignment was to look into rumors at Soaring Cliffs. Back then, we thought the demons would be our downfall. We never expected the dragons to become our primary threat so swiftly. Titan Valley, Calvin repeated with reverence. That's a dragon sanctuary as well, one of the 3 that has a temple, Lomo confirmed. Thank you for the information, Calvin said. How did you end up returning here? Seth asked. I have the Sphinx to thank for that, Lomo replied. I have my own reasons to thank him as well, Seth remarked. The Sphinx sent a letter to Dalgarel arguing that my actions against the demons broke the fair folks' neutrality policy. He threatened that if Dalgarel did nothing, he would publicly challenge the policy. So Dalgarel sent some skilled agents who located me and brought me back. I attempted to avoid them, but refused to fight them. How long ago was that? Seth asked. Almost 3 years now, Lomo said. Have you tried to escape from this place? Seth questioned. Not seriously, Lomo admitted. My imprisonment is a form of protest. My people know I'm here and why. It encourages reflection and debate that might not occur otherwise. I can't remain here long, Seth stated. There's a war going on. Dalgarel placed you here largely for your protection, Lomo explained. It lets him shelter you briefly without being accused of favoritism. You won't be detained for long? If you got out, would you assist us? Seth asked. Until I am recaptured, Lomo said. Dalgura would have to attempt to apprehend me to uphold his claims of neutrality. For now, let me show you the food here. It is exceptional. Stingbulb. Kendra stood motionless, her eyes locked on the massive brown bear. She hadn't ventured far from the creek where she had parted ways with Raxtus. Emerging from a cluster of aspen trees, she found herself barely 30 feet from the golden-brown creature, with powerful muscles shifting under its fur. The bear rose onto its hind legs and turned toward her. The irony wasn't lost on her, surviving dragons only to be torn apart by a bear. What was she supposed to do now? Play dead? Where had she heard that advice? Was it even trustworthy? The immense bear stood motionless, its dark eyes fixed on her. Would it charge? Kendra's mind raced through half-remembered advice. Was it zigzagging or running downhill that confused bears? Neither option was useful here. She gripped her bow, but the creature before her was colossal, its shaggy form towering over her. Could any arrow find a vital spot? Then she remembered. This was the realm of speaking creatures. Raxtus had insisted they were allies. "Hello?" she called out, her voice thin in the quiet woods. In response, the bear dropped to all fours and began a slow, deliberate approach. "Is this the Zawali Protectorate?" Kendra asked quickly. "I need help, and you're hoping I can talk," rumbled the bear, its voice a low, gravelly baritone. "Yes." Relief washed over her. "What if a talking bear still decides to attack?" it inquired, stopping close enough that she could smell the wild, musky scent of its fur. "Do you?" Kendra countered. The bear settled onto its haunches with a heavy sigh. "Not as a rule. Most of us wouldn't dream of eating another speaking being, human included." It scratched lazily at its side. "But keep an eye out for the crocodiles. They've been known to interpret the rules creatively." Trying to lighten the mood, Kendra asked, "What do you eat then?" "Fish are a favorite, salmon, trout," the bear replied, "but I'm not picky. Beehives, berries, acorns, the occasional vole. I've also developed a taste for more refined fare. Turkey sandwiches, waffles, even a good quiche. A travelling bard once shared a creme brulee with me. Quite the experience. Do you have a name?" "Gorban," said the bear, "and you must be Kendra Sorensen, our new caretaker, and already stirring up trouble with the dragons." "That's me," Kendra admitted. "I haven't even been here a week. The war was inevitable the moment Celebrant took power." Gorban said, his tone turning serious.
"It was bold of you to come here alone, and not by any path I recognize. I see no griffin with you. A dragon brought me," Kendra explained. "We were being chased." Gorban's eyes dropped to her ankle. "I see the manacle. He bit the chain free?" "Yes. Have you heard of Raxtus? The small one?" "Of course. So he helped you." "He risked everything," Kendra said, her eyes scanning the distant sky where dragon shapes circled. None were Raxtus. A pang of worry shot through her. Was he safe?
"I'm glad he did right by you," Gorban said, following her gaze. "Are there many speaking animals here?" "Many species," he confirmed. "Some keep to themselves more than others. Is it just the crocodiles I should worry about?" Gorban let out a chuffing sound, almost like a laugh. "I can be dangerous. Just ask any squirrel who buries nuts too close to the surface." Then his demeanor sobered. "But be especially wary if a crocodile acts friendly. They're only pleasant when they're sizing you up for a meal. The snakes, seldom trustworthy. The vultures are patiently morbid, and the coyotes, well, they can be real punks. Most others are decent enough." "I need to find your leader," Kendra said, urgency returning to her voice. "There's a war coming." "Our territory is vast," Gorban said. "Shelter, where Raj resides, is a considerable journey from here." An idea, both thrilling and absurd, struck her. "Can I ride you?" Gorban shifted his weight, his loose hide swaying. "That's a first, truly, but all right. Climb on. We'll see how it goes. We can send word ahead and perhaps find you a more conventional mount later." Kendra approached his side, baffled by how to begin. The bear's back was a wide, furry plateau. "How do I get up?" "Don't overthink it," Gorban grumbled. "Grab a handful of fur and haul yourself aboard. I won't break." Reaching up, Kendra seized the thick fur and with a determined heave swung a leg over. After some ungainly scrambling, she found herself seated awkwardly, then properly astride his broad back. Gorban rose and began to walk, his gait a surprisingly smooth, rolling motion. "I can't believe I'm riding a bear," Kendra breathed, a grin spreading across her face. "I don't recommend attempting this without an invitation," Gorban stated flatly. "Noted," Kendra said, holding on.
Where else do talking animals live? A few other preserves and sanctuaries, Gorban answered as he walked. But we're the largest and most organized group. Some of our kind are still out in the mundane world, pretending to be ordinary beasts. A talking dog can blend in perfectly if it keeps its mouth shut. A few have even retired to zoos, the easy life or so I'm told. I know of a rather famous panda who can secretly speak, primarily in Chinese, though she's diligently working on her English.
"How do you stay informed?" Kendra inquired. Gorban let out a soft, rumbling chuckle. "A little bird told me." Kendra laughed. "Seriously?" "Absolutely. Most birds are terrible gossips. Offering rides these days?" A cheerful voice called from the side. "Is there room for one more?" "Nice try," Gorban replied. Glancing down, Kendra saw the speaker was a fox. "Hello, I'm Kendra, Sherman," the fox introduced himself. "We had a feeling you might visit." "You've certainly got your hands full, sister." "The dragon conflict," Kendra said. "Are there other kinds of magical beings in this area, besides animals who talk?" "We permit a select few," Sherman answered. "Fairies, naturally," Gorban added, "excellent for the plant life. We might attract more if Azalar would quit trying to make a meal of them, Sherman remarked. He's an owl, Gorban clarified. Gnomes pass through sometimes, Sherman continued. The odd nymph. But typically, it's just us scruffy types. Can the fleas hold a conversation? Kendra asked playfully. Not the insects, Gorban said. Can you imagine? Sherman exclaimed, pitching his voice high in imitation. Quit scratching. We're trying to have lunch over here. I've heard tales of talking tarantulas, but never encountered one, Gorban mused. Those are arachnids, of course. I once met a cricket who could talk, Sherman claimed. Don't invent tales, Gorban chided. I truly did, Sherman insisted. A very anxious little fellow. Speaking creatures are rarely smaller than mice, Gorban explained. And we tend to be larger than our ordinary counterparts, Sherman added, puffing out his chest slightly. More handsome as well. We also live considerably longer. Have you noticed my luxurious coat? Kendra had to concede he was a sizable, striking fox with vibrant russet fur and an impressively full tail. You could easily win a best-in show.
She has excellent taste, Sherman declared. Perceptive, for a human. You're correct. I am a fine specimen. We have hens here, you know, conversational ones. These are premium hens, wonderfully plump, the kind you fantasize about. How many go missing under my watch? Tell her, Gorban. Not a single one so far, the bear confirmed. Precisely, Sherman said. I protect them like family. I hunt other prey.
All the while, these delightfully round, slow-moving hens stroll about, pecking at the dirt, possessing almost no sense of self-preservation whatsoever. You observe them a great deal, Gorban noted dryly. Don't misinterpret, Kendra, Sherman said quickly. I watch over them. A great deal, Gorban repeated. You also speak of them constantly. Everyone discusses hens, Sherman defended. They're a fascinating subject. Sherman, could you do us a favor? Gorban asked. Run ahead and let everyone know Kendra is approaching. We're making for the shelter. Tell some birds if possible. She could use a proper ride. Is she weighing you down? Sherman teased. I'm not the swiftest, Gorban admitted, and she would be more comfortable. Your fur is wonderful, Kendra said. I'll dash ahead, Sherman agreed. You'll have assistance in no time. The fox bolted away across the meadow. Now perhaps we can appreciate the peace, Gorban said. Listen to the forest.
Does Sherman always talk this much? Kendra asked. Gorban chuckled deeply. He talks as if words are on clearance and the store is closing for good. He's not the only striking animal here, Kendra offered. You're a magnificent bear, immense and powerful, such dense fur. I suppose that's a given, Gorban replied, though he seemed quietly pleased. They travelled on for a stretch before a horse came galloping toward them, a sleek white stallion with well-defined muscles rippling under his coat. I'm Captain, he announced, pulling up beside Gorban. The bear halted. You must be Kendra, bound for the shelter? I can carry you from here if you wish. That seems more practical, Gorban agreed. A pleasure meeting you, Kendra. Pay no mind to any nonsense from those dragons. Kendra slid down from the bear's back. Thank you for the ride.
And the conversation. Will I see you again?
I'll continue along our path, Gorban said. You've piqued my interest. I'll move much quicker without the concern of a passenger. All right, until later, Kendra said, turning to Captain. You're an impressive horse. Apologies. No saddle, Captain said. We don't typically offer taxi service in these parts, but I run smoothly. I can help, Gorban offered, ducking his head between Kendra's legs from behind and lifting her up. Thank you, Kendra said, settling herself onto Captain's back. You wish to see Raj? Captain inquired. Yes, please, Kendra replied. Have you ridden anything other than a bear? Captain asked, as he began to move. I have, Kendra said. Actually, I spent a lot of time riding one of the Luvians from Blackwell Keep. Which one? Captain questioned. Glory. That's my sister, Captain said, a hint of pride in his voice. One of the sharpest horses I've ever known just couldn't speak.
A real pity.
She's fond of Jane Austen, Kendra mentioned. I prefer Hemingway myself, Captain remarked, breaking into a trot. Or Rambugwa. Who's Rambugwa? Kendra asked. A baboon, Captain stated plainly. Literally, a brilliant novelist writes adventures. Mostly has a wonderfully twisted sense of humour. Bye, Gorban, Kendra called back. Is that a hint? Captain asked, shifting into a canter. Are you comfortable?
Even without a saddle or reins, Kendra felt perfectly secure and balanced. And what a strange delight it was to converse with her horse. I feel wonderful! Captain surged into a full gallop, his stride remaining incredibly smooth. As the afternoon light began to fade, Kendra moved through forests and meadows. They slowed to ford streams, cool water splashing against her legs, or to navigate rougher terrain. Even in dense woods, Captain consistently found clear paths, so they rarely slowed below a canter. Kendra found herself savouring the tranquil ride. This was a truly lovely region of Wimroost. Occasionally she spotted distant animals, deer, pheasants, squirrels, even a lone buffalo. She wondered if every creature here possessed the gift of speech. Despite the serene surroundings, her thoughts persistently circled back to the dragon threat. She couldn't fathom their plans. Celebrant appeared invincible without Ronodin's interference. What terrible advice could the dark unicorn have given to make things even worse? Her worries drifted to Seth and Tanu. She agonized over her grandparents back at Blackwell Keep. She prayed Raxtus had managed to escape the dragons safely. The sun was brushing the horizon when Kendra and Captain sighted a structure that looked like a cross between a hunting lodge and an enormous stable. Captain raced toward it, slowing only as he passed through a doorway vast enough for nearly any animal Kendra could picture. Inside, they entered a great room with a solid wooden floor, its walls and ceiling formed by massive logs and beams. Rows of stalls lined two sides, with another large entrance on the opposite wall. Stairs led up to hidden loft spaces. A roaring hearth dominated the room's centre, its smoke curling up through an opening in the roof. There was little furniture, but numerous perches provided roosts for birds, and feeding troughs were scattered throughout. Kendra was astonished by the gathered assembly of creatures, which included gazelles, monkeys, elk, panthers, owls, wolves, camels, beavers, bison, otters, hippos, and ostriches. Near the fire, reclining on a heap of cushions, a massive tiger waited, meticulously cleaning a broad paw with a thick, rough tongue. The animals had been chatting, but all conversation ceased as Kendra slid from Captain's back to face the tiger. She assumed he could talk, but it was still unnerving to realize this lethal predator was only a quick spring away. Raj Farana? Kendra asked. The tiger ceased his grooming and fixed Kendra with an intense stare. She suddenly felt very much like a potential meal. You have found him, Kendra Sorensen, Raj said, his voice calm, cultured, and deep. I trust Captain has been agreeable company. Yes, Kendra said. Gorban as well. Thank you for allowing me shelter here. I wish we could offer more, Raj replied. Some of us are formidable, but we are no match for dragons in a fight. I can provide safe harbor for as long as you require, and I have a gift. The tiger turned his head. Step forward. A distinguished-looking man emerged from behind the hearth. He sported a mustache, had a solid build, and was dressed in clothing that seemed a century out of date. Patton, Kendra gasped. No, that can't be. He's gone. You're gone, Kendra exclaimed. Absolutely correct, Patton responded. Are you a spirit? She questioned. Do I not appear real to you? He moved closer and wrapped his arms around her. It was comforting to rest her head against his sturdy frame. This was her own forebear. She gently pulled away from the embrace. You feel completely real. But how is this possible? Was it the chronometer? No, Patton said, though from my perspective, our encounter with the chronometer at Fablehaven wasn't too long ago. This isn't truly me, Kendra. I'm a duplicate, a copy. You're a sting bulb, Kendra understood. Sting bulbs were uncommon fruits capable of mimicking anyone they stung. Once planted, the bulb would develop into a replica of that person in about an hour and a half. "You've got it," he said, placing his thumbs in his pockets and glancing at Raj Farana. "I told you she was clever. You won't survive for long," Kendra stated. "A few days at most," Patton concurred. "I stung myself and placed the sting bulb inside a null box. I left it with the creatures here for an emergency. Raj was present in those days, though not leading. It was an elephant in charge. Hinto the Great, Raj said, one of our most exceptional leaders. What is a null box?" Kendra inquired. "You know how a quiet box suspends a person in stasis?" Patton asked. "Yes," Kendra replied. "A null box is more compact and even more powerful," Patton explained. "Time and decay essentially halt inside. I occasionally stored my avocados in this one when they were perfectly ripe. It also keeps toast warm, and it prevents a sting bulb from maturing," Kendra added. "Until some helpful animals decide to plant it," Patton said. "We kept the sting bulb for years in case of a dire crisis," Raj explained. "When we learned you had entered our domain, Kendra, we planted it and instructed Patton to assist you upon your arrival." Kendra recalled that sting bulbs were highly impressionable and would follow the commands of their initial master without question. "Do you possess Patton's memories?" Kendra verified. "I am not the actual Patton," the sting bulb clarified. "I am a reproduction of who Patton was at a specific moment. I have the personality he had then, his vocabulary, his memories, his skills. I feel like him, and I know I am not him. I understand it would be very difficult for me to evolve or diminish beyond who I am at present. I cannot learn as he learned, but I can act as he acted. Perhaps you can offer me some guidance," Kendra said. "I hope so," Patton answered. "The dragons have announced war," Kendra told him. Patton gave a slight nod. "Seems an appropriate moment to wake me." Kendra detailed how the dragons had assisted at Zizix and how Celebrant had become a caretaker in exchange. She explained how she and Seth had become caretakers and retrieved the scepter. She recounted attending the feast. She shared what she had discovered from Renodin and described the somber night stripping Celebrant of his caretaker status, along with her escape alongside Raxtus and her worries about her brother and Tanu. Patton let out a low whistle. "You're in a predicament, no question. Of everything you've shared, Ronadin troubles me the most. He fosters chaos like no other. He claimed he informed the dragons how to win the war, and that it would occur on Midsummer Eve," Kendra said. "Tomorrow night." Patton turned and gazed solemnly into the fire. "Without Ronadin, the council is more straightforward. Remain behind boundaries. Impose any penalties you can on attackers. Provide them no opportunities. Endure. Eventually, the dragons will grow weary of assaulting barriers that do not yield. But what you heard from Ronadin, well, that alters everything." "Do you understand what he means?" Kendra asked. "I have a powerful suspicion," Patton said, looking at the surrounding animals. "I hope I'm mistaken, but I fear I am not. Normally, I would not discuss this with anyone, especially not before an audience. I'm an inquisitive person, sometimes excessively so, and occasionally I uncover things better left undiscovered. Some monsters are best left deeply buried, untouched. But if the dragons have discovered what I know, and I believe they have because the pieces fit together too perfectly, then perhaps it's better if more people are aware of it." "What is it?" Kendra asked. Patton's expression grew serious. "The Wizened Stone is concealed here at Wormroost." He paused, met by blank stares. "I take it none of you are familiar with it," he continued. "But the most learned wizards know, the 5 monarchs know, scholars of the rarest and most potent artifacts know. The Wizened Stone is a wellspring of immense magical power. It can also unravel enchantments. For instance, it could dissolve every protective boundary at this preserve or any other. It could strip the magic from an enchanted object, or it could rob a wizard of his abilities entirely. Patton moved closer to Kendra, lowering his voice to a near whisper. And the wizened stone could force a dragon into a human form, permanently. Without granting them any wizardly power in return, the dragons would end the war in hours if they possessed it. Kendra breathed out. Exactly. Patton nodded. No magical barriers would remain. The sanctuaries would crumble almost at once. But we could win the war just as quickly if we had it, Kendra countered. If you were facing a crowd of ordinary humans instead of dragons, the conflict would be over in a heartbeat, Patton agreed. Even the threat of transforming them would be a powerful bargaining chip. Where is the stone hidden? Kendra pressed. Patton's face clouded. This is the difficult part. The wizened stone is secreted away inside Stormguard Castle. Calvin lifted his sword and brought it down in a swift, clean arc, splitting a cream puff cleanly in two. Care to share? He asked Seth. Seth glanced from the dessert to Lomo. I'd like 10 more, but I'm pretty sure I'd burst, wiping his blade on a napkin. Calvin scooped out a generous portion of the creamy filling. This is pure bliss. I overdid it my first few days here, too, Lomo advised. You have to pace yourself. Everything is this incredible. But this meal had so many new things, Seth marveled. Bacon-wrapped figs, buttery crab legs, chilled banana soup. Half the dishes were completely new to me, and unbelievably good. That's not even counting the 3 desserts. It's like this for every meal, Lomo said with a knowing smile. The fair folk actually scheme to eat down here. Some commit petty offences just for a seat. Law-abiding citizens can make reservations 1 day a week, and it's booked solid 6 months out, best food in the city. I'm stuffed, Seth admitted, rubbing his stomach, but I still want to taste everything again. Never take a full belly for granted, Calvin said, his tone shifting to one of sober reflection. There will come a day when you're truly hungry, and you'll be grateful for every bite you had here. You'll feast on the memories alone. The door swung open, and Tanu stepped in, flanked by 2 guards. He was covered in dust and bore several fresh scratches, but he was solid and very much alive. Seth jumped up from his chair. Tanu, you're here. The large Samoan grinned wearily. One of the guards, a striking redhead, spoke up. Lomo, could you show him where to clean up? Of course, Lomo said, standing and gesturing toward a small sink in the corner. You look like you've had quite the journey. Not exactly a leisurely stroll, Tanu replied, his lips cracked and dirt-streaked. He scrubbed his hands and arms under the stream of water, then splashed his face repeatedly, drying off with a soft white towel. His gaze found Seth. I heard you were safe. I'm so relieved you made it. How did you get here so quickly? Seth asked. Did you manage to fly? Tanu gestured to the assortment of scrapes on his arms. If that was flying, I had a very rough landing several times. I was more expedited. His eyes drifted to the laden table. Will you look at that feast? It's all for you, Lomo said warmly. We've had our share. Mostly, Calvin called from his seat, nibbling on another piece of fig. Tanu looked down at his torn, grimy clothing. I don't think I've ever felt improperly dressed for a dungeon dinner before. Welcome to Terabel, Lomo said brightly. He gave a nod to the guards. We can manage from here. The guards exited, closing the door behind them. The hot food might be lukewarm by now, Seth apologized, and the cold dishes might not be so cold. Tanu was already reaching for the bacon-wrapped figs. These are amazing, he said, his voice muffled by the first delicious bite. Remind me to sneak into Terabel more often, Seth mused. You mentioned being dragged here, Seth pressed. How did that happen? The somber night made it, Tanu explained, setting down his fork. Barely, I came across him on the roadside, holding on to the shattered remains of his bull. What was left of the creature? Seth asked. Most of the head, a single horn, the front legs, and maybe half the torso, Tanu said. The night wasn't faring much better. He'd hooked the mangled bull with his grapnel and was hauled back to the relative safety of the road, out of the dragon's relentless reach. He's alive. Seth's voice was tight. He believes he'll survive, Tanu replied. He lost a leg at the hip and an arm above the elbow. His armor was in tatters. How did he not bleed out? Seth wondered aloud. Tanu paused, wiping his hands on a napkin. I don't believe he bleeds at all. What? My theory is he's undead, Tanu stated calmly. Like a zombie? Tanu shook his head. No, something far beyond a zombie or a wraith. More potent and refined. It's only a hypothesis. We have comparable theories among the fair folk, Lomo added, leaning forward. The somber night is an extraordinary entity. Does that mean he'll recover? Seth asked. He insisted on returning to his lair beneath the city. Tanu said expertly, cracking another crab leg. Who can say how much he can restore? Only time will tell.
On the topic of recovery, I assume you weren't emitting gas when he found you? Seth ventured, a slight grin forming. The potion had just expired, Tanu said, a wry smile touching his lips as he picked out the meat. He offered me transport to Terabel. We had to leave the main road at Thirsty Gulch. Nearly became dragon food, even with only 2 front legs. That bull is shockingly swift. The knight and I clung to the remaining torso, riding it like a makeshift sled. Dullian or not, that creature deserves a parade. Seth took a steadying breath, dreading the answer to his next question. And Kendra? She escaped, Tanu announced, his eyes lighting up. The somber night witnessed Raxtus snatch her away after she was delivered to Celebrant. That must have been the commotion the dragons were chasing, Calvin interjected. When we arrived here on Tempest, most likely, Tanu agreed, she's the only prize that would warrant such a furious pursuit. A broad smile spread across Seth's face. Raxtus did the honourable thing. I was afraid we'd lost him for good. It was courageous, Tanu said, serving himself some gnocchi. He'll be hunted by his own kind for the rest of his life. At least until we win this dragon war, Seth countered. Tanu chuckled softly. I admire your optimism. Even if we prevail, Raxtus will be forever reviled for his actions. It was a noble sacrifice. A dragon rescuing a human, Lomo murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. Just when I thought this era couldn't grow more peculiar. Calvin collapsed onto his back on the table, limbs splayed. I can't manage another bite. Why do I always do this to myself? Don't take this feast for granted, Seth teased. How about another helping of cobbler? Calvin wrapped his arms around his stomach, rolling slightly. I'm filled to the brim. Anything I try to swallow will just sit in my mouth. There's always space for peach cobbler, Seth coaxed. Calvin shut his eyes, puffing out his cheeks. I've surpassed all reasonable limits. Maybe we could pour some milk in to settle things, Seth suggested playfully. You're going to make me sick, Calvin groaned, and it would be a monumental mess. Let me wallow in my misery peacefully. The door swung open again, and 2 guards ushered in Kreia the eagle. You have a visitor, the red-haired guard declared. Kreia glided from the guard's forearm to the table, perching on the back of an empty chair. I bear a message from Kendra, the eagle announced. Really? Seth exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him. That means she and Raxtus must have outflown the dragons. Correct, Kreia confirmed. The large bird's gaze shifted from Seth to Lomo. The message is confidential. That will be all for now, Lomo told the guards, who promptly exited. I can depart if you prefer, Lomo offered. But remember, I remain a Knight of the Dawn in full standing inner circle. My confinement is solely for breaching our neutrality policy, nothing more in his heart.
Seth felt a firm certainty that Lomo was trustworthy, of course. He had once placed a measure of trust in the demon Growlus as well. Inner circle? Tanu questioned, rising to walk around the table. He leaned in, murmuring something to Lomo, who whispered a reply. After a few more hushed exchanges, Tanu turned back. He knows the proper recognition codes from his era. He should be considered secure. Please, stay, Seth offered. The potion master gave a faint nod, settling back into his chair and helping himself to a generous portion of cobbler. He took a bite, his eyes drifting shut for a moment. Almost makes the ordeal of being hauled through dragon-infested thorns worthwhile. Go on, Kreia, Seth prompted. The eagle shifted on her perch. Kendra has arrived safely at the Zawali Protectorate, Kreia announced. A profound relief, Tanu murmured, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. She has also uncovered the dragon's intended strategy to win the war, the eagle continued. How did she manage that? Seth asked, leaning forward. She conferred with a sting bulb replica of Patton Burgess, cultivated by Raj Farana, Kreia explained. After hearing her account of Renodin's information, he pieced together their scheme.
And what is that scheme? Calvin piped up. The eagle's sharp gaze flicked to the Nipsey. You're aware he's present, she verified. Pay me no mind, Calvin said, with a dismissive wave. I'm just here with a culinary complication. A food hernia, if you will. He's trustworthy, Seth affirmed. And possibly expiring, Calvin added dramatically. Should the worst happen, tell my mother I adored her, Kreia refocused. An artifact known as the Wizenstone is concealed here at Wyrmroost. Tanu choked on his cobbler, coughing violently before dabbing his face with a napkin. Did you just say the Wizenstone? I did, Kreia confirmed. That should be ancient history lost to time, Tanu said, shifting in his seat with clear discomfort. The stuff of pure myth, too potent to actually exist. Patton's intelligence suggests otherwise, Kreia countered. It is housed within Stormguard Castle. Tanu lowered his head, a weary sigh escaping him. Naturally it is. He looked up, his expression grim. The dragons are aware of this. Why not simply leave it be? How could they possibly retrieve it? No one has set foot inside Stormguard Castle since the curse fell upon it. Patton has, Kreia corrected. For a very short time, what does he know? Tanu pressed. Lethal protective wards encircle Stormguard Castle, active on all but 4 nights of the year, Kreia relayed. The festival nights, Seth guessed. The eagle stretched her wings, feathers rustling. Correct? On the solstices and equinoxes, the castle becomes accessible to specific individuals. Which individuals? Seth asked. Let me venture a guess, Tanu said, his tone dripping with sarcastic resignation. Battered potion masters, weighed down by desert. Mortals, Kreia stated. Fair folk and magical beings who can assume a human avatar. So dragons can enter, Seth concluded. Only while maintaining a human form, Kreia clarified. All magic is nullified within. Dragons would be trapped in that shape. The fair folk would be stripped of their innate powers. What about Nipsies? Calvin inquired hopefully. Any other magical creatures are barred, Kreia said. The entry is restricted solely to those capable of taking mortal form. But I'm exceptionally tiny, Calvin argued. These broad enchantments frequently overlook the particularly minute.
I can only relay what the sting bulb conveyed, Kreia replied. The implication is clear. If the dragons secure the Wizenstone, they will win the war effortlessly, and they're aiming for it tomorrow, Seth said. That is our assumption, Kreia confirmed. Tomorrow is Midsummer Eve, Lomo observed quietly. What if we secured it first, Seth proposed. Patton believes we could use it to turn the tide, Kreia said. The revelation hit Seth like a physical force. This changes everything.
We were floundering. We had no insight into the dragon's designs, no clear path to victory. Now we have a tangible opportunity. It's a direction at least, Tanu conceded, though his voice was heavy. Does Kendra have a strategy? To pursue the stone tomorrow night, Kreia said. She is counting on you and Seth for aid. The Zovali Protectorate is a considerable journey from Stormguard Castle. Tanu calculated aloud, his mind already mapping the treacherous terrain. How does she intend to make the journey in time? They are formulating a plan now, Kreia answered. Access to the castle does not commence until 1 hour after sundown. Tanu's face darkened into a scowl. That complicates matters severely. We would be exposed and vulnerable for a full hour before we could even cross the threshold. I doubt there's any viable hiding place near the castle to wait out that hour. Calvin mused, his usual bravado tempered by the stark reality. Seth's determination, however, only solidified. We have to make the attempt. If the entire war hinges on this, how can we not try? Tanu rubbed his eyes roughly, then dragged both hands through his thick hair, as if physically wrestling with the decision. The weight of leadership settled upon him, but beneath it a spark of defiant resolve ignited. They were being handed a chance, however slim and dangerous to ignore. It was to accept defeat. We must try, he agreed, the words final and filled with a new-found strength. The path was set, fraught with peril, but it was a path forward. I might have a plan to reach Kendra, I suggested. Just as the cell doors swung open, 2 guards stepped inside, accompanied by a pair of satyrs and 2 familiar kids. It's been an unusually hectic evening, the guard with red hair remarked. Nox spotted Seth immediately. There you are, having supper. Save any for us. Seth jumped up from the floor.
Nox, Tess, Newell, Doran? What in the world are you guys doing in a place like this? We were put in charge of watching these 2, Newell explained with a sigh, so of course we ended up locked in a strange prison. The main road from Blackwell Keep leads directly here, Doran added. Nox chimed in. We saw dragons too. A couple of them flew right near the path. You actually drank the milk? Seth asked, incredulous. Nox shook his head.
I knew all that virtual reality stuff was a cover story. Seth shrugged. It was the best excuse I could come up with quickly. So, what do you think of my sanctuary?
Your sanctuary?
Nox repeated, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I'm the caretaker, Seth stated. The one in charge, me and Kendra. Nox let out a short, disbelieving laugh. Sure, that's why you're sitting in a dungeon cell. I'm serious, Seth insisted, glancing at the others for support. It's true, Tanu confirmed. Newell nodded. We could have told you that. Seth and Kendra are the caretakers, Kreia affirmed from her perch. Tess's eyes lit up. The talking bird, she exclaimed. Pleased to see you again, Kreia replied. I am a golden eagle. You might be the most incompetent caretaker in history, Nox said bluntly. Seth didn't argue. Could be. I haven't been at it long, and the dragons already want a war, and, okay, I did wind up in a dungeon, but why are you even at Wilmroost? We used the barrel, Tess said simply. Seth's expression turned serious. Do Grandma and Grandpa Sorensen know you're here? They know we're at Wormroost, Nox admitted. I came on my own. Tess just followed me. I'm shocked they let you leave the keep at all, Seth said. Do they know you came to Terabel? We came to rescue you, Doran stated plainly. You brought Nox and Tess to rescue me? Seth asked, his voice rising. They're complete newcomers. They don't know anything about this place. There were circumstances, Doran said carefully. A killer is on the loose at the keep. The barrel to Fablehaven is gone, maybe tampered with, and Tess is our ticket to moving around Wormroost freely. Tess twirled, making her cloak flare out. I have my fairy queen robe. It's actually a cloak of innocence, Newell corrected. It grants powerful protection to someone who is new to the sanctuaries, hasn't broken any rules and means no harm. And you came here without permission? Seth pointed out. Grandma and Grandpa are going to be furious. We had the cloak and we stuck to the road, Nox argued. We got help from the lion bird, Tess added. Newell clarified. We met a griffin on the path, one that had been searching for you but was driven down by dragons. He was heading back to the keep, but he agreed to carry Knox and Tess here on the ground, of course. Using paws and claws, not wings, Doran and I ran alongside. We can run pretty fast when we need to, Doran said. I don't want to do that again any time soon, Newell groaned. I got a stitch in my side. I'm not sure I've ever perspired that much, Doran added. Not even during our tennis matches. I'm relieved you arrived unharmed, Tanu said. These are dangerously unwise times to be travelling the sanctuary. We weren't just travelling, Knox insisted. It was a rescue mission. He scanned the cell. Where's Kendra?
She's with the speaking creatures, Seth told him. The eagle talks, Knox noted. They have their own whole territory, Seth explained. Kendra is there, and we need to reach her, or I need to. You want to leave this city? Knox asked, a hint of a smirk forming. Have you seen the girls here? They're almost as attractive as the ones back in Texas. Almost, Seth echoed. Yeah, pretty close, Knox said with a shrug. Seth rolled his eyes dramatically. You should stay then.
I'm sure dozens of them are lining up for a 13-year-old boyfriend carrying a basketball covered in autographs that aren't real. That's all right, Knox said, his tone shifting to something more determined. I want to help find Kendra. The job's only half finished. You're not saving me, Seth stated flatly. I'm perfectly fine. Being in a dungeon is not fine, Knox retorted. You were missing, and we tracked you down, and we rode a lion bird. Tess said cheerfully, It's been a really good day. Seth exchanged a long look with Tanu. What's our next move? Tanu leaned forward, a glint of possibility in his eyes. I might have a way to reach the Zawali Protectorate. Seth immediately wanted to know the head count. How many can go? Anyone who's willing, Tanu replied. Lomo, intrigued, added his voice. I'm in, provided we can actually get out of here. Seth's gaze swept the room. Are any of these doors actually locked?
Just the main exit,
Lomo answered with a shrug. They're not exactly running a tight ship. Knox snorted, taking in the surprisingly cozy dining space with its plush chairs. This whole dungeon is a joke. The one at Fablehaven? Now that felt authentic. Can't argue with the menu, though, Tanu said, giving his stomach a satisfied pat. Lomo stood up. I'll have a word with the cook. He can fix something up for you, new arrivals. Newell grinned appreciatively. I like his style. We should recruit him. Doran nodded in agreement, already eyeing a pastry. Are those cream puffs? Where has a place like this been hiding? Newell wondered aloud, inhaling the scent of a warm cobbler. Crea, ever practical, interjected. Should I carry a message back for you? No, Tanu said decisively. We'll need you with us. I need to speak to the chef myself anyway. There's a potion that requires my attention. Shrunken chances. Seth, wake up. The voice jerked Seth from sleep. He bolted upright, fists clenched, only to find a goat standing calmly beside his bed. Blinking the sleep from his eyes, a quick taste of walrus butter confirmed it was Newell. Bad dream, the satyr asked. Just a rough week, Seth mumbled, rubbing his face. A lot of fleeing for my life lately. Ready to add some more to that tally? Newell quipped. Let's go. Seth pulled on his boots and followed Newell back to the dining area. The others were already assembled. Tanu, Lomo, Newell, Doran, Calvin, Crea, and a bleary-eyed Knox, his hair short on the sides and longer on top, sticking up in chaotic tufts. What time is it? Seth asked. An hour before sunrise, maybe, Lomo offered. Tanu gestured to a bowl of murky beige liquid on the table. I whipped up the basic version. It should do the trick and shrink us down. Down to my size, Calvin asked, a spark of hope in his voice. A bit larger than you, Tanu clarified. But it's potent. We're talking 3 or 4 inches tall. Nox, ever the skeptic, voiced the obvious concern. What's to stop the bird from just eating us? I do not consume creatures who can speak, Creia stated flatly. You can ask the rodents who travel with me. You can trust Creia, Lomo assured them. Her word is well known. Seth turned to Nox. You're really coming along. Seems like you could use every hand available, Nox retorted. Are you some kind of cursed castle expert? Seth shot back. Are you an expert dragon slayer? Nox countered. I took one down with Kendra, Seth said. That gave Nox pause. Seriously? A poisoned dragon? Seth added. Nox shrugged. All right, so you've got a little experience. Everybody has to start somewhere. True enough, Seth conceded, but you do get that this could get you killed, right? All of us, not Newell and me, Doran chimed in. If magical beings can't get into the castle, we'd just be dead weight. We'll stay here with Tess. Keep her safe until Midsummer Eve, Seth said. Newell gave a conspiratorial wink. We'll bunker down right here, live off the dungeon's excellent catering. Doran patted his own midsection. I might just commit a crime to get a life sentence in this place. Lomo looked concerned. You two could land in real trouble if Dalgarel figures out you helped me escape. We'll play dumb, Newell said confidently. It's a particular talent of ours, Doran affirmed. Nox, having made his decision, looked at Seth. Anyway, I'm in. If you're willing to take this chance, so am I. Seth simply shrugged. Your funeral. The potion I brewed will shrink our clothing as well, Tanu explained. But not other items. No magical garments, and definitely no enchanted objects. Seth recalled a past mishap. My clothes didn't shrink last time I used a potion like this. Tiny, naked Seth breath, Nox said with a smirk. Tanu nodded. Getting the clothes to shrink is trickier, but I had access to better components this time. Dragon parts? Superior materials? What about my sword? Seth asked. Might come in handy. Tanu held up 2 small drawstring pouches. Creia is our transportation to the Zawali Protectorate. She will carry 2 bags. He lifted one. This one is ordinary. We will ride inside it. He then raised the other, which seemed to hum with a faint energy. This one was just lent to me by Lord Dalgarel. It's an extra-dimensional sack. Like the knapsack we used to have? Seth asked, recognition dawning. Exactly, Tanu confirmed. The interior of this little bag is about the size of a large steamer trunk. Anything that can fit through the opening is fair game, Seth remarked, as he carefully placed his sword and the unsettling vial into the enchanted sack. He then pulled off his fleet boots and added them to the collection. They're enchanted items, he clarified. Lomo contributed his own blade. Tanu nodded, saying, I've already stowed some of my equipment. After some persuasion, Lord Dalgarel allowed me to keep a number of the dragon remains I gathered in a chilled storage room nearby. Nox frowned, hefting the bag. Won't this be incredibly heavy with all this inside? It doesn't operate on those principles, Tanu explained, passing the bag to him. It feels virtually weightless. The bag itself merely holds a portal to a separate, smaller dimension. This defies every natural law, Nox muttered, plunging his arm deep into the seemingly small pouch. I prefer to think it optimizes natural law, Tanu countered with a slight smile. It's about intelligent application. Returning the bag, Nox shifted his focus to the bowl. And this substance is really going to shrink us. No better moment than now to discover the answer, Tanu said, glancing toward a window. We should use the remaining darkness as our cover. How much do we need to drink? Lomo inquired. Seth looked at him, surprised. You're joining us? This threat overshadows any single one of us, Lomo stated firmly. The fair folk may disapprove, and they can renounce me if they choose, but I will not stand aside. Tanu produced a small measuring cup. This is a concentrated mixture. A quarter cup should suffice. He dipped the cup into the viscous liquid. Who wishes to go first? Seth was about to step forward, but Lomo was quicker. He accepted the cup from Tanu and drank it in one go. Within seconds, his form dwindled until he stood no taller than Seth's index finger, his clothes shrinking proportionally. The measuring cup rested on the floor beside him. Tanu picked it up, refilled it, and offered it to Knox, who eyed the gloppy fluid with distrust. "What's actually in this concoction? You're likely better off not knowing," Tanu advised. "Camel mucus," Seth supplied helpfully. "Oyster secretion. Dragon perspiration. Think of it as a dubious stew." "Probably the source of your distinctive breath, Seth?" Knox retorted before drinking it down. "Not terrible," he announced as he began to diminish, "but certainly not pleasant." His voice rose in pitch as he shrank. The cup clattered to the floor, and soon he stood beside Lomo. Seth fetched the cup and passed it to Tanu. "Any news about Eve?" Seth asked. "She's effectively confined to her quarters," Tanu said, refilling the cup. Lord Dalgarel was less than pleased with her actions. He handed the cup back to Seth. "Bottoms up," Seth said, tilting his head back. The creamy potion had a bizarre, gritty texture, blending cloying sweetness with a sharp saltiness. He forcefully pushed thoughts of camel contributions from his mind as he swallowed. Setting the cup down, a tingling sensation raced through his arms and legs. The table, once at his waist, soared to eye level, and then became a colossal plateau far above. Tanu and the satyrs now loomed like mythical titans. "Let's get you all up here," Tanu said, crouching. Seth, Lomo, and Knox clambered onto his broad, weathered hand. The ascent felt like a wild carnival ride as Tanu lifted them to the staggering height of the tabletop, where they stepped from his palm. While Lomo was normally taller than Seth and Knox a bit shorter, their relative proportions remained unchanged. "Hello, Seth," came Calvin's voice from further along the table. "Hey, Calvin," Seth replied. The Nipsey hurried over, and Seth noted the young adult now reached about his chest. "We're still not perfectly matched," Calvin observed, "but it's a sight closer than before." Tanu settled on the table's edge, drank his portion, and promptly shrank, still seated. He stood and joined the group. "Your turn, Newell," Tanu called out. Newell appeared with an ordinary drawstring bag, opened it, and they all climbed inside. Seth immediately realized that sharing the cramped bottom of a sack with 4 others was far from comfortable. "This is our mode of transport," Knox grumbled, bumping against Seth in the confined space. "Not exactly," Tanu said, his voice calm. "Shortly we'll be suspended from an eagle's claws, hundreds of feet in the air. I will bear you safely," Krea's voice assured them from somewhere above the bag. "I sneak past dragons all the time. I made it here without a problem." "Quiet now," Newell instructed the others in the bag. "I have the eagle, and we're leaving." From inside the tightly closed sack, Seth could see nothing. Newell carried them for a while before stopping to speak to someone unseen. "I'm taking the eagle out," the satyr explained. "Krea needs to return home." A door swung open. After more walking, Lomo murmured, "We're outside." Seth sat quietly, swaying in the bag with his companions. Newell halted once more.
"Good luck," the satyr whispered softly. Seth's stomach dropped as the bag suddenly shot upward, the force jostling everyone inside together. For a moment, Tanu was mostly on top of him until the large Samoan adjusted his position. "We're Ardborn," Krea declared. "Best to stay quiet. Some hunters out here have very sharp ears." Once they reached a consistent speed, the bag stabilized, swaying lightly. Occasional climbs, dips or turns from the eagle made the sack swing in various directions. Unseen forces pulled at Seth unpredictably, making it hard to relax. He waited and listened, anxious that a dragon might notice them. After a while, Knox whispered loudly, "How do we turn back to normal size?" "It fades on its own," Seth whispered back. "What if it wears off while we're still flying?" Knox pressed. "We have plenty of time,"
Tanu assured him. At least an hour and a half. Seth waited in the unsteady darkness. The air grew stale, carrying the slightly damp smell of several bodies confined together. He tried to relax and let time pass, reminding himself to be grateful they weren't under attack. "We're now above the Zawali Protectorate," Kreia announced at last. "You may speak freely. Calvin, is this what it's like in my pocket?" Seth asked. "Somewhat," Calvin replied, "but your pocket is steadier, and I'm usually alone. Plus, I can sometimes peek out for fresh air." "Sorry," Seth said.
"This gets pretty tedious. You understand now why I occasionally need to stretch my legs," Calvin noted. "The smell in here," Knox exclaimed. "I keep trying to hold my breath, but it just makes me breathe even deeper afterward. Slow and steady breaths," Tanu suggested. "On the bright side, I doubt I'll ever be part of a weirder escape," Lomo remarked. Everyone chuckled. 3 inches tall, swinging in a tiny bag from an eagle, Tanu added. They laughed again. "We're here," Kreia announced.
Shelter. We just beat the sunrise. Barely. The bag settled onto a hard surface. Fingers pulled open the top, and Seth looked up into the face of a massive chimpanzee before the bag tipped sideways and he crawled out. Seth found himself on the floor of an enormous stable or barn. The air smelled fresh compared to the stuffy sack, though there were distinct scents of animals and hay. Colossal creatures surrounded them.
At his current size, these immense animals seemed even larger than the dragons. The chimpanzee stood closest. Kreia had landed on a high perch above. Seth also saw a huge tiger, a buffalo, a pair of wolves, a camel, a horse, a vulture, several rabbits, and a bear, most looming like gigantic statues. He had never felt so insignificant. "Can they all talk?" Knox asked. "Welcome to shelter," the tiger said. "I am Raj Farana, guardian of the Zawali Protectorate. We expected Kreia to return with information, not guests. Quite clever. One of you is Seth Sorensen." "That's me," Seth said, waving up at the enormous tiger. It seemed doubtful such a massive creature would hear or even see him. "Kreia mentioned my sister Kendra is here. Can I see her?" "Your sister is resting at the moment," Raj said. "You are very welcome here." "Does she have a plan?" Seth asked. "We'll discuss that in good time," Raj replied. "The sting bulb replica of Patton is out gathering information. A most agreeable fellow." "I'm looking forward to meeting him," Seth said. "Nobody's going to eat us, right?" Knox asked. "Humans can be so nervous around animals," the chimpanzee said in a refined tone, scratching her head thoughtfully. "Do you know which predator in this room hunts the most species?" "Humans," Seth answered. The chimpanzee tapped her nose and pointed directly at him. "Humans hunt every one of us. For food, for trophies, for sport. Some of us are poisoned like pests. Others are captured, enslaved, used in experiments. There was a time when our world was boundless, limited only by the horizon. Now we hide in shrinking corners, surrounded on all sides by mankind. So tell me, who really has reason to be afraid?" "We're small now," Knox pointed out. "I understand," the chimp replied. "You feel vulnerable at this moment. You fear retaliation. Or maybe you've realized that without weapons, even a grown man is defenseless against a tiger. Take comfort in this. If you perish, your species will continue just fine. Not many mammals count in the billions. Those that do are usually rodents or livestock like cattle. Some species, tigers included, are down to a few thousand, or just a handful. Some of us are already gone. You are in no danger here, human," the bear rumbled. "None of us consume other beings who can speak." "Is this really the moment for a lecture, Tasha?" "It's always the right moment for a meaningful message," the chimp retorted. "Stay here until you return to your normal size," Raj advised. "The shelter is a safe haven for every creature, large and small. There will be time for strategy soon enough." "Thank you for your kindness," Tanu said, bowing respectfully. "I won't be growing back like the others. Calvin mentioned. "Don't feel bad for me. I'm a Nipsey." "You are all welcome here," Raj reassured them. Knox stretched his arms. "I'm going to get some sleep." Seth nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow might be a very long day. Wake me when Kendra gets up. Or if there's food, or if dragons decide to attack." Kendra woke to the wet, sloppy sensation of a tongue sliding across her cheek. She jerked upright with a small scream. "Sorry," said Sherman the fox. "I wasn't sure of the politest way to wake you, sitting up." Kendra wiped her cheek dry.
You scared me. I didn't mean to be impolite, Sherman explained. Licking is just something foxes do. I wasn't tasting you, I promise. Is Patton back? Kendra asked. Not yet, Sherman said. I hear he's on his way, but you have other guests. Kendra stepped out of the stall where she had been sleeping to find Tanu, Seth, Knox, and a good-looking stranger seated around a wooden counter, eating scrambled eggs and drinking milk. Seth? Kendra cried out. Tanu? What are you all doing here, Knox? Am I still dreaming? Seth rushed over and hugged his sister tightly. I was so worried about you, just because a dragon swallowed me, Kendra asked. I thought you were eaten, Seth exclaimed. There are definitely more comfortable ways to travel, Kendra replied wryly. I ended up being spat out right in front of Celebrant. How did you get here? Tempest found us, and Eve and I made it to Terabel, Seth explained. The somber knight helped Tanu get there with his bull. The somber knight is alive, Kendra asked. Barely, Seth said. He lost limbs, and his bull was badly injured. We met Lomo in Terabel. Remember hearing about him? The rebel from the fair folk who wanted them to join the fight? He was imprisoned in the dungeon, Kendra recalled. Hello, Lomo said, offering a wave. Tanu made a shrinking potion, and we escaped with Kreia, Seth continued. We know about the Wizenstone. We're here to help. And Knox? Kendra asked, turning to her cousin. I sneaked into Wimroost through the barrel, Knox said. He quickly summarized how the goblin's murder and the lost barrel had created a security gap. I heard you and Seth were missing, so I went exploring with Newell and Doran, and we found Seth. You shouldn't be here, Kendra told him firmly. You have no idea how dangerous this is. I drank the milk, Knox countered.
Tanu even shared some walrus butter from his supplies this morning. Same protective effect. It's not just about drinking the milk, Kendra insisted. You can't possibly understand how perilous this castle will be. Neither can you, Knox shot back, a hint of defiance in his tone. At least we have some experience, Kendra argued. Did you have experience the first time you tried? Knox challenged. This is my second attempt to help save Wimroost.
The first time I saved it, I didn't even realize what I was doing, Kendra admitted. He's completely determined, Seth observed. Kendra added, her voice tight. This is literally life and death. We've lost friends. She let the weight of that statement hang in the air. The finality of death feeling so absolute to her. I understand the stakes, Knox said, shrugging. Riding a dirt bike can feel like life and death too. Count me in.
Kendra shook her head, baffled by that kind of reckless mindset. Yet she knew Seth sometimes shared a similar thrill-seeking streak. Trying to lighten the mood, she asked, Did Tasha make breakfast? Yeah, the chimp, Seth confirmed. Apparently, talking hens are still perfectly good at laying eggs. The apes are surprisingly skilled cooks. Gorban rumbled from nearby. They make excellent omelettes. You made it, Kendra cried, rushing over to wrap her arms around the bear in a hug. Seth, this is Gorban. He found me after I crossed into the Zawali Protectorate and helped guide me here. Most of the animals here prefer their meals raw, Gorban mentioned. I, however, appreciate a little culinary variety. Calvin, the Nipsey, piped up. I see you're wearing a manacle on your ankle. I have a certain talent for picking locks. Kendra placed her foot near him, and he deftly inserted his slender sword into the keyhole. With a soft click, the manacles sprang open.
"Thank you," Kendra sighed in relief. "What are friends for?" Calvin replied, sheathing his blade with a flourish.
"Did you notice who else arrived?" Seth asked, gesturing toward a small group of horses. "Glory," Kendra exclaimed, her heart leaping. "And Noble, how did you ever find us?" She ran to her saddled mount, throwing her arms around the horse's neck before giving Noble an affectionate pat. A graceful mare nearby explained, "Some Luvians form a profound bond with their rider." "Glory formed one with you, Kendra. When her handlers released her to search for you, her instructions were simply to follow the road to Skyhold, but she sensed the moment you arrived here, and this was closer. Noble accompanied her, arriving late last night." "Good girl," Kendra whispered, stroking Glory's mane. "I'm so relieved you found me." "Come get some eggs before they're cold," Tanu called out. "You'll need your energy." Kendra joined him and quickly finished the warm, savory eggs, washing them down with a glass of rich, creamy milk. "Seth mentioned tonight is Midsummer Eve," Knox said. "Do we actually have a plan?" "I believe so," Kendra answered. "Patton must still be out gathering information. We need to reach Stormguard Castle precisely 1 hour after sundown. Our timing has to be perfect, or we'll be stranded outside during the festival night." "What's so bad about a festival night?" Knox asked, genuinely curious. Kendra's expression turned grim. "On festival nights, most of the rules and boundaries within a preserve completely dissolve. The creatures run wild. It's dangerous enough at Fablehaven, and by all accounts, it's far worse here." Seth nodded in agreement. "It's better for us to arrive at the castle a little late, rather than too early. We absolutely do not want to be caught out in the open." "But not too late," Kendra cautioned, "or we might miss our window to find the Wizenstone." "I could prepare another shrinking potion," Tanu offered, pointing to a small drawstring pouch on the table. "I brought sufficient ingredients." "That bag is tiny," Kendra noted. "It's like our old knapsack," Seth said, "bigger on the inside." Tanu looked toward Kriya, the eagle. "Do you think you could fly us there inside the bag on Midsummer Eve?" Kriya replied, her tone incredulous. "That would be suicide. No bird with any sense takes to the sky on Midsummer Eve. The sky phantoms alone are reason enough to stay firmly on the ground." Just then, a dove swooped gracefully through the entrance of the shelter and landed on a wooden perch. "Patton is nearly here," it announced. "He'll have our plan," Kendra said, feeling a surge of hope. "I'll follow whatever Patton decides," Seth stated firmly. The sound of approaching hoofbeats echoed, and moments later, Patton rode through the entrance on Captain. Seth ran to meet him. Patton laughed warmly, dismounting smoothly and pulling Seth into a hearty embrace. Nearby, Captain and Glory touched muzzles in greeting. Patton released Seth and stepped back, looking him over. "You're getting taller, I suppose," Seth said, grinning. "It's really good to see you." Patton raised his hands in a gesture of openness. "Full disclosure, you're directing all this affection at a mutated piece of fruit. I'm just Patton's sting bulb. I'll deteriorate into mush in a couple of days." "You're still better than a photograph," Seth insisted. "That much is true," Patton conceded with a smile. He turned his gaze to the others. "Hello, Tanu. Good to see you. And Lomo as well." "Patton was instrumental in encouraging my sentiments against neutrality," Lomo said. "You finally took a stand?" Patton asked.
"I did," Lomo confirmed, his voice firm. "He broke out of Terabel prison to join us," Patton remarked with approval. "And who's the new face?" "Our cousin Knox," Kendra told him. Patton's smile widened. "Adding to the family ranks. From our mother's side," Seth added. "Welcome, Knox," Patton said. "You've chosen quite a dramatic day to meet this group. Who haven't I greeted yet?" "Me," Calvin yelled. "The little guy. What in the world are you?" Patton inquired.
You're far too large for a Nipsey.
I'm a giant Nipsey, Calvin explained. Caught in a spell. I'm pledged to Seth. Solid choice, little one, Patton said. Seth is among the finest. You might face issues entering Stormguard Castle, however. Spells often overlook beings smaller than fairies, Calvin noted. We're frequently forgotten. It's a severe curse on that fortress, Patton acknowledged. Still, nothing's impossible. Your aid is appreciated. I won't be able to go inside either. You can't? Seth asked.
I'm plant, not animal, Patton clarified. Not truly a person, but I'll assist in getting you there. Do you have the plan ready? Kendra asked. It's set, Patton confirmed. The best I could arrange quickly. What's the strategy? Seth asked. We're meeting a fairy named Risenmay, Patton revealed. A fairy? Knox questioned. Not your ordinary fairy, Patton said. One of the greater fairies. Similar to a queen bee. Is she a unicorn like the fairy queen? Kendra asked.
No. Risenmay is a true fairy, Patton stated. Larger than usual, she possesses abilities that will aid us tonight. What abilities? Seth asked. I can't say, Patton replied. Is it a secret? Kendra pressed. Essentially, yes, Patton admitted, but magic binds my tongue, no matter my desire to tell. It's part of the cost of dealing with Risenmay, but she can ensure we reach Stormguard Castle at the precise moment, Tanu verified. Precisely, Patton said. I literally couldn't have phrased it better. Does she reside in the Zawali Protectorate? Seth asked. Patton shook his head. Outside, in the bewilderness. That sounds fictional, Knox remarked. It's a perilous area, Patton explained. Mostly wooded. Dragons avoid it. Does it border the Zawali Protectorate? Seth asked. No, but the bewilderness edges the sentient wood, which is accessible via a tunnel from the Protectorate, Patton said. We'll all require mounts. The sentient wood may only be entered with permission. An owl stated from its perch. I've just secured that permission, Patton said. One of the wooden henchmen owed me a favor. Wooden henchmen? Knox asked Woodlings. Patton clarified. I'll explain as we travel. Everyone needs a mount, he repeated. I'll ride with Glory, Kendra said. Glory dipped her head, then nuzzled Kendra as she approached. Noble works for me, Seth said. Noble stamped in agreement. I'll stay with Captain, Patton said. We require 3 more mounts. I'll take the large one, a substantial chestnut mare announced. I'm Charlemagne. Tanu stepped forward and introduced himself. I'm Rodolfo, said a grey stallion with a black mane and tail. It would be my honor to carry Lomo. I'll take the other boy, a Bactrian camel offered. Whoa, Knox said. Are you fast? I excel over long distances, the camel replied. Do I sit between the humps? Knox asked. Exactly, the camel said, kneeling down. Call me Babak, Knox. Short for obnoxious, Seth quipped. And Seth is short for Seth Breath of Death, Knox retorted. Do I need a mount? Calvin asked. I typically just ride in Seth's pocket. A mount would be wise, Patton advised. Perhaps not initially, but all will become clear before the day ends. A male rabbit cleared his throat. I may struggle to keep pace with horses, but it would be my privilege. Calvin perked up. I was speaking with Thistleton earlier. He'd be perfect. We can transport the rabbit for most of the journey, Patton said. Deal, Thistleton agreed, hopping over to Captain. I've never ridden a horse before. Kendra mounted Glory and stroked her neck. Patton gathered Thistleton and sprang onto Captain. Would you like an escort? Raj Farana inquired. Patton instructed them to alert the other animals to be on the lookout. We're heading for the hidden passage that leads to the sentient wood, he announced. Kendra expressed her gratitude to their hosts. Thank you for having us, and thank you for your bravery facing those dragons, Raj replied. Bye, Gorban, Kendra added, turning to the bear. Bye, Sherman, she said to the fox. Both creatures offered their own quiet goodbyes. Time to move, Patton declared.
With Captain at the front, the group departed from shelter, riding into the soft morning light. Seth, curious as ever, broke the comfortable silence. So what's the deal with this sentient wood? Exactly what the name implies, Patton explained. The trees possess a keen intelligence far beyond ordinary plants. Anything crafted from their timber gains a life of its own. Tanu voiced a practical concern. Are we safe from dragons there? A formidable magical barrier surrounds the wood, Patton assured him. Not even the caretakers can enter without an invitation.
But you got one, Knox observed.
I did a favour for one of their attendants once, got him out of a nasty scrape, Patton said with a modest shrug. Trees have long memories. Then it's on to the bewilderness, Kendra stated. Correct, Patton confirmed, his tone turning grave. That will be the truly perilous leg of the journey. Seth cracked a wry smile. What else is new? It's a necessary gamble, Patton asserted. If we can locate Risenmay before sunset, our odds of reaching Stormguard Castle on schedule improve dramatically. Then we shouldn't dawdle, Babak suggested. Kendra tightened her grip as Glory smoothly shifted into a steady, ground-covering lope. The other mounts matched the pace. They rode until the sun was nearly at its zenith. Captain finally halted before a substantial iron gate set into the side of a grassy mound. A dark tunnel descended beyond it. As the others reined in, a dry, whispery voice spoke, making Seth jump. Back so soon? He turned to see a slender snake peering from the brittle branches of a withered tree, its scales perfectly mimicking the gnarled wood. I've brought company, Patton said. Everyone! This is Samba, a boomslang. The group offered hesitant greetings. Patton swung down from his saddle and worked the gate's heavy latch. We're passing through to leave the Protectorate. Any issues today? Never any issues. The serpent hissed languidly. A guard is scarcely necessary on this end. I simply enjoy the solitude here, so I keep an eye on things. The only ones who can come through from the other side are the woodlings and a handful of hamadryads. Knox, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out, Are you venomous? My bite is quite lethal, Samba replied, a hint of pride in its whisper. Every creature has its methods for getting by. Any advice for travelling through the sentient wood? Patton asked, remounting. Conceal any tool that could damage a tree, Samba advised. Axes and hatchets, most certainly. Babak peeped up. What about beavers? We make certain beavers and woodpeckers steer clear of the sentient wood's borders. The boomslang explained. Out of respect for our neighbours, no logging or burning of wood occurs in this sector of the Protectorate. We'll show the proper respect, Patton promised. Do as you please, Samba said dismissively. What is it to me? Although if you happen to frighten some non-speaking bite-sized game in my direction during your travels, I would be grateful. Some of us do not consume other animals, Charlemagne stated primly. The snake's head weaved slightly. How you grew so large on a diet of hay is a cosmic mystery that may never be solved. Do not posture as superior for dining on weeds. What great skill does that demand?
You should know better than to trade barbs with a serpent, Captain chided the mayor. Keep this up and we'll never leave. Indeed, Samba hissed. Why ponder? Why converse? Far simpler to plod mindlessly wherever your riders point you. We have a vital perp. Charlemagne started. Don't, Captain interrupted firmly. All day, Captain led the way through the open gate into the broad earthen tunnel, wide enough for them to ride two abreast.
Once everyone was inside, Patton dismounted again to secure the gate behind them. Hay is not a weed, Charlemagne muttered under her breath as they proceeded. Neither are oats or carrots, for that matter. The tunnel sloped downward, its walls smelling of damp soil. Seth could sit upright in his saddle, though Patton occasionally had to duck his head. The air grew cool and still. After what felt like a considerable distance, the path finally levelled out. Tanu clicked on a flashlight, its beam cutting through the profound darkness, and they pressed on underground for much longer than Seth had anticipated. After a while, Babak remarked that camels were not meant for tunnels. Captain agreed, adding that horses weren't either, but sometimes necessity demanded it, and they should be thankful the passage was wide enough. Thistleton chimed in that rabbits might enjoy it underground, but this particular tunnel wasn't exactly homey. The path soon began to slope upward, and a glow of daylight appeared ahead. Tanu clicked off his flashlight as they reached a gate guarded by an intricately carved wooden figure of a bearded man. The wooden sentinel raised a hand, halting the group. Patton offered a greeting and a wave, announcing his return with companions. He gestured toward the gate and made a walking motion with his fingers across his palm, reminding the guardian that permission had already been granted for their crossing of the sentient wood on the journey to the bewilderness. The wooden gentleman nodded, swung the gate open, and stepped aside. As Seth rode past, he locked eyes with the unmoving figure, feeling an uncanny sense of being studied. Knox wondered aloud if the wooden people could talk. Patton said he had never heard them, or the trees, utter a word, and he wasn't sure how well they listened either. Simple gestures seemed to communicate best. They rode out into the dim, perpetual twilight of an ancient forest. The trees stood in a perfect, spacious arrangement, their high branches weaving a canopy that allowed only scattered spears of light to pierce through. Seth was struck by the diversity. Stately pines with deeply furrowed bark, grand oaks with gnarled and reaching limbs, feathery cypresses, maples with their iconic broad leaves, the sprawling, rooted masses of banyans, and even some exotic species that looked transplanted from a humid jungle. The forest floor was curiously clear of brush. The road ahead was visible only as the one clear lane not interrupted by a trunk. Kendra whispered that she felt watched. Patton corrected her gently. Perhaps not watched, but certainly noticed. Knox asked how they could tell the trees were intelligent, since they just looked like ordinary trees. Patton explained that anything crafted from their wood gained a life of its own. That was the origin of the wooden people. Seth connected the dots, asking if the wooden henchmen were then controlled by the trees. Patton confirmed it, describing them as extensions of the forest's will. Seth then asked who made the first one. Patton admitted he didn't know for sure, but suspected a dryad or hamadryad might have started it. Now, he said, the woodlings likely create each other, following the forest's silent directives. Knox, ever practical, muttered that they must have axes. Patton conceded they probably had tools, but quickly suggested they lower their voices, as he was growing uneasy with their chatter. A deep quiet had settled around them, which Charlemagne pointed out was devoid of any animal sounds. As the group fell silent, Seth became acutely aware of the profound stillness. It was a heavy, listening silence that made the skin on his neck prickle. He fought the urge to constantly look over his shoulder, feeling invisible eyes from every shadow. At first, only the soft thud of hooves and padded feet broke the quiet. But as they moved deeper, Seth began to pick up subtle sounds, soft creaks and low groans from the trees around them, branches shifting subtly without any wind to move them. It wasn't the normal rustle of a forest, it was a low, collective murmur, as if the woods were whispering secrets among themselves. Kendra pointed discreetly to the right. Woodlings, Patton murmured. Seth saw a large walking barrel accompanied by two roughly carved wooden figures. As he watched, the barrel stopped and one woodling turned a spigot to fill a bucket. The other knelt by a gnarled tree, using a trowel to tenderly work the soil near its roots. The first then carried the bucket to a tall elm and began watering it. As they travelled further, Seth spotted more of these silent caretakers, ranging from 3 to 8 feet tall, engaged in various tasks, some weeding, others tending directly to the needs of the great trees. Patton halted, his gaze sweeping the surrounding woods. I don't want to lose our way, he murmured, more to himself than the others. This looks like a junction. How can you be sure? Knox asked, peering into the dense foliage. Patton gestured toward several openings in the trees. See there, the trails run fairly straight. They don't bend or wander much. What's the issue? Knox pressed. We've been moving north, which is where we need to go. Exactly, Patton said, frowning. But these paths only seem to lead east, west, or back south the way we arrived. Seth shrugged. Flip a coin? West angles slightly northward, Patton decided after a moment. We'll try that direction and hope it works out. A voice piped up from the back. I'm parched. Seth turned to see Babak grinning. Just kidding, Babak added. Camel humor. You'd think riding a horse would be less dry. They travelled a considerable way before Patton stopped again. Good. Now we can head straight north. They hadn't gone far when a massive wooden figure loomed into view. Seth, on horseback, found himself eye level with the giant's waist. The construct was solidly built, though its carved features were rough and simple. It raised a gnarled hand, palm out, in a clear command to halt. We're here with permission, Patton announced, reinforcing his words with deliberate hand signals. Just passing through, we mean no disturbance. The giant pointed insistently to the side and beckoned. Our path lies north, Patton said, indicating ahead. The wooden head shook slowly, and the pointing gesture repeated. Patton glanced back at his companions. It seems we're detouring east for now. He turned to the giant. Lead on. Their guide began a heavy, plodding march. The route twisted and turned so erratically that Seth wondered if this was a real trail or if the giant was just carving a random path through the forest. As they went, Seth noticed more and more woodlings emerging from the trees. For the first time, the wooden creatures were taking clear notice of them. As Seth and the little caravan passed, the figures would turn and begin to follow. They're trailing us, Knox whispered, barely moving his lips. Are we in trouble? We'll handle it, Patton said calmly. Seth kept looking back. A dozen followers became 20. Most were human-shaped, but a few ambling barrels had joined the strange procession. Ahead, the giant led them into a broad clearing dominated by a single colossal oak. Its trunk was as massive as a sequoia's, its twisted branches sprawling across the sky. A crowd of woodlings surrounded it, tall and short, detailed and plain, though none matched the size of their guide. What's happening? Seth muttered under his breath. The giant halted them near the base of the great tree. Woodlings pressed in from all sides. Seth's mind raced with escape plans. A fight here would be disastrous. Then a tall, slender woman emerged from behind the far side of the trunk. Her gown was a living tapestry of green leaves, and her shawl was woven from delicate silken spiderwebs. Barefoot? She stood almost as tall as Patton on his horse. Are you the hamadryad of this tree? Kendra asked. The woman's smile was answer enough. She looked at the gathering woodlings and made a gentle shooing motion. Give our visitors some room, she said. Her voice like rustling leaves. It was a ridiculous thought, but Seth couldn't help but notice her height and think she'd dominate on a basketball court. Visitors seldom cross our land, the hamadryad said. I am Eldanor, a caretaker of this grove. Your respect has been noted. Now, we must ask a favor of you. Knox leaned towards Seth. Bet she could slam dunk without even jumping, he whispered. Seth shot him a sharp look to be quiet. How can we assist? Patton asked. Woods such as ours have grown scarce. Eldanor said, a note of sorrow in her melodic voice. Please take these seeds and plant them where they may grow strong and wild. She offered Patton a stone bowl filled with large seeds. Oak, redwood, and banyan, he observed, picking one up. Not together, she advised. Far from this place. Some among our elders fear that keeping all our kind in one enclosed grove is a danger to the pondering forests. A single calamity could wipe us all away. It would be our honor, Patton said, accepting the bowl. Eldanor studied him for a long moment, her head tilted. You originate from a tree, she stated, not as a question, but as a realization. Patton met her gaze steadily. Yes, he replied simply. I do. I walked among humans for a short time. The voice from the tree said, You selected a fine human form, Eldanor replied. Travel safely. Patton cleared his throat. Could you tell us the fastest way to reach the bewilderness from this point? Eldanor gestured to a nearby woodling with a squat torso and legs so elongated they resembled stilts. Yimo will guide you along the straightest path. Go in peace. With a final nod to Seth and the others, Patton turned. Stay close. Yimo set off at a brisk pace, forcing the horses into a steady trot to match his stride. Seth glanced back repeatedly at the gathering of wooden figures and the immense oak, half expecting them to follow, but they remained rooted. Their journey through the forest felt less like following a trail and more like being led through a living maze, just as it had with the giant. The sound of trotting hooves was noticeably louder than their previous quiet walk, breaking the forest's deep silence. They covered a considerable distance before Knox finally spoke up. I don't see any other woodlings around. There's still Yimo, Seth said, pointing ahead. Besides Yimo, Knox clarified. Perhaps they all stayed with the Hamadryad, Kendra suggested. Or they're busy in another section of the woods, Seth offered. Tanu tilted his head, listening. The trees are noisier here. It might be echoing our own unease. Seth focused, and Tanu was right. The groans and creaks of the wood were more pronounced. His gaze was drawn to a sprawling banyan tree, its twisted branches hung with a curtain of aerial roots where the shadows pooled unnaturally thick. A palpable sense of malice seemed to radiate from it, making it difficult to look away. He forced his eyes forward. It feels a bit quieter now, he muttered, though he couldn't resist stealing glances back at the sinister tree until it vanished behind them. Eventually, Yimo stopped and pointed decisively ahead. Beyond him, the orderly forest gave way to a tangle of underbrush and irregularly spaced trees. The transition was stark. It was obvious their guide would go no further. End of the road, Patton announced, swinging down from his saddle. We need to have a discussion. The bewilderness Kendra dismounted from Glory, giving the mare an affectionate pat. The journey through the sentient wood had been fraught with tension, but Glory had been a steady companion. Yimo, Patton said, using his hands to emphasize his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. The woodling offered a slight bow before striding away on its long legs. The group, including their horses, gathered around Patton. Our next move is delicate, Patton began. The bewilderness isn't shielded from dragons by any physical barrier. No magical walls, Seth asked. None, Patton confirmed. But dragons avoid the place entirely. Why? Kendra inquired. The bewilderness is profoundly disorienting to most creatures, especially magical ones, Patton explained. Dragons find it intolerable. It makes them violently dizzy and unsettles them to their core. Will it make us dizzy? Knox wondered. We shouldn't experience dizziness, Patton said, but if we're careless, we will most certainly die. Seth leaned in. What's the threat? Risenmay resides at the very center of the bewilderness, Patton stated. I can't be more precise than that. I've found her once before, but I doubt I could manage it in this stingbulb form. Only one of us should attempt the approach. Let me go, Seth said immediately. Don't rush, Patton cautioned. The person who goes should be the one most likely to gain Risenmay's assistance. Kendra's connection to the fairies makes her the logical choice. All right, Kendra said, though a part of her wished Seth had insisted harder. Why only one person? The path to Risenmay shifts for each seeker, Patton explained. Imagine there are 1,000 correct routes to her and 1,000,000 deadly wrong turns. Groups tend to disagree and meet a bad end. But don't we all need to reach her? Kendra asked. If she agrees to aid you, Risen May will summon the rest of us effortlessly, Patton said. And if she refuses, then things become frightening on multiple levels, Patton admitted. Frankly, without her help, I'm not certain we can reach Stormguard Castle before it's too late. How do I find her? Kendra asked, her voice steady. For those unaware of the secret, the Bewilderness is a guaranteed death trap, Patton said. The trick is straightforward, but executing it is anything but easy. Once you enter the Bewilderness, you have to move in the direction that seems the most incorrect. Kendra questioned the logic. The way that feels wrong? Patton confirmed it. If you follow what feels right, it will lead you straight into a deadly trap. I've seen poisonous thorns, hidden pits, creatures confined to specific areas, and those are only the dangers I know about. Kendra wondered what would happen if she felt nothing at all. Choosing a neutral path will also mislead you and end just as badly inside the Bewilderness. You must act against every instinct. Loma remarked that it sounded challenging. It can be, Patton admitted. Move slowly. Be careful not to pick a path that feels wrong, and then convince yourself it must be right. The moment it starts to feel correct, you've already made a mistake. Only continue if it genuinely feels wrong. Kendra sighed, saying she was terrible for this kind of task because she overthought everything. Seth agreed with a simple truth. Patton suggested that might actually work in her favor if she took her time. Don't move forward if it seems like the right way, or if you have any logical reason to believe it will lead where you want to go. Don't just pick a random direction either. Make sure it feels truly wrong, as hopeless as possible, then you'll eventually succeed. Kendra asked about taking a horse. Patton advised against bringing any animal. It's much harder for them to fight against their natural instincts. Babak commented that the camel would prefer to stay out of it. Charlemagne pointed out, they were thinking of horses, adding, we can play the same mind games as you humans. Patton acknowledged that an intelligent horse might manage to betray its instincts, but warned that if a thinking horse went with Kendra, their routes wouldn't align and they'd only confuse each other. I'll do it, Kendra decided. I should probably get started. Patton urged her to begin promptly, but not to hurry. Take your time and get it right, Seth chimed in. Meaning, get it wrong. Get every single step wrong. Kendra nodded. Her whole life had been about trying to get things right. Good grades, pleasing her parents, perfect test scores. Couldn't she just reverse that tendency? Get this perfectly wrong. She looked at the horses, the camel, the rabbit, her friends and her brother. See you soon, she said. Turning, she marched away from the sentient wood, telling herself not to look back. Returning to Patton and the others couldn't possibly be the right direction. She stopped, but if going back felt like the guaranteed wrong way, didn't she have to go back? She turned around. Seth, Lomo, Tanu, Knox, Patton, Glory, Noble, Charlemagne, Rodolfo, Captain Thistleton, and Babak were all watching her. Calvin was too small to see from this distance. She wanted to return to them. That felt safe. What felt worse was moving onward, and so she did. Every step away from her brother and her friends took her closer to a point where she might lose any chance of finding her way back. And that felt terrible. She waded through undergrowth that snagged at her pant legs. The rolling terrain soon surrounded her with trees of all sizes. Up ahead, two low hills came into view, with a natural path winding between them. It was the obvious way forward. Kendra paused. Climbing the hills would be less convenient, but she'd get a better view from the top. It seemed like a smart idea, so she disregarded it. Heading back toward her brother still felt comforting. Going left or right showed no clear advantage. As she considered both more carefully, she developed a bad feeling about going left. It would lead into a thick stand of trees that would block her lines of sight. The more she thought about it, the worse it felt. So she went left. As Kendra progressed, it continued to feel like a bad decision, until she was deep inside a dense grove of slender trees. There was little undergrowth and no clear paths. Before long, she began to lose her sense of direction. Was she curving north-south, back toward where she had entered? The sameness of the trees left her completely disoriented. She decided she would just keep going as straight as she could. Given the circumstances, that choice appeared to be the most logical one. Kendra halted. What felt the most wrong? Turning around. She spun on her heel and started back the way she had come. As she moved, a deep sense of wrongness about bearing left settled in her stomach, so she deliberately went that way. The feeling of unease persisted, and she pressed on. An internal alarm screamed at her to return to her original path. She shut it out. Each footstep felt like a mistake, so profoundly wrong that it simply had to be correct. Kendra stopped again. What truly churned her insides was going right. Recognizing the feeling as bad didn't magically make it good. She turned right and attempted to maintain a straight line. After a series of further corrections, she finally broke through the tree line, completely disoriented. The sun was still too high overhead to offer any navigational help. She pressed forward, now hyper-attuned to whichever bearing felt the most dreadful. She forced her way through tangled brambles instead of clear trails. She plunged into ominous thickets and scrambled up ungainly rocky inclines. She slogged through clinging, sucking mud when perfectly dry roots were visible just yards away. A part of her mind whispered that she was taking Patton's advice to an extreme, crafting a needlessly arduous journey. But if he was correct, her duty was to forever chase the option that seemed worst, and sometimes that was spectacularly inconvenient. Time slipped by, the sun crawling its arc. She felt utterly lost, and was sure she was becoming more so, squandering precious time when speed was essential. She arrived at a clearing where every direction looked equally viable. Any path seemed as reasonable as another, even retreating. What was the strategy when all choices felt neutral? She'd start one way, then stop, because it felt acceptable. Then she saw it. A hole. It looked scarcely big enough for a person to wiggle into. Probably a den for a raccoon or some other mid-sized creature. Do raccoons even dig burrows like this? Crawling into that hole was, without question, a spectacularly stupid plan. It obviously led nowhere, just a short drop to a dirt dead end. Every other option seemed vastly superior. It would be a total waste of effort. With a resigned sigh, Kendra got on her hands and knees and peered into the darkness. It sloped downward, curving away from view. She couldn't see a bottom. It genuinely seemed like a terrible idea. She scanned the clearing, hoping some other direction would feel worse. Nothing even compared. Lying flat, she wriggled into the opening. It was a tight, uncomfortable fit. She had to worm forward on her elbows, twisting her shoulders and pushing with her toes. Every squirming inch forward screamed that this was a bad idea. Could she even back out if the tunnel ended? The thought sparked a wave of claustrophobia. Wispy roots brushed against her hair and neck. She could smell and taste the damp earth. What if the ceiling collapsed? What if it narrowed to a point where she was irrevocably stuck? The little tunnel descended further, the slope growing steeper. Moving forward became a bit easier, but she doubted she could ever crawl back up that incline. The tunnel terminated at another hole. The only way in was headfirst. Even with her enhanced fairy-kind vision, she couldn't make out the ground in the gloom below, perhaps because it was the same dark soil as the tunnel walls. She reached a hand into the void but felt nothing. How far down was it? 5 feet? 20? 100? Letting herself drop into that black pit seemed like a catastrophically horrible idea. Trying to worm her way backwards out of the entire tunnel felt infinitely more sensible, despite the difficulty. Where was she supposed to draw the line with bad ideas? If the worst way forward was leaping off a cliff onto sharp rocks, would she do it? Wasn't that moving past simply choosing a poor direction and into the realm of pure, unadulterated recklessness? Scooting into a hole at the end of a tunnel with an unknown drop felt suicidal. It seemed a perfect method for breaking her neck. But to find Risenmay, she was supposed to consistently defy her instincts. Maybe if she defied them too expertly, it would get her killed. Was she pushing this concept too far? Was this just a wholesale abandonment of common sense? Kendra slipped into the opening, pressing her hands and feet against the rough stone to slow her descent. Then, without warning, the walls vanished. She was in open air, falling. A scream tore from her throat as she twisted, desperately trying to orient herself feet down. The seconds stretched, a terrifying eternity where she could only think of the ground rushing up to meet her. The water, when it came, was a cold, brutal slap. She plunged deep, her shoes dragging her down, but her frantic kicks propelled her back to the surface where she gasped for air. The water was dark and eerily calm, the room around her so dim she couldn't see any walls. Treading water, her soaked clothes swirling around her, she tried to quiet her panic. One direction, for no logical reason, felt distinctly wrong, a deep, primal unease. She forced herself to swim toward it anyway. The feeling didn't fade, it intensified with every stroke, a cold dread coiling in her stomach. Kendra was not a strong swimmer, and the sodden weight of her jeans and jacket was a strange, exhausting burden. She briefly considered kicking off her sneakers, but feared the struggle might pull her under. Just as her arms began to burn with fatigue, a darker line materialized in the gloom, the shore. It felt like the worst possible destination, which was precisely why she dragged herself onto the rocky bank, shivering violently in the cavern's chill. She squeezed water from her sleeves, her teeth chattering. A cavern wall loomed nearby, featuring a dark, gaping mouth that promised only another tunnel. Something about that opening felt deeply unnatural, like the den of a predator. The more she stared, the more certain she became that going inside was a catastrophic error. So, of course, she went. The tunnel seemed to swallow her whole, every step forward feeling like a step toward some grim, inevitable end. After what felt like miles, she reached a junction where 5 identical passages branched off. None felt particularly dangerous, but none felt right either. After a frantic search, her fingers found a narrow, upward slanting crack in the wall. It looked impossibly tight, a perfect place to get wedged and trapped. She wriggled into it without a second thought. The passage pinched and released her over and over, stones scraping her back as she squeezed through. Finally, a sliver of true daylight appeared, and she crawled out from beneath a massive, moss-covered boulder, blinking in the open air. Back on the surface, Kendra let her misguided instincts guide her. A peaceful-looking grove of aspens filled her with such foreboding that she marched straight into it, immediately becoming disoriented. She consistently chose the path that looked most treacherous, pushing through thorny thickets, scaling loose, gravelly slopes, and pointedly avoiding any serene meadow or babbling brook. She made the journey as hard as she possibly could. By the time her clothes had dried stiffly in the afternoon sun, she was watching the sky anxiously. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, Midsummer Eve would begin, and she absolutely could not be caught in the open. She hurried her pace, sprinting toward any landscape that filled her with dread and halting in confusion whenever a path seemed pleasant or clear. Bursting from a cluster of young pines, she stumbled upon a tranquil pond. A path of flat, mossy stones led to a small island at its center. From the island came a soft, enchanting melody, whether from instruments or ethereal voices, she couldn't tell, and a gentle, pearlescent glow emanated from within the foliage, despite the daylight. Her heart leapt. Was this it? Had she actually found the place? But as she paused, catching her breath, her eyes were drawn to the far side of the pond. There, in a low bluff of sandstone, was a dark, narrow cleft. A visceral rejection surged through her. Absolutely not. She was not going back underground. That fall had been terrifying. She was lucky to be alive. That crack in the rock was a terrible idea, especially now that she was so close to her goal. She closed her eyes, searching her feelings. The cleft wasn't just a bad option, it felt like a monumental, life-altering mistake. The irony wasn't lost on her. After a day of following every bad feeling, the one that screamed the loudest was about the one place she desperately didn't want to go. Kendra blinked her eyes open and moved around the pond's edge toward the narrow opening in the rock. She stepped inside without needing to duck, but the passage twisted and turned almost immediately. After a few bends, a soft glow appeared ahead, a sight that made her heart tighten. Light usually meant other creatures, and in a place like this, that could mean trouble. Goblins might claim this cave as their own, or something far more dangerous. She took a few more cautious turns, and then emerged into a breathtaking cavern. The walls were a glossy, pearly white, studded with thousands of glittering quartz crystals that caught the light like scattered diamonds. In the center of the space stood a tall, elegant woman with dark hair, dressed in a gown that shimmered like moonlit silk. A pair of intricate, delicate wings arched from her back. "Well done, mortal," the fairy said, her smile radiating genuine delight.
"You've managed to find me." "Risen, May?" Kendra asked. The fairy's smile shifted, becoming less an expression of warmth and more a polite arrangement of her features. "You know my name," she observed. "Did someone guide you here?" "A sting bulb left by Patton Burgess," Kendra explained. "He told me to work against my instincts." The smile softened slightly. "Patton was quite charming. Even with his hint reaching me is no small accomplishment."
"He warned me to take the path that felt the worst," Kendra added. "Had you entered the bewilderness unprepared," Risen May said, "your natural instincts would have led you to a clue, a warning, phrased rather poetically, I might add. There are many such warnings along the borders of this realm, each enchanted to draw the wanderer in. After receiving the warning, one must then choose the most unwelcoming route to survive. You bypassed my personal warning thanks to Patton's advice." Her smile faded. "It's astonishing how many never make it. More than 9 out of 10 perish along the way." "That's terrible," Kendra cried. "I cannot give something for nothing," Risen May replied coolly. "It is fascinating, really, to see how many intelligent beings cannot follow simple directions." "Is it worth all those deaths?" Kendra pressed. "I do not kill them," the fairy said. "Their own choices do, but you allow them to walk into danger knowing they might die." "Dying is what mortals do best," Risen May said, her tone turning almost amused. "It is your birthright. You are merely visitors in this world. From the moment you draw your first breath, the end is already waiting. The question is never if, but when and how. We still get to live before we die," Kendra shot back, her voice firming with conviction. "That matters to us. We want that time to last. I don't object to a life lasting a little longer," Risen May conceded. "I am not against your living. I do not cheer for death. I am simply aware that none of you endure for long, no matter how fiercely you cling to your days." "It matters to my friends and family how long I live," Kendra insisted. "And it matters to me. Did you come all this way to lecture me, dear child?" Risen May asked, a hint of impatience colouring her words. "To teach me lessons from your brief, finite experience, lessons I haven't grasped in thousands of years." "I might understand some things about being mortal that you don't," Kendra said. "Does that obligate me to think like a mortal?" Risen May countered. "Must you learn to think like a dog or a mosquito? Can you not appreciate a dog while still thinking as a human?" "I didn't come here to argue," Kendra said, backing down. Risen May offered a relieved smile. "That is a better direction. Why have you sought me out?" "I need your help," Kendra admitted. I see, the fairy replied. Something you cannot do alone. Yes. My friends need help too. All of Wimroost is in danger. Honestly, the whole world is. I'm the caretaker here. Listen, child, Risenmay said, her tone shifting to something between pity and gentle mockery. I am a fairy, not a mortal, but if I needed a favor, I might not begin by lecturing my potential benefactor on empathy for lesser beings. I might try pleading, begging, perhaps even getting down on my knees. Without hesitation, Kendra dropped to her knees. Please. Risenmay shook her head, her beautiful hair swaying. No, child, stand up. Begging loses all its power once the petitioner has been invited to grovel. Kendra remained kneeling. I mean it. I'm sorry if I was rude. The journey was difficult and I'm terrified for my friends. Please, help me. I can see you are earnest, Risenmay said, her expression softening. Rise, dear one. I insist. I sense your sincerity. You are fairy kind. A present from the fairy queen herself. That's right, Kendra replied, standing up. You do realize the present fairy queen isn't actually a fairy, don't you? Risenmay inquired. She's a unicorn, Kendra stated. And do you know who held the title before her? Risenmay pressed. I wasn't aware there was a previous one, Kendra admitted. The title of queen is a role, not a permanent identity, Risenmay explained. It's similar to how Horus was the Dragon King before Celebrant took the throne. I have no idea who came before the current queen, Kendra said. She was a true fairy, Risenmay revealed. In fact, every single one before our present ruler was a genuine fairy, just like I am. You seem unlike the other fairies I've met, Kendra observed. Risenmay let out a deep, melodious laugh. You're referring to those tiny, fluttering creatures constantly wrestling with self-doubt. Correct, child? I am a great fairy. We have different classifications. Some mortals have started labeling us as fairy godmothers. So you're a fairy godmother? Kendra asked. It's a charming, if simplistic term, but yes, it serves to separate us from the lesser ones, Risenmay conceded. We keep an eye on the smaller fairies, and historically, one of us has always ascended to the queenship, until recently, that is. Does that bother you? Kendra ventured cautiously. No more than it would bother you if a graceful, clever swan became the monarch of all humanity. Risenmay countered. Kendra frowned in thought. That would be strange. Yet not entirely without its appeal, Risenmay mused. Beautiful in certain aspects, and certainly odd that the sovereign of humans wouldn't be human herself. The fairy queen can appear as a fairy, Kendra pointed out. Then picture a swan who merely wears a human disguise, Risenmay suggested. But at its core, still a swan. I've encountered other large fairies, Kendra said. Were they great fairies, like you? More, probably small fairies who were enlarged, Risenmay dismissed. We, great fairies, were never diminutive. Our capabilities and understanding far surpass theirs. We can accomplish much more, and we occasionally choose to be generous patrons when the inclination takes us. So, how might I assist you? We need a way to travel, Kendra said. Patton Burgess directed you to me for transport, Risenmay asked, her tone shifting. We all arrived with our own mounts, Kendra clarified. But we must reach Stormguard Castle precisely 1 hour after the festival of the equinox commences. Risenmay's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Did that reconstituted sting bulb explain what I'm capable of? He couldn't, Kendra answered. Well, that's a small comfort, Risenmay sighed. I was concerned his temporary rebirth might have circumvented his vow of secrecy, he implied, and then ensured you arrived properly prepared. Can you help us? Kendra pleaded. I am able to, Risenmay stated. The question is whether I will. Kendra dropped to her knees. Please, Risenmay, most radiant of fairies, my companions require aid to arrive here before the festival night starts. We must get to the castle at the exact moment, or Wimroost could be lost to the dragons. Every dragon sanctuary might fall. Risenmay suppressed a delicate yawn. You truly don't understand why greater fairies ever bother with mortals, do you? I'm not certain, Kendra confessed. You are of fairy stock, Risenmay said. I cannot peer into your thoughts. The secret desires of your heart are concealed from me. Clues to what might persuade me linger in some of your mortal tales. Cinderella had a fairy godmother, Kendra offered. Did she, now? Risenmay asked, with feigned innocence. Kendra racked her brain. What could possibly capture her interest? An idea struck her. The boy I care for is in grave danger. Risenmay perked up immediately. You fancy a boy, I do, Kendra said, her voice softening. He's a bit older than me, so he's been hesitant, but he doesn't feel that much older. How wonderfully dramatic. Are you in love with him? Completely. Risenmay clapped her hands together. The love is the crucial ingredient. I can sense your sincerity sometimes. You know, unrequited affection is even more compelling. It has more texture, more intrigue. I'm terrified for him, Kendra whispered. Is he pleasing to look at? Risenmay inquired. Unbelievably handsome, Kendra affirmed. And it's not just my opinion. Naiads, fairies, everyone agrees. Risenmay appeared thoroughly entertained. He is a mortal being. He's a unicorn. A unicorn. Wait, truly. Does he have a name? Bracken? Risenmay covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Well, of course you're smitten with Bracken. Who isn't utterly charmed by Bracken? Though, I must confess, this slightly weakens your appeal. It makes your affection seem rather commonplace. He is famously detached and universally adored. My apologies, dear. He has feelings for me too, Kendra insisted. Risenmay regarded her with a deeply skeptical expression. Are you certain? Risenmay asked, her expression thoughtful. A friendly and cheerful disposition can sometimes be mistaken for deeper feelings. Kendra's fingers brushed against the horn at her side. He gave me this, his first one. Risenmay's eyes grew wide with surprise. Is that so, my dear? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Do you believe reaching Stormguard Castle will mend things between you? He's been taken, Kendra insisted, her voice tightening. Reaching the castle might be the only way to save him. A delighted laugh escaped Risenmay.
Children, she called out, her voice lifting in a musical chant. Come to me, my darlings. Your mother has a little task for you all. The light was fading. The sun's going down, Calvin observed, stating the obvious. That's generally what it does, Babak replied dryly. It's the whole day and night cycle, right, but when it sets, the festival night begins. Calvin pressed the anxiety clear in his voice. And then we're all finished.
Which makes the sun's current location a rather critical piece of information, Patton noted. I'd say we have 30 minutes, if that. Knox looked around nervously. Can we get back to the Zawali sanctuary in half an hour? Possibly, the captain answered. If we leave this instant, run the entire way, and the forest decides to cooperate. Seth pointed toward the dense trees. Are those fairies? A cluster of shimmering lights was moving toward them through the bewilderness. Patton followed his gaze and let out a triumphant shout. She did it! Kendra came through. Risenmay sent us a guide. Everyone, get ready to move! As Seth swung onto Noble's back, a group of 11 fairies descended. They were nothing like the hardy, earthy fairies of Wimroost. These were vibrant and graceful, with wings like stained glass. Our mistress, Risenmay, invites you, one chimed in a voice like a tiny bell. We are here to show you the path. You're a welcome sight, Patton said. We were counting on you. Stay close, the fairy warned. The way is not safe for those who stray. With Patton at the front and Seth riding beside him, the group fell into a single file behind their luminous guides. The whole endeavour felt slightly ridiculous, following these fluttering lights on a route that seemed deliberately convoluted, all over rough, pathless ground. Their talking mounts, to their credit, didn't utter a single complaint and kept up a swift trot. Seth kept stealing glances at the sinking sun, his stomach knotting every time their guides led them on another seemingly pointless detour. He had to keep telling himself they were avoiding invisible dangers, but the approaching sunset was a danger all its own. Being caught outside on Midsummer Eve would be just as fatal. A sliver of light still clung to the mountain peaks when they passed a shimmering pond. On an island at its center, a mysterious glow pulsed in time with faint, enchanting music that seemed to come from the air itself. The fairies led them past this distraction to a narrow opening in a rocky bluff. Dismounting, the group followed the fairies into a snug tunnel, their animals squeezing through behind them. The passage twisted and turned until Seth finally stepped out into a breathtaking cavern of crystal. At its heart stood a radiant fairy, tall as a person and dressed in a gown of brilliant white. Kendra waved and Seth waved back, a wave of relief washing over him. "This is Risen May," Kendra said. The fairy was stunningly beautiful, more so than any of the fair folk Seth could recall. "Welcome, all of you," Risen May said warmly. "Please, come in, there's space for everyone, your horses as well, and a camel, and is that a rabbit? What an interesting collection."
Patton Burgess, I met you back when you were more than a memory. I remember, Patton said, with a courteous nod. You look just as captivating. Oh, go on, she demurred, a blush touching her cheeks as she smoothed her glittering gown. Honestly, she looked like she was headed to a Hollywood premiere, not standing in a cave. Seth had to fight the urge to roll his eyes. "The sun is nearly gone," Patton reminded everyone. "You will be safe within my home," Risen May assured them. "I would offer you shelter for the entire night, but I understand you intend to reach Stormguard Castle shortly after the festival begins." "That's the plan," Patton confirmed Seth. Still thinking of the eerie pond, asked, "What was with that island out there? The one with the music?" Risen May gave a light, almost guilty laugh. "I suppose that's a bit naughty of me. It's a final little test for visitors seeking my door. A deadly creature lurks in those murky waters. More unfortunate souls have fallen victim to that particular snare than any other, the poor things. For some inexplicable reason, they seem to think the path's end is where the rules no longer apply." "Are they consumed?" Seth inquired. "More precisely, they are paralyzed by venom and then preserved within a slimy, submerged pod," Risen May explained. "But yes, in the end, everything is devoured, down to the very last bone. How do we reach the fortress?" Knox pressed. "Patience is crucial," Risen May advised. "To get the timing right, you must wait a few more minutes before we leave, and each of you must give me your solemn word." "What word is that?" Seth asked. "To never speak of my talents," Risen May stated. "It's a fair trade for the assistance we're about to receive," Patton added. Risen May held out her palm. "Place your hands upon mine." "Every one of us," Patton clarified. "Indeed, all who possess hands," Risen May confirmed. Seth moved forward with Patton and the rest, Kendra included, and they gathered around Risen May, arms outstretched, their hands stacked on hers. 2, 4, 6, 8, who do we appreciate? Knox began to chant. "Feels like we just won a big game." Seth let out a quiet laugh. "It really did have that vibe. Don't forget the smallest among us," Risen May gently reminded them. "I do tend to get overlooked in these group activities," Calvin remarked. Seth carefully lifted the Nipsey from his pocket and set him atop the pile of hands which happened to belong to Lomo. Calvin knelt and placed his tiny hand down. "Repeat after me," Risen May instructed. "I solemnly vow to keep the events of this place a secret." They echoed her words. "And I grant Risen May the right to seal my promise and hold me to this oath." They repeated the phrase once more. With a satisfied smile, Risen May pulled her hand back. "Excellent. Now for the animals, the rabbit as well."
Risenmay performed the same ritual with the creatures gathered around her, each one making contact with a hoof or a snout. Those capable of speech recited the words. "I appreciate your cooperation," Risenmay said. "I sensed consent even from those who are silent. I dearly hope Kendra can reclaim her heart's desire, and maybe the ever-noble Bracken will finally find himself struck by love's dart." "Is this all about Bracken?" Seth asked, a little confused by the sudden shift. "In the long run, yes," Kendra admitted. "But we can't help him at all if we don't win this war first." "Fair point," Seth conceded. He wanted to aid Bracken too, but he wasn't sure why it had become the central topic. His own mind was fixed on making it through the night and thwarting the dragons. "So what are you going to do for us?" Nox asked. "My talents are numerous," Risenmay said. "But my most celebrated gift is the ability to grant wings." "You're going to make us fly?" Seth asked, his eyes widening. "I generally avoid bestowing wings upon human-shaped beings," Risenmay clarified. "I'd hate for ordinary folk to be confused with fairies. Your steeds, however, are a different story." This must be how Miquette got her wings, Charlemagne realized aloud. "Who?" Kendra asked. "Miquette was a mare who appeared one day with a magnificent pair of wings," Captain recounted. "Like something from an old myth. She never would say where they came from. She lived a very long, full life," Charlemagne added. "A true legend to our people." Patton looked like he was bursting to speak. Risenmay gave him a nod. "Go on, it's safe here. Miquette was my horse," Patton revealed. "For a good while anyway, I was the one who brought her here and helped her earn those wings. And you brought us here for the same reason," Seth concluded. "Each of you with a creature to ride," Patton confirmed. "I'm going to have a flying rabbit." Calvin cheered, practically bouncing. "Thistleton, how about you? Do you want wings?" "Absolutely," Thistleton said, his voice full of wonder. "My kin will never believe this. Does this agreement stand for each of you?" Risenmay asked, her tone turning serious again. "Will you accept my gift of flight? I must hear your consent to continue. These wings, they'll truly let us fly?" Charlemagne asked, seeking assurance. "Like Miquette could, like the stories." Risenmay allowed a wry smile. "Well, they would be rather pointless decorations otherwise, wouldn't they? These wings won't just let you fly, they'll grant you grace and agility in the air. And we keep them forever?" Babak the camel asked. "For all your days," Risenmay affirmed, "though the trait will not be inherited by any young. And you, good sir, would be the very first camel I have ever had the pleasure of enhancing. I might just become the first flying camel in all of history," Babak mused, a proud gleam in his eye. "I certainly don't know of any others." "Your confirmation first, please," Risenmay gently insisted, bringing the focus back to the moment the 5 horses, the camel and the rabbit all nodded in agreement. "You're seriously going to give them wings?" Nox asked, his voice full of disbelief. "See for yourself," Risenmay replied. She raised her arms, and a brilliant white light erupted from her, washing over the cavern walls and making the crystals shimmer with fractured color. Rainbows danced in the air. As she chanted words that hummed with ancient power, Seth felt a thrill of anticipation surge through him. When she finally lowered her arms, the blinding glare softened, leaving Seth squinting as his eyes readjusted to the dimmer light. Blinking away the spots, he watched the animals curiously examining their new appendages, stretching a wing here, testing a joint there. The rabbit, Thistleton, gave an experimental hop and then zipped into the air, zinging around the chamber like an excited hummingbird. "Nice work, Thistleton," Calvin called out. "I'd advise the bigger ones to wait until they're outside before trying to take off." Risenmay cautioned. "The enchantment appears to have worked perfectly." Seth walked over to Noble.
"You look amazing," he told his horse, who stamped a hoof and shook his mane proudly. Nearby, Kendra was gently stroking Glory's neck as the horse nudged her affectionately. "Won't it be incredibly risky to fly to Stormguard Castle on a festival night?" Kendra asked, a note of worry in her voice. "Risenmay," Patton prompted. I can assist with that as well, the fairy said, extending her arms once more. This time, a warm golden radiance filled the cavern, gentler than the previous flash.
As it faded, a soft golden aura clung to each of the animals, making their wings glow faintly. I've bestowed my blessing upon you. It will offer protection from harm for a while, particularly against the undead, and it will act as a potent distraction. As Kendra might have observed on her journey here, crafting various attractor and distractor spells is something of a specialty of mine. Patton clapped his hands together and pumped a triumphant fist. That's exactly what we needed. Thank you, Risen May. We are all in your debt. The elegant fairy offered a serene smile and a slight bow of her head. You owe me nothing save for keeping the extent of my abilities to yourselves. Does the rain demand payment for watering the earth? Do flowers charge a fee to those who admire them? I exist to help living things flourish. Giving is its own reward. Unless people die trying to reach this place. Seth muttered under his breath. Risen May shot him a sharp, knowing look. Even that nourishes the soil for new growth. What's our schedule? Tanu inquired. We need to arrive roughly an hour after sunset, Patton stated. Not before, and ideally not long after. Leave in a few minutes, Risen May advised, as the camel flies. Babak gave his wings an involuntary flutter, lifting a couple of feet off the ground before settling back down. My apologies, the camel said. I know no flying indoors. It's just very tempting. What's the strategy once we arrive? Lomo asked. I won't be allowed inside the castle, Patton explained. Calvin might also be turned away, unless his diminutive size lets him slip through. Entering the castle grounds will nullify all magic for the duration. Potions become inert, enchanted items go dormant. Kendra will revert from being fairy-kind, and Seth will lose his shadow charmer abilities. Any innate powers Lomo possesses will be suppressed as well. It's not permanent, is it? Kendra asked quickly. Only while you remain within the castle walls, Patton assured her. What do we know about what's inside? Tanu pressed. Patton offered a thin, regretful smile. Very little. I turned back before fully committing. I crossed the drawbridge to the main gate and saw a message carved into a plaque on the wall. Conquer or withdraw. It was a festival night, but my gut told me the castle would be even more treacherous, so I withdrew. Why did you attempt it in the first place? Lomo wondered aloud. No one had ever managed to get into Stormguard Castle, Patton said. I knew the usual protections weaken on festival nights, so I decided to try. I lost 2 companions that evening. It was a brutal struggle just to make it back to the roadhouse alive. So we're going in mostly blind, Nox summarized. We do know Celebrant will be making a move for the castle too, Seth added, or he'll send other dragons to do it. And the moment they set foot on that drawbridge, they'll be just as vulnerable as we are. Patton finished. Mortal. If sacrificing my potions means the dragons lose their magic, I'll take that deal, Tanu stated. It's a clear win for us. Agreed, Patton replied. The real challenge is surviving the castle's curse. The reward is immense. Whoever finds the Wisdom Stone could end this war, but the dangers inside are just as extreme. Do we have any clues about the curse? Nox asked. None, Patton admitted. Only that no one has left Stormguard Castle since it fell under the curse, and no explorer who ventured deep has ever come back. Except you, Seth pointed out. I barely stepped onto the doorstep before retreating, Patton said. Back then, I had no reason to risk everything by going in. Now you do. We should depart immediately, Risen May urged. I wish I could accompany you inside, Patton added. Instead, I'll handle the mounts and guide them to the nearest roadhouse after you're dropped off. Allow me to fly ahead, Calvin suggested. Thistleton is small. We can scout the area and check for dragon activity. A prudent plan. Patton nodded. Thank you, Calvin. Does that work for you, Seth? Calvin asked. Absolutely, Seth replied. Just don't get spotted. I'll keep him secure, Thistleton assured. Climb on. The rabbit landed beside Seth, who carefully lifted Calvin from his pocket and settled him onto the soft fur. Calvin brandished a miniature sword with a flourish. Thistleton launched from the cavern, swift and silent. The exit path has tight turns, Patton noted. But we should mount up now. We'll need to take to the sky the moment we're clear. It's safer above the ground. Fly swiftly and stay alert, Risenmay said. No corner of Wyrmroost is safe tonight. Especially not our destination, Patton added. We may not speak again before you enter the castle. Keep your minds sharp. We'll do everything we can, Kendra said, feeling a sense of relief to be acting on her instincts again after the confusion of the bewilderness. As Nox climbed onto Babak, Seth felt a sudden, almost humorous longing for a camera. Here they all were with magnificent flying horses, and Nox had a winged camel. It was a sight he wished he could preserve forever. Seth mounted Noble and gave the horse a reassuring pat. "Ready to fly?" "He's been eager," Captain answered. "We all have." "Follow my lead," Patton said, urging Captain forward. Seth ducked low as Noble navigated the winding exit from the cavern. Once they burst into the open, Noble surged skyward, trailing Captain as the ground dropped away below. Seth glimpsed shadowy figures moving through the woods, but couldn't make out any details. Looking back, he saw Kendra and the others ascending behind him. A faint glow still lingered on the horizon, but the deepening evening was alive with unsettling sounds. Drums throbbed, creatures roared, and distant screams pierced the air. Eerie, discordant music wove through the night, played on instruments he couldn't name, accompanied by chants in unfamiliar tongues. Groans of despair echoed, while sharp screeches and bellows rose from unseen sources. To his left, an entire tree erupted into flames. To his right, a bolt of lightning shattered a stone pillar. Below, hulking giants moved through the wilderness, and above, winged silhouettes cut across the sky. Ethereal shapes drifted toward Seth, forcing Noble to climb, dive, and swerve to avoid them. These ghostly forms had hands like smoky tendrils, and the air turned icy in their presence. Seth could almost feel their ancient, unending hunger. "Stay close," Patton called, still climbing higher. Behind them, the others continued their ascent into the terrifying night. Some sounds faded with altitude, but the most haunting wails grew clearer. Most phantoms drifted slowly, but one dark shape kept pace with Seth. Even as Noble tried to evade it, the entity remained unsettlingly near, far more defined than the other phantoms haunting the night. The creature resembled a gargoyle sculpted from pure shadow, a perilous evening for a flight, little charmer. The frigid words slid into Seth's thoughts as clearly as spoken language. "Just leave me be," Seth replied, carefully avoiding direct eye contact while keeping the entity in the edge of his sight. "I could pluck you from the air," the voice continued. "I could feast upon your warmth and snuff out your fragile light. I'd really prefer you didn't," Seth said. "You possess so much to learn and so little time," the icy voice insisted. "Allow me to instruct you." "I have a mission tonight," Seth countered. "You could crush the dragons," the voice tempted. "Leave their broken shells behind you. You could roam a night like this without a single fear. You could protect everyone you care for. You could truly flourish. Let me teach you." "No bargains," Seth stated, uncertain whether refusal would provoke an attack from the tenebrous figure. "I handle things my own way. You fly toward the castle," the voice declared. "Your destruction awaits."
"Without my aid, you will fail." "I'm sorry," Seth said. "I don't accept assistance from shadowy flying entities. What I offer now is beyond purchase," the voice replied. "In your moment of greatest need, you may deeply regret refusing my offer." "I've had plenty of regrets," Seth said, "especially when it comes to bargaining with darkness." "Very well," the voice conceded. The dark shape veered away, blending almost instantly into the surrounding gloom. Seth was left with a deep unease, as if the distant howls, shrieks, moans, and bursts of dragon fire weren't terrifying enough. Now he had to wonder what exactly had just approached him. Stormguard Castle became visible in the distance, illuminated against the night. For a moment, Seth wondered if it had electricity. A sequence of descending dives brought them closer, and Seth identified the glow as coming from enchanted light orbs. Patton levelled into a slow glide, and Seth noticed Calvin was reporting from atop his rabbit. Seth leaned forward, and Noble steered nearer. Kendra, Tanu, Lomo, and Knox closed ranks around Patton as well. 3 individuals just went inside the castle, Calvin reported. 2 wore light armour. The third was in full plate. A woman and 2 men. The one in full armour had a dragon emblem on his shield. It might have been Celebrant, but I can't be certain. I assume they were dragons in human form. I got as close as possible, but neither Thistleton nor I could cross above the drawbridge. The knight in full armour noticed me and came out to take a swing. As I flew off, they entered the castle. "Just a minute ago?" Patton asked. "If that," Calvin confirmed. "All right," Patton said, glancing at Seth and the others. "Ready to follow some dragons into Stormguard Castle. I finally get real dragon time, and they look like people." Knox grumbled. "You just rode a flying camel through a sky full of ghosts," Seth retorted. "Count your blessings." Patton urged Captain forward, and the others followed. Kendra felt a wave of relief to have solid ground under her feet again, even if she was now standing near the drawbridge of a cursed fortress. Being pursued across the sky by spectral phantoms, accompanied by a nightmare-inducing chorus of sounds, had utterly ruined the fun of riding a flying horse. "Thank you, Glory," Kendra said, stroking her mount's neck. "Stay safe." "Good luck," Patton said. "I'll get our steeds to a roadhouse and return for you after sunrise." "Let me try to enter one more time," Calvin said, dismounting Thistleton and dashing toward the castle. The moment he reached the drawbridge, he slammed into an invisible barrier and staggered back. "Don't force it, Calvin," Patton warned. "It could kill you." "Wraiths," Lomo alerted them. Kendra turned and saw 6 dark forms striding toward them, having emerged from a nearby grove of trees. Lomo drew his sword, positioning himself between the advancing wraiths and the group. "Get onto the drawbridge," Patton called from atop Captain. "Horses, camel, rabbit with me?" Captain took to the air, and the other mounts followed. Calvin swung back up onto Thistleton, and the rabbit lifted into the air beside him. Kendra rushed across the wooden planks of the drawbridge. The instant her boots touched the timber, the raucous clamour of the festival night vanished into an eerie hush. Lomo kept his sword raised toward the approaching wraiths, being the final one to retreat onto the bridge. The spectral figures halted at the very edge. One attempted to advance, and was violently repelled by a crackling burst of energy, collapsing to the earth. A flicker of hope warmed Kendra's chest. Perhaps she wouldn't meet her end in a wraith's frozen grasp after all, but the fallen entity slowly rose again. The others lingered briefly before retreating several yards, clustering together as if to observe. "Why is everything so silent?" Knox whispered. "Because you finally stopped yapping," Seth muttered. Tanu nodded thoughtfully. "The castle's protective barrier appears to filter all external stimuli, even sound. Remarkably potent," Lomo noted. Seth unsheathed his own blade and moved cautiously across the bridge. At the far end, a raised iron portcullis revealed the shadowed entrance to the castle. "Hold on," Tanu advised quietly. "Let the dragons get a head start. Charging in right on their tails wouldn't be wise." "Could we ambush them?" Lomo wondered. "It would help if they remain unaware of our presence for a while," Tanu replied. "Facing Celebrant in full battle gear is a confrontation none of us are ready for."
It might not be him, Kendra suggested. Lomo shook his head. I believe it is. The wizen stone is too valuable. He wouldn't delegate this to underlings. He'd want it for himself. We need to break the curse by sunrise, right? Seth asked. That's when the festival ends. How long do we wait here? Not very, Tanu said. Nox peered over the side of the drawbridge into the moat's dark waters. You think there are alligators down there? Probably something worse, Seth answered. Remember, we're at a dragon sanctuary. Think bigger. Think monsters. Nox hastily stepped back from the edge. Kendra gazed up at the castle. Despite its immense size, it didn't appear overtly menacing in the moonlight. Grey stone walls crowned with battlements connected rounded towers. Beyond the outer barrier, a chaotic yet artistic clutter of higher towers, balconies, terraces, walkways and chimneys climbed toward the highest spires. All right, Tanu whispered. Stay silent. Our best advantage is surprise. Seth pointed to the wall just past the portcullis. This must be where Patton decided to turn back. Etched into the stone were the words, conquer or withdraw. Kendra glanced behind her. The wraiths still waited at the opposite end of the bridge, patient and watchful. Retreat doesn't seem like much of an option anymore, she said softly. Then we go in, Tanu breathed. As Seth stepped off the drawbridge into the gate tunnel, a deep, resonant gong echoed from somewhere inside the castle. Kendra jumped at the sudden noise, then winced as it sounded a second time when Lomo entered. Let's go together, Tanu whispered. He, Kendra, and Nox moved into the tunnels simultaneously, and 3 rapid successive crashes of the gong greeted them. The metallic vibrations slowly faded into silence. So much for our surprise, Kendra murmured. Will there be monsters? Nox asked, his voice small. Anything is possible, Lomo said. Stay alert. Emerging from the tunnel, they entered a broad courtyard centered around a large multi-tiered fountain. Water cascaded from several spouts, tumbling from level to level before collecting in a wide basin below. Life-size statues of silver and gold were scattered throughout the space, most captured in poses of frantic flight. A few gold figures were frozen in combat with silver ones. One pair was even locked in a struggle on the ground. Those must be worth a fortune, Nox remarked. Seth knelt at the tunnel's exit, where large words were inscribed on the floor. The others gathered around him to read. Shed no blood. Break no bone. Stop no heart. Do you think the dragons will follow the castle's rules? Kendra asked, a new tension tightening her shoulders as she noticed a faint phosphorescent moss glowing on the courtyard stones, a detail none of them had expected it. All comes down to what they believe they can get away with, Tanu remarked. Lomo nodded thoughtfully. This warning is almost certainly tied to the curse. Whatever the dragons choose, we must obey the order. Seth slid his sword back into its sheath, and Lomo followed suit. Are these statues made of solid gold? Nox wondered, stepping closer to the nearest figure. Better not touch it, Tanu cautioned. We still don't fully grasp what's happening here. Their positions are unusual, Kendra observed. They look like they're running or fighting. I don't see anyone alive, Seth said. Kendra swept her gaze across the silent courtyard and the motionless castle. Me neither. Lomo moved near the statue beside Nox, examining it closely. It's genuine gold, at least on the surface, probably not solid all the way through. He glanced at some of the other figures. No one possesses that kind of fortune. Can we still get out? Seth asked. Good point, Tanu said, hurrying back to the tunnel entrance in the wall. He bumped against an unseen barrier at the opening and staggered back, then turned with an embarrassed smile. Seems we're stuck here. The craftsmanship on these is incredible, Nox murmured, his hand drifting toward a golden face. Remember, no touching, Tanu reminded him. Exquisite work, Lomo agreed. Each one is completely unique. They might have been real people, Kendra suggested, transformed into gold and silver. The same idea occurred to me, Tanu admitted.
The silver ones ought to be tarnished, Lomo noted, studying a silver woman frozen mid-stride with a sword. But they look as if they were made yesterday. Magic, Seth stated simply. Greetings, a voice thundered. They all spun around. A large, bearded man had emerged from a nearby castle door. Broad-shouldered with a considerable belly, he approached them dressed in princely clothes, a single silver glove on his hand.
I would say welcome, but there is little to recommend this unfortunate place. Greetings, Lomo said, positioning himself between the stranger and the group. Might we ask who we have the honor of addressing? The man gave a soft laugh. That question is mine to ask, as I am the master of this castle. King Hollerix? Lomo inquired. The king is unavailable, the man replied. I am his eldest son, Tregane, regent of Stormguard Castle. Seth rested a hand on his sword. Tregane? Go ahead, draw the sword, young man, Tregane encouraged. Seth pulled it free and held it up. Well, I'll be, Tregane said, his eyes widening. My old practice blade from boyhood. How did you come by that? From the armory at Blackwell Keep, Seth answered. Then you are friends of the caretaker, Tregane said. Wait. He raised a hand, his eyes locking on Kendra. I see the medallion. Has someone so young truly taken charge of Wimroost? We're both caretakers, Seth explained. It's her day to wear it. I couldn't help but notice your glove, Tanu commented. Tregane offered a charming smile. You have a keen eye. Would it have anything to do with the silver statues? Tanu pressed. A fair question, Tregane replied. I don't blame you for keeping your distance. Come with me. We must talk. The night is never long enough. Are you the only person here? Lomo asked. Tregane's expression turned solemn. There is one other. A very dangerous man. He captured the interest of the three who came before you. Tregane turned away. This way. Kendra glanced at Tanu, who simply shrugged. They fell into step behind Tregane. He led them through a door, down a corridor, up a flight of stairs, and along another hallway. Globes of light brightened the passages, much as they illuminated the castle's exterior. Lomo walked closest to Tregane, with Seth, Nox, and Tanu trailing behind. Kendra took the rear. She nearly gasped when a hand tugged on her sleeve, whirling around. She found a skinny boy of about 8 or 9 with messy black hair and tattered clothes. He pressed a finger to his lips, his dark eyes begging for silence. Pausing, Kendra watched the others continue down the hall. No one looked back. The boy motioned toward a square, opening low in a nearby wall. Kendra pointed toward Seth and her friends. The boy scowled and shook his head, then ducked agilely into the hole and gestured urgently for her to follow. Kendra crouched down and peered into the darkness. The opening led to a cramped, hidden corridor within the wall. Kendra hesitated, her mind racing. Seth and the others would be frantic if she disappeared without a trace. Yet this strange boy might hold vital information. He was gesturing urgently, his expression a mix of anxiety and excitement. Was this a trap? Swallowing her doubt, Kendra squeezed through the opening. The boy immediately slid a panel shut behind them, plunging them into absolute blackness. Not just shadow, but a profound, consuming dark. It had been ages since Kendra knew such true darkness, since becoming fairy-kind. Some faint light always lingered in her vision, at least while she was conscious. Don't be afraid, came a hushed voice. Who are you? Kendra whispered back. Augie, he replied. No one remembers me. Just a forgotten servant. No important ties. I've been hiding here. For all this time? Kendra asked, incredulous. For all this time, he confirmed. We don't age in this place. We. Myself and the brothers, King Hollerix's sons, Augie explained. We're the only ones not transformed into gold or silver. There are 3 brothers? Kendra pressed. Well,
2 now, Augie corrected. 1 vanished. Hiding, like you? Possibly, he said. If that's the case, he's exceptionally skilled.
I've never found any trace of him. Why pull me in here? Kendra asked. You looked young, Augie said simply. I thought you might need help. The others were too far ahead, too near to Tregane. Will my friends be okay? Kendra's voice was tight with worry. Nothing in these halls is okay, the boy murmured, a grim certainty in his tone. No one is safe here. Will Tregane turn them to silver? She asked. You caught on to that already? He said, a hint of impressed surprise in his whisper.
Not bad. Should I try to warn them? Visitors are a rare event here, Augie said, almost unheard of before he makes a move to transform them. He'll likely try to enlist them. Enlist them for what? For assistance, Augie whispered, leaning closer. With winning the contest. He gently took her hand. Come, this way. Meanwhile, Seth watched as Tregane pushed open the imposing silver doors, flanked by 2 silent metallic guards. He had already noted the silver blocks embedded in the hallway walls, but a sudden cold realization was more urgent. Where's Kendra? Seth, Nox, Lomo and Tanu shared a look of alarm. Kendra was gone. Lomo immediately sprinted back down the corridor, vanishing around a bend. Tanu stepped toward Tregane, his posture defensive. What did you do? Nothing at all, my friend. Your eyes were fixed on me the entire time, Tregane replied smoothly. They could hear Lomo's distant calls for Kendra, his voice echoing with the frustration of a fruitless search. An ally of yours, then? Seth demanded. My allies are all frozen in silver, young man, Tregane said, raising the gloved hand and flexing his fingers. My current intention is merely conversation. What could have possibly happened to her? Tanu insisted. Tregane offered a casual shrug. The dangerous individual is preoccupied with the 3 other newcomers. He does not frequent the halls in this wing. Then explain her disappearance, Seth challenged. There is no one else here, Tregane stated flatly. She must have strayed, a curious choice given I was endeavouring to keep you all in sight. Should we split up and look for her? Nox asked. We must speak first, Tregane insisted. There are essential truths you need to hear and certain arrangements we must discuss. Our priority is ensuring Kendra is safe, Seth countered. Lomo reappeared, breathing heavily. I went all the way back to the courtyard, he reported. No sign of her. She didn't answer my shouts. Converse with me before you scour the palace, Tregane said, stepping through the silver doors. I'll keep searching, Lomo declared. I'll go with him, Nox offered. Try not to vanish as well, Tanu cautioned. We'll regroup back here, Lomo promised. Seth and Tanu followed Tregane into an opulent chamber where every item, chairs, tables, shelves, was crafted from gleaming polished silver. Numerous tiles on the floor and blocks in the walls shared the same metallic sheen. You're the one who turns things to silver, Seth asked, with this glove. Yes, Tregane confirmed, settling into a silver chair. Sit, if you like. We'll remain standing, Tanu said firmly. It isn't infectious, Tregane assured them with a dry chuckle.
You won't petrify simply by using the furniture.
But why do it? Seth pressed. Why indeed? Tregane echoed, his voice taking on a weary, sardonic edge. The accursed contest. What contest? Tanu asked. After all these centuries, the tale has never travelled beyond these walls. Tregane mused almost to himself. Information does not escape this place, Tanu replied. A despicable dwarf called Humbuggle lured my father into a trap, Tregane explained. He created a competition meant to be won by one of the king's 3 sons. Until it concludes, this castle remains under a curse. What kind of competition? Seth inquired. More on that soon, Tregane replied. For now, understand that my glove can transform living beings and objects into solid silver. My brother Heath possesses a similar power, turning things to gold. These metals help secure loyalty.
You turned all those people to silver, Seth asked. They are not deceased, Tregain clarified.
Merely preserved in that state for the time being. This is partly why you intrigue me. I could use some partners of flesh and blood pledged to serve me. Swear to aid me in winning this contest and claiming the prize, and we can become allies. What is the prize? Tanu questioned. A trifle, really, Tregain said offhandedly. A stone that acts as the trophy. What I truly desire is to shatter the curse and liberate my parents. Where are they? Seth pressed.
Confined in the highest chamber of the castle until the contest is resolved, Tregain stated. I must secure the stone to free them. Why not collaborate with your brother? Seth wondered. Because it is a competition, Tregain answered, his voice turning cold, and he is not to be trusted. Seth exchanged a glance with Tanu. Tregain was clearly being evasive about the Widzenstone. Could it be he was ignorant of its true nature? How do we win this contest? Tanu asked.
I might reveal that after you swear your allegiance, Tregain said, you would be wise to side with me. None of us can depart this castle until a victor is decided. And it has dragged on for ages, Seth observed. Tregain's gaze grew distant, as if peering into a long-forgotten past. An immense span of time, yes, decades upon decades. Any chance we wrap this up tonight? Seth asked lightly. Tregain let out a booming laugh. Not unless you join me and move with haste.
Why can't we simply win the contest ourselves and break the curse? Tanu challenged. Why must we serve you?
I want the stone, Tregain stated flatly.
I want the prize. It is a point of pride. I have pursued it for centuries. I will possess that stone. Eventually, if you assist me, we will all gain our freedom much sooner. Why not just agree to cooperate? Tanu persisted. Must there be oaths? Tregain's eyes turned to flint. Absolutely. I am the lord of this castle.
I have toiled here for an eternity. I possess the knowledge. You either work for me, or you work against me.
And if we work against you? Tanu asked.
Tregain raised his gloved hand, flexing his fingers meaningfully. There are other, more persuasive methods at my disposal. You'll turn us to silver, Tanu said. I will claim you for my collection, Tregain corrected, though his smile held no warmth. But let us keep this discussion civil. Threats are not civil, Tanu retorted. Seth, run. But Seth started. Now Tanu commanded, his voice leaving no room for debate. Warn the others. Tregain sprang from his chair, lunging for Tanu. The potion master dodged the gloved hand as Seth scrambled backward toward the open doors. When Tregain pivoted toward Seth, Tanu threw himself at the prince from behind. The last thing Seth saw before he fled the room was the gloved hand clamping down on Tanu's shoulder. From that point of contact, a wave of silver raced across Tanu's body, hardening him into a motionless metallic statue. Kendra, Kendra. She heard Lomo calling her name. Can I answer? Kendra whispered. Not if you want my assistance, Augie said, stopping in the pitch-black corridor. You can trust my friends, Kendra insisted. I can't trust you, Augie countered. I'm not going to reveal the best secrets. I simply can't. I've survived this long by staying completely neutral in their petty game. Because you're just a child. I felt a flicker of pity, a chance to spare you. Kendra, Lomo called again, his voice growing fainter. Make a sound if you can hear me. I don't want them to worry, Kendra whispered. It won't harm them, Augie said bluntly. If they're searching for you, it might actually keep Tregain from snaring them, at least for a little while. You told me he would try to recruit them, Kendra said. Most likely at first, Augie conceded. Tregain is every bit as paranoid as Heath. They've both enlisted living people now and then. We've had a handful of visitors over the long years. Every single one ends up as silver or gold. No alliance in this place ever lasts. The brothers trust no one. Once people are transformed, their loyalties become clear to them. What is this contest? Kendra pressed. The boy Augie explained it was set in motion by a magical trickster. Humbuggle, he said. Do you know about the prize? I believe so, Kendra replied. Do you? Obviously, Augie said. A fabled magical artifact. You tell me what it's called? The Wizen Stone, Kendra said quietly. Correct, Augie confirmed. Not many know that. The dragons are aware of it, Kendra offered. Augie grew tense. Are the dragons with your group? They arrived ahead of us, Kendra said. The 3 warriors, Augie recalled. I saw them. They look formidable. Massive armor, enormous weapons. He paused, a new, sharper edge entering his tone. Let me guess. You're the noble heroes here to save the day. How wonderfully predictable. If the dragons obtain the Wizen Stone, they'll obliterate every dragon's sanctuary and dominate the world. A classic villainous ambition and your grand plan. To prevent that, Kendra stated firmly. To protect the world. Is that all? Augie probed. The stone is said to possess immense power. To use it for good, Kendra insisted, and to ensure it doesn't fall into wicked hands. I've helped secure other powerful artifacts before. Like what? Augie asked. The keys to a demon prison, Kendra answered. You likely haven't heard of the chronometer or the sands of sanctity. My knowledge is more focused on this castle, Augie said. So what exactly is the contest? Kendra repeated. Tregane and Heath would never give you the full story, Augie said. When the contest began, all those years ago, the dwarf recited a poem. Do you know it? Kendra asked. Of course, he said, and recited, To seek the treasure, long concealed, a coin of platinum, silver, and gold, must in the fountain's pool be placed. Together, or their form is erased. The golden touch can hold but one, as with the silver and platinum. Though these 3 coins may hard be found, go pay the price on freedom's ground. What coins? Kendra asked.
That part has been partly solved, Augie explained. Over the years, the brothers have occasionally discovered a silver coin stamped with Humbuggle's face, a gold coin showing his profile, and a platinum coin bearing his full figure. They've found them and lost them repeatedly, so they just need to toss the coins into the fountain, Kendra asked. So it seems, Augie said. I keep my distance. Don't you want the contest to end? Kendra asked. I want to survive it, Augie stated flatly.
Everyone who gets involved ends up silver or gold. Stay away from Tregane, Seth's shout echoed from somewhere not too far off. He turned Tanu to Silver. Can anyone hear me? Beware of Tregane. We need to help him, Kendra said. Wait here, Augie instructed. She heard him slip away into the blackness. Tregane turned Tanu Silver. Seth called again, his voice drawing nearer. Is anyone there? I hear you, Nox's voice answered from a distance. Me too, Lomo's faint cry followed. Several yards away, a hidden panel slid open, allowing a sliver of light into the dark interstitial space. Augie peered out, then stepped back inside. Seth followed him in. Seth glanced in Kendra's direction, and she gave a small wave. The panel slid shut, plunging them back into darkness. Just outside their hiding place, heavy footsteps approached and then stopped. Was Tregane kneeling to open the panel, or was he merely listening? The footsteps started again and faded away. Quiet, Augie whispered after a moment of silence. Follow me. He took Kendra's hand, and she grasped Seth's. Augie led them forward, down a ladder and around a few turns. Are you okay? Kendra whispered to her brother. I'm fine, Seth said. But Tanu is silver. I heard, Kendra said, her heart sinking. It's awful. She struggled to accept that the skilled potion master was now a metallic statue. There had to be a way to reverse it. A sudden, vivid memory flashed in her mind. Tanu once showing her a resilient flower that could bloom even in stone, a symbol of hope he carried. Perhaps that very hope could now guide them to save him. Quiet, Augie warned. If Tregane locates us, we'll all end up silver. Augie crouched low, and Kendra mimicked him, crawling through a narrow, confining tunnel. After a while, he helped her stand again. Seth climbed out behind her. Augie opened another panel, and they hurried into a small bedroom. "I leave you here," Augie said. "Wait," Kendra urged. "Tell us more." "I've told you enough," Augie replied. Seth let out a frustrated sigh. "You didn't give me any warning," he grumbled. "I'm Seth." Kendra gestured beside her. "This is Augie." The boy shook his head firmly. "Sticking with you two is a death sentence," Augie stated flatly. "Honestly, I don't think you'll survive the hour. Why would you say that?" Kendra pressed, her brow furrowed. Augie gave a small, pitying shrug. "You're here to win the contest, right?" Kendra glanced at Seth, who squared his shoulders. "We plan to win it before sunrise," he declared. Augie's smile was thin, almost apologetic. "Well, good luck with that." "Remind me of the rhyme?" Kendra asked, turning the conversation. "The one from Humbuggle." Augie recited the verses for Seth's benefit. "Those are the official rules," Kendra explained. "All 3 coins must hit the fountain water simultaneously." "Watch out for the statues," Augie warned, his voice dropping. "A single touch will turn you into whatever they're made of. The enchantment only works on living creatures. The gloves, though, they can alter almost any object." "Appreciate the tips," Kendra said. "Farewell," Augie replied, already sliding a hidden panel aside to slip into the wall. "Hold on," Kendra called. "What if we need to use the passages too?" "Absolutely not," Augie shot back, his tone turning sharp. "Those are my lifeline. I don't need you two stumbling through and drawing attention. If anyone finds these roots, I'll end up as a decorative statue." "What if we go in anyway?" Seth challenged. Augie's eyes narrowed. "You might spring one of my traps. Or maybe I'll just turn you in myself. I've helped you enough. I shared what I know. Don't make me regret it. Just let me go and leave me be." "Let him go," Kendra told her brother. Seth scowled. "But he could be the key to winning." "He doesn't want to help," Kendra countered. Augie paused in the opening. "I'd help if I thought it would matter," he admitted quietly. "But I prefer staying alive. Please don't tell anyone I was here." "We'll do our best to keep your secret," Kendra promised. "Good luck," Augie said again, and with a nimble movement he ducked into the dark hole and slid the panel shut. Seth crouched, squinting at the wall. "That's a brilliant hidden door. I know exactly where it is, but I can hardly see the seam." "Tanu is silver now?" Kendra asked, her voice tight. Seth gave a grim nod. "And Tregane is hunting us. Heath and his gold team probably will be soon too. Don't forget the dragons patrolling outside. And we still have to locate the coins." He ran a hand through his hair, a flicker of sadness crossing his face. "I keep almost calling for Calvin before I remember he's gone." "Let's focus on finding Nox and Lomo," Kendra suggested, pushing her own fears down. "And on not getting tagged ourselves," Seth added. "Do you think we can reverse what happened to Tanu?" Kendra asked, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Maybe if we break the overall curse," Seth offered, not sounding entirely convinced. They moved silently from the room into the shadowy hallway. Meanwhile, Nox was curled behind the bed in the room where Lomo had left him, fighting to keep his breathing even. He'd heard Seth's distant shout about Tanu turning to silver. Lomo had rushed after Seth, instructing Nox to hide so they could regroup later. But what if Tregane found him first? What if the hunter stepped into this very room? What if he simply glanced behind the bed? Nox would be trapped, destined to spend eternity as a metallic ornament. He squeezed his eyes shut, rubbing them hard, as if he could physically erase the panic. He had asked for this. What was wrong with him? He had deliberately come to Wormroost. Had he lost his mind? It had all seemed like a grand, exciting adventure. He wanted to support Seth and Kendra, but what could he actually do? He'd told himself that anything Seth could handle, he could handle easily. Was that really true? Was he just as capable, Or even more so, honestly, Nox wasn't so sure anymore. Seth casually rode winged horses through haunted skies. Seth faced down spectral terrors and braved enchanted fortresses without crumbling under the weight of it all. Right then, Nox made a decision. He wouldn't crack either, even if he probably should, even if he was drowning in a situation far beyond him. If Tregane entered, he would evade him. But Tregane was rushing. If he passed by, he'd likely just peek in and continue down the corridor. Nox waited and listened. He heard footsteps a few times, his heart hammering against his ribs. Thankfully, they never approached his door, eventually fading into silence. He nearly leapt out of his skin when Lomo's face suddenly appeared around the edge of the bed. Lomo pressed a finger to his lips with one hand and held up his own boots with the other. "You might want to lose your shoes," he whispered. Nox pulled off his sneakers, the laces still tied. "For stealth," he murmured. Lomo gave a slow nod. Seth gave him the slip. I tracked Tregane just far enough to see he's stumbling around in the dark, basically hoping to trip over us. Makes you wonder when he last had to run a real pursuit. He didn't exactly look like a master tracker. "So, what's the plan?" Nox asked, keeping his voice low. "We find Kendra and Seth," Lomo stated. "We avoid anyone wearing those metallic gloves. We try not to get roasted by the dragons who got here first. And we figure out what this curse is really about and how to shatter it." "We're in over our heads, aren't we?" Nox whispered. "I'm not sure the trouble gets much deeper," Lomo replied grimly. "Let's move elsewhere." Seth inched down a shadowy corridor beside his sister, every sense alert. "Do you ever get bored in cursed castles?" he whispered, the silence feeling heavy. "Not really," Kendra answered softly. "Well, I do, apparently," Seth sighed.
"Are we just going to pace these halls all night?" "I don't know," Kendra admitted, "but part of me thinks Augie had a point. If we're not turned into lawn ornaments by sunrise, we're probably winning." They turned a corner and both flinched. Just a few paces ahead, a silvery figure was frozen mid-stride. A look of fierce determination etched onto its features as if charging right at them. "That's a person," Seth breathed. "Not some decorative statue." "Right," Kendra agreed.
"He doesn't look like a soldier. Maybe a servant caught in the crossfire. You think someone might find us like this someday?" Seth asked, a morbid curiosity in his tone. "Only if we fail at not becoming metallic decor," Kendra said flatly. "Do you think this guy feels like he got second place?" Seth pondered, glancing at the figure. With all the gold statues around, a wry smile touched Kendra's lips. "Platinum is actually more valuable than gold." Seth winced. "Ouch. Third place, then." "Though I haven't seen any platinum statues," Kendra mused. "Wait, doesn't platinum look sort of like silver? Maybe this is platinum?" "I'm not sure how you'd tell the difference," Kendra admitted. "Augie mentioned the third brother just vanished." "Does that mean there's no third glove?" Seth whispered. "I thought there was supposed to be one of each." "That was the story," Kendra confirmed. "You need to lower your voices." Lomo's hushed tone came from behind them. Seth spun, his hand flying to his sword hilt before he recognized the warrior. "Guess we got a little loud," Seth muttered. "Let's fix that," Lomo said softly. "We were searching for you," Kendra whispered. "Same here," Nox added, appearing beside Lomo. "Glad you two still look like people and not award ceremony props. Why are you carrying your shoes?" Seth asked, then caught himself. "Wait, same reason we're whispering, although my boots are supposed to be magically quiet." "Oh, right. Probably doesn't work in here." Following suit, Kendra and Seth quickly crouched to remove their own footwear. "How did you get away from him?" Lomo asked Seth. "Tanu created a distraction," Seth explained. "Then someone else helped me, someone who stayed hidden." "Seth," Kendra warned. "I won't give details," Seth promised, But let's just say there's a kid who's managed to stay unseen and unsilvered for a very long time. Is that true? Lomo asked, his eyes sharp. He only asked for secrecy, Kendra affirmed. But you need to hear what he told us, Seth insisted. Kendra then relayed what they had learned about the feuding brothers and the cryptic poem. Between them, they pieced the verses together fairly well. So we're searching for coins, Lomo whispered, a new focus in his expression. At least that gives us a tangible goal. He suddenly raised a hand, silencing them. Faint, hurried footsteps echoed from a distant passage. Lomo urgently motioned for the group to move down the hall around another corner and into an empty chamber. I'll check it out, he whispered. We shouldn't all be trapped in one room, Seth whispered back. Lomo gave a curt nod of agreement. Leaving Kendra and Nox hidden, Seth slipped across the hallway into a different room while Lomo melted into the shadows. Seth decided the space behind a large wardrobe was better than behind the bed. The bed was too obvious a choice. He quietly drew his sword from its sheath. The warning at the entrance about shedding blood echoed in his mind. Would that rule apply to the dragons? What would the consequence even be? He waited, muscles tense, until Lomo reappeared and gestured for him. They regrouped with Kendra and Nox. One of the dragons, Lomo reported in the faintest whisper. A woman with green hair armed for a fight. She's moving fast and searching every corner. I was concerned she might have noticed me, but I moved off quickly and she didn't pursue. Plenty of folks are searching for us, Nox remarked. She could be hunting for us in particular, Lomo murmured. Or maybe she's just assisting the gold brother in his coin hunt. Tough to say for certain. Heath, Kendra said, her voice low. It feels like everyone is working against us, Seth added. Can the dragons actually harm us? Kendra asked. The sign at the gate warned against shedding blood. I've been thinking about that, Seth admitted. Let's hope the dragons respect the rules. So what's our move? Nox pressed. Every choice is dangerous, Lomo whispered back. If we keep acting like prey, we'll never win this. We have to start searching ourselves. Silence settled over them. Kendra moved softly down the corridor, her sock-clad feet nearly silent on the stone. She, Nox and Seth, had hidden their shoes beneath the bed before slipping out. Lomo, currently out of sight, was ranging ahead, doubling back now and then to steer them clear of the others combing the castle. Seth and Nox walked beside Kendra, cautiously checking each room they passed. They found numerous silver and gold statues, some alone, some in clusters, many frozen mid-stride, as if caught walking or running. Kendra couldn't shake the thought of who each metallic figure had once been and how many years they had spent imprisoned in that precious form. Lomo reappeared, a finger pressed to his lips. He gestured to the left, then the right, before urgently waving them forward. As Kendra quickened her pace behind him, footsteps echoed from both directions. Lomo stopped at a stout door reinforced with iron bands, eased it open, and signaled for them to enter and descend the staircase. Seth and Nox went first. Kendra followed, and Lomo brought up the rear, closing the door so gently it made only the faintest click. The stairs wound down a considerable way to a small chamber with another iron door. Lomo tried it without much optimism, but it swung open. Beyond lay more steps descending into deepening shadow. The dungeons? Seth whispered, could be as promising a spot as any to search. Lomo replied, what are the odds of finding a coin in a castle this huge? Nox wondered. We're wandering around, hoping they'll be sitting out in the open. What if they're tucked in a drawer or sewn into a mattress or hidden in some silver statue's pocket? If we examine every inch, we won't cover enough ground, Kendra said. Covering ground won't matter if we don't find anything, Nox countered. The coins have been found before, according to the stories, Kendra reminded him. That means we have a shot, though they do seem to keep getting lost. Lomo took the lead down the stairs. The glowing orbs set along the walls grew dimmer and more sparse. The poem mentioned the coins vanishing if they aren't placed in the fountain together, Seth recalled. And the golden touch can only hold one at a time, Kendra added. Do they disappear for good? Knox asked, or just get moved somewhere else? None of this makes sense. This whole contest feels designed to be impossible, Kendra privately agreed.
It's lasted this long for a reason, Seth said. Finding those coins is our only ticket out of this accursed place. What other choice do we have? The stairs finally ended, revealing a passage lined with cell doors, each fitted with a small viewing slot. No statues down here, Kendra observed. Lomo peered through one slot. Empty, he tested the door, and it opened. Knox moved to pull open another, but Lomo darted over and shoved it shut. Look first, Lomo cautioned.
Right, sorry, Knox said. I didn't see anyone. Lomo checked the peephole. Neither do I. Normally I can sense the undead, Seth said, frustration edging his voice. But the curse in this castle is muddling everything. At least nobody's frozen in terror down here. Kendra moved along the row of cells, peering in before trying the doors. This whole dungeon wing seems deserted. Only one corridor so far, Seth noted. Easy to get trapped if someone follows us in.
Might be a decent spot to stash a coin, though, Knox suggested. As decent as any, Kendra conceded. After the hallway turned a corner, it split into two branching passages. The two corridors were identical, dim, stone-walled passages with heavy doors lining each side. Should we stick together? Seth suggested. Lomo gave a slow nod. Probably wise. They chose the right-hand path and began inspecting each locked entry until they reached a formidable iron door at the far end. Lomo eased it open. A fraction peered into the darkness, then swung it wide. The chamber beyond was spacious. A gleaming golden statue stood within, its gaze fixed upon a tall, ornate cabinet, reminiscent of a magician's prop. A quiet box, Kendra murmured. I believe you're correct, Lomo confirmed. Knox looked puzzled. What's a quiet box? It holds a single prisoner, Seth explained. Always just one. To free the captive, someone new must take their place. Time inside is suspended. Who would be sealed away in a place like this? Kendra wondered aloud. A potential friend, or something monstrous? Difficult to say, Lomo replied. Such devices are typically reserved for the most vile offenders, the kind who defy ordinary prisons. Could be a demon, Seth added. Nagiluna was once contained in one. Someone was turned to gold right here, Kendra observed, stepping closer to the statue. She was facing the box. She studied the gilded figure, the eyes eerily vivid and expressive. Perhaps she was trying to release whoever is inside, Seth offered. Or maybe she just trapped them, Kendra countered. The group gathered before the silent golden woman and the mysterious cabinet. Could a coin be hidden in there? Knox asked. If the prisoner had it on them. Yes, Lomo said. It would be a cunning hiding spot. Can't we just take a quick look inside? Knox pressed. If you open the door, it appears empty, Kendra clarified. Someone would have to enter and shut themselves in. The box rotates, and when reopened, the former prisoner is revealed. And then they are free to go, Lomo stated grimly. That individual could be extremely hazardous. Isn't everything here extremely hazardous? Seth retorted. Maybe whoever's inside could help us shake things up. Or make a meal of us, Kendra said. It is a gamble, Lomo conceded. But it might be someone good trapped in there, Seth insisted, or someone who chose to hide themselves. Yow! Knox suddenly yelped, jumping back and shaking his hand. I touched the statue. Where? Kendra asked, startled to realize how close they had all drifted to the figure. Was her arm extended like that before? My thumb! Knox gasped. The end is gold. Oh no, it's moving. He held up his hand. and Kendra watched in horror as the metallic hue spread down to the base of his thumb, then began creeping across his palm. "She's moving," Lomo said quietly. "Look at her hand." Kendra stared, and indeed the statue's hand was inching forward with glacial slowness, fingers subtly shifting position. "She crept up on us." "My whole hand is gold," Knox cried, his voice rising in panic. "It's past my wrist now. It won't stop."
"We'll fix this," Kendra promised, hoping desperately it was true. Tanu transformed much faster, Seth noted, but the glove had a firm grip on him. "I only grazed her," Knox said, despair seeping into his words. "Slower process, same awful ending." He glared at the statue. "Thanks for nothing." "It's reaching your sleeve now," Kendra said softly, watching the gold ascend his forearm. "I can hardly feel my fingers," Knox admitted. "But you can feel them somewhat?" Lomo inquired.
"A little," Knox whispered. "Fascinating, given it appears as solid gold," Lomo mused. "It's almost to my elbow," Knox said, his tone frantic. He looked desperately at Kendra. "This is really it. You were all right. I never should have tagged along. You've been brave," Kendra said, forcing her voice to stay steady. "We'll find a way to reverse this." "Oh, man," Knox moaned, shifting his weight anxiously. "So long, elbow guys. Tell my mom and dad I love them. And Tess." "We're going to save you," Seth vowed. Knox let out a shaky, terrified laugh. "Sure, just find that magical cream that turns statues back into people. Good luck," he said, turning to Kendra. "If you get the chance, let my family know I love them." He then looked at Seth. "I'm sorry for all the Seth breath comments, and I'm sorry for all of this. I really was trying to help. Get into the quiet box," Seth urged. Knox was confused. "What?" he asked. Seth explained. "It should pause the transformation," Lomo agreed. "He's correct. The change will halt while you're inside. Just something pleasant to contemplate for hours on end," Knox remarked dryly. "Or days. Or possibly years. It'll feel like a dream," Seth assured him. "You won't really be aware of the time passing. We'll keep you in there until we figure out a way to fix this." "What if letting me in releases something dangerous?" Knox worried. "Let us handle that," Seth said firmly. Kendra interjected. "If we're going to release the prisoner, we need to do it now. It requires a sacrifice, one of us to get the prisoner out." Seth opened the quiet box. "If we change our plans and have to put the prisoner back in, apologies in advance." "Hurry," Kendra pressed. "The gold is reaching your shoulder. I suppose any chance is better than none," Knox conceded, as the metallic sheen crept toward his neck and chest and down his side. He stepped into the empty cabinet. "Good luck to you all." Seth shut the door. The box rotated completely. Seth then opened the door on the opposite side. Where Knox should have been stood a lean, tall young man with large hands and feet and a shadow of brown stubble on his chin. He wore a single bright silvery glove. "Is it over?" the young man inquired. "The glove," Kendra warned, stepping back. The young man glanced at the golden figure. "No, it's still progressing." He raised his gloved hand. "Don't be alarmed. I won't touch you, unless you intend to harm me. Who are you?" "We arrived here today," Seth explained. "We're attempting to break the curse." "What year is it?" the young man asked. Kendra told him the current date. He frowned. "I was in there for a very long time. It was impossible to tell how long. It feels as if I might have entered just moments ago, not centuries. May I come out?" Lomo held his sword ready. "Just stay back." "Of course," the young man said. "I apologize. I assume you've encountered my brothers?" "We met Tregane," Seth said. He turned our friend to Silver. "Tregane and Heath transformed everyone," the young man confirmed. "I'm sorry about your friend." "You're Lachlan," Kendra guessed. The young man gave a slight bow. "Regrettably, yes." He held up his hand. "Platinum glove." "Seth, the golden figure is slowly moving toward you," Kendra noted.
Seth took a couple of steps back.
We didn't realize they could move, Seth said. Only on festival nights, Lachlan replied. They gradually speed up as the night goes on. They weren't moving at first, Lomo asked. Barely perceptibly, Lachlan said. By the night's end, they'll be nearly as quick as a living person. That's not comforting, Kendra said. Nothing here is, Lachlan agreed. I went into that box for a reason. You entered on purpose? Seth asked. Absolutely, Lachlan affirmed.
You can only play a fixed game for so long before you lose your mind. Fixed, Seth questioned. You know about the coins, Lachlan asked. Yes, Kendra answered. I played a different game than my brothers, Lachlan said. I didn't try to build an army of platinum slaves. Are they slaves? Lomo inquired. Once transformed, they obey the will of whoever wears the matching glove, Lachlan explained. Don't blame Bethany for touching your friend. He nodded toward the golden statue. The order to attack came from Heath. Does he know we're here? Seth asked. No, Lachlan said. It's a general order to attack. The statues follow simple commands. They can hunt for coins. They can attempt to change people. Who did you release from the box when you went in? Kendra asked. A criminal named Jasmine Oxgard, Lachlan said. One of the fair folk. She stole something invaluable from my grandfather. I expect my brothers transformed her after her release.
You haven't explained how the game is fixed, Seth pressed. Humbuggle is clever, Lachlan said. I nearly had 2 coins. I possessed the gold, and I discovered the platinum. The instant my fingers closed around the platinum coin, the gold one simply disappeared, Lachlan explained. Did somebody else pick it up? Seth inquired. It reappeared elsewhere, Lachlan confirmed. But the rule stands, no one can possess more than one at a time. Why not just team up, Kendra suggested.
Lachlan let out a harsh, cynical laugh. I spent ages trying to convince them of that very thing. I pleaded that teamwork was the only path to victory. Humbuggle was clever. He designed a challenge that can only be solved through cooperation, then filled it with participants who'd rather turn to metal than work as a team. Don't the others want to be free of this curse? Seth pressed. Oh, they want out, Lachlan said. But what they crave more is the grand prize. You're aware of the prize? The Wizenstone, Kendra answered. Precisely, Lachlan nodded. And I imagine you 3 desire it as much as anyone? Our goal is to prevent the dragons from obtaining it? Kendra stated. Lachlan's eyebrows rose. Dragons are part of this hunt now. Celebrant, we believe, said Kendra, and likely others. Disguised as humans, naturally, Lachlan mused. Yes, Kendra replied. Lachlan released a weary sigh. The thought of dragons wielding the Wizenstone is a nightmare. I suppose it's fortunate, then, that this contest is essentially unwinnable. Someone will win it someday, Kendra insisted. Will they? Lachlan countered, a note of dark amusement in his voice. From my observation, my brothers were only growing more stubborn, more entrenched in their solitary pursuits. The sheer absurdity of their efforts didn't deter them. It seemed to fuel their ridiculous determination. What possible event could shake them from their glorious self-defeating habits?
We'll be that event, Kendra declared. You'll attempt it, Lachlan corrected, his tone shifting from sarcastic to grimly serious. And then you'll likely join the metallic statues, the dragons too, and this endless petty struggle will continue unchanged. If cooperation is the key, how can they possibly win without you? Seth asked. If they ever have a miraculous change of heart and decide to collaborate, they'll seek me out, Lachlan said. Until that fantasy becomes reality, I prefer to avoid the whole tedious spectacle. Can those of us who aren't already metal hold the coins? Kendra asked. I'm uncertain, Lachlan admitted. Everyone within the castle walls had either received a protective glove or had been transformed into gold, silver, or platinum before the first coin was ever discovered. Kendra remembered that not everyone in the castle had been changed, but she chose to keep Augie's secret to herself. Hold on, some were turned to platinum, Seth interrupted. I thought you didn't transform people. Not intentionally, Lachlan clarified. I accidentally changed too. A single moment of careless contact is all it takes. Do you know where any of the coins are now? Kendra pressed. I know where I concealed the platinum coin before I entered the quiet box, Lachlan said. It was a clever hiding place, but they've had centuries to search every nook. Help us get it back, Kendra urged.
A futile effort, Lachlan dismissed. Not necessarily, Lomo interjected, his voice calm. You now have allies here? Don't you wish for this contest to conclude? I'm not sure that I do, Lachlan confessed. You'd prefer to remain a prisoner here forever? Seth asked, incredulous. If either of my brothers claims the Wizen Stone, the consequences for the wider world could be catastrophic, Lachlan said. Neither is worthy of that kind of power. I'm not certain anyone is, myself included. Perhaps prolonging this stalemate safeguards the world more effectively than allowing a victory. But the dragons are coming for the stone, Kendra emphasized. Shouldn't they be your greater concern? The dragons are ancient, cunning, and possess a deep wisdom, Lomo added. Even in human guise, they have a significant chance of eventually deciphering this puzzle. You are of the fair folk? Lachlan asked, studying Lomo. Lomo offered a slight, elegant bow. At your service. Then why not focus solely on thwarting the dragons, Lachlan proposed. Instead of pursuing the Wizen Stone for yourselves, the dragons are currently waging a global rebellion, Lomo explained. Their sanctuaries are beginning to fail. Immense power may soon be necessary to protect the world. Furthermore, if we stop these particular dragons, others will follow. The secret of the Wizen Stone is no longer secret. Lachlan crossed his arms, considering. I understand the logic. Even my brothers would be preferable stewards of the stone compared to dragons. He glanced at Seth and Kendra, then returned his gaze to Lomo. You are aiding these mortals directly? What of the traditional neutrality of your kind? I do not cling to neutrality when faced with a genuine crisis, Lomo stated firmly. And you have faith in these two, Lachlan asked. No one can know how any individual would wield such power, Lomo replied. But I have witnessed their courage and their hearts. That is enough for me to choose a side. The girl is of fairy descent, and I trust her heart is true. The boy can command shadows, yet shuns their darker temptations. I think they stand a better chance than anyone to handle the Wizen Stone without falling to its corruption. The only sure way to avoid that corruption is never to use the stone at all, Lachlan stated. That is a large part of why I have removed myself from this hunt. We cannot allow the dragons to claim it, Seth argued. What if we vow to use the Wizen Stone solely to end the dragon rebellion and then lock it away forever? Promises have a way of crumbling when such power is in your grasp, Lachlan cautioned. Do you trust us less than the dragons? Kendra pressed. Less than your own brothers. The dragons and my brothers are known quantities, Lachlan replied. I would trust no one with the Wizen Stone, but I trust you more than I trust myself. I trust my brothers and any dragon far less. The dragon's arrival changes everything here. Until they are claimed by gold, silver, or platinum, or until all of you are claimed or destroyed, I will aid you. Thank you, Seth said. My personal risk is minimal, Lachlan said, raising the platinum glove. This protects me from transformation. As for you three and the dragons, you likely will not survive the night. Once the gold and silver guardians accelerate, evasion will become nearly impossible. You intend to secure your friend in the quiet box for now? He is turning to gold, Seth confirmed. Outside the box, he will swiftly become another enemy. Very well, Lachlan said. Follow me. Coins clinked softly as they ascended the dungeon stairs, Seth keeping a careful distance behind Lachlan. He didn't truly believe the prince would try to turn them to platinum, but caution felt wise. The absence of platinum statues supported Lachlan's claim of being the peaceful brother, though he could just as easily be the inept one his siblings locked away at the competition's start. Lomo took the lead, holding a finger to his lips before easing open the door at the stairwell's top. He peered out, scanning left and right, then gestured for the others to follow. Seth emerged last, just as a woman rounded a corner down the hall. She was tall and slender, with flowing green hair and striking eyes, clad in light armor and bearing a sword and a shield that appeared to be solid gold. Seth turned to see a man approaching from the opposite direction. With hair past his shoulders and a full beard, he wore heavy plate armor and carried a golden axe. "We suspected it might be you, Kendra, when we heard the gongs," the woman said, her voice cool. "And your brother, Seth. Lomo, the fair folk will answer for your meddling. I see you've located the Platinum Brother. Does he possess the Platinum coin? Should we retreat?" Lomo whispered, his eyes darting toward the stairs. "That way is a dead end," Lachlan murmured under his breath. "Do not attempt to flee," the woman commanded. "Who are you?" Kendra asked. The woman offered a cold smile, her emerald eyes glinting. "How could you forget me? Was our hospitality not to your liking? The memory of your essence still lingers." "Jalisa," Kendra said, recognition dawning. "And you, Seth," called to the man. "As a dragon?" "I was Obregon," the man replied in a gravelly tone. "Didn't Raxtus take your place?" Seth asked. "He occupied my post for a season," Obregon said. "Celebrant trusts Obregon above all others in his guard," Jalisa added. "That is why he could rely on him to step aside temporarily, hand over the coin." "And we will spare your lives," Obregon demanded. "We have no coin," Lachlan replied calmly, "and you are in no position to make threats." With a growl, Obregon charged. Jalisa sprinted toward them as well. Sword at the ready, Lomo moved to intercept Obregon. Turning the other way, Seth drew his blade to meet Jalisa. She was taller than him, her emerald hair streaming behind her as she ran, the blade of her long, slightly curved sword catching the dim light. Her expression was one of fierce anticipation. "Don't fight back," Lachlan yelled, standing perfectly still and making no defensive move. As Jalisa lunged, Seth shifted to the side, parrying her initial strike. The force of the blow vibrated painfully up through his wrists and forearms. Her follow-up was a blur, the sword whistling through the air before it nicked the side of his throat. The moment the edge broke his skin, the entire weapon dissolved into mist, and the arm holding it vanished along with it. Stunned to still be breathing, Seth blinked at the fading wisps of smoke, then lifted a hand to his neck. His fingers came back smeared with crimson from the shallow wound. The blade had turned to smoke before it could do any real damage. Jalisa stumbled backward, her face a mask of disbelief as she stared at the empty space where her arm had been. No blood flowed from her shoulder, the skin had already sealed over the stump as if it had been that way for years. Seth watched the now one-armed woman choosing not to raise his own sword. Nearby, Lomo had been deftly avoiding swings from an axe. After witnessing what happened to Jalisa, Obregon took a step back and let his weapon drop to his side, leaving himself completely exposed. "Don't hit him," Lachlan shouted, rushing toward Jalisa. She flinched away, cradling her missing limb with her remaining hand. He pursued her until his gloved hand clamped around her throat. Seth watched as a shimmering platinum sheen rapidly spread across her body from that point of contact. Obregon turned and fled into the shadows. "Should we go after him?" Lomo asked, breathing heavily. "Not now," Lachlan replied, his voice firm. "What just happened to her arm?" Seth questioned, still trying to process the scene. "Shed no blood," Lachlan stated grimly. "Break no bones. Stop no heart. The warning wasn't a suggestion. The instant her blade drew blood, it vanished and took the arm with it." Kendra stepped forward, her voice urgent. "We need to get moving. Obregon knows exactly where we are." "This way," Lachlan directed, leading them toward a stone staircase. Seth kept his voice low as they began to climb. "Are we going after the coin?" Just in case it's still where I left it, Lachlan answered quietly. What are the odds of that? Seth pressed. It's possible, Lachlan mused. I was trapped in the quiet box for a very long time. The metallic beings can only move swiftly at the very end of festival nights. Over a full year, they cover about as much ground as a normal person would in a single day. My brothers are free to search every single day, and I have no doubt they do, but I hid it well. As they ascended, Seth asked another question. Where did you first find the gold coin? It was cleverly woven into a tapestry, Lachlan explained. The scene showed a dragon guarding a pile of treasure. The coin was part of the image itself. When I touched it, it detached from the fabric and became solid. That must have taken ages to discover, Seth remarked. A very long time indeed, Lachlan confirmed. I found the platinum coin in the family crypt. We place coins over the eyes of our deceased. The platinum one was covering one eye of my great-grandmother. And you lost the gold coin the moment you took it? Seth asked. The gold coin disappeared and was hidden in a new location, Lachlan said. It doesn't matter if I hold the coins myself, or if my platinum statues carry them for me. It all functions the same. They are extensions of my will, so collectively we can only possess one coin at a time. The rule applies to gold and silver as well. A spark of realization lit Kendra's eyes. That means we could actually help you. If each of us can hold our own coin working together, we could potentially gather all three. It's worth attempting, Lachlan conceded. Assuming you can even hold a coin, and if we can prevent you from being transformed in the process. Seth glanced back down the stairs they had climbed. Should we try to find the dragons, turn them to platinum? It won't be simple, Lachlan warned. Now that they understand the true consequences, that they really can't shed blood, break bones, or stop hearts, they'll fight more cleverly. He raised his gloved hand, flexing his fingers thoughtfully. If they come for us, I'll do what I can to change them. Have you ever touched someone by accident? Seth asked, a new wariness in his tone. It happens, Lachlan admitted, with a shrug that seemed almost too casual for the gravity of his words. If I were you, I'd keep your distance, especially from my gloved side. If you get touched, I can't undo it. Consider that your friendly neighborhood warning. What about our friends who were already changed? Kendra asked, her voice tight with concern. Lachlan's expression softened slightly, but his answer offered little comfort. It might be permanent. Only Humbuggle understood the full truth of the matter. Seth found the update discouraging, but his determination to help Tanu and Nox remained unshaken. Perhaps the dwarf would know a reversal, or maybe the legendary Wizenstone held the key. Lachlan led them through a door onto an elevated covered bridge linking two towers. The height was dizzying. While Seth could make out the lands beyond the castle walls, everything was swallowed by a deep gloom, the castle's own glowing orbs perhaps spoiling his ability to see into the true dark. We're a bit exposed up here, Lachlan muttered, a note of resignation in his voice. No choice. He hoisted himself onto the walkway's railing and then up onto the slanted roof above. After a brief scuffling sound, he dropped back down, clutching a single roofing tile. Let's move. They retreated inside, following Lachlan down a flight of stairs and along a hushed corridor. These tiles are fired ceramic, he explained, his tone shifting to something almost nostalgic. Incredibly durable. The castle's enchantment does the rest, preserving everything without a need for repairs. I learned the craft as a boy. One night I embedded the platinum coin into a tile and swapped it with one on that bridge roof. Everyone stand clear. Seth backed away as Lachlan lifted the tile high and smashed it onto the stone floor. It fractured into several pieces, a glint of metal visible in one. Lachlan seized that fragment and rapped it sharply against the ground until the coin came loose. After a rough wipe on his sleeve, he held it up, Still coated in fine dust, the coin depicted a bearded dwarf on one face and what appeared to be the figure's back on the other. "Who's carrying it?" Lachlan asked. "Why don't you?" Kendra countered. Lachlan placed the coin on the floor and raised his hands in a gesture of finality. "I withdrew from this game. That decision stands. I'll help you end it, but I have no interest in winning." "We've got visitors," Lomo announced quietly, as Tregain stepped into the corridor's far end. Seth's hand went to his sword hilt, while Kendra scooped up the coin. Lomo positioned himself as a shield. "Lachlan," Tregain said, halting a safe distance from Lomo. "Back in the hunt, I see." "I want this finished," Lachlan stated, walking past Lomo to face his brother directly. "At any price," Tregain shot back. "I had the gold coin. Intruders took it." "The dragons?" Lachlan asked. Tregain gave a curt nod. "I had my suspicions they were powerful beings wearing human skins, and they could hold it," Lachlan pressed. "Aye," Tregain spat. "They snatched it from my quarters when I was absent. You didn't keep it on you," Lachlan's question was pointed. "I was searching for another," Tregain growled through clenched teeth. "And you can't hold two at once," Lachlan finished for him. "I turned one dragon to platinum. Only two remain. They can't win with just two." Tregain's gaze flickered past his brother to the others. "I see 3 companions with you." "Correct," Lachlan said. 2 mortals and one of the folk. The girl holds the platinum," Tregain observed, his voice tightening. "I fail to see the issue," Lachlan replied calmly. A frantic, desperate light ignited in Tregain's eyes. "Don't you? This is unravelling. Whatever occurs, we must keep the prize within the family, Locke." "The family has accomplished precisely nothing for centuries, Treg," Lachlan retorted, his own frustration finally surfacing. "It was a weary, bitter sound, and so you'd hand our legacy to outsiders?" Tregain snarled, a fleck of spittle at his lip. "No offence, brother, but I know I can't trust you," Lachlan said flatly. "With her, there's at least a possibility." Tregain grabbed fistfuls of his own hair, his voice rising to a shout. "Betrayed by my own blood! You'd rather see dragons claim our birthright, or these children? I want the curse broken!" Lachlan roared back, the corridor echoing with their feud. "We cursed ourselves the moment we entered this contest. I want it over. At what cost?" Tregain screamed. "The world will pay if the dragons win, or these fools. Turn and aid your brother." "Let us purify these interlopers into silver and platinum. All platinum, if it suits you, or all silver, and then we deal with the dragons." Lachlan let out a bitter laugh. "You'll use me, and then it will be business as usual. Nothing will ever truly be resolved." Tregain's voice rose to a shout. "So now is the moment for lectures. Now you choose to doubt your own kin?" "By handing our legacy over to outsiders. They are aware it is the Wizen Stone," Lachlan stated calmly.
"And that is meant to reassure me?" Tregain cried out. "The dragons are aware as well," Lachlan countered. "They will not stop coming. We must place the Wizen Stone with the safest choice available." "And how is that not the rightful heir?" Tregain demanded. "Because your concern begins and ends with yourself," Lachlan said, a weary edge to his voice. "Heath is no different. We could have secured the stone years ago if either of you had ever considered cooperation. You care for nothing."
Tregain spat, his arms sweeping through the air. "You're a traitor to your blood. You would choose strangers over your own family." "I choose reason over chaos," Lachlan replied flatly. With a furious growl, Tregain lunged. Lachlan caught him, wrapping his arms around his brother and driving them both to the stone floor. They grappled, a tangle of grunts and straining limbs, until Tregain managed to pin Lachlan beneath him. "Need a hand?" Lomo inquired. "Steer clear of his glove," Lachlan instructed, his voice strained. "And mine. Just hold him. If you can keep him still, I can get it off. You would dare steal what is mine by birthright." Tregain roared. "Consider it a challenge," Lachlan retorted, As Lomo shifted to flank Tregain, the enraged prince shoved away from Lachlan and scrambled to his feet. Instead of attacking Lomo, he retreated several paces. Lachlan rose, placing himself between Lomo and his brother. "Look at you," Tregain sneered, his contempt palpable. "So self-assured, we shall see how content you are when everything you know lies in ashes." After one last scathing look, he turned and sprinted into the gloom. "And I thought my family had issues," Seth remarked. Lachlan offered a tired, humourless chuckle. "Neither of my brothers heeds logic. They are both so consumed with seizing the prize for themselves that they would rather ensure no one can ever claim it."
"That era is now concluded," declared a voice, clear and commanding. Seth spun around. From the far end of the walkway, a man approached. He possessed a noble bearing, with hair the colour of iron and a neatly trimmed beard. He wore a long chainmail tunic and sturdy trousers. Seth recognized the voice, though usually it resonated with a multiplied, echoing quality. In this form, Celebrant sounded merely human. Obregon followed a step behind, his golden axe notably absent.
Seth observed that neither man carried a visible weapon, but Celebrant wore a single golden glove. "That's far enough," Lomo warned. Celebrant and Obregon halted. "Very well, we overheard sufficient details to understand the predicament. You have the platinum coin." "Perhaps we were bluffing," Seth ventured. "We possess the other two," Celebrant stated. "Gold and silver, along with Heath's glove," Lachlan added. "My glove now," Celebrant corrected, flexing his gloved fingers. "A truly fascinating artifact. Do extend our thanks to Tregain for that rather theatrical disagreement. It made tracking you considerably simpler." "Heath?" Lachlan asked, a note of dread in his voice. "As golden as the statues he once commanded," Celebrant said, a cold smile touching his lips. "We collaborated initially. After we procured the gold coin from Tregain, our partnership with Heath deteriorated." "You subdued him and took it?" Kendra asked. "We did," Celebrant confirmed. "I began to transmute when I removed it, but donning it reversed the effect. Everything is so laboriously slow in these feeble human forms, yet wielding the glove provides a certain diversion." He reached out and brushed the walkway's railing with his fingertips, his smile widening as a section of the metal shimmered and solidified into pure gold. Seth and Kendra exchanged a swift glance. He was certain she was thinking the same thing. They might be able to save their cousin by getting a glove onto him. Perhaps Lachlan would let them borrow his? Could the same method work for Tanu? Would it even function on someone already fully transformed? Heath was never shy about using his glove, Lachlan observed darkly. "I noticed," Celebrant replied. "His entire chamber was a monument to guilt. Every object, every stone, every surface. Now he finally matches the decor."
"What are you proposing?" Kendra asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. "Is it not evident?" Celebrant replied, his gaze sharpening. "We have lost Jalisa to advance. We require one additional person to hold a coin. I could simply wait for more dragons to arrive in 3 months during the next festival night, but I prefer to resolve this immediately. Wouldn't you agree?" "You're suggesting we toss the coins into the fountain together?" Seth inquired.
"Of course," Celebrant replied smoothly. "It keeps things moving forward." "What about the prize itself?" Kendra pressed. Celebrant offered a casual shrug. "May the most determined treasure hunter prevail." "Could we have a moment to discuss this privately?" Kendra asked. "I see no necessity for that," Celebrant stated flatly. "You won't manage to take the coins from us. However, I could transform you into gold quite swiftly. Or we could turn you into platinum," Seth shot back.
"Or I could simply take the platinum glove," Celebrant countered without hesitation. "Instead, I am proposing a complete truce until the coins are thrown. Should the Wizenstone appear, we will each strive to claim it, or if further steps are required to secure the prize, we will address them as they come. If we wish to proceed with the contest, his offer is reasonable," Lomo noted quietly. We really don't want to wait around for more dragons, Seth added. All right, Kendra conceded. Truce it is. Celebrant turned away sharply. Shall we proceed then? The night isn't getting any longer. He and Obregon began to walk. Seth, Kendra, Lomo and Lachlan followed. I thought I'd see you in full armor, Seth called out. Your assumption was correct, Celebrant answered without glancing back. Bulky armor didn't suit the situation. I don't need protection from physical strikes, and it was only slowing my pace. And typically a dragon in human form possesses magically enhanced strength, Lachlan murmured to the others. Without that supernatural power and stamina, a complete suit of armor becomes a heavy burden rather quickly. As they made their way down toward the courtyard, Seth's mind raced, searching for any possible edge. How could they turn this situation to their advantage? Cooperating with the dragons seemed the only viable option for the moment, but what was to stop Celebrant from turning them all to gold the instant the coins left their hands? And if the Wizen Stone did materialize, would it simply be a frantic dash to grab it first? One thing was certain, they could not allow it to fall into Celebrant's possession. Was there any feasible way to stop him? Seth shifted closer to Lomo. We need to be prepared for anything, Seth whispered under his breath. Lomo gave a slight understanding nod. Everything hinges on the next few minutes. They emerged into the courtyard and approached the ornate fountain. Water cascaded from 7 separate spouts over tiered shelves into the broad, shallow basin. Celebrant produced the gold coin, and Obregon held up the silver one. Hand over the silver coin, Kendra said. That was not part of our arrangement, Celebrant replied coolly. If you need assistance placing the coins, give us the silver, Kendra insisted. We throw 2, you throw 1. I'll have the help I need in 3 months, Celebrant said. I am perfectly capable of waiting. Are you certain you'll have that help? Kendra challenged. I find it hard to believe you'd trust many other dragons with this secret. Not many, Celebrant admitted, his gaze turning steely. But is it so difficult to imagine I haven't prepared for various outcomes? Seth studied Celebrant's face. He seemed sincere, but then he could just be an excellent liar. Honestly, who even cares who does the throwing? Kendra argued, her tone shifting to one of weary sarcasm. It saves you 1/4 of a year, at minimum. Let us throw 2. It's not like the fountain's going to judge your technique. I care, Celebrant stated firmly. I offered a truce on the condition that you would toss your coin alongside ours. Would you rather break our agreement now? Seth sensed Kendra was treading on dangerous ground. Conflict could erupt at any second. With a resigned sigh, Kendra pulled the platinum coin from her pocket. Fine. I'll play along. Lachlan edged closer to Seth and whispered, If this turns sour, run and find cover. Seth braced himself, muscles tense. He was ready to sprint, either toward a potential Wizen Stone or away from Celebrant if he made a move with that glove. I will count down. 3, 2, 1, toss, Celebrant announced.
Are you ready? Yes, Kendra confirmed. 3. Celebrant began. Seth clenched his fists and bent his knees slightly, knowing a split-second reaction might decide everything. 2, Celebrant continued. Seth shot a quick glance at Lomo, who stood equally poised and alert. 1, Celebrant said, the word hanging in the night air. 3 arms swept forward, sending 3 coins arcing through the air before they each landed with a soft plop in the fountain basin. The flow of banishment water ceased, and the liquid in the wide, circular pool grew unnaturally dark and still, its surface becoming as smooth as polished glass. Kendra had stationed herself 1/4 of the way around the fountain from Celebrant. Peering over the water's edge, she saw her own reflection, and alongside it, the reflection of a dwarf. He appeared to be in his later years, with lively, expressive features and a forked beard of reddish-brown streaked with grey. The stout figure gave a little wave with just his fingers. "Hello there."
Kendra glanced sideways to where he ought to be standing. After a moment of searching, she understood he was only visible within the water. "Well, this is unexpected," the dwarf remarked, his gaze shifting from Kendra to Celebrant, and then to Obregon. "None of you three were here when this contest began." "Are you Humbuggle?" Kendra asked. The dwarf looked momentarily confused, patting his vest as if checking for something in his pockets. "Afraid so, and I really ought to have a poem prepared for this next stage, but I've been waiting an awfully long time. You can't imagine how long. Some folks just struggle to work together." "What comes next?" Celebrant demanded. The dwarf waggled a finger at him. "This one gets straight to the point. Used to giving orders, aren't you? Tonight, you're just another participant like everyone else." Celebrant's expression twisted into a sneer. "Do you have the poem or not?" "I had a poem," Humbuggle corrected. "A rather good one, which is no simple feat in English, but I seem to have misplaced it." "Surely you have it memorized," Celebrant pressed. "I did, the last time I checked," Humbuggle replied with a sigh, "but that was over 600 years ago. Memory gets a bit fuzzy." "Can you just explain the rules?" Kendra interjected. "I suppose I could," Humbuggle said. "I could also eat plain oatmeal every day just to survive, but an explanation is far more enjoyable when it rhymes. It also feels a bit more official. Could you make one up now?" Kendra suggested. "I'm not speaking Sylvian," Humbuggle retorted. "This is English, but fine, I'll give it a try." He laced his fingers, cracked his knuckles, cleared his throat theatrically, and began to recite. "To tread where mystic waters roll, you must be one who paid the toll. Reclaim the token you have tossed, or lose all hope to pay the cost. Then, in the end, if you reflect, the rod you surely shall detect, with power to banish friend or foe to realms above or depths below." "So we're searching for a rod?" Kendra asked. "No more clues, young lady," Humbuggle chided. That poem was already painfully straightforward. With a quick clap of his hands, the dwarf vanished. Instantly, the floor of the basin began to descend, receding step by step until a spiraling staircase twisted down into utter darkness. As the water drained away down the newly formed steps, the spouts overhead surged back to life, sending a steady cascade tumbling into the humid depths below. Celebrant fixed Kendra with a sharp glare, pointing a gloved finger directly at her. "If you wish to see the dawn, do not follow us." Celebrant stepped into the basin at the top stair and began his descent. Obregon followed close behind. The footing appeared treacherous, with water swirling around their shins, yet they sloshed downward and out of sight without stumbling. Kendra turned to the others. "I have to go down there, right?" "Let me try first," Lomo said, attempting to step into the basin, only to be thrown back, roughly, as an unseen barrier flashed briefly. "The poem made it clear," Lachlan noted. "Only those who tossed a coin may proceed. It has to be you or no one goes." "We can't let them reach that rod first," Kendra insisted, a new tension tightening her shoulders. "What if claiming it means they win the Wizenstone? Everything would be lost." "Then don't go without this," Lachlan said, pulling off his platinum glove. He placed it on the ground and stepped back. "Your glove?" Kendra asked.
"While you wear it, Celebrant cannot turn you to gold," Lachlan explained. "All our hopes are resting with you now. Take it." Kendra crouched, picked up the glove, and slipped it onto her hand. Though it initially seemed too large, the glove shrank seamlessly to fit her perfectly. "Remember to be cautious about what you touch while wearing it," Lachlan reminded her, his voice low with concern.
"Adjusting to the effects of the glove takes some time, but your personal clothing will remain protected." Kendra wondered if she could command the platinum statues. Lachlan explained that giving instructions works best through direct contact, though mental commands are also possible. For now, he had them focused on reaching Obregon, since the glove rendered Celebrant untouchable. Seth mentioned he couldn't see them yet, and Lachlan confirmed they were on their way. Looking across the courtyard, Kendra observed the other statues slowly advancing, their movement just becoming visible from afar. "They're picking up speed," she noted. "By nightfall, they'll become a real threat," Lachlan warned. "I should move quickly then," Kendra said, stepping from the basin's edge onto the top stair. "Be careful. Celebrant might try to steal the glove," Lachlan cautioned. "Avoid letting them trap you. If you must, make contact with Obregon." "Try to stay out of sight," Seth suggested. "They don't have to know you're following." Water splashed around her ankles, soaking her socks. The top step was less wet than the others, receiving drainage from only one fountain spout. Once she completed her first full circle down, all the spouts would contribute to the rushing flow. Kendra stared at the water swirling downward. Was this completely insane? A single slip could be fatal. Never mind the two dragons in human form waiting to turn her to gold, or the assortment of traps lightly set by the dwarf. "Wish me luck," she said. "You've got this," Seth reassured her. "See you in a bit." Kendra glanced at her brother. "My fairy-kind abilities are gone. It looks so dark down there. You should start moving," Lomo urged. "You don't want Celebrant and Obregon getting too far ahead. Maybe you'll trip over their lifeless bodies," Seth added with a smirk. "A girl can hope," Kendra replied, beginning her descent. She kept one hand on the wall for balance. Water cascaded over the stone steps, making them treacherously slick. After one full downward loop, her friends disappeared from view, and the darkness deepened. The air grew damp and cool, carrying the scent of wet moss and ancient stone. The further she went, the darker it became, and the wall under her hand turned alternately slimy, spongy, or outright mushy. The unpleasant textures made her skin crawl, but her fear of falling kept her hand pressed against the unsettling surface. Soon Kendra was descending in utter blackness, unseen water swirling past her calves. She placed each foot carefully before shifting her weight, winding down into impossible depths. The sound of water rushing ahead and behind filled the stairway with a constant white noise. The stone wall grew colder, varying between sticky, moss-covered and slick patches. After what felt like a long while, a soft blue glow appeared in the distance. The light brightened as she continued downward, until she found a luminous crystal fixed to the wall where the spiral stairs ended at a shallow pool. At the bottom of the pool, something metallic glinted. Wading in brought the water just above her knees. Not that it mattered, since her pants were already soaked from the descent. Crouching, she retrieved a single platinum coin. The poem had hinted she might need it, so she slipped it into her pocket. Perhaps the light had been placed here to help her find it. Overflow from the pool ran down a gently sloping corridor ahead. Further down the passage, another blue crystal glowed. There was no trace of Celebrant or Obregon. A quick check confirmed no other coins remained in the pool, so she assumed they had taken theirs. Had they overlooked hers, or were they unable to collect it? Maybe the rule of one coin per person still applied. The corridor looked ancient, its masonry worn glossy by dampness and algae. Wider than the stairway, the hall held shallower water, only ankle-deep now. As Kendra moved forward into the unknown, Kendra moved cautiously forward, her mind racing with possible reactions if Celebrant and Obregon decided to strike. The hallway stretched long and direct, illuminated at intervals by blue crystals that left generous pockets of shadow between them, though a faint glow always remained visible ahead or behind. Eventually, she arrived where the stream from the fountain tumbled down a brief staircase into a wide, ink-black river. Pausing at the top, Kendra peered into the gloom. The far bank was invisible, but the dark water flowed steadily from left to right. The fountain's contribution just a minor stream joining its course. Unlike the clear cascade on the steps, the river itself was opaque, a murky void that swallowed the light from the nearest crystal. Just beyond the stair's base, A few more steps led up to a rickety wooden dock that extended a little way into the water. Tied at its end was a simple raft, bearing a single hooded figure standing with its back to her. Nothing in the scene invited her closer, yet her only alternatives were to plunge into that lightless river or retreat the way she came. Could the raft's occupant be one of the dragons in disguise? Possibly, if they'd acquired a robe. If not, where had they gone? Were there other paths she had missed earlier? With a deep breath, Kendra descended the final steps, water swirling around her ankles, then waded over and climbed up onto the dock. The wood was rotten and thin, splintered and full of gaps, making it feel more like a collection of loose shutters than a solid walkway. It groaned and sagged under her first step. One wrong move, and she'd fall through into the black current. Noticing the edges seemed slightly sturdier, she hugged the right side, each footfall producing an alarming creak. Reaching the raft, she watched as the robed figure turned. Inside the hood was a bare skull. Kendra stifled a gasp, steadying herself to keep from tumbling into the water. The skeleton made no aggressive move. Instead, a bony hand extended, palm upturned. It held the gesture, waiting, remembering the coin. Kendra pulled it from her pocket and placed it in the skeletal grasp. The fingers curled shut, and the figure stepped aside, granting her access to the raft. Though made of wood like the dock, the raft felt far more substantial. She stepped aboard. The robed skeleton took hold of a pole resting against the dock and pushed off. Slowly pivoting, the raft drifted out onto the enigmatic river. A chaotic murmur of faint whispers and sighs rose from the dark water, compelling Kendra to shift toward the raft's center. The skeleton dipped its pole into the river, though it didn't seem to touch bottom, and the motion appeared effortless. Yet, defying logic, the raft began a slow, steady journey upstream against the current. The sound of the cascading fountain water faded behind her, leaving only the tangled, whispering susurrations of the river. As the darkness thickened into absolute blackness, Kendra ached for her lost ability to see in the dark. What if the skeleton set down the pole and crept toward her, those fleshless hands reaching out? She'd have no warning before bony fingers closed around her throat. She tried not to dwell on the whispering water, but it was the only sound besides the soft, rhythmic splash of the pole. Honestly, she was almost grateful she couldn't decipher individual words. The overall impression was deeply unsettling. A pale, spectral glow eventually appeared ahead, on the opposite bank from where she started. They were still moving upstream. In the eerie light, she could make out two other rafts moored at a stone landing, each with its own skeletal boatman standing silently. This likely meant the dragons had come this way before her, though they were nowhere in sight. Her raft slid smoothly to a halt against the stone jetty. Kendra stepped off and glanced back. The skeleton seemed utterly indifferent to her departure. Kendra stepped off the wooden jetty onto the shore, casting a final glance back at the three silent rafts. The coin in her pocket felt heavy with unasked questions. Was it good for a return trip? Or would she be stranded here, searching for another toll? A narrow path led her away from the water's edge toward a solitary stone archway. The light around her was strange, seeming to bleed from the air itself with no lamp or sun to give it source, lending everything a pale spectral glow. The dark river beside her allowed little room for exploration in both directions. The shore quickly gave way to sheer rock walls. The arch was the only real choice. Hoping to gain an advantage, she left the path early and approached the arch from the side, moving with deliberate quiet. Peering around the corner, she found a vast rectangular chamber. If it was 20 yards wide, it stretched a good 60 yards in length. Here, too, the same sourceless light illuminated everything. At the chamber's far end, a smooth wooden rod stood upright on a tall pedestal. Most of the floor was taken up by a long, dark, reflecting pool with narrow walkways along each side, providing a route forward. And there, already in motion, were Celebrant and Obregon. Celebrant advanced along the left aisle, Obregon on the right, both striding with clear purpose toward the distant rod. Yet bizarrely, for all their brisk steps, neither man seemed to get any closer to it. She slipped into the room. If either looked back now, she'd be spotted instantly. The space wasn't that big, and they were only about a third of the way down, moving quietly. Kendra went to the pool's near edge, directly opposite the rod, which was perfectly mirrored in the black, still water. From its depths came the same lonely whispers and sighs she'd heard in the river, a chorus of unseen regrets. The water looked bottomless. An idea sparked. She could sneak up behind Obregon, use her touch to turn him to platinum, and suddenly the odds wouldn't look so grim. She moved to the right-hand aisle and took a single step toward him. The entire room groaned and stretched. Suddenly, the far end of the pool looked twice as far away. Obregon, who had been maybe 15 paces ahead, now appeared to be 20 paces distant. She took 2 more cautious steps, and the room elongated again, telescoping outward like a bad dream. Now Obregon was 30, maybe 40 paces away, and the pedestal holding the rod had vanished from sight entirely. The reflecting pool stretched ahead into a seeming infinity. Kendra looked back. The starting point of the pool now looked impossibly far, much farther than the handful of steps she'd taken. When she tried to retreat, her progress was agonizingly slow. Each return step covered only normal ground, but the distance she had to cover was the vast one the room had created. So steps toward the goal stretched the journey. Steps back did not shrink it. They just made you trudge the expanded distance. She stopped, thinking it through. No wonder Celebrant and Obregon hadn't noticed her. From where they were, the near end of this room was probably just a distant memory, a speck in their rear view. They had a colossal head start, and if she followed normally, she'd never catch up. Was this some kind of cruel joke? A journey that looked short but became an epic marathon the moment you committed to it? Curious. She turned and jogged back toward the entrance. What had taken 20 paces to traverse now required a solid 5-minute run. When she finally reached the starting position, breathless, the room snapped back to its original proportions. Obregon was once again about 15 paces ahead, still only a third of the way down the aisle, walking briskly and getting nowhere. A grim, almost sarcastic laugh escaped her. Of course, the farther they went, the longer the room became for them. And the moment she followed, it stretched for her too. They were all in a trap of distorted space, racing toward a prize that kept moving away. The real question wasn't how to run faster, but whether there was a different set of rules entirely. Was she just supposed to accept this exhausting, expanding chase? Or was the dwarf who designed this place quietly demanding they find a smarter path, one that didn't involve playing his impossible game? Kendra considered whether Celebrant and Obregon truly grasped the snail's pace of their journey. Once the far ends of the shimmering pool vanished from view, it became nearly impossible to judge how much distance they had truly covered or how much still lay ahead. From her own perspective, watching their painstakingly slow advance, it seemed they would be walking for an eternity. Her eyes scanned the vast chamber, searching for any possible shortcut. That rod looked so deceptively close. Besides the endless walk along the water's edge, the only other apparent choice was to brave a swim. If the room didn't distort its dimensions while she was in the water, it would be a quick trip. But if the enchantment stretched the distance, she could find herself stranded in the middle, unable to reach the side, and drown. Could she perhaps swim sideways to escape? Maybe only the length of the room could expand, not its width. Crouching at the water's brink, Kendra listened to the faint, murmuring whispers that seemed to rise from the liquid itself, giving it a menacing aura. A deep, Intuitive dread warned her against entering. Was this simple fear or something wiser? She was no longer searching for risen May. These instincts were her own, and they were screaming at her to stay dry. Plunging in might very well be the end. The frustration was maddening. It looked like she could simply stroll to the rod in under a minute. Yet she knew the moment she tried, the path would elongate, keeping it perpetually out of reach. How could something feel both within her grasp and impossibly distant? Hunkering down even lower, she peered at the water's surface. From this angle, it almost looked like she could stretch out her hand and touch the rod's shimmering reflection. As she studied it, the perspective felt wrong. Shouldn't the reflected rod appear slightly farther away? When she dipped her head lower still, the reflection seemed to float within arm's length. A fragment of the rhyme echoed in her memory. In the end, if you reflect, the rod you will detect. That wasn't the exact wording, but it was close. Could the answer really be that straightforward? It seemed ridiculous. The idea was absurd. She had no desire to touch that whispering water to test her theory. What if it infected her very spirit? But the reflection did appear nearer than it should, and the conventional path was so impossibly long, and the dwarf, she remembered, did have a fondness for tricks, keeping her head low. Kendra reached out over the pool and closed her fingers around the reflection of the rod. To her astonishment, she felt solid, grainy wood in her grasp. She pulled it from the water's surface. Simultaneously, the physical rod at the distant end of the pool simply winked out of existence. "You made that one look easy," Humbuggle's voice remarked from off to one side. Kendra startled, almost fumbling the staff, and whirled to face the dwarf. "Where did you come from? I'm never far," Humbuggle said with a sly grin. "What's the fun of a contest, unless you get to watch the competition?" "You created this contest?" Kendra asked. He gave a theatrical little bow. "Guilty as charged." "Why?" Kendra pressed. He looked at her as if the question were baffling. "My dear girl, everything in this life is a contest, scrambling for food and shelter, the basic struggle to survive, jockeying for the positions and prestige you crave, securing what you need and what you want, pleasing allies and outmaneuvering rivals. At least my contest has clear rules and is fair." "Fair?" Kendra shot back, her tone shifting from curiosity to sharp sarcasm. "What's fair about turning everyone into gold or silver statues? That's not a contest, it's a decorative prison sentence. Most contests are won by the strongest, the fastest, or the wisest," Humbuggle countered, unperturbed. "I grow weary of the biggest sword or the sharpest fangs deciding every conflict. Who wants the most powerful wizard to always claim the prize? I fashioned a zone without magic, a competition where the best fighter isn't guaranteed victory. Other qualities matter here just as much: cooperation, cleverness, courage, sacrifice. The greatest reward I know is at stake, and anyone has a fighting chance to win it." "Not everyone started with the same advantages," Kendra argued, her skepticism clear. "It seems the no magic rule doesn't apply to you, and the three brothers had those special gloves and got to hear all the rules beforehand." "The contest was originally crafted for them," Humbuggle admitted with a shrug. "The gloves were certainly a head start. And yet those three managed to remain hopelessly stuck on the very first challenge for centuries. Some advantages, it seems, are what you make of them. I appreciate a tough challenge, but even my patience was wearing thin. As for the rules, they're meant for all to hear." Kendra pointed out, "We didn't hear them, we had to speak with." "Well?" She hesitated to mention Augie in a flash. Humbuggle leaped and spun, landing with the exact appearance of Augie. "I provided the first poem, correct?" he asked, perfectly mimicking Augie's voice. "That was you," Kendra gasped. The figure leaped again, twirling mid-air to become a frail elderly woman. "The dragons encountered me. I introduced myself as Eloise and shared the fundamentals along with the verse with another jump and spin. The old woman transformed back into Humbuggle. Everyone received an equal opportunity. "You're deceitful," Kendra remarked. "My dear, you haven't seen the half of it," Humbuggle countered. Kendra glanced towards Celebrant and Obregon. They continued their futile progress across the pool, having covered only a fraction of the distance. "It might take them ages to notice the rod is gone. The journey back would indeed be immense," Humbuggle acknowledged. "However, the banishment rod sustains this chamber. Once removed, the room will begin contracting to its true size for anyone remaining inside." Kendra calculated. "How long would their current path to the rod have taken?" Humbuggle clarified, "At their present speed? Over 8 millennia, and there are no provisions along the way." She then wondered if she could temporarily leave the rod, solve the next puzzle, and return for it. "How long to return if I left it here?" Humbuggle offered a cunning smile.
"That I cannot disclose, as it might grant you an unfair edge. I will say, you cannot advance to the next stage without taking the rod." "What is its function?" Kendra inquired. "I'm happy to explain," Humbuggle said. "The banishment rod can exile a single target to an extraordinary distance. It is configured for a single use. Choose its application wisely. I doubt the contest can be completed without it."
"In the interest of fairness, I'll reveal that the Wizen Stone is fiercely protected by a formidable demon. Any aspirant must contend with this guardian swiftly." "How is it activated?" Kendra asked. "Straightforward," Humbuggle replied. "Merely point the rod at your target and command, 'Begone!' So the target will be dispatched," Kendra summarized. "Employ it with caution," Humbuggle warned. "The rod will function only once for each participant. Are you prepared to proceed?"
"Absolutely," Kendra affirmed. Humbuggle clapped, and a concealed door slid open, revealing a stairway. "Will the others be able to follow?" she asked. "In time," Humbuggle answered. "As mentioned, the room reverts once the rod departs." "Any clues?" Kendra pressed. "Upon reaching the summit, I shall deliver the next poem," Humbuggle stated. "Proceed." After a final look at Celebrant and Obregon, still running in place toward the distant wall, Kendra stepped through the doorway.
The stairs, to her relief, were dry and brightly lit. Meanwhile, Seth retreated from 3 approaching silver statues. Their movement was now clearly visible, though still sluggish, with numerous statues filling the courtyard. He, Lachlan, and Lomo had to remain vigilant. "Watch your back, Lachlan," Seth called. The prince glanced behind and shifted sideways. "I've maintained my position since this began. Tregane selected first and received the silver glove. Heath chose next, finding gold. Platinum came to me. All gloves appeared identical initially. Staying near the fountain is becoming difficult," Lomo observed. "They're slow, but their numbers keep growing." Seth counted roughly 60 gold statues and 50 silver ones in the courtyard, with more steadily emerging from the castle. "Don't let them encircle you," Lachlan advised, "and remember, their pace continues to increase. Of course, you could just end the suspense and call it a night. Being turned to gold might be just as peaceful as the quiet box in a way." "Don't even say that," Seth insisted, his voice tense. "Keeping the Wizen Stone from the dragons is the whole point. This is going to be hard enough. We need everyone." "Seth's got a point," Lomo added, giving Lachlan a meaningful look. "Your help could change everything." "I'll do what I can," Lachlan replied, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "At least things are finally happening." I'd started to doubt I'd ever see the day when all 3 coins finally made it into that fountain. "Hey, everyone!" Kendra's voice cut through the tension as she hurried from the castle entrance, clutching a staff that stood just a bit taller than her. "I found it, the banishment rod." "Where did you come from?" Seth called out, already running toward her with Lachlan and Lomo close behind, leaving the fountain and its silent golden audience behind.
"I took a different staircase," Kendra explained, slightly out of breath. It came out through a hidden panel right in the throne room. So what's the next move? Seth asked, his mind racing ahead. So delighted you inquired, came the chirpy voice of Humbuggle, who materialized suddenly between Kendra and the three of them. I happen to have a little verse that might illuminate your next step.
Let's hear it, and make it quick, Kendra urged, casting a nervous glance back the way she'd come. We might not have much time before the dragons find us. Humbuggle cleared his throat dramatically. To find the legendary stone of old, a door must soon be swung wide. For those who dare to seek the key, leave all your memories outside. Set the staff where 5 paths meet, advance without a single coin. But those who step through may soon mourn the countless thoughts they must disown.
Best of luck, Humbuggle exclaimed, and with an exaggerated clap of his hands, he vanished into thin air before he could even land from his little jump. We need to move, Kendra said, her grip tightening on the rod. They're getting closer. This way, Lachlan said, already turning. There's only one spot in this entire castle where 5 hallways come together. Seth sprinted after Lachlan through a heavy arched door and back into the castle's shadowy interior.
As they ran, Kendra quickly filled them in on the banishment rod's purpose and the demon that would inevitably come to reclaim the Wizenstone once it was taken. When they passed more of the eerie, slow-moving statues in a long gallery, they gave them a wide berth, no casual glances now. Seth knew a single brush against one would leave him as a silver or gold ornament, and though their movements were sluggish, they were undeniably becoming more purposeful. A sudden ridiculous thought struck him. What if one of them was just a very dedicated performance artist? He shook the bizarre idea away, focusing on the danger. How many artifacts are we supposed to collect anyway? Seth panted as they ran. What do you mean? Kendra asked. First it was the coins, then this rod, now a key, Seth listed. Feels like we're on a scavenger hunt from hell. It sounds like the stone is behind a locked door, Kendra reasoned. Maybe the key is the final piece. Lachlan skidded to a halt in a small open-air atrium high in the castle structure. The ceiling was open to the night sky, and 5 distinct corridors fanned out around a circular, raised bed of earth where a few hardy shrubs clung to life. At the center stood a flagpole, a blue banner with a proud white lion snapping softly in the breeze. This is the place, Lachlan announced. Seth scanned the branching hallways, but saw no sign of pursuing statues yet. So where do we plant the staff? Maybe, instead of the flag, Lomo suggested, pointing. See if the rod fits in that holder. Lachlan pulled the flagpole free, and Kendra immediately thrust the banishment rod into the empty socket. A low, grinding rumble echoed through the atrium, and a portion of the stone wall slid smoothly aside to reveal a door of pure, lightless black. Nice thinking, Lomo, Kendra said. What now? Lachlan asked, eyeing the ominous doorway. I can go in, Kendra offered immediately. Seth stared at the impenetrable blackness of the door. Kendra had already put herself in grave danger once tonight. A surge of stubborn resolve washed over him. It was his turn to step up. No, I'll do it. I'm the youngest here. If the poem is right and this is about losing memories, then I've got the least to lose. Everyone values their memories, Seth, Kendra argued. I've got this, he said firmly, a new edge of confidence in his voice. It was almost funny, the thought of trading his whole past for a shot at this. With or without my memories, my gut has never steered me wrong. We could all attempt it, Lomo proposed. The poem didn't specify a number, but we can't all lose our minds, Seth countered. Someone has to stay out here to remember what's happening in case the ones who go in forget everything. He's right, Kendra conceded reluctantly. Let me go, Seth said, his decision final. Once I'm inside, put the flagpole back and get the staff somewhere secure. That might slow the dragons down or keep them from following me. Solid plan, Lomo agreed. I'll go with Seth. Lachlan, can you keep Kendra safe? I will do my best. Lachlan promised. At that moment, a deep, resonant boom shuddered through the castle stones, the sound of a massive gong being struck somewhere far below. Seth's eyes met Kendra's, wide with alarm. "A new arrival," Lachlan said grimly, his hand going to his side. "This night is certainly full of surprises. For decades, nobody came, and now it seems like everyone is arriving at once." Seth listened as the shimmering sound of the gong finally faded. "It sounds like just one person to me," he observed. "We should move quickly," Lomo urged, his voice low. "More company could be on the way." "Could it be someone friendly?" Seth asked, a flicker of hope in his voice. Kendra shook her head. "I doubt it. I don't know anyone else on our side who knew about this place. Maybe it's another dragon. Or some kind of emergency backup we didn't know about." Lomo gave Seth's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning and jogging toward the door. Seth fell into step behind him. "Be careful, Seth," Kendra called after him. "I'll do my best to remember that," Seth replied with a wry smile, the irony of the statement not lost on him. "With any luck, when I find the key, I'll still remember to bring it back here." "Maybe you won't forget everything," Kendra offered, though her tone lacked conviction. "Does this seem like that kind of place?" Seth asked, gesturing around the atrium. Lomo didn't answer, instead pushing the door open. Beyond the threshold lay an impenetrable wall of darkness, untouched by the light from the room they stood in. "Well, that's not comforting," Seth muttered. "In we go," Lomo said simply, and without hesitation he stepped forward and was swallowed by the blackness. Feeling a sudden flush of embarrassment for letting Lomo take the lead into the unknown, Seth hurried after him. As he crossed the threshold, a faint, sparkling tingle washed over his skin. On the other side he found himself in a sizable chamber lit by softly glowing orbs floating near the ceiling. A stark black rectangle set into the wall marked his point of entry, though when he tried to picture what was on the other side, his mind came up frustratingly blank. Directly opposite, an immense pair of bronze doors dominated the wall, each adorned with the embossed, bearded visage of a stern face. He wasn't alone. 2 other men were already in the room. A handsome man with a dark complexion and a neatly sculpted goatee stood just a few paces away, glancing back at Seth with a curious expression. Near the bronze doors, a wiry older man waited, shirtless, his ribs prominent. This man turned towards Seth and the stranger with an eager, almost hungry look. "Tell me what you remember," the older man demanded, his voice raspy. "Why did you come here?" Seth opened his mouth to reply, but the words died on his lips. He wasn't sure. He looked to the man with the goatee, who was frowning deeply in concentration. "I have no idea," the goateed man admitted. "Me neither," Seth echoed, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. "You entered together," the old man prompted, "only seconds apart. Do you remember each other?" Seth studied the other man's face. Nothing about him sparked any recognition. "Should I know you?" the man asked, echoing Seth's own thoughts. "I don't think we've met," Seth said. "I'm Lomo," the man stated. "Of the fair folk." "Seth Sorensen," Seth replied. "Of the Sorensens." The title felt both right and utterly hollow. "And I am Pietro," the old man said, spreading his thin hands. "And I, too, am unsure why I am here. You are here to compete for the trophy." The face on the left door boomed, its voice shaking dust from the ceiling. "We will await any other participants and begin momentarily," the face on the right door intoned. "I'm here for a trophy," Seth asked aloud. The concept felt foreign. Then again, so did everything else at the moment. He knew his own name, but the rest was a fog. He was certain he had a past, a life, people he cared about, but when he tried to grasp the details, faces, names, why he was standing in this strange room, they slithered away, just out of reach. It was a maddening feeling, like a word stuck on the tip of his tongue for his entire existence. "Remarkable," Lomo murmured, rubbing his temple. I am certain I have a life, a history, but the specifics are absent. I understand completely, Pietro said, nodding. It is the same for me. What of you, Seth Sorensen? Same, Seth confirmed, the simplicity of the word belying his frustration. It all feels like it's right there, but I can't pull up a single clear memory. You know, under other circumstances, I'd call this ridiculous, Lomo said with a short, humorless laugh. But I feel the exact same way. Their conversation was interrupted as another figure emerged from the black rectangle in the wall. A stocky, well-dressed man wearing a single silver glove. He looked around, utterly bewildered. Quickly, Lomo said, stepping toward him. Why are you here? The man's eyes darted from Lomo to Seth, to Pietro. What happened to me? Start with what you know, Seth suggested. Your name? I'm Tregain, the man said slowly. But beyond that, I'm at a loss. Seth, Lomo, and Pietro introduced themselves and explained their shared vague understanding. They were apparently contestants in some competition for a trophy. The faces on the doors offered no further commentary. As Seth studied the other men, these strangers, who were also strangers to themselves, a cold thought crystallized. Was it possible he knew any of them? They seemed amiable enough, but if they were all here for the same prize, they were his competition. In this place of forgotten histories, they might even be enemies. The friendly confusion of moments ago began to curdle into a tense, watchful silence. Was this some kind of friendly game? How could his memory be such a blank slate? Another figure stumbled through the dark opening, then bent forward, hands braced on his knees as he caught his breath. He sported a thick beard and long hair, with pieces of armor strapped to his body, but no weapon in sight. He looked like he'd just finished a desperate sprint. "What's your name?" Seth demanded. The man stood upright, his eyes scanning the room. "Obregon," he replied, his voice firm and clear. "Why are you here?" Lomo pressed. Obregon crossed his arms, his expression turning thoughtful before he finally answered. "I honestly don't know." Another round of introductions followed. Seth kept his attention fixed on that black rectangle, anxious about who or what might appear next. He studied the others, trying to piece together their backgrounds. Seth had a sword at his side, and Lomo was the only other one visibly armed, though his polished appearance made him seem less like a seasoned adventurer and more like an actor playing the part. Pietro had the look of someone long stranded, perhaps washed up on some forgotten shore. Obregon carried himself like a veteran fighter, his face bearing the marks of past conflicts. Tregain had the dignified air of a nobleman. Seth couldn't fathom how he'd ended up pitted against these grown men for some prize. He felt distinctly out of place. He didn't believe he was related to any of them, but with his memories so scattered he couldn't be certain. "The competition will now commence," announced the face on the left door. "The first to navigate the gauntlet and claim the trophy shall be victorious," declared the face on the right. "Enter the gauntlet at your own peril," warned the left. "Choose any weapon you desire," encouraged the right. "Only one may carry the prize away," intoned the left. "When the doors open, you may proceed," stated the right. With a heavy groan, the bronze doors swung outward. Seth followed Tregain and Obregon through the doors. A small antechamber lay beyond, its walls hung with an array of weapons and shields. From there a broad corridor stretched forward, sloping steadily upward. Tregain snatched up a shield and sword, and Obregon did the same. Lomo drew his blade, and Seth followed suit. Pietro chose a simple knife. From the far end of the hall marched a contingent of clay soldiers, armed with spears, axes, clubs, and swords, some bearing shields. There were about 20 in total. "For honor," Tregain shouted, raising his sword as he charged up the incline. Obregon was right behind him, with Lomo close after. Seth hung back near Pietro, bringing up the rear. Part of Seth wanted to lead the charge, but he thought staying behind while the others fought might give him a chance to dart ahead later. Whether due to skill or the poor quality of their opponents, Tregane, Obregon and Lomo made quick work of the clay figures. The warriors were surprisingly fragile, crumbling apart on impact. Obregon soon found that smashing them with his shield was even more effective than using his sword, and Tregane quickly adopted the same method. Two of the clay warriors managed to slip past the front line. One turned its attention to Seth, while the other advanced on Pietro. Seth dodged a clumsy swipe from a scimitar and, dropping low, swept his sword through the figure's legs, shattering them into fragments. The torso exploded when it hit the stone floor. A glance told him Pietro had dismantled his own opponent with similar efficiency. The three men ahead finished off the remaining clay soldiers and moved to where the hallway finally leveled out. Most of the figures were now little more than broken pottery littering the ground. Seth and Pietro hurried after them, though Seth began to worry he was falling too far behind. The walls, ceiling and floor of this level section were peppered with holes. Spikes shot out and retracted at random intervals, threatening to impale anyone trying to pass. Seth quickly grasped the challenge. You had to avoid lining up your body with any of the holes, a tricky task when you had to watch for threats from every direction at once. The path ahead offered brief patches of solid ground, but soon gave way to a treacherous stretch riddled with gaping holes. Seth hesitated at the edge, observing the others as they weaved and leapt through the deadly gauntlet. A sudden spike from the wall scraped Obregon's arm, while another from below ripped through Tregane's pant leg. Pietro, however, moved with an almost casual elegance, his steps a fluid dance of twists and hops that put the younger men to shame. Not wanting to fall behind, Seth pushed forward. He quickly noted a faint telltale hiss preceding each spike's emergence, a tiny warning he tried to use to his advantage. Choosing to follow Pietro's lead like an apprentice, Seth found the old man's chosen path was consistently the safest the chaotic pattern allowed. Though a spike nearly clipped his boot, he reached the far side unscathed. Rounding a sharp corner, Seth found Tregane, Obregon, and Lomo locked in combat, with a renewed wave of clay soldiers. Then, with a deep rumble, the very walls of the corridor began to inch inward. Seth and Pietro charged into the fray. Ducking a heavy axe, Seth shattered a soldier with a powerful strike to its torso. The others fought their way past the narrowing gap, leaving 6 adversaries behind. Seth fell into a defensive rhythm, using the fighters' predictable wind-up swings to his advantage, isolating and dismantling them one by one. Amidst the whistle of weapons, he crushed 4 of the 6. Pietro dodged and slashed, finishing the last 2 but taking a lance deep into his thigh. The hallway was now less than half its original width and shrinking fast. Seth still had distance to cover, and a glance back revealed Pietro on the floor. The old man yanked the weapon free, tried to stand and crumpled his leg useless. He slipped in his own blood as he attempted to rise again. Seth froze, the grinding walls now terrifyingly close. Beyond the moving barrier, Tregane and Lomo looked back only briefly before turning to chase the already fleeing Obregon. Seth sprinted to Pietro's side. "Go!" the old man gasped. "It's finished for me. The muscle is torn apart." Seth looked at the encroaching stone. He couldn't just let him be crushed. "I'm taking you with me. We'll both die," Pietro insisted, and he was probably right. Seth knew he could still make it alone, but dragging a wounded man forward was impossible. The entrance, however, was closer. It was a desperate gamble where every second counted. Doubting he could carry him, Seth hooked his hands under Pietro's arms and began a frantic backward drag, the old man's bare torso scraping across the clay-littered floor. The walls pressed in, the gap becoming a tight squeeze. The smart choice was clear, but Seth refused to make it. Legs pumping, breath searing his lungs, he pulled until he could nearly touch the stone on either side. With one final agonizing heave, he yanked Pietro clear just as the walls met with a final crushing groan, sealing the way forward forever. The corridor was now a dead end. "Thank you," Pietro panted, lying on the ground. "You're welcome," Seth replied, gulping air. "You've lost the race," Pietro said, his voice weak. "I couldn't leave you," Seth said. "Why?" Pietro asked, his expression genuinely puzzled. "There was a chance I could save you." Pietro reached into his pocket and pulled out a jade key. "I kept this for you. Yes, there's a prize at the end of this trial, but forget that. The key of forgetting is what you all came for. Take it. I'll be fine. Are you absolutely sure?" Pietro stood up, gave a sly grin, and then leaped into a spinning jump. When he landed, he was a dwarf. He winked, clapped his hands, and vanished. Seth stared, completely bewildered. The old man was clearly magical, some kind of shapeshifter. Clutching the key, Seth turned and headed back the way he had come. The spikes no longer shot from the holes, but he watched them warily until he was clear. He ran down the slope, out through the bronze doors, and charged straight into the black rectangle set in the wall. Meanwhile, Kendra was retreating down a hallway with Lachlan, a dozen golden figures advancing toward them at a steady walking pace. The statues weren't fast, but they weren't painfully slow anymore, either. Kendra knew she couldn't dodge through so many. She gripped the banishment rod, which she had taken from the atrium. She and Lachlan had fallen back as more golden statues appeared. Unfortunately, removing the rod hadn't made the black door vanish. "This way," Lachlan said, guiding her round a corner. Kendra realized that without his knowledge of the castle's layout, the golden figures would have already caught her. They turned another corner, only to find 8 golden statues coming down the hall. "They're getting faster," Kendra said. "From now until sunrise, it only gets worse," Lachlan replied. "Change of plans. Follow me." She stayed close behind him, but soon another group of statues cut them off. They doubled back and found yet another group closing in. "We're in trouble," Lachlan admitted. "I didn't want to stray too far from the atrium. I was trying to work around them and keep an escape route open." "Now we might be trapped." "What do you mean?" Kendra asked. "They're coordinating, cutting off all the exits," Lachlan explained. "Earlier, splitting up might have worked. Not anymore. One last chance." He led her through a door into an empty room, which connected to another and then another. They emerged into a hallway with a dead end one way and a crowd of golden statues coming from the other. Doubling back, they found golden statues striding through the rooms they had just left. "What do we do?" Kendra asked, fighting to keep panic at bay. "Create what space we can," Lachlan said. He led her back into the hall, and they ran to the dead end. At least 20 golden statues were now advancing toward them. "They can't change you while you wear the glove," Lachlan said quickly, "but they can grab you. Turn me to platinum." "No," Kendra refused.
"Hurry, or they'll turn me to gold and I'll be working against you," Lachlan insisted. "Turn me to platinum, order me to protect you, then follow me once I make an opening. Move as fast as you can. Don't let them get a hold of you. There's still a chance you can slip through." With the nearest statue less than 10 paces away, Kendra took Lachlan's hand with her gloved one. Platinum spread rapidly down his arm and across his body until he was completely transformed.
"Protect me," she said, her heart sinking with guilt and fear that it was already too late. The platinum statue of Lachlan moved toward the golden figures, his pace no faster than theirs. He locked hands with the first statue he met, twisting her aside and shoved into others. Kendra dashed into the narrow gap he created, but the golden figures pressed together, surrounding her. The banishment rod was torn from her grip. Then cold metallic hands closed firmly around her wrists and ankles, holding her fast, with the key of forgetting clutched in his hand. Seth entered the atrium to discover Celebrant standing amidst a small army of at least 40 golden statues. Down a nearby corridor, a skirmish was underway as golden figures clashed with silver ones. His sister Kendra was held firmly between two of the golden sentinels, the strange platinum glove still covering her hand. Celebrant himself held the banishment rod, a smug expression on his face. In that instant, Seth's memories crashed back into his mind, not only the recent events within the gauntlet, but every forgotten moment from his past. He attempted to discreetly slide the jade key into his pocket. Suddenly, Humbuggle materialized just a few feet away. "Well done, my boy," the dwarf declared, his voice tinged with genuine surprise. "I must admit, I didn't expect you to progress this swiftly. One final rhyme before the curtain falls. Do not meddle with my advantage, dwarf," Celebrant warned, his tone icy. Humbuggle raised his hands in a placating gesture. "I play no favorites. I'm merely a messenger. You'll want this information as much as they do." "Proceed," Celebrant commanded. The dwarf cleared his throat, straightened his rumpled vest, and recited, "The power of the Wizenstone was never meant for man to own. A single door impedes your way, where golden crest shines in the day. The prize beyond compare is near. You still have reason left to fear. If you should choose to turn the key, the price is your identity." "My identity," Seth echoed, a cold dread settling in his stomach. "Key of forgetting," Humbuggle said simply, as if that explained everything.
A steep price for a monumental prize. "Best of luck to you." With a sharp clap of his hands, the dwarf vanished. "You possess the key," Celebrant stated, his glower fixed on Seth. "Maybe I don't," Seth retorted. "I observed you pocket it," Celebrant countered. "Could have been a candy bar," Seth tried weakly. "It was a key fashioned from jade," Celebrant said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "And Humbuggle just congratulated you on obtaining it."
With a sigh, Seth withdrew the key from his pocket. A slow smile spread across Celebrant's face. "Excellent. This has been a most entertaining game." "If you say so," Seth muttered. "What if I offered you and your sister a sporting chance?" Celebrant proposed. "I'd be wildly suspicious," Seth shot back. "Taking the glove from Kendra and transforming her to gold would be trivial," Celebrant said dismissively. "Turning you to gold would be equally simple. But that would conclude our little game, and dragons do so adore a proper hunt. I haven't enjoyed sport like this in centuries. Surely you would prefer a slim chance over no chance at all." "I'm listening," Seth conceded. "Do you know where the golden crest shines in the day?" Celebrant inquired. Seth glanced at Kendra, who could only offer a helpless shrug. "Not a clue," he admitted. "The second highest tower of this fortress bears a golden crest on its exterior," Celebrant revealed. "The tallest tower does not. There are only 2 locked doors in the entire castle. Have you not noticed all the others are unlocked, even in the dungeon?" "Now that you mention it, yeah," Seth said. "The chamber atop the tallest tower is locked and contains the king and queen," Celebrant explained. "The room in the second highest tower is also locked. It has a golden crest outside and notably no windows. Sounds like the place," Seth acknowledged. "You reach it by taking that hallway," Celebrant said, pointing. "Turn left at the first intersection. The hall then opens into a room dominated by a large chandelier. At the rear are 2 staircases. Take the one on the right. Follow that hall and ascend the stairs at its end." "This is an awful lot of help," Seth remarked, his skepticism plain. "I'm granting you a head start," Celebrant clarified. "Use it as you wish." He turned toward the golden statues holding Kendra. "Release the girl."
The statues immediately let her go. "Clear a path," Celebrant ordered, and the golden figures parted to create an opening to the indicated hallway. He repeated the directions once more. "Can we have the rod?" Kendra asked. Celebrant's grin widened. "I can't make this too easy for you. Go if you dare. I will not be far behind." Seth looked at Kendra. She gave a firm, decisive nod. Together they broke into a run. The moment they were out of earshot, Seth voiced the obvious. "You know this is a trap. He just wants us to unlock the door for him." "And it's the only chance we've got," Kendra replied, her breath coming in short gasps as they ran. "It's better than being turned into a decorative statue right now." "I know," Seth agreed. He had us completely cornered. Now we at least have a little room to maneuver. "Where's Lachlan? We got surrounded," Kendra explained. "I had to turn him to platinum to protect him from being changed to gold." They sprinted on, soon reaching the intersection. Celebrant had described to their right. Seth spotted gleaming golden statues advancing at a brisk pace. He and Kendra immediately veered left. Obregon and Tregain teamed up with Lomo and me in the gauntlet. Seth explained, his eyes scanning the corridor. "Assuming they all survive, they'll be out soon."
"Was that everyone?"
Kendra pressed. Seth noticed more of the metallic figures turning into their hallway from a side passage. "The dwarf was there too, but in disguise," he added quickly. Kendra kept pace beside him. "We still have no idea who rang the gong," she said, her voice tight. "That last-minute arrival." "Stay sharp," Seth warned. They entered the grand chamber dominated by the massive chandelier. "Should we head for the tower?" Kendra asked. Seth slowed his steps, moving toward the staircase at the room's far end. A part of him wanted to suggest they just run and find a closet to hide in. "What if we tried to disappear? Just go to ground somewhere?" "I don't see how that ends well," Kendra replied, hating the truth of her own words. "We can't leave the castle grounds. Any hiding spot would only be temporary. They'd track us down." She remembered a story their grandfather once told about a hidden pantry, but that refuge was miles away and useless now. Seth gave a grim nod. "Besides, I think these statues are herding us, or maybe they're just relentless. They won't stop until morning. But to risk everything you are?" Kendra's question was almost a plea. "To lose yourself completely." "Celebrant clearly wants someone else to turn that key," Seth reasoned, his tone shifting from fearful to bitterly sarcastic. "He's practically rolling out the red carpet for us, isn't he? So gracious to let us proceed without an escort." They reached the right-hand stairs. "Do you think the act has to be a choice?" Kendra wondered. "The poem mentioned choosing," Seth said. "Celebrant seems to believe it, or he wouldn't be playing this game." "Do we keep moving?" Kendra asked as golden forms entered the chamber from the opposite side. Seth started up the steps. "If we delay, Celebrant catches up," he said. "Beating him to the door is better than another round as his guest." "Lomo will be overwhelmed the moment he steps out of the black door," Kendra said, her voice hollow. "We're on our own now." "This door is the final challenge," Seth insisted, a new resolve hardening his words. "We can handle it. I'm going to open it. When I do, I'll probably forget most things. Grabbing the key cost me a lot of memories, but I held on to my core. This sounds more total. But if you get the Wizenstone and end this, maybe everything comes back, like it did when I left the gauntlet." They sprinted down a hallway and onto a spiraling staircase. For the moment, no golden pursuers were in sight. "I don't have the banishment rod anymore," Kendra reminded him. "If the Wizenstone is as powerful as they say, you can use it to handle the demon," Seth countered. "I don't know its rules," Kendra fretted. "The poem said it wasn't meant for mortal hands. We can't let Celebrant win," Seth said firmly. "We have to turn this situation around. We could try to get rid of the key," Kendra suggested, as they passed closed doors on their ascent. "They've blocked all our exits," Seth replied. "If we toss it out a window, they'll recover it in minutes. We're trapped. There's no safe corner left." "It's obvious Celebrant is pushing us to open that door," Kendra exclaimed, frustration boiling over. "Shouldn't that be the one thing we refuse to do?" "It's going to happen regardless," Seth said, breathing heavily from the climb. "If we stall, he'll force someone else. If we do it now, maybe you get a window, a chance to act before he arrives. Lock him out? Shatter the stone?"
Figure out how to use it. I'm not convinced any of that will work, Kendra said, her shoulders slumping. I think we've already failed. I think we lost. At least I won't remember losing, Seth said, the attempt at dark humor falling flat. That's not funny, Kendra shot back. Hopefully you can reverse the forgetting, Seth said, his voice softening. If not, I'll still be me. I just won't have the map. I'll find my way back. I'll learn it all again. I can't imagine a worse thing to lose than knowing yourself, Kendra whispered. I don't want to imagine it either, Seth admitted, feeling a hot pressure behind his eyes and balling his hands into fists, fighting to stay composed. But we're trying to save everything. It's a small price if it actually helps. They emerged at the stair-top, confronted by a magnificent door crafted from silvery grey metal and inlaid with glittering gems. This is it, Kendra said quietly. Are you absolutely sure? They moved toward the door as one. Seth raised the key. It wasn't so terrible in that room. When the memories faded, he said, offering the words as a thin comfort to them both. You have no idea what you're giving up. That might be the saddest part of all, Kendra replied, her voice soft. This is courageous, Seth, perhaps recklessly so. He gave a half shrug. Got to give you a fighting chance to figure something out. The metal of the key felt cold as he slid it into the lock. Sorry to bail. Good luck out there. Tell everyone I love them. Even Knox, you most of all. With a final twist of the jade key, Seth felt the world tilt. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he stumbled, catching himself against the doorframe. He blinked, staring at the carved wood as if seeing it for the first time. Where was he? He held his hands up, turning them over. They looked like a stranger's hands. He seemed to be a boy, a teenager. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at his mind. He couldn't remember his own name. How could he know nothing, not who he was, not where he stood? Had he ever been anyone at all? What kind of catastrophe could erase a person so completely? Seth, are you all right? He turned toward the voice. A girl was watching him, her expression etched with worry, but her face meant nothing to him. Was Seth his name? Did she know him? She appeared a bit older. Who was she? And who was the man now stepping up behind her, his gaze sharp and calculating? Kendra watched, breath caught in her throat, as her brother turned the key of forgetting. For a heartbeat, he just stood there, motionless before the elaborate door. Seth, are you all right? The words felt fragile. When he turned, his eyes were empty, devoid of any familiarity. A crushing weight settled in her chest. The key had worked. Her brother was gone, a blank slate. Then his attention shifted to something behind her. Before she could react, powerful arms encircled her, locking her own arms against her sides. Don't fight it. A voice hissed near her ear. We're on a clock. She knew that silken, treacherous tone. Ronodin? Kendra gasped. Celebrant is nearly here, Ronodin stated, his grip unyielding. We need to be inside that room now. What's happening? Seth asked, his voice confused and young. This girl is wearing a very dangerous glove, Ronodin explained smoothly. One touch and you become a platinum statue. I can't have her using it on us. Kendra strained, trying to angle her wrist to make contact, but Ronodin adjusted his hold, his hand clamping firmly on her forearm, just above the glove. Seth, help me! Attack him, she cried out. She's trying to manipulate you, Ronodin said, his tone dripping with false concern. I'm your brother. Don't listen to her lies. They're not lies. I'm your sister, Kendra insisted. Look at the situation, Ronodin countered, his voice calm and reasonable. Who is restraining whom? I haven't drawn a weapon. I'm not trying to hurt her. I'm simply preventing her from turning us into decorative paperweights. Does the glove really do that? Seth asked, his brow furrowed. Yes, Kendra said desperately. I'm using it to protect us. This is Ronodin. He's the dark unicorn. Seth squinted at the man. He doesn't look much like a unicorn, Kendra, Ronodin said, a note of urgency finally entering his voice. Time's up. They'll be here any second. Take the glove off. You can keep it. Put it back on when Celebrant arrives. I just need assurance you won't use it on your own allies. What is all this? Seth's confusion was mounting. What happened to me? What's going on? The sound of heavy footsteps began to echo from the stairwell, growing closer. Ronodin loosened his grip just enough for Kendra to use her free hand to peel off the platinum glove. Turning that key wiped your memory clean, Ronodin told Seth, his eyes never leaving the door. For now, just watch and learn. Ronodin released her, but stayed within arm's reach. Kendra weighed her options, slip the glove back on and try for a desperate lunge, but the dark unicorn was right. There was no time. If he went for the stone, she'd have one chance. She grabbed the doorknob and shoved it open. They entered a sealed, windowless chamber illuminated by softly pulsing orbs of light. In the center of the room, on a simple stone pedestal, rested a gem. It was about the size of a baseball, a masterfully cut crystal of impossible geometric complexity. Within its depths, faint sparks of every conceivable color shimmered and swam. The wizen stone, Kendra breathed. Ronodin closed the door behind them and tested the knob. No lock on this side, he noted. Seth lingered near the wall, looking lost. That looks incredibly valuable, he remarked. It's more than valuable, it's power incarnate, Kendra said, her mind racing. What's the plan? Use your head, Ronodin said, a smirk playing on his lips. You don't have the translator rod, and Celebrant allowed you to get this far. We can't let him take it, Kendra said firmly. Obviously not, Ronodin agreed, his gaze fixed on the stone.
Whose side are you actually on? Kendra demanded, the absurdity of the question hanging in the air. Ronodin let out a short, derisive laugh. My own, he glanced at the bewildered Seth. And my brother's. You are not his brother, Kendra snapped, the old anger flaring. I am his sister. Who is Celebrant? Seth asked, looking between them. Kendra met his blank gaze, her voice grim. The worst kind of bad guy. King of the Dragons, Ronodin echoed. Exactly.
Kendra Humbuggle is the world's ultimate trickster. He's been the guardian of the Wizenstone for centuries, long before this place even existed. Trying to claim it is definitely going to be more complex than it looks. So, I should just stand here? Kendra questioned. Ronodin studied her with a calculating gaze. With Celebrant on his way, if I believed I could simply snatch the Wizenstone, what do you imagine I'd be doing at this very moment? A crease formed on Kendra's brow.
It could be a fake, or maybe it's booby-trapped.
Now you're thinking like someone who wants to live, Ronodin remarked. But Celebrant is bringing the banishment rod. Kendra pressed. Isn't it thrilling, Ronodin asked, a sly grin appearing. The stakes couldn't be higher, and here we are, forced to wing it. We might not walk away from this, we're right in the thick of it, but we can't let him get his claws on that stone. I can't let you have it either, Kendra stated firmly. The feeling is entirely mutual, Ronodin replied, his grin widening. The door swung open, Celebrant strode in, the banishment rod gripped in his hand, with Obregon close behind. Kendra caught a brief, chaotic glimpse of gold and silver statues locked in combat outside before Obregon shut the door, sealing them in. Has no one attempted to claim the jewel? Celebrant inquired. Kendra adjusted her glove. I will if you let me borrow the banishment rod. How extraordinarily generous of you, Celebrant said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Thank you for clearing the path and then getting out of the way. I'll ensure your ends are quick. His gaze then shifted to Ronodin. What is your purpose here? Wouldn't dream of being anywhere else, Ronodin said casually. You were eavesdropping outside the black door, Celebrant accused. I have excellent hearing. Ronodin shrugged. You arrived just before us? Kendra pieced together.
I was waiting in the chamber below as you passed. Renaudin admitted. What's important is that we're all present. Celebrant's eyes narrowed at Renaudin. Do you intend to interfere? I merely enjoy being well informed, Renaudin replied. I don't trust you, Celebrant stated flatly. If you did, you'd be the first in a very, very long time, Renaudin said with a faint smile. Celebrant extended the banishment rod toward Obregon. Pledge your loyalty to me once more, he commanded.
My king, Obregon responded, sinking to one knee, you have always possessed my unwavering allegiance. Long may you reign. Grant me the honor of retrieving the stone, and I will act in your stead, claiming it in your name. I swear on my honor as a dragon on my ancestors and on my future lineage. The stone is yours if I succeed. Take the rod, Celebrant ordered. Obregon stood and accepted it. Now be swift, Celebrant urged. Clutching the rod, Obregon marched to the pedestal. He hesitated briefly, his eyes scanning the immediate area, then reached out with his other hand to grasp the wizen stone. The instant his fingers made contact, he went rigid. His body gave a violent jerk, then began to shudder uncontrollably. In a blinding flash of light, he disintegrated into a pile of fine ash, clothing, armor, and all. The banishment rod clattered to the floor as the cloud of ash settled, sifting downward like dark sand. Whoa, Seth breathed out. He just turned into party confetti. Kendra's throat went dry, a wave of relief washing over her for not having acted impulsively. She looked toward Renaudin, who was intently watching Celebrant. The Dragon King was staring at the wizen stone, his body coiled with a tense, restrained fury. After a long moment, he seemed to force himself to relax, folding his arms across his chest. Your turn to give it a go, Your Majesty. Renaudin ventured. Not just yet, Celebrant growled. I assume your golden guards can't enter this room? Renaudin asked. Only those who are masters of their own will may cross this threshold. Celebrant spat, his enraged eyes never leaving the jewel. Suddenly the door burst open, and Tregane stumbled inside. I made it! He exclaimed. He lunged at Seth, seizing his silver-gloved hand. Seth wrenched his hand free, but did not turn to Silver. Fascinating, Renaudin observed. The rules are different in here. Tregane's eyes darted from Celebrant to the rod lying near the pedestal. In a flash, he charged for the banishment rod. Celebrant moved to block him, then abruptly halted. Tregane snatched up the rod and, without hesitation, grabbed the wizen stone. He remained motionless after seizing the jewel, and the gem itself was equally still. Tregane's form shuddered violently, then dissolved into a cloud of dust. The rod dropped to the floor with a clatter. Kendra watched, stunned and horrified. How could anyone possibly take the stone if it reduced its holder to ashes? Holding the rod felt pointless now. What good was warding off a demon if you crumbled to nothing the moment you touched the prize? Celebrant turned toward Renaudin. How do I take it? The Dragon King demanded. I don't know, Renaudin admitted. Kendra glanced at Seth. He stood to the side, confusion written across his face as he struggled to understand the scene unfolding before him. The banishment rod lay forgotten on the ground. Should she try for it? Would she end up like Tregane? Maybe only someone truly worthy could handle the stone. Could she be that person? Her motives were pure, after all. But if she hesitated, Celebrant certainly wasn't rushing to risk his own life. He had time on his side. More dragons would likely arrive soon. Kendra sensed her window to act was closing fast. Yet, what could she do? Above all, she had to stop Celebrant, or Renaudin, from getting the wizen stone. Given enough time, the Dragon King would probably find a way. Her eyes fell on the rod again, and then in a flash, it came to her. She sprinted forward. Kendra, are you certain? Renaudin called out. Celebrant silenced him with a sharp gesture. She wasn't completely sure, but she was sure enough to try. Remaining a prisoner under Celebrant's control promised no kindness. Honestly, she was a little surprised she was still breathing. Seth was unprotected now. This might be her only shot to change things. Kendra snatched up the banishment rod, aimed it squarely at the Wizenstone, and yelled, "Begone!" The rod vibrated in her hands. In an instant, the Wizenstone was gone. Only the bare pedestal stood in its place. A wave of relief washed over Kendra as she looked over to see Ronadin wearing a sly grin and Celebrant roaring in fury. The Dragon King glared at her, cords standing out on his neck. Between them, Humbuggle the dwarf materialized. "An interesting choice," he remarked. "I'm afraid we'll have to declare this contest a draw. Where is the stone?" Celebrant thundered. Humbuggle waved a hand dismissively. "Far from here. Banished. No longer your concern. If you're upset, spare a thought for poor Tregain. He waited centuries only to be obliterated at the finish line." "The Wizenstone was never meant to be owned," Ronadin observed. "I hinted at that in the poem," Humbuggle replied. "Some folks just don't trust plain speaking. So you never actually part with it," Ronadin continued. "You host these contests for others to try winning it. All the while, you keep it under your control, using its power to stage your games. That's quite enough from you," Humbuggle snapped. With a clap of his hands, the banishment rod vanished from Kendra's grip and reappeared in his. "The contest has to be winnable, or the magic wouldn't hold," Ronadin pressed. "But you rig it so the best anyone can do is send the Wizenstone away, ending the round and letting you start fresh." "Nobody likes a heckler," Humbuggle grumbled. "You're the demon guarding the Wizenstone," Ronadin accused. "The only way to truly win is to replace you." Humbuggle pointed the rod at Ronadin and commanded, "Return." Ronadin disappeared. "What a nuisance," Humbuggle sighed. "Too talkative by half. Some may say the curse of Stormguard Castle is broken. Some may call Kendra a hero. I simply say the contest is over, ending in a draw. The gloves have lost their magic, and those turned to gold, silver, or platinum are restored. The extra passages I conjured are undone." Kendra felt a tremendous weight lift at the news that Tanu and the others transformed into precious metal would be okay. She'd need to retrieve Nox from the quiet box. "What about Jaleesa's arm?" Celebrant asked. "She chose to attack after learning the rules," Humbuggle stated. "Lost limbs stay lost. Personal injuries are personal." And Obregon, Celebrant inquired. "He chose to claim what cannot be claimed." Humbuggle answered, "They're gone, Kendra. Tregain and the others are finished." Humbuggle stated flatly. "What about my brother?" Kendra pressed, a desperate hope flickering inside her. "There must be a way to help him." "Consequences are unavoidable," Humbuggle replied, his tone unyielding. "Seth understood the stakes when he made his choice. Claiming the Wizenstone always demands a sacrifice. Is there nothing I can do? Can't you reverse it?" Kendra pleaded, her mind scrambling for any possible exception.
"Rules are not suggestions," Humbuggle said. "They are fixed rules." Kendra shot back, frustration and fear twisting together. "We were playing for the Wizenstone, and we don't even have it. Doesn't that break the rules? Shouldn't all the penalties be cancelled? You are the one who chose to send the stone away." Humbuggle reminded her, a hint of weary finality in his voice. "You ended the game. The sovereigns are free. Life at Stormguard Castle can resume."
"My role here is concluded. I will send you home, and then I shall depart as well. I commend your courage. Surviving and concluding this contest is a feat you alone have accomplished." "What if I'm not ready to leave?" Kendra challenged. "That is not your decision to make," Humbuggle said. He raised his staff and declared, "Return." Kendra blinked, finding herself standing in her socks on the familiar floor of her bedroom at Blackwell Keep. Though it was dark, she could see perfectly. Her abilities had returned. From outside her window, a cacophony of unsettling noises pierced the night. Lonely howls, sharp cries, and the deep threatening rhythm of distant drums. The sounds of Midsummer Eve were no longer muted. Could it still be the same night after everything that had happened? It felt impossible. Was she actually safe now, back with her grandparents behind the keep's protective wards? The sudden shift from a besieged, enchanted castle to her own quiet room was profoundly dizzying. And if she felt this disoriented, Seth must be completely lost. She hurried into the hallway, heading for his room, only to see Mendigo, the man-sized puppet, sprinting down the corridor with Seth clutched in its wooden arms. Her brother was writhing and struggling. They vanished around a corner before Kendra could fully process the sight. "Mendigo!" she yelled, giving chase. "Stop! Come back!" Outside, the night was in chaos. Maybe the lumberjack couldn't hear her over the din. Maybe Seth was just frightened and had asked Mendigo to take him somewhere. But then, why was he fighting so hard? Kendra rounded the corner, flew down a short staircase, and burst through a door into an open courtyard. The horizon held the faintest glow, a promise of dawn, but the darkness remained loud and violent. Mendigo was already halfway across the courtyard, still gripping Seth. A cold rain began to fall, and a brilliant flash of lightning split the sky, starkly illuminating her brother and the sprinting puppet. Thunder rumbled in response. "Stop, Mendigo!" Kendra screamed into the storm, hoping someone would hear. Something's wrong. She took off after them, a sick dread growing in her stomach. The rain intensified. She should have realized something was off when Mendigo refused to go with her to Skyhold. What had that been about? What was Seth thinking right now? From a nearby staircase, the Minotaur Brunwyn leaped down to join the pursuit, and a dwarf was also running behind Mendigo. The lumberjack dashed through a door leading to the storerooms. Kendra ran as fast as she could through the downpour. Another bolt of lightning flashed, brighter and closer, followed instantly by a deafening crack of thunder. Where was Mendigo taking him? Would the puppet actually try to hurt Seth? She shoved the storeroom door open just in time to see Mendigo disappear into a room down the hallway. Seth was kicking and hitting the wooden frame, trying desperately to break free. Then they were gone from sight again. Kendra kept running, her mind reeling. Was this really happening? After all they had survived at Stormguard Castle, Brunwyn caught up to her at the storeroom entrance, with the dwarf close behind. Inside, crates and barrels had been knocked aside. Seth was nowhere to be seen. As she and the Minotaur advanced, Mendigo suddenly leaped into an open barrel and crouched down, vanishing from view. By the time they peered inside, the lumberjack was gone. "Seth!" Kendra cried, her voice echoing in the cluttered room. "Seth, where are you?" Her gaze snapped back to the empty barrel. A cold memory surfaced, Knox telling her how a barrel had gone missing after he and Tess arrived at Wormroost. The goblin guard had been found dead. Everyone had jumped to the conclusion that the killer must have used the barrel to get inside. But what if the killer was actually Mendigo? What if the puppet had hidden the barrel away in a storage closet and simply waited? Now Seth was missing. "Seth!" Kendra cried out again, the shout echoing more for her own comfort than anything else. Wherever her brother had been taken, she was certain he couldn't hear her. Apprentice, Seth found himself in a gloomy chamber illuminated by a solitary torch. The air carried the scent of old parchment and decaying components. The peculiar puppet that had delivered him stood motionless against a darkened wall, upright, but seemingly lifeless. "I was concerned they would take you from me," Ronodin stated. "I needed to move quickly. It felt more like your wooden companion kidnapped me," Seth replied. "Where is this place? You're the man from the castle." "Mendigo saved you," Ronodin corrected him. "You possess significant power, Seth. Those people erased your memories, and intended to recruit you for their cause. Kendra told me she's my sister, Seth said. Perhaps in a manner of speaking a long time ago, Ronodine answered. As a child, you occasionally fought alongside her. I was similar once, trying to make everyone happy a lifetime ago. Then you started to discover your darker abilities. You are my foremost apprentice. You are a shadow charmer, Seth. So we're on the wrong side, Seth asked. Ronodin gave a soft laugh. We're on our own side. Seth stared at him, uncertain what to trust. Ever since he'd woken up outside that ornate door, his life had become a series of bewildering, high-pressure moments. People had shouted, some had disintegrated into dust, a magical dwarf had popped into existence. He'd been whisked to a dark room and hauled through a downpour by a giant wooden puppet. Then, being crammed into a barrel and hauled out had somehow delivered him here. How does the barrel work? Seth inquired. That barrel is linked to the one at Blackwell Keep, Ronodin explained. Technically, it's a separate manifestation of the same object. Having distinct barrels that are also identical allows a person to move from one location to another. I have my own methods of travel. It helps to know the Underking. Why would you have a barrel connected to where Kendra lives? Seth asked. A friend owed me, Ronodin said. He's known as the Sphinx. I'll introduce you eventually. The barrel was delivered to him by a pair of goblins who broke out of their dungeon. He passed it to me, a colleague of his. Vernaz helped rebuild Mendigo, the puppet that aided in your rescue. A feature, he added, allows the puppet to accept overriding commands from a distance. What happens now? Seth asked. We begin putting you back together, Ronodin said. Do you recall your powers? I don't think I have any, Seth said. You comprehend many languages, Ronodin countered. You can speak with the undead and frequently persuade them. You're nearly invisible when you move in low light. And some talents are just starting to emerge. Like what? Like snuffing out light, Ronodin said. Quenching fire, that torch, for instance. You see it with your eyes. Obviously. Feel it with your mind, Ronodin instructed. I know you can. Feel the hot core where the fuel is burning. That's strange, Seth said. I can feel it. You're a shadow charmer, Ronodin said. You're attuned to light and heat. Some of the undead are not far from us. Seek their chill as you sought the warmth. Yes, Seth said, becoming aware of faint, whispering presences. 3 of them. Over there, he pointed. Excellent, Ronodin said. Can you sense how icy they are? Seth shuddered. Yes. Borrow that coldness. There are other ways to find cold, but this is the most reliable, simplest method. Borrow it how? Seth asked. He could feel the cold entities with his mind, just as he could perceive the heart of the flaming torch. Bring the cold to the hot spot on the torch, Ronodin directed. How do I do that? Think of it moving there. Understand that by feeling it, you can also affect it. Invite the chill of the undead to the torch's hottest point. Seth concentrated. The torch flickered and sputtered. Not gently, Ronodin said, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. All at once. With a fierce grimace, Seth willed the chill toward the flame. He sensed the icy energy snuff out the warmth, and the torch plunged them into darkness. Seth blinked, astonished that his mental command had actually worked. Impressive? Ronodin's voice came from the shadows nearby. So I really can do this, Seth murmured. You're just tapping the well, Ronodin replied. Seth, my brother, together we are going to create something extraordinary. I am thrilled to deliver the 2nd installment of Dragonwatch. The narrative is truly gaining momentum, with so much more awaiting in the final 3 volumes. Thank you for joining me on this journey. If you're loving the tale, please tell a friend. While I craft these stories in solitude, bringing them to print is a collective endeavor. My sincere gratitude goes to my publishers, Shadow Mountain and Simon & Schuster, for their steadfast patience and belief in this series. I never release a book until it feels right, a process that demands considerable time and care. I am deeply indebted to the editorial team, Emily Watts, Chris Schobinger, and Lisa Abrams, whose keen insights have strengthened this story in countless ways. My agent, Simon Lipskar, remains an indispensable guide. Heartfelt thanks also to friends like Jason Conforto, Amy Franson, and Erlyn Madsen for their thoughtful feedback. Additional friends who generously read for errors include Rosalind Mull, Natalie Conforto, Shiri Mull, Tucker Davis, Pamela Mull, and Mary Mull. Once again, Brandon Dorman brought the story to life with his fantastic illustrations under the art direction of Richard Erickson. Many others at the publisher contributed to this project, including Rachel Ward, Jill Shawgard, Dave Brown, John Rose, and Elise Levine. As always, my deepest thanks belong to my family for their endless love and support. My children, Sadie, Chase, Rose, and Calvin, patiently endure my unusual work hours and my occasional absences for book tours. I love you all forever. I am terribly behind on correspondence. But if you wish to connect, you can find my author page on Facebook, follow me on Instagram as Writer Brandon, or on Twitter. I am honored you spent time with this book and will strive to keep delivering worthy stories. If you enjoy Fablehaven and Dragonwatch, consider exploring my other series, like 5 Kingdoms. For generations, the 3 sons of Holarix found themselves locked in a weary stalemate. Each brother's ambition checked by the others, Tregain and Heath seemed most driven by a hunger for power and recognition, their desires rooted in legacy and control. Lachlan, however, appeared to yearn for something quieter, perhaps peace or a life defined by purpose rather than dominion. His choice to remain apart from the fray is a complex one. While some might see it as a withdrawal, others could view it as a principled stand against a cycle of conflict, a refusal to let old rivalries dictate his path. Whether one agrees depends largely on whether they value engagement over integrity or see neutrality as its own form of courage. The curse that befell Stormguard Castle sprouted from the twisted contest devised by the dwarf Humbuggle. His motivations seem layered in mischief and a deep, perhaps bitter amusement in observing mortal folly. To label him purely a villain or a hero feels too simple. He exists in a murky in-between, a trickster whose games expose the flaws and desires of others, for better or worse. His contest was less about good or evil and more about revealing the hidden truths within the hearts of those who played. As this tale closes, new clouds gather on the horizon for our protagonists. Knowing the journey continues is a comfort, a promise of resolution and further adventure. If the story ended here, it would feel like an interruption, a breath held but not released. The threads are too vibrant, the characters too deeply woven into our imagination to be left without their next chapter. Brandon Mull is the #1 New York Times best-selling author of the Fablehaven, Beyonders, and 5 Kingdoms series. He resides in Utah, in a cheerful valley nestled near the entrance to a canyon, with his 4 children and a dog named Buffy the Vampire Slayer.